The previous part ended with the battle between Yiwu and the monster. Even though Yiwu had used all his strength, he couldn't penetrate the enemy's defense, so how does the story continue? Let's start the storyline. The monsters who saw Yiwu helpless naturally became happy. The monster was confident that its defense, which even received praise from the priests, would not be able to be broken by Yiwu. The monster that was fighting Yiwu would see who would fall first. Of course, Yiwu wanted to know about the priest that the monster had mentioned. Is the priest their superior? However, Yiwu tried to refocus on destroying the monster's defense. If he couldn't even defeat that monster, how would he be able to defeat the ancient god in the future? Yiwu felt that he had to use absolute strength to suppress the recovery speed of the monster's magic barrier. He immediately asked for Weiss' help to find items that could be used to quickly increase his strength. However, Weiss could only apologize because she didn't have any, even the most basic options they didn't have. Yiwu thought about the strength potion and immediately knew that if he could consume it then he could increase his strength. Yiwu immediately asked which other comrades might have strength potions as he needed one. And Cheng immediately apologized because he didn't have it. Although he bought a lot of things before, they didn't include strength potions. MANHUA doesn't have either, but she has an agility potion and will offer it to Yiwu. Yiwu immediately asked Siyu if the woman had any potions. I will immediately pay if Siyu gives me the strength potion. Siyu immediately gave me the potion and said that Yiwu didn't need to talk to me about money, because the thing that worries him is the side effects that the drug will give. The strength potion is a Hercules magic potion which increases the strength attribute by 300% for 1 minute but will make the user weak for 2 hours after the effect ends. Yiwu, who noticed the side effects, was also worried because it could be fatal. Siyu asks if Yiwu doesn't intend to save his family after the fight is over, because if Yiwu becomes weak, then he won't be able to do anything. However, Yiwu immediately drank the power potion which shocked Siyu. He was annoyed because his words were not listened to at all. Yiwu looked very confident in what he was doing. Yiwu admitted that he would discuss it later, because if he couldn't even get through this critical period, then they wouldn't be able to talk about anything anymore. After all, Yiwu believed his family was still safe there. Suddenly, Yiwu felt a change in his body. The monsters also noticed the change in Yiwu. The monster felt it had to act immediately, but before it had time to move, Yiwu attacked it repeatedly. The monster was in pain, but even with Yiwu's great strength, it realized that Yiwu's attack was very careless. At that time, MANHUA was immediately asked to heal Yiwu's HP. However, MANHUA couldn't follow him because Yiwu's HP dropped too quickly. On the other hand, the monsters were starting to feel overwhelmed by Yiwu's attacks that were too fast, so their barrier recovery speed couldn't keep up. However, Yiwu currently didn't have much HP. As long as the monsters could see the opportunity to unlock the defense and then give Yiwu a fatal blow, then they would be able to win. However, who would have thought that Yiwu managed to break through the boss monster's god's realm and immediately attack their hearts? The boss monster became hysterical because of a damaged heart even though he had already received God's blessing. Even though the monster lost in the end, he told Yiwu not to get too excited. Even if Yiwu won, he would not be able to prevent the arrival of the ancient god. Monsters call for the landing church of the kings of the old world. Another head in the monster beast also said that more members of their church would come after Yiwu. That man, his family, and his friends would die miserably. Yiwu was of course not convinced by what the monster said. That will not happen to him or anyone else, for he is the one who will destroy the entire church of the old world King's Landing. Seeing the monster's defeat and Yiwu's victory, everyone cheered. They praised Yiwu's astonishing abilities. In return, Yiwu also got 200,000 X points and 50,000 gold. Apart from that, Yiwu also took several items belonging to monsters, such as strengthening material hardened magic crystal, level 60 skill book God's Domain, and summon magic crystal call of the new god. At that time, Yiwu entered a weak state within 2 hours. Yiwu was so relieved that everything was over. Now he asks what to do next. With his current condition, that meant he had to rely on Cheng, Siyu, and MANHUA, but it felt so wrong. While Yiwu was still lying down, and Cheng had already stood up and looked ready to attack, Siyu and MANHUA naturally quickly intervened. Siyu immediately asked what Cheng would do to Yiwu. The woman suspected a fox had finally appeared among them. On the other hand, MANHUA also asks what happened to Cheng and reminds him that Yiwu is a friend of all of them. Of course, Cheng shouldn't hurt him. Cheng, as if he had misunderstood, immediately put down his sword. He told the two women that everything was just a misunderstanding. He did lose control, but it was all unintentional. Women don't need to panic. Of course, Siyu didn't immediately believe it. Either Cheng thinks you are too smart or Siyu is too stupid, but she will not believe in Cheng's nonsense. Cheng then explained that they had all just faced the test of life and death, so why was everyone still doubting me? I was just shocked to see Yiwu's strength that was shown just now. Cheng didn't have any evil intentions at all, but even if I had the intention to kill, neither Siyu nor MANHUA, who were just beautiful women, would be able to stop me. and Cheng then came forward to help Yiwu. I will carry the man on my back. Yiwu certainly gladly accepted the help since he couldn't even walk. However, MANHUA still praised the extraordinary Yiwu. Anyone else would have been lying down and unconscious, but Yiwu could still stand and walk. The man was incredibly powerful. Yiwu asked MANHUA not to be too surprised because it was just the effect of his practicing regularly. He also asked Siyu not to be too nervous, and Cheng and the rest of them have become friends, so there is no need to be suspicious of each other and they have to trust each other. And Cheng of course agreed. Weiss said that in Cheng was filled with a pitch-black spectrum that showed full intent to kill, but that intent was directionless. Weiss also didn't know who the murderous intent was directed at, whether on Yiwu or someone else. However, Yiwu felt that Cheng was very suspicious, so for now, I'll pretend to believe it. After all, he still needed Cheng to be his bodyguard. Yiwu didn't care about Cheng's goals or secrets because as long as he didn't make a move, Yiwu could use him for personal gain. Cheng then invited Yiwu to rest for 5 minutes and then set off again. Yiwu immediately agreed at that time. MANHUA, who looked at the sky, realized that the space crack had finally disappeared completely. Siyu immediately confirmed. MANHUA was so happy because they managed to prevent the arrival of the ancient god who was the biggest threat. At that time, Yiwu immediately asked the two not to be too happy. Even though the space gap had been successfully closed, the crisis of the invasion of the monster army had not yet ended. They must always be alert because their lives are now in their hands. Yiwu, who had just lay down, then immediately got back up. He remembered that communication should have been restored because the blood demon magic crystal had already been destroyed. Siyu immediately contacted Miss Mo. However, before Siyu tried it, it was Yiwu who got a phone call from Miss Mo Kier. Of course, Siyu was surprised that Mo Kier contacted Yiwu first. As soon as communication returned to normal, Siyu wondered why Yiwu seemed to be so important to Mo Kier. Seeing Yiwu talking to Miss Mo, Siyu's feelings were complicated. I don't know who I'm jealous of. Is it Yiwu or Miss Mo? On the other hand, the phone calls continued. Miss Mo reported on the relationship between Huangjang and the Old World King's Landing Church, which became more and more interesting over time. I'll think about it later, but right now Miss Mo is safe and has contacted the help group. Even though it took time, Miss Mo asked Yiwu to stay where she was and not move because I would come there. But Yiwu didn't want Miss Mo to come because it would only waste time. Yiwu wanted them to meet at the secret passage leading to the 8th zone near the connecting bridge. Yiwu immediately sent the coordinates to Miss Mo. Miss Mo immediately agreed to meet at that location. In her heart, Miss Mo didn't think that Yiwu even knew about the secret passage. Yiwu is not a simple man as expected of the man I like. That's when Cheng teased. He admitted that he was worried seeing the weak conditions shown by Yiwu. Moreover, Yiwu was a man that Miss Mo liked, so things like that had to be handled seriously. Yiwu could only thank him and confirm that he was fine. And Cheng then said that he heard rumors about Yiwu and Miss Mo's closeness. At first, I thought it was just a joke, but after seeing it for myself, now he believes it and feels jealous because of that closeness. Yiwu wasn't sure, but for him, the presence of Miss Mo as his support was indeed very important. That woman was the one who made Yiwu want to work hard. The group then continued their journey. Yiwu and the others finally arrived at the bridge connecting the 9th safe zone. Everyone jostled and tried to get in, but the door was closed. They wanted to be rescued, but the officers were waiting for a message from their superiors. They were worried that the monsters were already chasing behind them. On the other hand, Yiwu's family was already waiting worriedly. Mo Kier was relieved that they were already there. They definitely wouldn't be able to enter through the connecting bridge. At this time, the screams of the residents were also so loud that they could be heard reaching their location. Yiwu truly had extraordinary instincts. But on the other hand, Yiwu's mother was worried because her son hadn't arrived yet. Yunfei asked the mother to calm down. She has contacted her brother and I will also come soon. Yiwu is very strong, so her brother will be fine. That's when Nana pointed at the master. Yiwu and others arrived leisurely at the secret passage of the 8th zone. Everyone greets each other. Yunfei ran and immediately hugged her brother. She was relieved that Yiwu was fine because they were all worried about her. Dad was also very relieved because their family's reunion was a blessing. At that time Nana cried when she saw Yiwu's arrival. However, inside I was disgusted by the feelings of such a low-level creature. She even almost vomited because of him. Yiwu approached her and said that she had worked hard. I also thanked Nana for keeping her family safe. Nana said she would do anything for Yiwu. Once again in her body, I can feel Yiwu, who is still very weak and can kill him. The problem is that the body cannot act according to the real me. She must immediately find a way to get rid of that young man. But suddenly, a voice interrupted the Yiwu family gathering. The voice belonged to Miss Mo, which made Yiwu realize that they didn't have time to be too happy anymore. The boss who led the monster invasion, namely Kashua Akao, finally appeared. Miss Mo then explained that the appearance of the boss Kashua Akao made the monster group stabilize and have no tendency to attack the 8th zone. However, that meant the Ninth Zone would immediately become a world dungeon where humans would no longer be able to live there and would have to evacuate. Yu-Wu was of course surprised because the world dungeon meant the place would become a nest for them and meant they would get closer to humans. Of course, Yu-Wu wanted to know what the monsters' true plans were for the future. Miss Mo again explains that monsters are just a group of creatures with unreasonable behavior. However, what should be paid more attention to is the existence of bosses who have reached level 90. Yu-Wu was once again shocked because level 90 was no longer a joke. Liao believes that even professional teams will have difficulty facing the boss, so you couldn't even believe the information. Although I'm sure Miss Mo couldn't possibly lie, this fact doesn't make sense. Miss Mo revealed that everything Miss Mo said was true. I've even seen it with my own eyes. Everyone was naturally surprised to hear that Miss Mo had seen the boss monster. Miss Mo then explained that I did see the boss monster from a distance, but even the look in the boss monster's eyes seemed like it could kill me. The monster knew Miss Mo's whereabouts, and before it managed to attack, the guards immediately took Miss Mo to escape from there. That boss monster almost killed me. Even just remembering that incident made Miss Mo tremble. Even though I'm not afraid of death, the aura of that monster makes her so scared that she can't even suppress it. At that time, Yu-Wu tried to calm Miss Mo down. Yu-Wu asked the girl to no longer be afraid because even being able to survive was already extraordinary. Miss Mo is of course fine. She is not a little girl who needs to be comforted. They had to return to discussing the main topic. Miss Mo had already contacted the Hanmo Group's Monster Beast Research Institute and confirmed that this boss was one of the 28 stars. Of course, everyone didn't know what Miss Mo meant. Miss Mo explained again that since the start of the Old Earth Age, all the monsters and beasts in that world had mutated. Scholars have discovered through years of research that monsters' power levels are regulated according to certain laws. This law only corresponds to the 4 elephants Qinglong, Xuanwu, Jiuk, and Beiyu. Under the 4 elephants, there are 7 constellations which are combined into 28 constellations. The easier explanation is that there are a total of 28 boss monsters in the monster group. So it's natural that no one has heard of it because the information is not open to the public. Kashua Akau is one of the 4 Qinglong elephants. In history, Kashua Akau had massacred more than a dozen low-level cities, even though some people have tried to fight back with crusades. However, until now everything has failed. Yu-Wu immediately understood that the failure was because up until now the presence of the monster had not affected the interests of the big groups. Small-scale crusades are simply attempts to sacrifice oneself. However, based on the current situation, if such riots continued to occur, then large groups like the Hanmo Group would also be affected. Miss Mo of course said yes. The Hanmo Group has even sent elites to form a dungeon strategy team that will soon come to their place. According to reliable sources, other large groups are also gathering team members to become the first group of assassins to obtain rare items from boss monsters. One of them is the Huangjiang group, which is in Cheng's place. The man also confirmed it was because maybe a group of people would be on their way at that time. Yu-Wu was quite impressed because this event was able to attract the attention of many teams from large groups to fight to become the first killer. Yu-Wu was curious whether the boss monster gave special gifts like legendary items. Miss Mo immediately confirmed. The boss at level 28 of the constellation had its territory, so if a team can kill the monster for the first time, then they can get the key to open the monster's territory. The region held all kinds of rare resources that the boss monsters had collected. The amount is also equivalent to 5 times the results of a dungeon of the same level. If cashed in, the amount could even reach 2 billion. Of course, Yu-Wu was tempted to hear the fantastic number. He wanted to try to conquer it even though he was currently still weak. At that time, Cheng approached Yu-Wu. He asked if Yu-Wu had any plans to defeat the level 90 boss monster. Of course, Yu-Wu didn't have any plans. A level 90 dungeon boss was far beyond his reach. The only possible thing was that he would have to use a large number of experience points to open a new account, but he didn't know how it would turn out yet. On the other hand, Miss Mo immediately asked everyone to retreat to Zone 8. Miss Mo also mentioned about the civilians who would slowly be saved if the team members succeeded in killing the boss. They all did right away. Then a man asked Yu-Wu about the coordinates of the secret waypoint, which had been confidential information among the security team. So, how could Yu-Wu find out? Yu-Wu said that I was informed by a female security member who seemed to be part of the Tancheng group. Shenfei, who heard it, immediately asked Yu-Wu about the woman's identity. I asked if the female member was Qin Lu. He also wanted to know Qin Lu's condition. Another man asked Shenfei to calm down, but the man showed him a photo. Yu-Wu was quite surprised because he didn't think that the woman was Qin Lu. He also suspected that there was a relationship between Shenfei and Qin Lu. With a heavy heart, Yu-Wu says that Qin Lu was killed by a monster after trying to cover up her escape and also gives him the coordinates. For Yu-Wu, Qin Lu is a good woman. Hearing the bad news, Shenfei was of course devastated. I can't believe that Qin Lu is gone." Another man immediately tried to calm Shen Fei down. At least Qin Lu was not a traitor and her sacrifice was worth it. For Shen Fei, it was still the case that Qin Lu was dead and everything was no longer valuable. Yiwu, who heard, could only confirm. In that era of their lives, the only thing of value was life. Deep down, Yiwu could only apologize because I couldn't help much other than covering up the facts with white lies so that Shen Fei could feel a little better. Yan Fei immediately pointed to an exit ahead of her brother. I was too busy looking forward to not realizing that the situation behind me was bad. But suddenly, Yan Fei was asked to stop by a group of people. They claimed to be the rulers of the mountain, so the person asked Yan Fei to pay if they all wanted to live. Yiwu naturally wanted to know who the group of people who knew the secret passage were. Yan Fei couldn't help but be frightened looking at these men who had such a high level and were not ordinary people. On the other hand, Nana also hopes to tell Yiwu that these people are dangerous. The man naturally didn't care much about the secret passage. They are just treasure hunters who have gone through many battles. He had heard that the Ninth Zone was attacked by monsters and that was why they stopped there. They've been waiting for a long time and haven't gotten a single business. But now he got a big fish who was none other than Miss Mo. Miss Mo didn't expect the man to recognize her. However, since that man dared to rob in the middle of the street like that, it meant that he was very confident. Miss Mo also felt that she had seen the man somewhere. She wanted to know which team the guy was from. The man felt honored because of Miss Mono, but his team was successful in the past and is now just a free treasure hunter. Their goal this time in entering the safe zone was to replenish equipment. But who would have thought that they would be faced with a troublesome war situation? Therefore, the foreign man would let everyone go as long as they left behind equipment, items, and money. The man once again asked everyone to cooperate, hand over valuables, and they definitely won't feel any pain. Miss Mo will certainly not give up easily. So far, she has met many people who look down on her, but it's not uncommon for bad luck to turn around for her. Miss Mo assured the man that he would continue his efforts. The man confidently stated that he would continue because so far his efforts had never been successful. Miss Mo of course accepted his challenge and began to deploy her guards. The man was certainly not too surprised. He had heard about Miss Mo's pair of powerful twin guards. However, his second attack was so weak that he was able to block it without too much effort. If that is truly their greatest strength, then that is very disappointing. The man who was level 65 could easily withstand the attacks of 2 level 60 guards. Of course, Yiwu was also very surprised. Even though the man was level 65, it was impossible to catch 2 level 60 attacks with one hand. Yiwu asked if the man was really that strong. Yiwu knew exactly the strength of the 2 bodyguards, so there must be some reason behind it. Then Yiwu realized that the 2 guards were still affected by the attack from the previous level 90 boss monster, so it's no surprise that they are much weaker than usual. Yiwu realized that it was a big problem. The man managed to grab the 2 guards' heads. He told Miss Mo that he could squeeze the heads of the 2 guards. However, the right to decide life and death was both in Miss Mo's hands. The man said that Miss Mo was good at weighing the pros and cons. He reminded Miss Mo that all leaders must know that the most valuable thing in that era was the people, especially those who lived and died with him. Siyu, who didn't accept it, asked the man to let go of the guard, but Miss Mo asked him not to be careless. That's when a laser was aimed at Siyu's head and a man asked her not to move. Right now the best way to survive is to listen to Miss Mo's words. Otherwise, he would make a hole in Siyu's beautiful face. The man also threatened another man who was standing at the end not to move because his head might become a cactus because of all the sharp weapons that were aimed at his head. The other men could also see that the remaining person was already quite obedient. Moreover, their level is also quite small, so they are not at all worrying. The man looked busy eating because he was hungry. Meanwhile, another man felt that his reading activities were disturbed by his colleagues' words. Yiwu watched all those people and saw how everyone's level and temperament were completely different from the treasure hunters I met in the black market. Not only was their strength extraordinary, but they also had perfect cooperation. Yiwu only had 30 minutes left in his weak state. Even if he managed to recover, he wouldn't be able to win without strong support. However, the thing that annoyed him the most was that the 2 million he had just gotten earlier meant that he would disappear with the robbers. Miss Mo said that money was not important to her. He has more than 80 million and he can give it to all of them. He just wanted his men to be released. Miss Mo also requested that the men let go of everyone who was with her because they would not amount to anything. Of course, the man was happy to hear that and felt satisfied with the decision of Miss Mo, who is the eldest daughter of the Hanmo family. The man let go of Miss Mo's 2 bodyguards. However, of course, he wasn't joking when he said he wanted everyone's possessions. For him, even fly legs were considered meat. Their journey to the safe zone wasn't easy at all, so he had to maximize his income. After all, in the wilderness, apart from strength, it was difficult to live without money, so he still insisted on getting all the treasures on everyone's bodies. Otherwise, they would not be able to guarantee their safety. Miss Mo once again asked the man to come to her if the money he gave her was not enough. However, Yu quickly restrained him. He immediately thanked Miss Mo for protecting them. But with their current condition, they couldn't afford to make the robbers even more angry because of the disproportionate results they would get later. However, in his heart, he is the person who is most reluctant to spend money. However, for everyone's safety, he had to give up everything. The robber did not expect that Miss Mo, who had a high rank, would try to protect Yu, who was just an ordinary citizen. However, he didn't think too much about it and went back to asking for all of Yu's entourage's treasures. He wanted everyone to give it voluntarily because if they dared to ask for it back, they would only feel pain. After that, the process of handing over the goods was carried out. Someone reported that the confiscation process was complete. They even managed to raise a lot of money. They didn't expect that Yu's group, which looked inconspicuous, was so rich. The leader of the robbers was of course very happy and grateful for their hospitality. As promised, he will leave there soon. However, a man said that Yu Chen fell asleep again after reading. On the other hand, and Cheng asked Yu to cheer up. Money is only a possession that is separated from the body. The most important thing is that their lives are saved. However, Yu, who was still feeling sad, didn't need in Cheng's comforting words at all. For him, sadness is a very natural reaction that has absolutely nothing to do with reason. However, at that time Miss Mo called the robbers again. He seemed to remember the man as someone from the Huangjiang group, which was Huang's team. The man calmly confirmed Miss Mo's words. He would no longer hide his identity. He used to be part of Huang's team, namely the Renault Grey Wolf. The man immediately said yes, and that meant he had told him his name. He also said that if the Hanmo group wanted revenge or something, they could come to him. Renault will wait for the presence of the Hanmo group in the wilderness at any time. At that time, and Cheng asked the group to stop and immediately killed one of Renault's men, Feng Xing. Of course, Renault was angry when someone dared to attack his brother, and Cheng then came forward and asked once again if it was true that the man was a Renault Grey Wolf. And Cheng admitted that he had been looking for 5 years and he never expected to meet him there. Of course, Renault didn't recognize Cheng. He asked who the man was and what was wrong with the bone knife in his hand. However, Renault didn't think much about it and he would make sure Cheng went to hell. Yu was also surprised to see the changes in Cheng's body. Not only did his hands grow bone blades like a Zerg, but he also managed to kill a level 50 person in one attack. And Cheng had been hiding his strength all this time, but he still didn't expect that Cheng's appearance could change like that. On the other hand, Cheng did not expect to meet the Renault Grey Wolf in such a location. He had been looking for him for 5 years to do one thing. Renault is certainly confused and still wants to know who Cheng really is and whether they knew each other before. Renault asks Cheng to explain himself, especially since he just killed his brother. He immediately ordered all his men to kill Cheng first before they killed Cheng's other colleagues. He was determined to bury his younger brother along with Cheng's body later. Of course, a fight is inevitable. The big man from before immediately shot towards Cheng. He promises to break Cheng into pieces to take revenge for Feng Xing. However, Cheng immediately said that it was a matter between the two of them and had nothing to do with the others. He is sure that Renault and his entire team will die sooner or later, so they didn't need to use other people to threaten him. The robber reminded Cheng not to get too big-headed because he alone would not be able to fight 4 people at once. Renault asked his men not to talk nonsense with Cheng. He admits to having problems with many people, but he doesn't remember having problems with Cheng. They just need to get it sorted quickly. Of course, Renault was even more angry because Cheng dared to find trouble with him. Cheng started talking about Annie, who was Renault's subordinate in the past. Everyone was annoyed that Cheng turned out to be completely unaffected by their attacks. However, on the other hand, Renault certainly remembers Annie's figure. The woman was the main fighter of the Grey Wolf team when she was still on Wang's team. But in the dungeon, Annie embezzled their team's property and has been missing ever since. She is just a bitch who betrayed her teammates. That was also what got him expelled from Wang's team. It also ruined his bright future. Renault got even angrier when he remembered Annie's name. However, Cheng immediately asked him to be quiet. For him, his older sister was not that kind of person at all. Renault was quite surprised because Annie was Cheng's older sister. However, he now understood why Cheng felt familiar to him. Renault is getting more violent. He asked his men to kill Cheng as a way to repay the losses caused by his older sister. Of course, the team was eager to finish off Cheng even though they were also aware of being careful. Hearing Renault's words, of course, made Cheng even more angry. This time it will make Renault pay for all its mistakes in the past. Cheng immediately changed his form and killed Renault's men easily. Seeing that, of course, Renault became hysterical. The comrade who had experienced many battles with him was killed easily by Cheng. Renault certainly wants to know who Cheng is because he doesn't even have human form at all now. And Cheng asked Renault about the whereabouts of his older sister. But on the other hand, as if not wanting to be outdone, Renault is also starting to change its shape. For him, Renault's Grey Wolf is not just a name. Renault was not afraid at all even though Cheng had completely turned into a monster. He had more experience killing monsters in the wild than Cheng do. However, Cheng just kept asking where his sister was. Renault tells him to go to hell and asks Annie himself. The fight continued. Yu Wu asked everyone to be careful not to be affected by their battle. Yu Wu could feel a very strong impact. The battle level was even much higher than before when he defeated the blood demon giant using a strength potion. Yu Wu was annoyed because Cheng had shown his true self first, so they could no longer be friends like before afterward. On the other hand, Cheng asked once again where his older sister was. However, the injured Renault could not understand how Cheng could have such great strength. Renault, who thought he was a senior legend who had experienced many battles, actually lost at the hands of a kid like Cheng. However, Cheng didn't care about it and was going to kill Renault. At that time, Renault immediately intervened by saying that he knew where Annie was. Renault said that Annie was at the Sunset Canyon. At that time, Renault admitted that he wanted to embezzle equipment and dungeon resources and also intended to use Annie as a scapegoat. However, Annie disappeared herself before he could carry out his plan. Renault admitted that he had absolutely nothing to do with Annie's disappearance. Renault believes Annie couldn't get out of the Sunset Canyon alone, so she might still be there. Even though Renault begs not to be killed, of course, Cheng still kills him. Nana, who saw that, could only think in her heart how the Renault that lived on a modified semi-silicon base with level 65 died by living on a low-level carbon base. On the other hand, Yu Wu was also surprised by Cheng's changes. The man immediately assured Yu Wu that he didn't need to explain anything because the man was smart and would understand. Yu Wu wanted to know why Cheng chose that path instead of looking for another way. However, Cheng only apologized and asked Yu Wu not to ask any more questions. Cheng then explains that the world is complicated. Everyone had their scars and secrets just like Yu Wu had too, and Cheng did not have any mysterious power that he could rely on. Therefore, he could only gain strength by trading with them. Yu Wu wanted to know how much it cost and whether it had anything to do with the monster invasion that happened. Cheng confirms and admits that he helped them to open a gap in space, whereas they gave Cheng the power to take revenge. For him, it was a fair exchange. It seemed to him that sometimes monsters were even more trustworthy than humans. Of course, everyone was shocked and tried to stop Cheng. Yanfei was naturally angry and wanted to know why Cheng would do something like that, even though many people have lost their lives and many families have been destroyed because of Cheng. However, now he chose to just leave as if nothing had happened. Yanfei accused Cheng of losing his conscience, and Cheng could only apologize because he no longer had a heart. In Cheng's eyes, the whole world was completely worthless compared to Annie. Yanfei prepared to shoot, but Yu Wu quickly blocked him. He asks Yanfei to let Cheng go because at least he didn't kill them all and should thank him for that. Yu Wu then thanked him for not killing him. Previously, when he was weak, Yu Wu knew that Cheng had tried to kill him, but he had doubts. Yu Wu knew it was the second time Cheng had tried to kill him. However, now they have chosen a different path. He hoped that when he met again someday, Yu Wu would not be cruel to him. Cheng knew that Yu Wu could not be fooled at all. Cheng admitted that he had wanted to kill Yu Wu because he had a happy family and extraordinary strength. Even he didn't know the reason why he didn't kill him. Cheng could only hope that he would not regret his doubts in the future. Yu Wu knew deep in his heart that it was all because they were the same person. If he didn't have that king's account system, then when his family was in danger, maybe he would have made the same decision. Well, that's all for today's discussion. The next part will have interesting things happening. The previous part ended with a surprising incident, wherein Cheng unexpectedly met someone who wanted to be killed. Long story short, to fight that person, Cheng becomes a monster and kills people. After killing people, Cheng said goodbye to Yu Wu and went to find his older sister. So how does the story continue? Let's start with the storyline. Owned by most for everyone to return to continue their journey because the problem has been resolved. Miss Mo realized that the fight just now caused too much commotion, so she was worried that it would happen again. However, Yu Wu asked Miss Mo to wait because he had things to do. Miss Mo was naturally curious about what Yu Wu meant. The man only took back the money and equipment that had previously been stolen. Although a little surprised, that's Yu Wu. Yu Wu then thought that what happened to them earlier was a blessing of bad luck. If it weren't for Cheng, the family would have gone bankrupt at that time. However, Yu Wu chose to ignore it. He is more focused on collecting money and equipment. Previously, the Black Tiger mercenary alone had given him a lot of results. So this time, in addition to his goods, Yu Wu was able to get 1.2 million. The impossible weapon, shield device, blast robot, phantom slayer, phantom terminator, and nanofiber magic crystal. Of course, Yu Wu was very happy to get them all. He felt lucky to get a treasure from a level 60 much higher person. Apart from that, he also got 100,000 X points. Yu Wu became even more happy and he thanked Cheng for everything. Not only Yu Wu but everyone also leveled up. Miss Mo saw that as a natural thing because their opponents were level 60 masters, so everyone got a lot of experience points too. However, for Yunfei, considering that it was all in Cheng's doing, she found it difficult to be happy and instead felt complicated. Yu Wu calmed her down and asked Yunfei not to think too much. The most important thing is that Yunfei needs to take better care of herself. As long as Yunfei has good determination, namely to demand justice and then become stronger, then she should be able to make good use of it. Because people who are weak and even die will no longer be able to fight for justice. Of course, Yui understood, but he wanted to know why his older brother could be so persistent. He wanted to know what kind of belief drove him to become stronger. Yu Wu calls Yunfei stupid and says that everything is very clear. Miss Mo again asked everyone to continue their journey towards a coordinate point agreed upon by the rescue team, until they finally arrived at the 8th safe zone called Peripheral. There, the captain asked his troops to close the doors and not let their zone become a refugee location for people from the 9th zone. However, of course, the troops are hesitant because there are so many innocent lives out there. The captain continued that it was an order from their superior. If the troops felt that kind of compassion, then he would throw the troops away to kill wild monsters for the sake of the refugees. Of course, the military members no longer dared to argue. The captain then gave the order to immediately close the castle gates and no one was allowed to enter. Yu Wu, who was paying attention, immediately understood that Zone 8 really wouldn't open the door. Even a captain dared to point his gun at his comrades in this kind of monster invasion situation. Yu Wu didn't know whether it was a perversion of human nature or just morality disappearing from humans. At that time, Miss Mo suddenly appeared. She claims to know what Yu Wu thinks, but some things that have been ingrained for many years cannot be changed by Yu Wu or Miss Mo. The only thing they can do is learn to adapt. Yu Wu of course knew it. On the other hand, Nana knows that even humans experience inter-ethnic problems and are involved in internal fighting. To her, humanity was just a stupid race. But suddenly, the rescue group finally arrived by plane. They are a rescue team from the Hanmo group. A group of people immediately came down and saw the target, Aka Mismo, who was safe. They also began recovery tasks. At that moment they asked everyone who was not related to Mismo to step back because otherwise they would open fire. Mismo naturally told her rescue team that Yu Wu and the others were her guests who needed to be invited too. However, the man said that their job was to ensure the safety of Miss Mo, the guards, and the group's assets. Meanwhile, other personnel are not included in the scope of their instructions. Of course, Miss Mo was angry because she felt that her orders were simply rejected. However, the troops still carried out their duties and asked Miss Mo to understand the special situation in such wartime. She immediately asked other troops to take Miss Mo onto the plane. A guard intended to escort Miss Mo into the plane, but Miss Mo's two guards immediately intervened. Of course, the troops became angry because the two guards seemed to be blocking them. A woman suddenly came and asked her troops not to act rudely. The woman asked Miss Mo not to be angry and asked her to get back together. Miss Mo didn't expect that it was Melee who was the first person to greet her. Miss Mo wanted to know if the Melee would seize the opportunity to attack her there. Melee says that she wouldn't dare do it. She just asked Miss Mo to leave immediately. The chairman and young master were already very worried about her. Miss Mo still insisted on her previous words that Yu Wu and the others were her guests and should come with her. But Melee says that Miss Mo no longer has such permission. Previously, the board of directors had passed a resolution to minimize group losses and protect company assets. Therefore, Miss Mo's authority level was temporarily lowered to that of an ordinary director. Miss Mo must obey all regulations during the war. Miss Mo naturally became annoyed. On the other hand, Yu Wu was watching the situation. In the end, Miss Mo could only apologize. At that time, Yu Wu quickly spoke about the Melee words that said about protecting company assets. Yu Wu then mentioned Miss Mo's previous invitation to join the Hanmo group. That meant Yu Wu and his family could also be considered assets of the Hanmo company. Of course, Miss Mo was quite surprised. In his heart, Yu Wu didn't want to do that. But for the long-term security of his family, it was the only way. Yi Yunfei asked his older brother to think about his decision first. Yu Wu answered that this decision was the result of careful thought. Miss Mo looks very happy because it seems like the young man is completely sure of your decision. Miss Mo thought, whether it was because of Cheng's enthusiasm before, or for her family, as long as Yu Wu could join in and use her for Miss Mo's benefit, then it would be the best decision. Meanwhile, Yi Yunfei thought that although joining the Hanmo group was indeed the best choice in the current situation, according to his older brother's personality, she did not make such a decision for himself. Yi Yunfei was sure that the reason Yu Wu did all this was definitely for the safety of their parents and herself as his younger sister. In other words, they had become a burden to Yu Wu. She is even willing to be someone else's pawn. This thought made Yi Yunfei sad. Miss Mo also promised in front of everyone that after joining the team, Yu-woo would be an important asset to the Harmony group, so he and his family will be protected by the group. From now on, Yu-woo no longer needs to worry about the future. He just needed to feel comfortable getting stronger and working for the Hanmo group. Then with sharp eyes, Miss Mo glanced at Melee and asked, "Are the directors going to revoke her right to recruit team talent?" Melee answered that it was impossible. But the mysterious woman asked, was Mo Kier serious about wanting the boy to join their team? Because Yu-woo's original level wasn't even 6 as written on the panel. This young man was truly full of mystery and deceit. Melee suggests Miss Mo rethink her decision, or she will just embarrass herself for forcing trash onto the team. This will be difficult for the team and the captain to do. Plus it would also affect Miss Mo's reputation within the group. Miss Mo says that Yu-woo is not trash, and he only needs to speak with his strength, not his mouth. Besides, Melee should not have to worry about Miss Mo Kier's reputation. In her heart, Miss Mo scorned Melee because she couldn't even think about how attractive Yu-woo's growth rate was. Because in a short time, the young man had gone from almost being killed by a level 18 monster to being able to kill a rare elite of level 60. According to Miss Mo, Yu-woo's potential was immeasurable. But this is good too. The more Melee looked down on Yu-woo, the more beneficial it would be for Miss Mo Kier. So now Miss Mo Kier announced that starting today, Yu-woo is a member of their Magong team. Melee congratulated Yu-woo, because there are many people out there who have extraordinary abilities but cannot enter the Mogong team, even if they squeeze their heads. But Yu-woo managed to enter through the back door. Melee warns that Yu-woo is not too happy now because he will know all the consequences after entering the group. Melee explained everyone had to rely on strength to speak. Those who were incapable would only live a life lower than death if they remained in the Mogong team. Suddenly, Yu-woo interrupted Melee's words and said that from beginning to end he never said that he would join Mogong's team. He talked about joining the Hanmo group. Miss Mo and Melee said they were shocked when they heard this. Then Yu-woo explained that from the beginning he was a free person and did not like to be restricted by fixed rules. So if Miss Mo can trust him, then Miss Mo will allow him to join the Hanmo group and lead the formation of a new team. Meal laughed at Yu-woo's words. She didn't expect that the young man would start on his own without first joining the Mogong team that was already in the top class. Melee didn't expect that his guess of Yu-woo would be wrong, because not only was that young man white, but he was also quite ridiculous. Melee laughed even more with satisfaction and suspected that Miss Mo was attracted to Yu-woo because of his silly attitude. Melee said that Yu-woo didn't know anything. There were indeed many small teams under the Hanmo group, but regardless of resources or status, they could not compare to the Mogong team. Yu-woo has chosen this difficult path. Melee believes Yu-woo will not shame Miss Mo's face, even though he said that Melee still laughed with satisfaction, as if mocking Yu-woo's childish decision. Yu-woo smiled and said, no matter what the resource status is, as long as the strength is strong enough, it is not a problem. The problem was, if Yu-woo couldn't act according to his ideas and style, even if it was in the Mogong team, then he wouldn't be able to react to his full potential. Melee looked at Miss Mo and said with a very mocking smile that she had honestly never seen a crazy person like Yu-woo in her life. Melee congratulates Miss Mo on taking such a beautiful treasure. At least the fun around Miss Mo will be indispensable in the future. Melee was completely satisfied laughing at Miss Mo. Meanwhile, Mo Kier was silent for 1,000 words. Melee turned around and walked back towards the plane. Before actually leaving, Melee told Yu-woo that she would remember the young man's name and will entrust Miss Mo's safety in the hands of the extremely confident Yu-woo. After all, Melees must quickly join up with teammates on the front line to get the first kill. While waving at Yu-woo, Melee said that she looked forward to Yu-woo's future appearance. Yu-woo replied to the woman's words by saying that he would never disappoint the seniors. After the Melee left, Miss Mo asked if Yu-woo's words were all serious. Yu-woo smiled broadly and said of course. This young man even has his team name, namely the Wang's team, which means the king's team. Yu-woo thought that the name would create a domineering impression. Miss Mo advises Yu-woo to think clearly. Although forming a team is a simple thing, growing strong is more complicated than imagined. Miss Mo then explained, first of all, the most basic things about team formation are funding and numbers, both of which directly determine the team's early development. The second requirement is resource allocation, including crusade missions, team points, dungeon qualifications, etc. And these usually newly formed teams cannot get the right to actively allocate and can only take the rest of other teams. Ultimately, Yu-woo's team will face the true challenge of another oppression. Even they belong to the same group, no team would allow a new power to emerge. They would try their best to cause trouble for Yu-woo's team, and the young man couldn't prevent them from using all kinds of methods, whether it's a light method or a dark one. And the biggest problem was that once Yu-woo entered the group system, Miss Mo's authority couldn't help him internally, so Yu-woo can only rely on himself. Yu-woo just smiled awkwardly hearing Miss Mo's explanation. This young man just realized that the road ahead sounded a little dangerous. With an annoyed face, Miss Mo asked, why did Yiwu refuse to join the Mogong team? Yiwu changed, serious, and asked, did Miss Mo not understand the true meaning of Yiwu's attitude? He did this on purpose because on the one hand, he didn't want to be restricted, on the other hand, this was all for Miss Mo. Hearing this, Miss Mo was shocked. So Yiwu explained that from the situation just now, Miss Mo's position in the Hanmo group seemed unstable. Melee didn't have any respect for him at all. So, indirectly, Miss Mo's rights have been weakened by the chairman or young master. They must have launched an attack on Miss Mo openly by now. So under these circumstances, even if Miss Mo forced Yiwu into the Mogong team, Yiwu was afraid it would not help Miss Mo. In this case, Yiwu argued it was better for them to build a new team, and this Wangji team would be Miss Mo's exclusive force in the future, as well as being Miss Mo's strongest supporter in the future. Miss Mo was very surprised to hear Yiwu's words. This girl's face even turned red. She didn't expect Yiwu to think that far about himself. But suddenly Yiwu said that everything had conditions. That is, the entire distribution of team profits should be up to Yiwu, and Yiwu's interests cannot be less. The system finally notified that the weakening effect on Yiwu was over and had been lifted. Yiwu was happy because the terrible debuff had finally disappeared. Yiwu immediately stretched his body and said that he had entrusted his family to Miss Mo's care, because this young man still has many things to do. In a slightly high tone, Miss Mo asked what was so important that Yiwu had to leave now, when he finally arrived at the 8th zone. With a big smile, Yiwu said that he would go to watch how professional teams fight dungeon bosses. Yiwu didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hearing Yiwu's words, his parents immediately looked worried. They prevented Yiwu from going because it was too dangerous. Even though his father always supported Yiwu's decisions, this time his father prevented Yiwu. Because what will appear is a level 90 boss which is very different. Yi Yunfei even intervened to stop his older brother because their family had just finally been reunited. Yiwu replied that he understood that everyone in the family was worried about him, but they didn't need to worry too much because he wouldn't be stupid enough to put himself in danger. Miss Mo even reminded them that they were level 40, so the power of was stronger than Yiwu could imagine. Not to mention that this young man had to face the other team members surrounding the boss. If they attacked Yiwu, then they could become more dangerous than the dungeon boss itself. Miss Mo reminded him that after all, the human heart was much scarier than a monster. Yiwu asked the noble lady not to worry because she had her plans. Yiwu also said that he would not enter the war circle and would only watch from the outside. But in his heart, Yiwu said that if an opportunity arose, he would never miss it. In the corner of the room, Mai Oya realized that Yiwu was very strong. Not only that, Yiwu also really likes adventure. It's no wonder that Miss Mo is so interested in him. Mai Oya feels very happy and lucky to be able to join the Hanmo group. But Mai Oya felt that, compared to Yiwu, he was useless. Even though she escaped to Zone 8, this girl still didn't know what she should do in the future. Mai Oya thought, people who are unfamiliar with life here, everything has to start from scratch. How can she give her parents a stable life? At a time when she was feeling anxious like now, Yiwu suddenly approached her and asked if she wanted to join his team. Because this way Mai Oya's parents will get protection from the Hanmo group. In Yiwu's eyes, Mai Oya was a trustworthy person, so Yiwu sincerely invited the girl to join his team. Would Mai Oya be willing? For a moment, Mai Oya was shocked. She stuttered as she was about to answer, but in the end, the girl hugged Yiwu's body while crying. Mai Oya was doubtful, and sobbingly wondered could he be of any use to Yiwu. Mai Oya's attitude made Yiwu think that this rhetoric was a little strange. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, there was Yi Yunfei who was angry because his older brother was hugged by Mai Oya. Yiwu tried to ask Miss Mo if would it be okay if Mai Oya joined now. With a dark face holding back anger, Miss Mo finally answered that this team was proposed by Yiwu, so the young man was completely responsible for the selection of its members. So Miss Mo doesn't mind at all. With a very seductive sad face, Mai Oya thanked Yiwu. The girl promised to continue to grow stronger and become a qualified member of Yiwu's team. In his heart, Mai Oya was determined, from now on, she would only listen to Yiwu alone. No matter what Yiwu ordered, Mai Oya would do it. Yiwu then turned to Commander Wang and asked what they would do next. Commander Wang replied that their house and company were in the 8th zone, so they would return immediately and report the situation as usual. So Yiwu doesn't need to worry about them. Yiwu was happy because everyone had the right arrangements, and he was very confident with 1,000 bets that a level 90 dungeon boss would be very exciting. Seeing Yiwu's enthusiasm made Commander Wang think, facing this difference in level, it is certainly not easy for Yiwu to feel happy rather than afraid. But there is also a contradiction. Before he said that Qin Lu died to save him. This statement is very suspicious about the real situation. But now, Commander Wang no doubt saw Yiwu's very friendly attitude and caring for others. Before Yiwu left, his parents asked the young man not to push himself too hard. Indeed, Yiwu has grown stronger, but his parents are still worried and give him the advice that life is the basis of everything. Yu then advised Nana to always obey her parents when the young man was away, and Yuwu's parents would rely on Nana to protect them. Nana smiled gently and said she would obey the orders of her master, Yuwu. But, in her heart, Nana wanted Yuwu to leave immediately so that she could be free when Yuwu died. Yuwu waved and was preparing to leave when Miss Mo suddenly stopped him and said she would send him the coordinates of the boss's position. Miss Mo will also transfer some items to Yuwu, so they could be calmer when they let Yuwu go to face the crisis. Miss C will also give you all the equipment at the bottom of the storage box and order Yuwu to come back alive. Yuwu immediately got a notification from the system that the two women sent me a lot of things. When it opened, Yuwu was shocked to see the many legendary items he got. Yuwu got 10 level 40 ancient magic crystals, 5 which have a blinding effect. Then there is also which will help the owner escape and is able to deal lower blows. Plus 10, 3, and 2 shock grenades. Yuwu smiled widely, realizing all he got were very practical PvP items. So this young man enthusiastically thanked the two beautiful girls in front of him. But Miss Mo firmly reminded me that Yuwu should come back alive for my sake. Yuwu answered loudly that I understood. Arriving at the 9th safe zone, Yuwu stood on top of a fairly tall building and thought even if he just went to watch, he couldn't do anything without preparation. If affected, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Yuwu immediately entered the system space again. This young man immediately asked the system, "Is there a way to unlock a strong account to 100%? The system replied, "There is no way they can open 100% directly, but there are 2 ways to increase your chances. First, use 300,000 X points to continue to open a basic king account. As long as the amount is large, the host will always be able to open a stronger account." Yuwu replied, after all, that choice sounded like a gold lottery card, full of traps that would consume his money. Meanwhile, the second way is to use 1 million X points to immediately open a special king account. Such a king account will trigger its own special way up to 100%. Yuwu was shocked and asked if there really was such a special king account. Yuwu said, with his personality, he would definitely be curious about the special king's account. But 1 million points sounds excessive. But in the end, he didn't care about it and converted the EXP points from the ancient magic crystal to open the next king's account. The system explains the host has successfully converted 60 ancient magic crystals plus 40 magic crystals for a total of 180,000 EXP points. In addition to the accumulated X points from previous battles, the host's X points currently total 720,000. Yuwu himself was shocked that he managed to get that many points. It turns out that the previous fierce battle was not in vain. Moreover, as long as this ancient magic crystal is measured, the benefits will also be huge. In the future, it should be included in the must-sweep list. Finally, Yuwu received a communication request from Luofeng. When their communication was finally restored, Luofeng smiled happily. In my opinion, Yuwu was great because he was able to restore communication between them. From the other side, Yuwu asked how are the conditions of everyone in the academy. Ruan Tianchen replied, currently they are fine, and everything is done according to Yuwu's orders. Luofeng also explained that they were safe for the time being. Ruan Tianchen and I managed to collect enough food to support them all for 1 week, but their principal was still in a very weak and comatose state. Yuwu replied and told them not to worry, because I managed to get a potion to restore the principal's condition. And now I will immediately return to the academy. Yuwu said there would be a boss extermination battle launched by each group team in the 9th zone. The scale was expected to affect the entire area, but they would all be safe as they hid in underground bunkers. But Yuwu advised them not to take this lightly. Hearing that information, Luofeng asked if Yuwu was going to go fight against the boss monsters. Luofeng cursed because he also wanted to go but his strength still didn't allow it. Yuwu asked Luofeng not to talk about it. He would be here soon and they could talk about all that later after the meeting. Hearing that, Luofeng immediately hung up the phone. So Yuwu had a 3-step plan. First, I will return to the academy to give medicine to the principal. Then I'll go and kill the monsters in Zone 9 to collect EXP points to unlock the special king account before the boss battle. Then the 3rd step, he would do testing at the edge of the boss battle and find out the cause of the leak. Suddenly several special planes drove quite close to Yuwu's head. This young man suspected it was an escape formation from a certain group. Yuwu was very happy to see the plane because I had difficulty seeing the plane unit in the 9th zone. Seeing that all the team planes had gathered, he guessed that there would soon be a battle with the boss in that area. Since there is only one boss monster, it will likely be difficult for the entire team to get along with each other. If they weren't negotiating or engaging in civil war, then they should be able to start fighting the boss and working together. But with the feud between the groups, this would give Yuwu time to collect the XP points. Yuwu's only hope now was there were enough monsters left in Zone 9 to possibly collect 1 million X points. While other people avoided monsters and hoped not to encounter any monsters, Yuwu was the opposite. Yu-Wu smiled and hoped that the monsters would not disappoint me. While running along the messy night zone, Yu-Wu thought that if a professional team had stepped in, then this crisis should be resolved quickly. But the specific time depends on the efficiency, so having them stay and hide inside the academy was indeed the best thing. Yu-Wu has also been given a potion to restore the principal's condition, so all his worries are gone. After the principal recovered yesterday, Yu-Wu directly told him that he used all the items from the academy's treasure room and some of them were used in battle. It even includes the principal's private collection. Yu-Wu apologized and asked for help not to be blamed. Instead of blaming Yu-Wu, the principal actually thanked the young man for using the item properly. As long as it was to deal with monsters, not just the principal's personal treasure, Yu-Wu was even allowed to use the entire academy's resources. The principal excitedly said that if his body had not aged, then it was clear that he would fight with Yu-Wu. But after saying that, the principal coughed again, and his body became weaker, almost falling. Luckily, Teacher Lai managed to help in time. The teacher asked the school to just rest because I had just recovered from a serious injury. Yu-Wu also looked worried about the principal's condition. The old school principal's enthusiasm has not waned. But Yu-Wu hoped that the principal would speak slowly so that Yu-Wu would not worry too much and was shocked by the principal's overzealous attitude. After taking care of matters at the academy, Yu-Wu could freely go out to catch monsters. But all the way out of the academy, he didn't see a single monster, until suddenly several monsters appeared at once, and those monsters were level 30 plus. The monsters were happy that there were still monsters appearing in the neighborhood. They are happy to be able to eat humans again after waiting long enough. Now they would complain no more, for a man had been sent to their door, so they can get rid of boredom. Instead of being afraid, Yu-Wu was happy to see them all. This young man even asked where their other monster friends were. Why is there only this number? Yu-Wu instead asked the monsters to call the rest of their comrades to watch as they looked at the humans who rarely appeared in the area. The monsters were obviously angry seeing Yu-Wu's bold attitude. They were annoyed that a level 6 trash like Yu-Wu dared to act arrogantly in front of them. A bull monster immediately used its giant hammer to smash Yu-Wu to pieces. Luckily, Yu-Wu managed to block the creature's attack with his extremely strong shield. Yu-Wu commented that what the bull monster did was too impulsive, even though Yu-Wu was not wearing red at this time to provoke the bull monster. Moreover, the EXP points from those monsters would also not be enough to stuff Yu-Wu's teeth. After saying that, Yu-Wu slashed the bull monster's neck until it died on the spot. Several monsters were shocked to see Yu-Wu defeat the bullhead monster. They didn't seem to believe Yu-Wu could win that easily. They believed that Yu-Wu must be hiding his strength. Seeing the monsters arguing, Yu-Wu asked them to stop, and he ran off while saying goodbye. Of course, the monsters immediately chased him because they thought the young man would leave. Yu-Wu ran as fast as he could to avoid the monster's pursuit. The cat monster was still asleep until it was shocked and woke up realizing that someone was chasing humans. Because there were more and more people chasing, some of the monsters saw that the person being chased was a human and immediately joined in the chase. Until now, more and more monsters have been chasing Yu-Wu. While running, Yu-Wu looked and counted that there were already around 30 monsters in the area chasing him. So Yu-Wu felt that was enough until he suddenly stopped. The monsters thought that Yu-Wu was so tired that he couldn't run anymore. But unexpectedly, Yu-Wu created a magic shield that instantly covered all of their bodies. It was a fairly powerful G-rank shield and had a lasting time of 360 seconds. The monsters suspected that Yu-Wu had lost his mind because he used the shield to trap himself and the monsters. They suspected that Yu-Wu was planning to capture them all at once with that shield. Yu-Wu answered that their guess was not correct. Then this young man took out 2 giant firearms he had made himself and immediately attacked the monsters with them. All the monsters inside the shield screamed in pain. They wanted to escape, but it was too late because they were already trapped by the shield. But there was a monster that reminded them to attack Yu-Wu together because the young man was alone and there were many of them. But on the other hand, when the monsters wanted to run away, many small spider robots appeared to surround them. The robot is specially designed to find enemies and immediately explode, creating a large explosion for the enemy. Sure enough, with just the spider robot Yu-Wu assembled, many monsters were immediately wiped out with a single explosion. Luckily, Yu-Wu had already prepared the Fire King shield just as the explosion occurred. Yu-Wu said that explosions were an art, but Yu-Wu forgot who was the one who said such a great phrase. After the monsters were wiped out, Yu-Wu gained a lot of experience. In total, Yu-Wu managed to get 120,000 X points. Yu-Wu was happy because this way he could accumulate a lot of experience quickly. In this way, the target points will definitely be collected immediately. But Yu-Wu knows that the area doesn't have many monsters anymore. If he wanted to get more prey, then he had to go deep into the boss area. And the situation would definitely get complicated after that. But Yu-Wu thought that a solution would be found for this problem later on the battlefield. The battle just now was too intense and he was worried that it would attract other teams to take the prize. So he had to hurry to take his prize before they came and created losses that were not worth the effort. Of all the items dropped by the monsters, Yuwu got a legendary quality item. He was surprised an ordinary monster could take down a legend like that. But unfortunately, the cut taken was one of 5 pieces, so there are still 4 more fragments to perfect the item. The carvings on the fragments were also very strange and nothing Yuwu had ever seen before. Yuwu guessed it was foreign text. Yuwu asked who was the person who could understand the words after each part was completely gathered. Yuwu wondered how he would get information about the fragment. Suddenly a large man appeared with 4 female bodyguards around him. The grown man with the terrible face asked what was going on in that place. Why is it so smoky? Was Yuwu the one who did the whole mess? The big man was called Lei Tu. He was level 55 and was from Team Chuangxi from the Tianchuang group. With a serious face, Lei Tu demanded that Yuwu tell the truth if the young man wanted to survive. Yuwu immediately raised his hand and asked the Chuangxi team leader not to shoot because I was just a harmless student. The chairman immediately asked his men to confirm and Yuwu was indeed declared an ordinary student. Of course, the chairman was confused because I didn't know who killed that large group of monsters. Of course, you're annoyed because you missed out on so many experience points and items. The leader then asked what a level 6 like Yuwu was doing there while threatening him. I want to know what Yuwu saw before and who killed that monster. The person asked Yuwu to answer honestly and not hide anything. Yuwu immediately asked the chairman to calm down first. Yuwu then stated that their university was attacked by monsters and I just ran away in panic and accidentally got separated from the group. I happened to run there and didn't know what happened there. But the chairman had another view. Facing the threat of such a knife, most people would subconsciously dodge it, but Yuwu did not do so at all. The chairman suspects that Yuwu is a spoiled and slow to respond student who doesn't even know what danger and death are. But at least Yuwu was very lucky because he could survive even though he was alone. The chief then asked Yuwu to no longer stand in my way. Meanwhile, the leader would focus on fighting with the Mogong team and Yuwu should stay away. Yuwu called the Mogong team the best team that ranked at the top throughout the year. I heard that all the players in the team are very strong and there is no dungeon they can't conquer and they are definitely unrivaled. In my heart, Yuwu immediately knew that the Chuangxi team intended to fight the Mogong team. Therefore, I tried to continue to dig up information by continuing the conversation with the chairman. Sure enough, hearing Yuwu's words, the Chuangxi team leader became very angry. I don't care how strong the Mogong team is, but I'm sure that day they will definitely be able to defeat you so that the Chuangxi team can become the new strongest team in their place. The team leader even knew that Yanhuan was also there. The woman was very beautiful even though she had a very high level. But of course, if I succeed in defeating her later, I have to taste the woman first. Of course, Yuwu wasn't sure that the chairman could do it because Yanhuan was very strong. Of course, Yuwu still tried to stir things up by saying that the Mogong team was very good so the Chuangxi team should have already prepared a plan. The captain has of course prepared his plan, but of course I won't reveal it to Yuwu. That person then threw Yuwu out. Yuwu then said that I was a student who wanted to hear everything. I begged the Chuangxi team leader to grant him his wish. Of course, the Chuangxi team leader became very angry. I was kind enough to let Yuwu live, but that brat was so rude. The leader immediately tried to attack Yuwu at that time and succeeded in beheading him. But it turns out it was just a doll made with puppet card skills. The real Yuwu was already ready with his sword. From the start, team leader Chuangxi started first, so I didn't want to be blamed for taking away his experience points. Yuwu started attacking the leader named Leidu. Yuwu immediately noticed that I was no longer in the second drop. Right now I can't kill a level 50 or above person in a matter of seconds. I just need to change my style of play so I can win the fight because right now I'm outnumbered. Leidu was of course very angry because Yuwu had actually pretended to be weak and stupid to deceive them, even though I was very strong. I asked his men to shoot at Yuwu while I would attack Yuwu again. I was determined to break his body into pieces and then take his corpse to feed the monsters. Yuwu knew that his enemy this time was at a high level. Plus the fight this time is 1 versus 5. He won't be able to last too long. Yuwu must immediately cut the battle line and destroy them one by one. On the other hand, Leidu mocked Yuwu for acting stupidly because he was alone against the Chuangxi team. But of course, Yuwu said that he was not stupid. I have the firepower to back it up. Yuwu took out his weapon again and shocked the Chuangxi team. Yuwu was told that the weapons were still in the cooling period so he had to pay attention to the remaining weapons and ammunition. On the other hand, Leidu who received fire from such special heavy weapons could only protect himself. He mobilized his men to attack Yuwu first so he could think of a way to destroy Yuwu's 2 weapons. Yuwu saw 4 subordinates attacking him with the power of lightning which seemed to speed up their speed. Although surprised, Yuwu believed they would not be able to block the route from all sides. Yuwu started to attack, but all the Chuangxi team's men also dodged quickly. At that moment, 4 of his men suddenly attacked him at the same time. In his heart, Yu Wu was amazed at the good cooperation of such a professional team. Yu Wu had difficulty facing the lightning speed of the 4 beautiful women who are the Chuangxi team's subordinates. I couldn't follow his movements at all. Yu Wu felt very disadvantaged with attribute specialists in PvP. Plus he has to handle 4 at once. Yu Wu even felt that they were better than the leader, but Yu Wu realized that they had disappeared. Yu Wu quickly asked Weiss to look for equipment and speed type items in his storage. Weiss immediately found 2 pieces of equipment and 1 item at that time, namely the level 45 Thunderstone electric armor obtained from the previous Black Tiger mercenary leader, which could increase speed. After that, there is Boosting McQueen's Heart, which is a personal item belonging to the principal that can absorb electricity to increase speed. Weiss confirmed whether Yu Wu would use it now because McQueen's Heart was the last item with a fairly large boosting effect. Yu Wu considered Weiss' words. Even though I might lose everything I got in the treasure room, by destroying the team I would be able to gain 1 million experience points. That would give him hope of opening an account with great destructive power. He was eager to try it, so he immediately started combining all the equipment and items. Of course, the Chuangxi team was a little confused about what was happening. Not long after, Yu Wu appeared in new armor. He said that as a man, there should be no need to be faster than others, but the Chuangxi team's men apparently really wanted to play around with speed. Therefore, Yu Wu would just serve them to play until the end. Yu Wu is now equipped with Thunder McQueen battle armor, which can absorb the power of the lightning attribute, increase strength when attacked, and paralyze the enemy within 2 seconds. In the previous part, Yu Wu encountered quite a difficult problem from another guild leader, but he was able to overcome it with his new strength. However, whether Yu Wu could defeat that person, let's start the story. The Chuangxi team saw the change in attributes. Yu Wu naturally looked down on it. They feel they are still superior in terms of quantity, speed, and level. Yu Wu had absolutely no chance of surpassing them, not to mention the bullets and their shooting speed, which is assisted by lightning. Of course, Yu Wu is confident that he won't lose because I also have the blessing of that lightning. Yu Wu immediately attacked all of the Chuangxi team's men. They were surprised because Yu Wu's movements were so fast. Other subordinates asked everyone not to panic. If long-distance shots were useless, then they could use close combat to defeat him. Yu Wu then prepared to attack one of the women. Previously, he apologized for never bullying other women besides Yunfei, and maybe what I did would hurt them. Yu Wu kicked the woman and was greatly relieved to find an explosion with every attack I made. For him, Thunder McQueen really didn't disappoint. However, before he had time to move, several grenades surrounded Yu Wu and exploded instantly. A subordinate laughed at Yu Wu. Even though that guy became quite fast, still you won't escape their numerous attacks. The level 50 electric grenade would be a funeral for Yu Wu. However, on the other hand, Yu Wu actually got stronger because he absorbed the lightning energy from the previous grenade. Yu Wu actually asked if there was any other energy intake he could get from them. Of course, the men were surprised by Yu Wu's strength. One of the others immediately realized it was because the armor Yu Wu was wearing could absorb electric and lightning attacks and also convert damage into buffs. Of course, it annoyed them because Yu Wu could have such special armor. At that moment, Yu Wu started to attack again and made the girl faint with only 10% HP remaining. Yu Wu got 80,000 PvPX points as a reward. Yu Wu, who had already gained experience points, had no deep hatred and no need to kill them all. But the problem now is that Yu Wu doesn't know where the Chuangxi team leader is. At this time, his shooting weapons would not be able to stop the chairman's movements any longer. If the chairman wanted to attack, then he should have done it a long time ago. On the other hand, the chairman who was hiding was apparently waiting for the gun to run out of bullets, even though it turns out it takes a long time. He wanted to know if the gun had unlimited bullets. Suddenly, the shooting stopped too. The chairman was of course shocked and thought that Yu Wu had finally died. Leidu finally came out of hiding and immediately spoke to his men, who took a long time to fight a kid like Yu Wu. Leidu immediately called for help, but he was shocked because it was Yu Wu who was standing there with his men who had all collapsed. Yu Wu, who was sitting casually, asked whether the Chuangxi team leader would continue to hide at that point if he didn't stop attacking. Of course, Leidu was very angry because Yu Wu was still alive. He was also angry at his men who were lying on the ground. Asked them all to wake up instead of pretending to be dead, or I will return them all. Yu Wu of course couldn't believe it when he saw that Leidu, as the leader, instead of leading his men to defeat the opponent, actually hid behind and allowed his men to attack. Leidu didn't agree with Yu Wu's expression because, to him, those subordinates were just slaves to him. He immediately used the power of electricity and lightning to wake up his men again. Of course, Yu Wu was surprised to see the Chuangxi team troops awakening again. For Leidu, Yu Wu was just a naughty boy worthy of fighting with his slaves. Leidu wanted Yu Wu to start a second round of fighting with them. Yu Wu went back to fighting, but he knew something wasn't right there. Leidu utilizes a mind control skill that attacks the nerve center in a specific way. Yu immediately realized that the subordinates were sad and even crying behind their masks. Of course, Yu became angry because Leidu was just a guy who attacked his own team members. He is not worthy to be the team leader. Leidu just laughed it off and claimed not to care even though his actions were not reprehensible or even a coward in that world. For me, winning is everything. For him, the lives of prostitutes are worthless and can only be used once and then replaced at any time. Even though Yu agreed, he had many ways to win. Yu started to attack and broke Leidu's hand at that time. At that moment, his control over his subordinates was lost. Leidu immediately begged not to be killed. Leidu could see how Yu seemed to be very interested in his female subordinates. He said he would give them all to him. Even though they are just trash, they are still very useful in bed. Yu kicked him again and even stepped on the man's head. Leidu became even more frightened and said that I would give anything to Yu. It was at that time that Yu asked about Leidu's entire plan. He wanted to hear about the Chuangxi team and the Huanzhang team's preparations to fight the Mogong team. He wanted to hear all the details. Leidu finally told everything that he and the Huanzhang team had indeed conspired to attack the Mogong team from behind later when they were busy attacking the boss monster. Yu certainly wasn't sure that that was their only plan. Yu knew that there were still many important things that Leidu had not talked about. After all, such low-level tactics could even be thought of by a 3-year-old child. He was sure that the Mogong team would also be able to overcome it. Yu again threatened to step on Leidu's head. But of course, the chairman immediately begged and promised to tell everything. Leidu then said that according to the Joint Scout Team's investigation, the boss was currently in the central square of the Ninth Zone. Many elite monsters in the surrounding area. However, fortunately, the distance between elite monsters and boss monsters was relatively far, so his attention would be divided. The Chuangxi team would be in charge of holding back the elite monsters so that the Mogong team could concentrate on attacking the boss monsters calmly. Yu was of course curious because the Tianchuang group that belonged to the Chuangxi team was also a big group. So why did the Chuangxi team want to help the Hanmo group? Leidu then explained that the Tianchuang group only looked like a big group on the surface, but 80% of their business was actually provided by the Hanmo family group. So in fact they are just one of the followers of the Hanmo family. During this time they are always called upon to carry out some thankless tasks. Meanwhile, the dungeon profits were taken by Hanmo's group and they couldn't get a single point. Yu started to understand the situation. Leidu felt dissatisfied with all this and was ready to take advantage of it for himself. Therefore, he cooperated with the Huanzhang group to get rid of the Hanmo group. Leidu immediately confirmed it. Later, when the Mogong team managed to suppress the boss monster's HP to 10%, they would pull the elite monsters into the battle circle and then be simultaneously forced out of the war. It was hoped that this would make the elite monsters focus their hatred on the Mogong team when the Mogong team was almost killed. Next, the Chuangxi team will join the Huanzhang team to kill the remaining boss monsters and elite monsters. That way they would definitely be able to share the obtained resources equally. Once it was all over, the Chuangxi group planned to throw all the blame on the Huanzhang team. So, not only were they able to obtain abundant resources, but they also destroyed the Hanmo group. For him, this plan was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yu noticed that the plan looked good, but it was obviously too idealistic. How could Leidu ensure that the Mogong team had no defense against the Chuangxi team? Leidu explained again that the 5 members of the Mogong team did have unmatched strength, but they had one fatal weakness, namely pride. The Mogong team never thought that the Chuangxi team would come back. Moreover, this time the Mogong team only relied on Yihyun, so he had the opportunity to take advantage of it. Yu finally understood and Leidu, who felt he had told everything, again begged to be let go. Yu casually revealed that it was a coincidence that he had just joined the Hanmo group. Even though he wasn't familiar with the Mogong team, of course, he wouldn't be able to watch others try to make the group suffer. Of course, Leidu was shocked because he felt he was being played. Yu finally killed Leidu. From the start, Yu didn't care about him wanting to kill him. However, because Leidu had valuable information, Yu ultimately let him live a little longer. Yu also looked at the Chuangxi team's men and chose to just leave them be. Even though the women were currently in a coma, there were no monsters around them. The Tiancheng group will definitely come to their rescue. Even if they didn't come, the women would definitely wake up on their own. Yu wouldn't worry too much about them. Yu also managed to get a prize of 50,000 experience points and 800,000 in cash plus several items and equipment. One of them, Yu got a passive hormone boost skill which can increase the attractiveness of the opposite sex and can increase the hormones of the opposite sex around Yu. Of course, Yu immediately decided to throw it away because he felt that he didn't need such a perverted skill. That was what he saw from Leidu, who succeeded in controlling his female subordinates who were apparently influenced by this skill. Yu also got an additional 50,000 experience points for successfully defeating 5 people at once. That way he managed to get a total of 1 million experience points. Of course, Yu was happy to know and he immediately entered the system space. Yu immediately asked Weiss if there were any methods or items that could increase luck. Weiss said that there was no such item, but he could calculate and analyze Yu's lucky state at that time. Not long after, Weiss said that Yu's luck level was the strongest SSS level. He didn't need any external help at all and asked Yu to do it immediately. Yu was even more happy because he had a great opportunity for strength and luck at that time. Yu could clearly feel how the god of luck was on his side. Weiss then said that Yu's qualities existed throughout the rift dimension. It was the first time Weiss had seen someone like Yu. Yu understood and finally prepared to unlock the special king account. It was at this time that a black substance came out of the new king's account, which made Yu confused. The system explained that they detected a powerful and unknown evil energy wave. Yu was increasingly confused and he suspected it was a virus that came out of the account. The system experienced an abnormality that made Yu unable to even move. The evil value had even exceeded the threshold that Weiss could calculate. Yu kept losing his attributes, couldn't move and kept losing his HP. The black substance began to fill Yu's body, but he didn't know what to do at all. A system that continues to improve itself can eventually return to normal. The dark power also disappeared quickly. Weiss immediately confirmed Yu's condition. He also immediately apologized because he felt that everything that happened was his fault. Yu, who was still coughing, said he was fine. However, he questioned the god of luck who seemed useless because he almost died. Weiss didn't know either because data wouldn't lie in the first place. Yu was curious about what exactly happened. Other accounts are trying to kill the enemy, while this account is actually trying to kill him as the owner. He had to see where the account came from. Weiss of course agreed, and he also wanted to know which saint had created the account that almost harmed Yu. Yu finally succeeded in opening a new special king account called Shadow King. Shadow King is a name that makes the world tremble. He was the symbol of the power of the fallen blood race and the manifestation of the will of the ancient abyss. The Shadow King has existed since ancient times, having destroyed thousands of worlds. Even the stars have become gloomy in his hands. The Shadow King was finally destroyed by powerful people from different dimensions. The account had been waiting for Yu for quite some time, and he needed to see if Yu was qualified to become the next Shadow King. Yu was of course very surprised to find out that his special king account turned out to be a big villain. Yu was still paying attention to his special king account, which showed the fusion rate. Shadow King can apparently be upgraded with the level of integration. Yu noticed that the account apparently did not require experience points. But the problem is that increasing the account level has now become more difficult. Weiss immediately confirmed. Yu can increase the fusion rate by entering the dimension plane owned by the account and completing special events and related quests. Of course, Yu was even more shocked because he had to enter the dimensional plane where the account was located. That meant he had to make a legendary crossing over. For some reason, Yu felt unsure at that time. Moreover, Yu should also know that only when the fusion rate is higher than 30% can he control it. If it is below that, then he will be faced with uncontrollable danger. Forced use could cause Yu to be swallowed by the account and could even destroy the world. Yu needed to pay close attention. Yu just got even more annoyed. From the start, even just opening it, the account almost killed him. Plus, using it forcefully will cause the destruction of the world. That account is really a big villain. Yu wasn't even sure that the Shadow King could really shake the world. Still, the account felt too abnormal. Yu was sad and annoyed because he felt that his 1 million experience points had been wasted. The system then said that there was a way to forcefully use the account, but perhaps Yu would not be able to accept it. However, Yu still wanted to know about this method. The system then said that the way was to offset the direct effect by using money or huge experience points. Yu wanted to hear the details of its use. The first way is to consume $10 million to maintain a normal state for 10 seconds. Meanwhile, the second way is to consume 500,000 X points with the same conditions as before. Of course, Yu was even more annoyed when he heard that. He had no money or points at all and couldn't find them easily either. Weiss also felt that the system didn't make sense. Yu chose to ignore it. He tried to see the available options. The experience points have now run out and he only has 3 million, which means it can be exchanged in just 3 seconds. Yu might exchange some of the items he obtained previously for money, but he still didn't know if it was enough. He didn't want to suffer another loss, but Yu thought that the more he used his strength, the stronger his account would be. He was sure that even 10 seconds would be able to restore his condition. The remaining monsters in the 9th zone probably wouldn't yield more than 500,000 exp. So, Yu only needed to collect 10 million as soon as possible before he started the battle with the boss monster. Yu was still confused because just thinking about it made his head hurt. He wondered when a fighter like him could become a gold player. Yu returned to the city ruins where he was already very close to the boss monster's location. Yu naturally shouldn't approach him rashly. He had to fight several enemies around there. He hopes there are still fish that escaped the previous net. However, Yu Wu actually found a pile of defeated monsters in front of him. Yu Wu was annoyed that he was one step too late. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his shoulder and a voice greeted him. Yu Wu was very surprised because he didn't see anyone approaching him. He immediately asked who the man was. The man had a big body, making Yu Wu think. Even though his body is big, there is absolutely no sound when he walks. The man asked Yu Wu not to be too nervous and just relax. He then asked if Yu Wu had come to watch the fight. Yu Wu certainly didn't know what battle the man named Zhu Xiaoji was referring to. Yu Wu thought that the man was the same age as him, but had level 50. The man then said that Yu Wu was the same as him, not part of a team or treasure hunter, so he believed Yu Wu was there to watch the fight. Because with their level, they would absolutely not be enough to serve as an appetizer for the boss. Yu Wu immediately agreed. He then asked if Zhu Xiaoji had come alone. The man avoided it because he was a treasure hunter named Pingxian's team. He only heard that a level 90 boss monster would appear in Zone 9 at that time. His boss was the one who brought him there to watch the excitement, as well as observing whether it is possible to make a lot of money through this opportunity. Yu Wu finally knew that Zhu Xiaoji was a treasure hunter. If Yu Wu wanted to have a lot of money, then he had to go with him. That man might help him earn 10 million easily later. Although Zhu Xiaoji also seemed like an honest person, Yu Wu felt bad if he had to take advantage of him like that. Zhu Xiaoji once again invited Yu Wu to go together. Yu Wu wanted to know if the invitation was to go with his team. Zhu Xiaoji quickly confirmed it was because the situation was too chaotic and unsafe for one person to walk around alone, and after all, they were all there to have fun. Yu Wu became a little suspicious whether Zhu Xiaoji was indeed a familiar person or whether he actually had another conspiracy. But before that, he didn't try to attack behind his back. So, is it true that Zhu Xiaoji is a good man? A treasure hunter who is not in the Chuangxi team's plans might be a good opportunity for him to collect money. Yu Wu finally thanked Zhu Xiaoji. He admitted that he was a little scared because he had to walk alone. He felt more relieved with the guard of someone level 50 like Zhu Xiaoji. The man could only laugh and ask Yu Wu to believe him. He assured that the monsters would not be able to harm Yu Wu in the slightest. The man then invited Yu Wu to join his team, and at a glance, he saw the other team members, and all of them were at a high level. Yu Wu was relieved that he would have strong protection at that time. Zhu Xiaoji asked Yu Wu not to be too humble because even though he was at level 6, he knew Yu Wu's level was greater than that. He knew the humans in the city knew how to play, but Yu Wu even deliberately hid his level. Unlike their treasure hunters, he himself admitted to only exaggerating his level in the wilderness to avoid a lot of trouble. However, while the two were still talking, a monster appeared out of nowhere and said that he was relieved to be able to smell meat. At that moment, Zhu Xiaoji easily grabbed the monster's neck and slammed it onto the ground. He was angry because they were humans talking and the monster shouldn't disturb them. Yu Wu was of course very impressed and immediately praised Zhu Xiaoji. The man instead asked about Yu Wu's condition. Zhu Xiaoji admitted that he was surprised because the insect suddenly jumped out and scared him. Unfortunately, the monster didn't have many experience points, which was really disappointing. Yu Wu could only smile and say that it was not a problem. In his heart, he could only deny Zhu Xiaoji's words that he was afraid. The big man clearly looked like an honest person and suddenly gave a fierce blow, as if they were two different people. Zhu Xiaoji again invited Yu Wu to leave as he told him about his team's past glorious deeds and even promised to show them to Yu Wu. Yu Wu thought how with a few words, others would be easily influenced. There are 7 hours left before the battle with Kashua Akao. Zhu Xiaoji finally arrived at their gathering place. Yu Wu recognized that place as the transportation hub of the 9th zone. Seeing the large number of people gathered, Yu Wu wanted to know if they had all come to watch the fight. Zhu Xiaoji said yes because ever since the news spread in the wilderness, either nearby mercenaries or treasure hunters immediately gathered there. That place was the safest as well as the closest to the boss monster battle circle. Meanwhile, 500 meters from them there was a group of monsters. Hence, they used that place as a temporary base. Yu Wu immediately understood. Zhu Xiaoji then greeted the chairman, Lan Qingyan. Lan Qingyan returned the greeting and immediately asked about Yu Wu. Zhu Xiaoji introduced Yu Wu, who happened to meet him on the street. The two had a good talk and Yu Wu also wanted to watch the fight, so he brought him there. Yu Wu greeted everyone there. Zhang Cheng, who saw Yu Wu had level 6, also immediately knew that it was not his real level. People of a similar level in this situation would have already sought shelter or even died. They wouldn't wander the streets with a fat man like him. Hao Shuai immediately embraced Yu Wu and he wanted to know whether the man was good at fighting and what his real level was. Yu Wu said that it was just luck. He then asked whether everyone's safety would be guaranteed if they watched the fight. Hao Shuai assured them that they would be fine. He also said that he didn't like being pulled back when he was engrossed in watching the match later. Yu Wu immediately concluded that Hao Shuai was an outspoken man, but he was not an enemy. Zhu Xiaoji also assured Yu Wu that he would be fine. He also knew that Yu Wu was an individual and mysterious person from the start. There was an attitude that he liked from the start from that Yiwu. Lan Qingyan asked Yiwu to forgive Zhu Xiaoji's overly friendly attitude. Yiwu could only joke and say that because he was the one who always received attention. Lan Qingyan then wanted to know about Yiwu's reasons for joining a foreign group like them, because only people with unhealthy minds would do stupid things like that. He wanted to know whether Yiwu was looking for fun or looking for combat support. Zhu Xiaoji tried to defend Yiwu because he was the one who invited him to join. However, Chairman Lan Qingyan wanted to hear Yiwu's explanation directly. Yiwu then said what if the goal was to kill the boss monster, take the items, and destroy the professional team. Of course, everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. Hao Shuai said that it was a crazy plan and Yiwu didn't seem to realize what he was saying. On the other hand, Lan Qingyan laughed out loud when he heard Yiwu's words. Even his team members had to remind him. Lan Qingyan then told Yiwu that young people like him should have a sense of anger and pride. They have to dream big. For him, Yiwu's words were a big dream and he admired them. In his mind, Yiwu certainly said that he meant what he said. His subordinates knew that their leader was like that. He liked ambitious and energetic youths like Yiwu. He couldn't even hold back. Even at 35 years old, he also looks like a young man. On the other hand, Lan Qingyan happily welcomed Yiwu to become part of the Dai Pingxian team with the temporary name being the Jian Lu team. Yiwu was of course grateful and welcomed the chairman's handshake. Yiwu secretly felt the difference between the people in the team and the mercenaries and treasure hunters he had encountered before. He felt the feeling that a team should have. At that moment, another man appeared and reminded them. He was annoyed because he heard a noise. The man turned out to be Ma Wang, who immediately recognized the chairman, who still seemed to like dealing with low-level people. Even Yiwu, who was only level 6, could enter the team. Ma Wang advised the Dai Pingxian team to immediately change its name to a rookie team. Of course, the team members became very angry and tried to invite Ma Wang to fight. At that time, Zheng Cheng asked the two of them not to get emotional and leave it to their leader. Lan Qingyan immediately spoke up and said that it was none of his business. Dai Pingxian had the right to recruit members, so his Haiyan Mabin team had no right to come and interfere in their affairs. He didn't have time to fight with Ma Wang anyway. Lan Qingyan advised them to return to the wilderness after the boss battle was over and work it out slowly there. Ma Wang naturally became angry that Lan Qingyan dared to talk to him like that. He had long wanted to resolve the problem between the two. He wanted to finish it there immediately. Zhu Xiaoji then explained to Yiwu that the Haiyan Mabing team was their deadly enemy. The team consists of 10 people. Usually, they always compete for resources in the ruins. However, he did not expect that the team would also come to watch the fight. Yiwu came to understand. However, looking at the opponent's level and the amount of advantages possible, Dai Pingxian's experience and overall strength were not that great either. The key is in Lan Qingyan. At that time, Ma Wang encouraged all his team members because they would destroy Dai Pingxian's team that day. However, before the fight had started, Yinhuan and the Mogong team arrived. Everyone was stunned by the arrival of the beautiful woman. They were even devastated. At that time, Yiwu greeted Yinhuan casually and even praised her for coming and gave her a score of 99 points. Yinhuan, who saw Yiwu there, did not expect that they would meet again so quickly. Yiwu casually said that fate was indeed beautiful. Yinhuan praised Yiwu's courage to come to the front line to watch the fight. However, she wondered if it was also possible that Yiwu was there to see it. Yiwu didn't expect Yinhuan could know everything. Everyone who saw it naturally wondered who Yiwu was and what his relationship was with Yinhuan. They were extremely jealous and even wanted to kill Yiwu because of it. On the other hand, Yiwu spoke again to Yinhuan, who immediately mocked him when she arrived. It seemed to him that Yinhuan needed to thank him for that. The other men were even more jealous when they saw Yiwu put his hands on the girl's hips and hoped that she would no longer live. Everyone at the scene was shocked to see Yiwu dare to hold Yinhuan's waist. Some of them thought it was a good show, because people who approach Miss Yinhuan are approaching their death. Miss Yinhuan said that Yiwu's attitude was very bold. People who dared to do something to him in the past usually didn't end well. Besides, Yiwu knew that this was the same as pushing himself into a hole of trouble. So by approaching Yiwu's body until the distance between them was very close, Miss Yinhuan asked whether Yiwu was confident in his strength or was he just a stupid man. With a smile full of confidence, Yiwu replied, it was not important now. Didn't Miss Yinhuan herself want to use means to get close to him and help him attract hatred? Yiwu only drew that point to offend Miss Yinhuan, and it turned out to be quite successful. But for the sake of Miss Moke here, Yiwu asked, Miss Yinhuan won't kill him now, right? Miss Yinhuan smiled at this young man's words. She didn't expect that the young man in front of her was so attractive that she was quite interested in Yiwu. Not long after, a high-class player named Song Yingxiao came and told Miss Yinhuan that time was almost up, and the Chuangxi team had arrived at the designated location and was ready to fight at any time. Miss Yanhuan told the young man to tell them to attack after receiving Miss Yanhuan's signal and not to act rashly. Song Ying-sao obediently bowed and said he would follow the lady's orders. Then Miss Yanhuan walked away, saying that she would collect Yiwu's words at the next meeting. So when they met again next time, then the young man would have to find a way to repay it. Yiwu replied that the miss was not worried, because he would not dare to disappoint Miss Yanhuan. Then when Song Ying-sao passed by his side, the man asked if it was true that the name of the young man in front of him was Yiwu. Yiwu casually confirmed this. But what now? With sharp eyes full of threat, Song Ying-sao said that he would remember Yiwu's name well. Seeing Song Ying-sao's terrifying aura, Wise immediately appeared and warned Yiwu that the man had extremely deadly killing intent. It was as if the man had killed Yiwu thousands of times in his heart. Hearing Wise report made Yiwu think that Song Ying-sao must have misunderstood him. And this is what it feels like to provoke another troublesome character. Wise asked why Yiwu didn't tell them about the conspiracy of the Chuangxi team. Yiwu replied that the time was not right and now people might not believe it. Moreover, if Yiwu said all that without any evidence, then he would only be treated like a fool. So this young man realized he had to speak at the most critical moment in exchange for the greatest benefits later. Wise was satisfied when he realized that his master had a great mind. The bandits around the location were annoyed to see Miss Yanhuan just leave. But from this, they concluded that Yiwu had used Miss Yanhuan to survive temporarily. Some of them looked worried because they were causing problems with children who were close to Hanmo group officials. Meanwhile, Sheaji and Hao Shuai immediately embraced him and smiled broadly, realizing that the young man had succeeded in taking advantage of Yanhuan. Even Sheaji admitted that he was very jealous that Yiwu managed to hold on to Yanhuan's waist. The big young man asked if Miss Yanhuan's waist was soft and did she smell good. Sheaji even asked to kiss Yiwu's hand that had been stroking Miss Yanhuan's waist. This big man was very sure that the fragrance of his miss still lingered on Yiwu's hands. But Yiwu quickly grabbed his arm and said that the big man was perverted. Captain Lan didn't expect that this young man who had just arrived was interesting. Zhang Cheng also thought that Yiwu was not a simple figure because he could have a certain relationship with the Mogong team. Some of the other treasure hunters realized that Yiwu was not an ordinary person, so they should not provoke him. They asked each other what to do now. Yiwu asked didn't they want to fight, so they can fight now. Suddenly the bandits changed their minds and ran away. They made the excuse that they wanted to save their strength to fight elite monsters only. The majority of the bandits were not afraid of Yiwu, but of Mogong's team, because they didn't know what relationship there was between Yiwu and the Mogong team. So they chose to leave for their good. Hao Shuai shouted at them not to provoke him anymore or next time he would kill them straight away. Sheaji even accused them of being trash who could talk nonsense. After the annoying bandits left, Chief Lan said that he really shouldn't have asked Yiwu's secret, but that the young man's actions were truly extraordinary. So he asked how Yiwu could do it. Yiwu replied that it was just a normal action, so the chairman shouldn't be surprised. Chairman Lan said that holding a top team's ace was not considered normal. So with a smile full of patience, Chairman Lan asked who Yiwu's true identity was. Yiwu answered with a big smile that he was just an ordinary student. But he met some team members by chance and mastered several ways to make money. Hearing the words making money immediately made Sheaji and Hao Shuai excited again. They immediately urged Yiwu to tell them how to make money quickly. The chairman immediately reminded his two members to calm down and not make things difficult for Yiwu. The commander also asked Yiwu not to be surprised by the attitude of his two members, because they are treasure hunters who are very sensitive to the word making money. Yiwu replied that it didn't matter. This young man ended up being willing to say it because he had a very good impression of this group. But before that, Yiwu explained that there were reasons, including how much money they wanted to invest in this to make more money. Zhang Cheng asked Yiwu to just speak frankly when it came to money. This young man with glasses asked, was Yiwu telling the truth or was he a low-level liar? But Yiwu's previous actions had dispelled any doubts that the young man was a liar. But even if there was a way to make money, most people would not take the initiative to reveal it. With a serious face, Zhang Cheng said that since Yiwu had taken the initiative to reveal and pull his entire group into the group, it meant that there was a risk at this doorstep, and Yiwu had previously drawn the conclusion that the young man would rob a professional team and snatch the boss. With a confident smile, Yiwu confirmed Zhang Cheng's words. Yiwu didn't forget to praise Zhang Cheng's cleverness in being able to guess his intentions so precisely, but one of them said that was impossible. Yiwu also said that of course what he wanted to do sounded impossible at the beginning. But if they highlight the door point, then with that door it is possible that anything can happen. Then Chairman Lan asked, how many points did Yiwu expect from the investment amount? And how much can his team get in return? Yiwu estimated that it would be at least 10 million or no limit. And the more the team chooses, the more points they will get. All the members were very surprised to hear that the estimated points Yiwu wanted to reach 10 million. Sheaji even reminded Yiwu that this amount was not something that could be achieved at will. But Yiwu still emphasized that what he said was serious. According to him, the higher the investment risk, the higher the investment, the greater the income. Chairman Lan finally asked Yiwu to tell him two things. First, what is the decisive door to making money that Yiwu said, so they can assess whether it is worth the investment. Secondly, if they invest that amount of money, how much income can they earn? Yiwu answered he couldn't reveal the specific details of the first question yet, but after they confirmed the cooperation, Yiwu would tell him everything at the right time. As for the second question, Yiwu could answer definitely after the matter was resolved. He guaranteed they would get back at least 100 million. The four of them were immediately shocked to hear Yiwu's answer. How Shuai and Sheaji laughed at Yiwu for talking about impossible things like dreams. According to them, it is impossible to earn that kind of money. Yiwu said firmly that he was not joking and asked them to imagine a little about the best possibility. Zhang Cheng replied, according to Yiwu's imagination, they should overthrow the Chuangxi and Mogong teams first, and then overthrow the level 90 boss so that they could get 100 million. But no matter how imaginative he was, Zhang Cheng still couldn't imagine that kind of fantasy. Finally, Chairman Lan spoke up asking all his members to calm down. Chief Lan said they weren't intentionally making fun of Yiwu, it was just extraordinary that the young man suddenly said such exaggerated words as a newcomer. Chairman Lan honestly said that they had just had an accident not long ago, which caused most of their valuables to be lost. So even if they believed in Yiwu, they would not be able to give so much money. Yiwu answered that it didn't matter. According to him, business is still business. After all, in this era, there were not many people with a true temperament like Chairman Lan. Then Yiwu wouldn't waste everyone's time, so he would leave the team first. But suddenly Chairman Lan stopped him and said that he wasn't finished talking yet. Although they can't give much money, but he knows who has money and they can borrow from the group together. Yiwu was surprised and asked what Chairman Lan meant by the word borrow. Meanwhile, not far from where they were, the Haiyan Mabbing group led by Chairman Ma Huang was fighting against two level 50 elite monsters. One of the members asked Chairman Ma whether it was safe for them to fight level 50 elite monsters like now. Chairman Ma says that this is no problem. According to him, they will be able to survive even though it is difficult. Suddenly, Yiwu's explosive spider monster crawled towards them. The members of the Haiyan group suspected that the monsters were getting crazier because of the spider robot. So one of the Haiyan group members kicked the robot, creating a quite loud explosion. Chairman Ma panicked and asked his members who were injured by the explosion to immediately heal themselves as soon as possible. Right after that, several more elite level monsters appeared. Just when they were thinking about running away from the elite monsters who were about to attack them, suddenly a large shield appeared to protect Chairman Ma and all his members. They were amazed and wondered who created the protective energy shield at the right time. Chairman Ma's entire group said that they didn't have items like that high-level shield. At this moment, Yiwu appeared from behind Chairman Ma and said that he missed Chairman Ma after not seeing him for a while. Yiwu appeared with Chairman Lan and all his members. Yiwu stepped confidently toward Chairman Ma and said that he had arrived on time to protect Chairman Ma and all his members. But Yiwu suddenly said that how long the energy shield can last depends on Chairman Ma's sincerity. The previous part ended with Ma's group getting into trouble where they were surrounded by several monsters, and because the monsters were too strong they were overwhelmed and almost lost. Luckily, at the right time, Yiwu came to help even though it wasn't free, so how does the story continue? Let's start the storyline. When Chairman Ma asked what Yiwu meant, the young man casually said that Master Ma's life was in his hands. So if Lord Ma wanted to live, he had to hand over his money to Yiwu. Mr. Ma's team members blamed Yiwu and thought the young man was shameless for taking advantage of other people's difficulties. They refused to give Yiwu the money. Because they said so, Yiwu turned around and said he would leave. Master Ma frantically stopped the young man and said he would pay 3 million if Yiwu saved all their lives. Hearing Mr. Ma's request made Chairman Lin ask, 3 million. Is Mr. Ma begging? Last time Master Ma had used a trick and seized the resources of ruin number 69 of Master Lin's Depinxian realm, so at least Master Ma has to give 6 million if he wants to survive. Hearing Mr. Lin's words made Mr. Ma even more angry. He said even if he died at that place and was killed by a monster beast, he still wouldn't get 6 million. Then regarding the problem in Region 69, it was because members of Mr. Lin's group betrayed him. So of course Mr. Ma will not miss the opportunity and seize the opportunity in front of his eyes. Sheaji was very angry with Master Ma and wanted to curse, but Yiwu stopped him and said that they weren't there to fight and that they didn't want to care about Master Ma's complaints about the previous matter. Yiwu reminded me that the time for the energy shield was coming to an end. Now the hatred from wrongdoing can be concentrated on Master Ma, and the time left for him is running out. Right after Yiwu finished speaking, a monster managed to destroy a small part of the shield and took away the bodies of members of Master Ma's group. Several of Mr. Ma's members urged him to just agree to Yiwu's offer because where there is life, there is hope. So as long as their team is safe, then the money can be earned back sooner or later. Finally, Mr. Ma agreed to give 6 million very reluctantly. Then he immediately forced Yiwu to save himself and all his members. But Yiwu played a trick on the man and changed his mind again and asked for 12 million. Mr. Ma becomes even more furious and accuses Yiwu of blackmailing him. Unexpectedly, Yiwu admitted from the start that he had intended to blackmail Master Ma. The members of Mr. Ma's group became even more panicked when they saw that the huge arm managed to break through the defensive barrier again. Finally, Mr. Ma was forced to agree to the price that Yiwu asked for, namely 12 million. But Master Ma could only give Yiwu 6 million first and would pay off the rest after Yiwu rescued all the members of his group. But suddenly Yiwu raised the price again to 15 million. With a sly smile, Yiwu said he would add 3 million to the price every time Mr. Ma protested the price he gave. Finally, Master Ma was forced to agree to Yiwu's request and didn't protest anymore. Mr. Ma immediately sent a transaction request of 15 million to Yiwu. While mocking Yiwu, he said that Master Ma should have behaved like this because he met a good person like Yiwu who only took his money and was willing to help him without having to kill him. In his heart, Master Ma was very angry with Yiwu, but for now, he would follow the way this young man played. No matter what the relationship between Yiwu and Yinhyun of the Mogong team was, Lord Ma was determined to kill Yiwu when he had the chance. Because the money had been obtained, Yiwu immediately asked all his brothers, namely members of Mr. Lin's team, to start attacking the monsters and save Mr. Ma and all his team members. Excitedly, the 4 of them charged, attacking the elite monster. Seeing Master Lin's group in action made the members of Master Ma's group sad, because previously the elite monster belonged to them. Mr. Ma asked them not to worry and to follow his very evil orders. The first person to report having cleared out the elite monsters was Sheaji. He looked happy because he had an opponent who was not that strong. But suddenly, an object fell by Sheaji's side. The big young man was shocked when he saw the object, but it was too late. The smoke bomb had exploded and Sheaji couldn't see anything. Not long after, several other smoke bombs exploded. It was the work of Mr. Ma and all his members. He deliberately wanted to run away so he wouldn't have to pay Yiwu the rest of the money. With this, they will restore their HP and be sure to kill Master Lan's entire group along with Yiwu. Mr. Ma believes that in the old world, only sick people could live to the end. Yiwu smiled and asked if it was really like that. At this time, several members of Mr. Ma's group were successfully intercepted by Mr. Kan and Hao Shuai. Seeing that several of his members had been detained by Mr. Lan's group, Mr. Ma panicked. He reminded all his members that even if the opposing group managed to control some people, they would still have the advantage in terms of numbers. Mr. Ma told all his members to use the remaining restorative bottles to restore 30% HP and fight the members of Mr. Lan's group. Hearing Tuan Ma's words made Yiwu ask whether it was true that they won, because at this time Yiwu shot at several members of Master Ma's group. Even Sheaji and Zheng Cheng attacked Master Ma's members until one by one all their members died and only 2 remained. Yiwu then asked again, does Master Ma now still think that he has more members than Master Lan's group? Now, Master Ma could only stand quietly where he was. The big man's body shivered in fear seeing all his members on the beach before his eyes. Yiwu then said that Master Ma Wang had said something wrong about Earth's old age. Yiwu insists that only the strong can live to the end. Mr. Ma realizes the situation is not good, so Plan 16 is the best plan he has now. He never threw away his own life in that place. So Mr. Ma decided to immediately run away without caring about the rest of his members. Sheaji shouted, how could Mr. Ma have the heart to escape alone without caring about his companions? Is he stillborn to be called the chairman? Mr. Ma instead answered that the remaining members were trash and deserved to be used as shields. Mr. Ma doesn't care about anything other than himself. According to him, as long as he is safe he can still find other members. After all, everyone in this era tried to survive in groups, so brotherhood is not valuable at all. Unexpectedly, Master Lan appeared right in front of Master Ma and pointed his large sword right in front of Master Ma's face. Mr. Lan said that even if they let Mr. Ma go, Mr. Ma's colleagues would not allow it. Sure enough, Mr. Ma's colleagues immediately became angry when they saw Mr. Ma acting like that. He didn't expect the chairman to have the heart to leave him, even though Master Ma once said that they had to live and die together. Now he just realized that Mr. Ma lied to him. Master Ma fell silent, until finally he said that he did not expect to fall to this point. Because this is the last of our problems, Mr. Ma was killed, so now Mr. Ma has resigned himself to kill him. He said that he did not want to kill Master Ma, because the leader of the group at least has a net worth of more than 15 million. So Yiwu asked Master Ma to show him where the rest of his money was. Hearing this, Mr. Ma immediately accused Yiwu of being a devil who kept urging Mr. Ma to spend all his money. Mr. Lan accused Mr. Ma of still pretending. Even though high-end mabbing Tuan Ma depends on many people, they also often loot and suppress peers, stabbing knives in the back and making money of more than 15 million. If Master Ma would tell Yu about the hiding place of his money, then Master Ma's good fortune would be in the end. This would leave evil people like Yu with little to do. In his heart, Yu was a little annoyed when he was called a bad person even though he was an upholder of justice. But Yu still squatted in front of him and said, as the leader of the group, it would be too dangerous to carry so much money with him. So Yu was sure that Master Ma would find a safe place to hide all the money. Yu asked the mature man to tell him the position where he hid the money honestly, so Yu will consider letting go of Master Ma. Hearing Yu's words made Master Ma immediately step back in panic. This man wondered how Yu knew about that. Master Ma suspected that Yu had prepared such a bad plan for him, so he thought Yu was very greedy and shameless. Suddenly Yu stood up with a cheerful face and didn't expect that the middle-aged man would say so his guess was correct. Shaoji showed a thumbs up and appreciated their plan being successfully executed. Finally, Mr. Ma could only surrender and laugh loudly while admitting that he had indeed hidden his money and many other assets. But he wouldn't say anything. Tu and Ma laughed crazily and told them to just kill him because Tuanla would never give a penny of his money to all of them. Suddenly, the only member of Mr. Ma's group who was still alive said that he knew where Mr. Ma had hidden his money. He will accompany Mr. Lan's group to that place. Mr. Ma was very shocked to hear his member's words and asked while shouting, how did his member know the place where his treasure was hidden? Mr. Ma's team member replied that he accidentally discovered the place while urinating. Mr. Ma hid all his money in a dilapidated factory. Angered by his own member's words, Mr. Ma immediately raised his sword high and prepared to kill his member. But Shaoji immediately stood in front of the poor man and blocked Master Ma's attack. Shaoji even laughed at Mr. Ma's anger at being betrayed by his members. Yu said that in this era, apart from being cruel and having to be strong, one must remember to have good thoughts. Yu was ready with his weapon to finish off Master Ma, but Master Lan stopped Yu and asked the young man to hand over the last piece to Master Lan, because he wanted to end the grievances between the two of them. Of course, Yu welcomed it. Mr. Lan stood towering in front of Mr. Ma and said that even though there were many complaints between them, Mr. Lan still wanted to know one thing, namely, where was Huazi? Master Ma said that he didn't know either because they were traitors from Master Lan's army. Mr. Ma said curtly that the person had only complained to him first. He was tired of playing with groups of people like Master Lan and his shallow members. Mr. Ma said that the person just wanted to make money. That's why Master Ma deliberately incited him to betray Master Lan. Even though Mr. Ma didn't treat those people as his members, he managed to make them rich. Meanwhile, Mr. Lan couldn't do anything for them. Mr. Ma even questioned whether Mr. Lan ever thought about their feelings. Without further ado, and because he was fed up with hearing Mr. Ma's words, with one swing of his large sword, Mr. Lan killed Mr. Ma. Master Lan's attack managed to amaze Yu, because the attack succeeded in destroying the two walls in front of them. Yu suspected that Master Lan was stronger than Miss Mo's two personal guards who were also level 60. The system finally appeared notifying them that they had managed to obtain 10,000 experience points and several high-class items dropped by Chairman Ma. After killing Master Ma, Master Lan approached Yu and said he couldn't lead his members to a good life no matter how good his words were. So he felt that he had lied to Yu. Hearing the chairman's words made all the members come to encourage. They asked the chairman not to be influenced by Mr. Ma's words, because they believe in Mr. Lan's principles. They would even directly beat up Master Lan if he acted like a criminal. Seeing the warmth between them made Yu want to have team members like them someday. Yu then invited them to go and find the money. Today they will make a lot of money. On the way to where Mr. Ma hid his treasure, Yu asked if Mr. Lan was also a treasure hunter who usually hid his wealth in random places. Mr. Lan confirmed this. Because their work is a high-risk job, and every day they spend a lot of time on the road, they bring as little money as possible. However, very few people usually store their assets in a safe place like Chairman Ma Wang's. Member Mr. Ma Wang explained that the chairman didn't hide much because they were always together, and so far the other treasure hunting teams have not posed too much of a threat to them. But because they were worried that this hunt would cause conflict with the professional team, they were temporarily looking for a place to store all the valuables they had. Finally, they all arrived in front of a very damaged and abandoned warehouse. Mr. Ma's team member explained that that was where the boss hid all his wealth. When Shaoji asked everyone to rush in, Yu suddenly stopped them. Yu saw that something was moving in front of them. Although when you looked closely it turned out to be a level 65 goblin secret demon. The monster was digging up Mr. Ma's treasure and was carrying a large bag filled with treasure on its back. Yu then revealed that secret demons were a type of monster that had been introduced in books, but the type of thief secret demon was never mentioned. Yu wondered if the existence of the monster was hidden. Zhu Shaoji, who saw the monster, was very impressed because he could make a lot of money. This time he felt he had to catch him. Of course, Hao Shuai immediately told the man to be quiet because the monster might be startled by his screams, and in the end, they wouldn't be able to get any money. Lion King Yan then revealed that the thief's secret demon was a rare secret demon that was both special and rare. They naturally like to collect treasures, and large amounts of treasure are often hidden where they appear. Yu Wu then concluded that perhaps Ma Wang's previously hidden treasure had now been taken by the treasure-stealing secret demon. Lion King Yan then pointed to the big bag on the secret demon thief's back and said that it was a dimensional sack. All the treasures he collects will be stored in this bag, which has unlimited storage. Yu Wu then determined whether by killing him, they could get the many treasures in the bag. Lion King Yan immediately confirmed, but even that was just one advantage. They even have a bigger advantage, namely if they can kill secret demon thieves above level 60 or above, they will be able to get the portal key item to their lair. Their lair is rumored to have more treasures than can even be counted. Yu Wu was interested, but he realized that the secret demon thief would be difficult to defeat. He then asked Lion King Yan what steps they could take. Lion King Yan stated that the thief's secret demon was indeed difficult to deal with. The difficulty was not whether he could be killed or not, but rather whether they could catch him or not. If the monster is threatened, it can run away at incredible speed. If it is not caught and killed quickly, the monster can summon a portal and escape to its lair. Yu Wu immediately concluded that the key to their success lay in control. Lin King Yan confirmed, but it was still difficult to achieve effective control. Lin King Yan then revealed that many years ago, when he was still a beginner, he once participated in a team consisting of 10 people. At that time he met a level 25 secret demon thief in the wilderness. However, under the siege of all of them, Lion King Yan was stunned by the monster's ability to escape. He possessed speed and cunning that were beyond human imagination. Yu Wu was of course very confident and asked everyone to calm down because he was a master of control. If everyone there believed him, then they just had to do what he said. Zhu Xiaoji quickly stated that he would trust Yu Wu. It seemed to him that Yu Wu was the lucky star of their Depingxian team. He would listen to everything Yu Wu said. At that time, Ma Wang chose to leave. Zhu Xiaoji invited him. As the man thanked him before leaving, Zhu Xiaoji became very annoyed that the man was noisy, without realizing that he was much noisier at the moment. That's when Zhang Cheng and Hao Shuai immediately covered Zhu Xiaoji until he fell to the ground. Yu Wu, who saw the commotion, could only reveal his strategy. At that time, the secret demon thief was still busy collecting lots of treasures while humming. Just then, Yu Wu and Depingxian surrounded him and started wearing scary looks. Yu Wu saw the good harvest and said that they should share the harvest. The monster spoke a language he couldn't understand, so Yu Wu immediately asked Weiss for help translating it. Weiss then said that the monster was making fun of her. He challenges everyone to catch it and will allow them to take the treasure if they succeed in doing so. The monster also said that Yu Wu was an arrogant man. Yu Wu didn't feel offended at all because he had said such things before. However, he started to take out his sword and stated that he was interested in the secret demon thief's money. The monster would give it to him if Yu Wu managed to catch it. As expected, the secret demon thief moved very quickly. However, Zhu Xiaoji had already blocked off the road at one point with his shield. The monster certainly wasn't afraid because there was only one person there. Then, Zhang Cheng and Hao Shuai asked him to stop and immediately attacked with their respective moves. The secret demon monster naturally easily dodged all the attacks and felt the upper hand, until finally Zhang Cheng managed to trap the monster's legs. Hao Shuai immediately praised him, but Zhang Cheng asked him to be quiet. The returning monster was able to cut it easily, which made Zhang Cheng surprised. When that happened, a shield made by Yu Wu immediately trapped the monster within it. He tried to free himself, but his efforts were unsuccessful. Zhu Xiaoji then asked the monster to surrender because it could no longer run. Hao Shuai was also curious about how the secret demon would escape from the shield. However, the secret demon thief was not at his wit's end. He used a move to multiply himself, making everyone surprised and confused. Yu Wu immediately ordered everyone to chase the thief's secret demon separately and not let it escape. They also have to direct it and catch it in one direction. They then chased the secret demon and saw how its movements slowed down. They believe it is one of the clones and must immediately capture it. Hao Shuai uses the Hunter's Eye move, which can increase attack and speed within 30 seconds. However, it was at this time that Zhu Xiaoji quickly moved past all his colleagues and Hao Shuai was very surprised to see him. Of course, Zhu Xiaoji couldn't help but laugh because even though he was fat, he did have flexible surfing skills. Zhu Xiaoji was using early surf, which harnessed magic power into the shield and moved quickly as a vehicle while destroying all obstacles in the path of travel. Zhang Cheng casually mentioned how noisy they all were. He wanted to know when his partner would be able to mature a little. He wanted his colleagues to be a little quieter, like the ones who casually drank coffee on the magic carpet. Zhang Cheng is using Baby Ollie's magic carpet, which can move at high and stable speed and can even prepare food and drinks. Zhu Xiaoji and Hao Shuai were even more surprised to see their colleague. On the other hand, Lion King Yan certainly didn't want to lose. He was happy to see all his troops so energetic. However, he will also show his abilities, namely strike the mountain and get over the world. With this, he can jump into the air and deliver a hard punch. But it turns out, the secret demon thief he killed was fake. Likewise with the secret demon thief who was killed by his men. Lan Qingyan immediately realized that the thief's secret demon's true body was the one that was heading towards Yiwu. The original secret demon thief went towards Yiwu because he was the one with the lowest level. However, the portal finally opened and the monster intended to escape. Everyone asked Yiwu not to let the thief's secret demon return to its nest. However, the monster simply passed by Yiwu and said that Yiwu could only dream of catching it. Seeing this incident, everyone was naturally confused as to why Yiwu didn't stop him. Yiwu asked everyone to calm down. At that time, the secret demon thief suddenly saw a book fall on the ground. He was interested in turning around and returning to pick up the book that was lying by Yiwu's side. Everyone was also confused as to why the secret demon thief actually changed his direction. It turns out that the secret demon thief was interested in an adult magazine. At that time, Yiwu used a love secret animal trap, which is a level 60 trap that can cause the forbidden copper effect. Yiwu knew that secret demon thieves who were still part of the secret demon clan had a perverted nature in their DNA that could not be changed. Therefore, he deliberately set a trap and waited for the secret demon thief to head towards the portal. It turns out the results are really in line with what was expected. Of course, the thief's secret demon, who knew that he had been framed, became very angry and wanted to kill Yiwu. It was then Lan Qingyan praised the great Yiwu. Likewise, Zhu Xiaoji also joined in the praise. On the other hand, Yiwu didn't want them to be too happy. The secret demon thief had unpredictable thoughts. Besides, the traps also don't last long. They had to get rid of the monster as quickly as possible. Lan Qingyan then volunteered to kill the secret demon thief because he had annoyed him. Zhang Cheng asked everyone to step back just in case. Although the thief's secret demon did not have high defense, it was still a level 65 elite monster. Lan Qingyan had to make a strong slash to successfully kill it, and standing too close could cause them to be hit. Lan Qingyan finally succeeded in killing the monster, and it made their team gain some advantages. They got 200,000 team experience points and Lan Qingyan got an additional 50,000 points. They also got 40 million in cash as well as several rare items and weapons. They get the mysterious short sword of the water spirit, which can increase their speed and dodging ability. Apart from that, it can also cancel enemy equipment and item features for 10 seconds. They are happy to be able to make a lot of money. However, one thing that must not be forgotten is the Ring of Luck, which is the key to getting to the nest of the secret demon that steals treasure. They were even happier because they actually managed to get the key. They were able to get a good harvest thanks to following Boss Yiwu's orders. While they were still celebrating their success, a roar suddenly sounded. Lan Qingyan was sure it was the sound of the boss fighting. Hearing that, Yiwu became confused about what to prioritize. Should he defeat the boss monster or explore the thief demon's secret lair first? Yiwu was still confused about whether he should choose between fighting the boss monster or exploring the secret demon's nest first. Lan Qingyan then asked Yiwu not to worry too much because time in the secret demon nest passed slower than in the real world. 1 hour in the nest is equivalent to 1 minute in the real world, although he also didn't know the exact comparison. Of course, Yiwu was happy to hear that because there was nothing for him to doubt now. He immediately opened the dungeon door. Yiwu again asked Lan Qingyan about other information in the dungeon. Things like monster levels, precautions, or the like. Apart from the timing, Lan Qingyan knew that the dungeon had monsters of random levels. Yiwu considered it, and that meant he had to be more careful and conquer the monsters one by one to find out later. Yiwu finally decided to enter with the Depingxian team. He could immediately feel that there was a strange, unknown atmosphere ahead, so he asked everyone to be alert. The Dipingxiang team actually felt ready. Zhu Xiaoji was of course even more excited because they were destruction hunters who were indeed looking for previously unknown things. The adventurous spirit in his body was already burning at that time. Likewise, Hao Shuai couldn't wait to make a big fuss. Likewise, Seng Zhang became increasingly curious about what was inside. They finally entered the dungeon together, which turned out to be level 35. Zhu Xiaoji was disappointed because the dungeon turned out not to be of a very high level. However, Lan Qingyan asked him not to take it lightly. Even though the dungeon was only level 35, they didn't know anything yet and had to be careful. Yiwu asked them not to be disappointed after he saw what was below. Zhu Xiaoji was surprised because there were a lot of gold coins piled up below. However, Hao Shuai asked him to focus more because downstairs there were still many treasure-stealing secret demons standing guard. Zhang Cheng immediately confirmed. He could see a total of 15 secret demon thieves, all of whom were rare elites. Their locks don't look high. Zhu Xiaoji naturally couldn't wait to see it. He wanted to immediately finish off the monster. It will attract attention and make them despair. He asked everyone not to worry about it. Lion King An was getting annoyed because Zhu Xiaoji was moving too hastily. Zhu Xiaoji immediately attacked the crowd and scolded everyone for all the rubbish which was used to provoke all targets and increase the hatred value. The secret demon thieves were shocked to suddenly see so many intruders there. They naturally immediately moved to kill Yu Wu and the others. The battle soon broke out even though Yu Wu misfocused on the random names of the Depingxian team members. Yu Wu asked everyone not to attack the central altar. Then he asked everyone to move aside because he would use full firepower which would not give the secret demon a chance to breathe. The secret demon thought of a way to escape, but Yu Wu wouldn't let it. He attacked the secret demon thief with a full attack and even made the dungeon full of smoke. Zhang Cheng couldn't understand because Yu Wei had previously asked them not to attract too much attention, but it was Yu Wu who made the dungeon full of fog. Lan Qingyan also said that Yu Wu's firepower was too fierce. Yu Wu could only laugh and apologize. He just tried to secure the situation by not releasing a single secret demon thief and now it was all over. Yu Wu then invited everyone to enjoy their harvest. The secret demon thief took out many items. They were happy because they could get the jackpot at that time. They got 75,000 experience points and got 85 million in money. They also got several items, including the Front Guardian which is a shield with good defensive capabilities, the Rocky Magic Gun which can be used to shoot short and long distances, the Dragon Soul Great Sword which holds a certain dragon in it, the Scripture of Elements which is a magic book which record the origins of elements. Each member gets this rare item. Lan Qingyan didn't expect that each of them would obtain new and powerful epic equipment. Zhu Xiaoji was happy that he had received such a strong shield and now felt safe to hold off the enemy. Hao Shuai was happy because he got a cool arrow that he liked. Zhang Cheng also got a good book even though he felt uncomfortable and afraid. Yu Wu, who didn't get any equipment, was quite satisfied with tens of millions of money that could be used to pay in full. After all, the new equipment received by the Depingxian team could increase their combat effectiveness which would be very important for the next battle. Yu Wu then asked them all to calm down as they hadn't even started the main event yet. A large treasure chest on the altar was the true final destination. Seeing the treasure chest, Zhu Xiaoji became very curious about the contents of the unknown level treasure chest. The chest is clearly a mysterious prize package that must be of fantastic value. Hao Shuai was no less enthusiastic in saying that he was the best at opening such mysterious boxes. However, Yu Wu immediately stopped the two from acting rashly. He reminded the two of them how previously the secret demon thief had been seen kneeling and dancing around the treasure chest. Zhu Xiaoji also noticed the strangeness. It was as if a secret demon thief was worshipping the treasure chest. Zhang Cheng then revealed that usually worship objects were spiritual objects, so perhaps the contents of the treasure chest were one of them. Lan Qingyan put aside whether the contents of the treasure chest were spiritual or not, but there were a series of procedures that had to be followed when finding and opening a treasure chest in the wilderness. Yu Wu naturally wanted to know what he meant. Lan Qingyan then explained that they should not approach the unopened treasure chest rashly. They had to make sure that the chest was not a trap before they approached it. Lan Qingyan finally threw the body of the secret demon thief and the chest suddenly opened and went and ate the body. They were annoyed because the treasure chest turned out to be a monster called the Dream Demon of Greed. Lan Qingyan had heard of such a treasure box monster before, but that one was not only a rare elite, but had also reached level 90. He also concluded that it was the same level as the boss monsters outside because they were both the same at level 90. Lan Qingyan could only give up because their level was too low and they had also made quite a lot of money that day. He also reminded Yu Wu not to be too greedy because they might end up dead. Lan Qingyan wanted to know Yu Wu's decision, while Zhu Xiaoji would do whatever Yu Wu chose. Yu Wu finally decided to split the money they got before. Although surprised, Lan Qingyan also thought it was a good idea. Lan Qingyan then talked to his team members and that day they managed to get 140 million thanks to Yu Wu's ability and leadership. Therefore, he planned to give Yu Wu as much as 70 million. All team members immediately agreed without any objections at all. To them, if Yu Wu wasn't around, then they wouldn't even get a cent from the trip. Yu Wu's abilities were the best and he should have gotten the biggest share. Yu Wu in his mind felt so amazed that with the temptation of such a large amount of money, the Depingxian team did not try to kill him or take his share, but instead divided the proceeds into two parts. Yu Wu was relieved because he had not misjudged that the Tum was indeed worthy of trust. They could also work together more in the future. Lan Qingyan, who had decided, finally divided the amount of money received by the Depingxian team among the 5 people present. Moreover, each of them had also gotten a new weapon so they wouldn't need much money in the future for shopping. Yu Wu has also succeeded in getting the 70 million that was agreed upon previously. After the process was complete, they decided to return. However, Zhu Xiaoji had asked Yu Wu about what methods he usually used to earn money. He didn't mean to be greedy but just wanted to weigh the risks. However, instead of answering, Yu Wu actually looked closely at the treasure chest. Zhu Xiaoji asked Yu Wu not to think about the treasure chest. The chest was definitely something they couldn't conquer at that level. Zhang Cheng reminded that the treasure chest did have a high income, but they could not afford the high risks that would come with it. In the meantime, their luck had run out, so they should just give up. Hao Shuai immediately confirmed. Yu Wu of course understood, but leaving behind such a huge treasure was simply not his style. Lion Qingyan immediately reminded that Yu Wu definitely still wanted to live. Yu Wu apparently made the decision to leave the team, which surprised everyone. Yu Wu then asked everyone to leave because an uncontrollable situation would soon arise. Zhu Xiaoji was naturally worried and tried to persuade Yu Wu to go with them. He didn't want to see the man die. Lian Qingyan asked Zhu Xiaoji to stop talking like that. Yu Wu had already made his decision and he would also have his own considerations. After all, they couldn't judge Yu Wu by their standards. Therefore, Lian Qingyan decided not to leave Yu Wu but just stay away so that the man wouldn't get into more trouble. If something bad happens to Yu Wu, then they will work together to save Yu Wu and escape from there together. Yu Wu was of course happy because for him the Depingxian team was a team he could trust. Although such an emergency situation should not happen. Yu Wu then opened the Shadow King's special king account system. Yu Wu then used 10 million to exchange it for 10 seconds of opportunity. He wanted to see how far the power of the new king's account was. Yu Wu was waiting for the Shadow King's account to be connected to him. Zhu Xiaoji was confused as the place turned blood red. Lian Qingyan immediately noticed something was different about Yu Wu and asked everyone to look at him. Zhu Xiaoji became even more confused when he saw the many bats that suddenly arrived. Then they saw the changed Yu Wu and were immediately amazed by the clothes he was wearing. However, Lian Qingyan was sure that it was not just external appearances, because he could feel a strong pressure. They weren't sure that it was Yu Wu because even his body gave off the scent of blood. At that moment, Yu Wu immediately attacked the treasure chest monster. He utilizes a shadow vortex which makes him immune to any physical damage. Yu Wu immediately cut off the monster's tongue with his strength. The monster in pain actually moved towards the Depingxian team who were hiding and made them panic. With these, Yu Wu immediately used the endless blood curse and drowned the chest in his blood. Until that time ended, Yu Wu released the new Shadow King's account again. However, as soon as the Shadow King left, Yu Wu had that feeling. Hurtful. That feeling was even more painful than the feeling of weakness caused by drinking a Hercules magic potion previously. Yu Wu immediately realized that he couldn't bear the weight of the Shadow King and it caused great damage to him even in just 10 seconds. Yu Wu apparently experienced soul collapse. Even so, he couldn't deny that the Shadow King's strength did not disappoint. In fact, he still couldn't believe he could so easily kill a rare level 90 elite in less than 10 seconds. Now as long as his body was able to withstand it, then a level 90 boss monster wouldn't be a problem. As a prize, he also got a Terminator treasure box as well as 500,000 experience points and 200 million in cash. Yu Wu also got Tristan's shoulder dragon sword to fight dragon monsters. Apart from that, he also has broken angel wings which can make him fly in the sky. Lastly is the castle construction blueprint level 90 as well as several other items. Of course, Yu Wu was satisfied with the results of a level 90 treasure chest and was worth the pain he received from the Shadow King. Then, Zhu Xiaoji immediately came up to him and said that he had no idea that Yu Wu could kill a level 90 treasure chest monster alone in the blink of an eye. Hao Shuai even opened his hunter's eye and still couldn't see Yu Wu turning into that abnormal thing. Lan Qingyan immediately confirmed the man's condition and Yu Wu said that he was not feeling well. Zhang Cheng saw Yu Wu trying to recover him. He immediately did so and was lucky that the after effects of the merger could be removed quickly. He immediately thanked Zhang Cheng who had helped him. After that, Lan Qingyan was very curious about what actually happened. However, Yu Wu didn't want to talk about that and instead asked Lan Qingyan a question. He wanted to know about the castle construction blueprint level 90. They were of course surprised to see the picture. In the previous part, Yu Wu surprisingly succeeded in defeating a level 90 boss monster, which surprised everyone because they didn't expect Yu Wu to be able to defeat him alone. So what's next? Let's get started. The castle construction blueprint is a rare blueprint among the rare. Yu Wu was considered truly lucky to be able to get such a picture. Yu Wu was confused because to him it was just like an ordinary blueprint for building a house. Lan Qingyan then explained that the fortress was different from an ordinary house. An ordinary house could be built in the wilderness as long as one had courage and strength. However, forts can only be built in certain dungeons. Lian Qingyan then continued that different fortresses should be built according to different dungeons. If Yu Wu was lucky then he could get a beautiful castle like a fairy tale. However, if it had bad luck, then the fortress would have a desperate ending too. Yu Wu was still confused about whether there really was such a big difference. That meant the fortress was completely dependent on luck. Lan Qingyan then continued that no matter what kind of stronghold he got, it could be an exclusive private territory that would not change. Yu Wu could open up deserts and build cities within dungeons, collect resources, recruit followers, and even form his own professional team. Zhu Xiaoji, who heard the explanation, also felt that the concept of exclusive personal territory was too ridiculous. Yu Wu also seemed unable to understand the benefits, so he wanted to help. How Shuai intends to sell this blueprint treasure, which will definitely provide fantastic value. Lan Qingyan immediately dodged it. Even though the blueprint had a high price due to its rare existence, the usage threshold was too high. The blueprint required a top engineering master who could use it. So in essence, they won't be able to sell it either because no one will buy it. Zhu Xiaoji regretted that in the end, the picture would only rot in Yu Wu's hands. Yu Wu looked at the blueprint and realized that it was similar to the drawing he had previously made of Nana. The blueprint is a high-level manufacturing drawing that is not for sale. However, Yu Wu also thought about the possibility of using the blueprint for his personal gain. Zhu Xiaoji ultimately asked Yu Wu not to think too much about it. The blueprint was definitely just one of the many treasures received by Yu Wu. That one item clearly won't make him lose money. Yu Wu immediately confirmed because it was indeed not the only one. He then opened the transaction system. The team members immediately asked what the man was doing. Yu Wu showed all the items produced by the dream demon of the greedy monster. He intends to share the results with the Depixian team members except for the 200 million and the blueprint. At that time all the team members became very happy and once again carried Yu Wu to plan for success. They were all now willing to serve Yu Wu and would do everything he ordered. They are also ready to do other work after that. Lan Qingyan also asked Yu Wu to contact him next time if he needed help, especially with business matters. Even though their words may sound a little hypocritical or just taking advantage, they are serious about what they say. After that, Lan Qingyan asked everyone to take one item each according to what was really needed. After all, they are not insatiable criminals. Zhu Xiaoji immediately agreed because he would never do anything evil to Yu Wu. An hour later, Yu Wu and his party finally came out of the dungeon and breathed fresh air. Lan Qingyan immediately wanted to know Yu Wu's next plan. He already had a plan and everyone immediately wanted to hear it. Yu Wu then explained that he had changed his original plan. Previously, he wanted to find a boss monster and get 100 million. However, now they had gained additional profits, so he didn't want to take another risk. Lan Qingyan asked Yu Wu to be honest about whether the man still needed them or not because the man's strength was much higher than their expectations. However, of course, if Yu Wu still needed them, then they were ready to follow him. However, if Yu Wu thought they were a burden, then they would leave there too. Yu Wu definitely needed that important chess piece. Even though their goal was the boss monster, it would definitely be a hassle to take care of the other teams. The more chess pieces that can be used, the more ticks there are. Lan Qingyan couldn't help but laugh when he heard Yu Wu's honesty. Who could be so blunt? Zhu Xiaoji also felt that he was not wrong in judging Yu Wu as having a unique temperament. Zhang Cheng would have also shot anyone else who dared to say such things, but Yu Wu actually made him volunteer to become a chess piece. Yu Wu was of course also happy to hear that. He was also confident that under his command, they would not become chess pieces sacrificed in vain. They finally headed to the boss monster battle area. Lan Qingyan immediately wanted to know Yu Wu's plan at that time and whether they should fight immediately. Yu Wu naturally had to wait and let them fight for a while. He then activated his true eye to observe the situation. Several teams were seen surrounding the boss monster, including the Mogong team and the Chuangxi team. Yu Wu was happy because all the expected teams had gathered and that meant the good show was about to start. A few minutes ago, the elite Mogong team stared at the monster Kashiwara Akao who was still sitting quietly on top of a building. One of them said that the monster had destroyed several cities of legends and it was true by looking at its scary gaze. They thought the dragon monster was indeed worthy of such a terrifying reputation. Lai Yuanhao said that their opponent this time was the level 90 blue dragon type world boss, Ajiku, so they must not be careless. This Yinhuan asked all team members to concentrate and follow instructions. All members of this elite team have levels over 80, so their combination should be able to defeat the boss monster Kashiwara Akao. With his deep voice, the dragon Kashiwara Akao asked the elite group if they knew where they went wrong. Without fear, Yinyuan said that unexpectedly, the monster beast had such a high level of intelligence, and the dragon beast actually learned to use words. But the beautiful girl came to that place not to accompany the monster Kashiwara Akao to chat, but Yinyuan came to talk about Sim, because the number of crimes of the dragon Kashiwara Akao are numerous and uncountable. Dragon Kashiwara Akao flies and says that they are just humans who are ants, but they are very impudent, so they are tantamount to seeking their own death. Then the dragon Kashiwara Akao attacked them with a powerful burst of fire energy. This Yinhuan asked to be very wary of the monster and pay attention to the attack skill mode to wait for an opportunity to counterattack and don't rush. All members certainly obey the words of the chairman, namely Miss Yinhuan. Lin Yuanhao felt that the pressure of this dragon beast's attack was indeed very strong. Even though I had used a lot of skills to withstand the monster's attacks, his HP was still reduced by 30%. While Lin Yuanhao was defending to protect his teammates, Wang Tianqi asked whether Lin Yuanhao had suffered a death penalty just now, because most of Yuanhao's HP is gone. Death penalty usually refers to the enormous skill damage that a boss in an MMORPG inflicts on the player. If the damage is not reduced, those affected will die. Lin Yuanhao said that this monster was so cunning that it almost died with just one attack. But luckily I reacted in time by using lots of debuffs to protect his body. Miss Yanhuan said Lin Yuanhao's work was very good because he was able to use skills until only his HP was reduced and he had no injuries. This Yanhuan asked everyone to give me some time. She is sure to reclaim the Wasteland boss and understands the unknown style. Miss Yanhuan asked everyone not to waste their lives. Lin Yuanhao also praised Chen Chen, because thanks to the debuff help from that girl, I was able to survive. So Chen Chen's help was very meaningful and timely. With a cheerful smile, Chen Chen answered that it was no problem, because she loves to help everyone. Only for a moment did they feel relieved. Suddenly the dragon monster Kashiwara Akao opened his mouth very wide again, preparing to deliver the next attack. Luckily, before the Kashiwara dragon fired its attack, Song Yingxiao covered the monster's mouth with ice power. Then this handsome young man said the flame breath had stopped. It has been confirmed that the cooldown is 30 seconds. While the monster was being detained, Miss Yanhuan and several other colleagues immediately attacked the dragon monster. Enraged at being surrounded by the elite members of the Magong team, the dragon monster Kashiwara goes on a rampage and roared as loud as possible until it knocked them backward. Plus, the monster's roar was able to summon several other elite monsters. Apparently, that roar was the boss's general skill. The roar would attract monsters with a radius of hundreds of meters to come and protect them, and these monsters were all elite. The Magong team members thought the monster was shameless for using weaker monsters to protect it. Lady Yanhuan told Song Yingxiao to tell the people of Tianchuang to prepare for the battle that was coming soon. At the location of the outer area of the boss monster, team leader Chuangxi has started to be on standby to stop the attack of the monsters that are moving into the boss area. The group leader of the Chuangxi team, Boss Cao, made a face and complained when he said that Miss Yanhuan's strength was abnormal. But he still ordered the second and third troops to go to the designated location to deal with the enemy. The boss reminded his members to just catch the enemy and not kill the monster. He reminded all his members to control the monster's HP to more than 50%. Now is not the time to carry out the plan, especially delay time. Wait until the boss's HP volume drops to 10% before acting. All members of the Chuangxi team immediately answered in unison that they understood and comprehended the instructions from their boss. Once again, Boss Cao reminded all his members not to take action now and wait for my signal. Unexpectedly, a mysterious man wearing a black robe was eavesdropping on their conversation. The mysterious man smiled slyly when he heard the Chuangxi team's plan. On the other hand, the Magong elite team has succeeded in reducing the HP of the Kashiwara Akao monster by 50%. But they were overwhelmed because even though the monster's HP was only 50% remaining, the monster's attacks were still difficult for 5 level 80 players to handle. Chen Chen was sad and apologized because she felt I was hampering the whole team. But Lin Yuanhao said that the girl had done a very good job by helping restore their buffs. But I think it's just not good to continue like this, because the boss's HP volume doesn't go down while their supply is about to run out. Song Yingxiao tried to contact Boss Cao to ask for help because the team's condition was getting worse. But Boss Cao answered that there were quite a lot of elite monsters, so they were also very overwhelmed there. So they couldn't provide manpower assistance to the Mogong team. After that, Boss Cao immediately hung up the phone. Lin Yuanhao cursed and thought that the Chuangxi team was just trash because they couldn't kill a small group of monsters. Suddenly Yu Wu appears and says that it's not that they can't but that they don't want to really help the Mogong team and expect the Mogong team to die quickly. Out of alert, Song Yingxiao threw a dagger at Yu Wu and asked who was hiding there. Yu Wu caught the dagger and headed toward it very casually, then asked Song Yingxiao not to be too rude. Why didn't Song Yingxiao say he would remember me? But now why does that young man quickly forget and throw the ball 3-way at me? Or was Song Yingxiao deliberately pretending to be stupid and taking advantage of the chaos to kill? Yu Wu crushed Song Yingxiao's dagger while smiling confidently. Then this young man casually said that I was good enough to help the Mogong team. But unfortunately, Yingxiao's Song team actually gave him such a surprise attack. Song Yingxiao was shocked to see Yu Wu. He asked why a kid like Yu Wu could get to that place. Song Yingxiao immediately threw Yu Wu out of the place so as not to get in their way. At a time of panic like now, Miss Yanhuan asked Song Yingxiao to leave the boy and immediately give him an output. Right after speaking, Miss Yanhuan was hit by the tail of the Kashiwara dragon and was thrown quite far. Fortunately, Yu Wu appeared in time and caught the beautiful girl's body. With a mischievous smile, Yu Wu asked the beautiful lady not to be careless because they were currently fighting against the boss. So this young man suggested that they work together. Yu Wu even boldly said I had taken the risk of sending such important information to Miss Yanhuan. So I asked Miss Yanhuan to thank me. Miss Yinhuan laughed at Yu Wu's words about the information that said that the Chuangxi team would betray them in a chaotic time like this. Miss Yinhuan thought it sounded very funny. Miss Yinhuan then ran again towards the monsters while saying that even if their group had 10 courage they wouldn't dare to embarrass the Magong team at a critical moment like this. Yu Wu felt a little annoyed because the information I said was really concrete information conveyed by a member of the Chuangxi team directly. While fighting the monster, Lady Yinhuan thanked Yu Wu for appreciating your kindness, but she asked Yu Wu to leave that place immediately. Yu Wu casually said, "When the goal is achieved, I will leave naturally." Hearing Yu Wu's words made Song Yingxiao annoyed. While fighting the monsters, this long-haired man said Yu Wu's goal in that place was only to seek death. In a sarcastic tone, this man said that now was not the time to treat trash like Yu Wu. Instead of being sad to hear the ridicule from those people, Yu Wu smiled confidently and said that he would help them defeat the boss. But he will ask for 3 items dropped by the boss when the monster loses. They were immediately shocked to hear Yu Wu's words. Song Yingxiao even asked Yinhuan's permission to get rid of this trash brat so he wouldn't continue to blab and bother them. After all, they only needed 3 seconds to get rid of the brat. Yinhuan suddenly said, "I thought Yu Wu was attractive at first, but it turned out that the young man had an arrogant and chaotic performance that made Yinhuan disappointed. So this woman immediately told Yu Wu to disappear from my sight within 5 seconds or else the young man would be involved in the battle against the boss who was out of control. Yu Wu might lose his life and even Miss Mo might not be able to save you." Hearing Miss Yinhuan's answer made Yu Wu smile understandingly. In his heart, Yu Wu realized that I had been rejected for cooperation, so I would become a criminal and slowly disappear from them all. Before completely disappearing, Yu Wu said I wish them all good luck. Chen Chen looked worried and reminded the chairman that they should be careful if the Chuangxi team members really betrayed them in times of crisis like now. But Yingxiao reminded Chen Chen not to be stupid and not to be bothered by such trash talk. In a firm voice, the silver-haired young man said that if Chen Chen believed that trash young man's nonsense, then their goal would not be achieved. Miss Yinhuan also confirmed Song Yingxiao's words. Their main goal now is to defeat the boss monster, and Chen Chen only needs to provide the chairman with full output, and don't worry about other things. On the other hand, the Chuangxi team was being completely slaughtered by the elite monsters they encountered. Even Team 2 had fallen because they could no longer withstand the monster attacks. Boss Cow panicked and ordered the leader of Team 2 to solve the problem and help his team members. Boss Cow threatened all his members with anyone who dared to break their formation chain, so Boss Cow found someone to resolve the members' mistakes afterward. At that time, Boss Cow was already very panicked. He asked himself what kind of situation he was in now, even though it was clear that the wave of elite monsters in the area had been cleared before the start of the battle with the boss monster. But strangely enough, the number of elite monsters that attacked them was increasing over time. He was worried that the formation and all its members would be destroyed sooner or later if the situation continued like this. Finally, Boss Cow came forward to join in attacking the elite monsters. Previously, the boss advised his members behind him not to forget to fight and continue to give him full output. They also couldn't let the boss reach 10% HP at this point, even though the people on their side were almost dead this time. All the members in the back immediately agreed to the boss's request. Meanwhile, Mr. Lan's members hid in a relatively safe place to continue monitoring the activities of the Chuangxi team. They also expressed their thanks to Mr. Lan, because apart from getting the right position to watch, they also thought that the Chuangxi team was indeed suitable as bait. Mr. Lan said that Yu Wu's strategy was to create chaos, so as long as there isn't any chaos then they can sit and enjoy the show. At this time, the Chuangxi group was increasingly pressed. Only a few people remained from the 3 teams consisting of 15 people. Currently, the number of water monsters is too many. They all panicked and kept going like this and they would die in that place. It was at this time that Chairman Cao summoned all the members of Huang's team who had been just watching. But with a smiling face, the leader of the Huang group said that the life and death of the Chuangxi group had nothing to do with them. All members of Huang's team who wore robes covering their heads smiled with satisfaction at the leader's words. Team leader Huang also added that their main goal was the Magong team and the boss monster. They would blame the Chuangxi team for being incompetent and not even being able to do small things like defeating those monsters. Boss Cow cursed in annoyance in his heart. He thought that Huang's elite team was unreliable, but this plan was faster than he had specified. According to him, because Huang's team was not good, he would not be blamed if his group also did something wrong. Boss Cow invited everyone to run to the boss's place and develop a plan in advance. However, some members doubted the leader's decision because the boss monster still had 30% HP. While running, Boss Cow said that if he can't save his life then he won't care about that damn plan. Since they probably can't get it, then there's no one else who hasn't gotten it. Wang's team members started to worry seeing that the Chuangxi team had crossed the wall in a hurry. So should they take action to prevent the team from falling apart? Team leader Huang replied that it was not necessary. because the task given to them was to prioritize weakening the Magong team. As for the master boss, it doesn't matter if other teams can beat him. So as long as the Inhuan team fails, then their mission will be completed. And if they weren't dead, then Wang's team members would have to step in a bit to get rid of them. A huge explosion was heard as Kashiwara Akao's dragon attacked Miss Inhuan's team members. They still have to struggle to defeat the dragon monster through fierce combat. Even the dragon monster boss attacks became stronger over time, so they have to be extra careful if they don't want to die in that place. At this time, the Chuangxi team actually came in droves and asked for help because they were being chased by the elite monsters. They looked very panicked and asked this team for help because they couldn't defeat all the elite monsters. Song Yingxiao cursed Master Cao Renji for bringing all the elite monsters to them in such a hurry. Even when they arrived in front of Miss Yinhuan's team, suddenly all the members of the Chuangxi team fell and pretended to be dead. Seeing their attitude really annoyed Miss Yinhuan. She didn't expect that the entire Chuangxi team would dare to do tricks in front of my eyes. Now she began to realize that Yu Wu's words were true. Kashiwara Akao's dragon monster roared louder and louder. Meanwhile, several elite monsters came from behind. Miss Yinhuan and the rest of the team looked worried about being surrounded from all directions like this. They wonder what to do now. Miss Yinhuan asked all her team members not to panic and maintain their positions so as not to disrupt the formation. Quickly and decisively, Miss Yinhuan asked Yuan Hao and Chen Chen to try their best to resist the boss's attacks for 30 seconds. Then she asked Ying Xiao, and Tianqi followed him to annihilate the hordes of elite monsters with all his strength and use all his great skills. Obediently, all team members immediately followed the leader's orders. Tianqi killed the horde of elite monsters that surrounded them using very fast fire shooting skills. Meanwhile, Song Ying Xiao froze several elite beasts and destroyed them with one attack. Likewise, Miss Yinhuan moved as fast as lightning to destroy all the elite monsters around them. After such a draining battle, Tianqi looked so exhausted that his breathing was labored and he could barely hold on. Likewise, Song Yingxiao looked exhausted and didn't have much mana left. But fortunately, all the elite monsters had been killed. Even though they were starting to run out of energy and were exhausted, Miss Yinhuan asked the two men not to waste time and returned to help the other colleagues quickly. Before leaving, Miss Yinhuan warned Boss Cao that the half-build man would soon receive punishment for being bold and betraying them. Boss Cao, who was actually just pretending to faint, in the end, could only curse in his heart. He still continued to pretend to faint while regretting seeing that several of the water monsters that they had been so hard to scare off were actually defeated by the Magong team in just a matter of seconds. Now this randy boss realized that he had underestimated the strength of the Magong team. With cold sweat and panic, Boss Cao realized that his fate was truly hanging in the balance. Even so, he tried to stay calm because the boss monster was still alive. So he realized that Miss Yinhuan shouldn't be able to do anything to them for now. Plus Wang's team hadn't made a move yet, so he still has hope to wait for the chance to win. Suddenly, Miss Yinhuan was startled by the scream of a team member named Chen Chen. When she turned to Chen Chen, Miss Yinhuan had to face a very bitter reality, because currently one of the team members had to fall to the ground because of the attack from Wang's team. Chen Chen looked very panicked and in shock. She didn't expect that someone would have the heart to attack her when she was off guard. The mysterious man laughed and said that on the battlefield there is only life and death, and cruel and not cruel. Seeing his comrade being attacked like that, Lai Yuanhao was furious and wanted to take action to save his comrade. But without surprise, another hooded man appeared right behind and immediately stabbed them with a dagger that had a flow of lightning until it absorbed all their HP to 20%. Jiangqi and Song Yingxiao also panicked. They realized that Poison Feng was a person under the Huanzhang group. But they didn't expect that Poison Feng would kill them at a critical moment like now. At times like this, Miss Yinhuan asked several other members not to be fooled and divert the boss monster away from Chen Chen and Yuan Hao. No matter what they used, they only needed to give Miss Yinhuan 20 seconds. While the two team members were distracting the Kashiwara dragon, Miss Yinhuan stood alone facing all the members of the Poison Feng team. Seeing Yinhuan's brave attitude made team leader Poison Feng really admire the beautiful girl. They think that Yinhuan is indeed worthy of being one of the Mogong group's trump cards, because at the moment crisis like now I can face quietly. However, team leader Poison Feng confidently believes that Miss Yinhuan will no longer be able to control the current situation because the healer and tanker in her team have been paralyzed, so Yinhuan will not get any more output. Now, Yinhuan definitely has no way to reverse this situation. This Yinhuan said that it was only natural that Tianchuang had the courage to betray, because it turns out that Poison Feng's group is behind. Now Miss Yinhuan asked again, are all of them, the Poison Feng team, not afraid of failure? The hooded group leader answered that as long as Miss Yinhuan and all the team members died in that place, today's events would not be known by anyone. The outside world would only know that Miss Yinhuan of the Mogong team died at the hands of the boss in the 9th zone and that her pitiful confidant had disappeared. That was the cunning plan they had prepared to cover up the crime. It was at this moment that Lady Yinhyun said an important piece of advice, that one word of advice, cruel words, only effective when the opponent truly falls under your feet. Then Miss Yinhyun crushed a legendary magic crystal and swallowed all the liquid inside with just her bare hands. With the special features of the fruit, Miss Yinhyun's body suddenly floated in the sky and emitted a very bright light. It turns out that currently Miss Yinhyun's body is covered by demonic power, and her level has risen to 115. But the duration this ability will only last for 30 seconds. Apparently is able to change a person's body into a demon body and is able to raise that person's level up to 30 levels. You can use sky magic skills for 30 seconds. The entire Poison Fang team was shocked to see Yinhyun's changes. They wondered what to do and how could the woman's level suddenly increase to 115. But the boss still invited several of his members to attack Miss Yinhyun. He didn't believe 4 people with level 80 couldn't beat Miss Yinhyun. But unexpectedly, Yinhyun moved as fast as lightning to slash through their bodies and defeat them with just one attack. Among the screams of pain from all opponents, Miss Yinhyun said, "No matter how many there are, ants are still ants in my eyes." Seeing that all his teammates were defeated, a man from Huanzhang's group finally ran away with the optical stealth skill. Meanwhile, on the other side, Song Yingxiao and Tianqi had completely run out of mana. They couldn't even move to withstand the attack of Kashiwara's huge dragon tail. When they thought they would die there, Miss Yinhyun moved as fast as lightning to help them and cut off the tail of the Kashiwara dragon. Then Miss Yinhyun asked them to help Xiao Chen and Yuan Hao who were in critical condition. Then Yinhyun ordered if she didn't finish the Kashiwara Akao dragon in 10 seconds, she asked all team members to run away. Even though the 2 team members were reluctant to carry out Miss Yinhyun's request, because the beautiful woman forced them, as a result, they ran to 2 of their colleagues who were in critical condition, leaving Miss Yinhyun to mobilize all her strength to fight against the dragon Kashiwara Akao. Miss Yinhyun attacked the dragon with the sword all ready to upgrade, and unexpectedly, Yinhyun's attack this time managed to reduce the monster's HP to only 10%. But because of this, the Kashiwara dragon managed to catch Miss Yinhyun's body with its tail and roared very loudly, raging with the remaining strength it had. Then the dragon rose into the sky, carrying Miss Yinhyun's body, and threw the beautiful woman's body from a height. As critical as it is now, Miss Yinhyun's demon body skill has run out of power. When she fell from a height in a helpless state like now, Miss Yinhyun thought that she would die right now. But suddenly a man's gentle voice asked, "Why is Miss Yinhyun so shy after not seeing me for a while?" Yes, unexpectedly, Yu Wu was able to fly and catch Miss Yinhyun's body which fell from a height. Right now, Yu Wu even has beautiful angel-like wings. At a height of tens of meters, Yu Wu asked Miss Yinhyun again, "Will that beautiful lady consider my proposal about cooperation between them?" But now the price has been increased. If Yu Wu succeeds in defeating the boss monster, he wants all the prizes dropped by the dragon Kashiwara Akao. Miss Yinhyun reiterated that Yu Wu should not interfere. In an angry tone, this woman asked whether Yu Wu was really someone who only wanted money without wanting his life. Yu Wu smiled and casually replied that only weak people make choices, and he wasn't a weak person so he wanted life as well as money. When they both finally landed on the ground, a large explosion was created due to the force of the impact when they fell. But Yu Wu managed to land safely. It was at this moment that the mask on Miss Yinhyun's face slowly shattered, and her extremely enchanting face appeared clearly in front of Yu Wu. Without being able to hold back, Yu Wu praised the girl's beauty. "I think Miss Yinhyun's face is very beautiful." Hearing their leader's mask breaking, all members of the Magong team quickly approached, because they were also very curious about Miss Yinhyun's beautiful face. Because it turns out that all this time, as team members, they had never seen the leader's face directly. But Miss Yinhyun quickly broke away from Yu Wu and repaired her mask with the skills she had. Yu Wu said honestly that Miss Yinhyun was very beautiful, so why did she have to cover her face? It is a pity that such beauty must continue to be hidden. Hearing Yu Wu's words annoyed Song Yingxiao to death, because he was the only person who had ever seen their chairman's beautiful face. Miss Yinhyun asked Yu Wu not to talk about it in such a dire situation. She also prevented Yu Wu from acting and saying anything as he pleased just because he had succeeded in saving Miss Yinhyun. This beautiful woman even pointed her sword at Yu Wu to deter the young man. Miss Yinhyun said that although the boss monster only had 3% HP, now things were getting worse and the Mogong team had used up all their strength to fight. So it seems like they won't be able to fight anymore. So instead of talking too much, it's better to find a way to get out of this crisis before launching an attack. Yu Wu actually smiled broadly and said that this was a good thing. Since the Magong team was no longer able to fight, the boss monster was completely Yu Wu's. It was clear that all members of the Magong team were shocked to hear Yu Wu's words. They thought that the young man was stupid or reckless. Song Yingxiao even accused Yu Wu of being too arrogant. Even though this young man was at a low level, he dared to stand in front of an elite team like Team Magong and act arrogantly. Song Yingxiao even laughed at Yu Wu's words, but he told Yu Wu to stay a little longer if he could so that the entire Magong team could have time to escape. Suddenly the land team appeared and laughed at Song Ying-xiao's words. They thought that Song Ying-xiao had poor eyesight as a professional. They also say that arrogance and underestimation on the battlefield can be fatal. Moreover, Yu Wu's strength cannot be judged by common sense at all. Song Ying-xiao was even more furious when he saw the treasure hunting team there. He didn't accept a group of street ants teaching him how to do things. With a dark face, Song Ying-xiao said that he would watch them kill the boss or be killed by the boss. Hao Shuai, who was annoyed when he heard Song Ying-xiao's words, said loudly that professional teams were actually just ordinary. And without Yu Wu, Miss Yanhuan would have died by now. Xiaoji was also very angry and wished Yu Wu would immediately hit Song Ying-xiao in the face. Zhang Cheng immediately covered their mouth and reminded his two colleagues to behave themselves in front of a professional team. Mr. Lan also apologized for the behavior of his two members who had sloppy mouths. But Master Lan also explained that they were only there to watch and Yu Wu was the only one who would fight. Right after Master Lan spoke, from behind Song Ying-xiao, a huge energy almost hit his body. When all the members of the elite team looked back, they were shocked to see that the dragon beast was currently facing a mysterious man with a very deadly aura. They realized that it was Yu Wu, but they didn't expect that the young man had immense power pressure that surpassed that of a boss monster. Miss Yanhuan could barely believe that Yu Wu could have such immense power now. The entire elite team members were even pushed away because of Yu Wu's enormous energy. Even the dragon Kashiwara Akao admitted that the strength of the young man in front of him was so great that he had to do his best. The dragon beast roared, creating a huge ball of energy to attack Yu Wu. Everyone in that place had to be on standby for the boss monster's strongest attack. The system also warned Yu Wu to be careful because the attack was a very dark magic attack. The attack may be absorbed, but if it exceeds a certain limit it will cause damage. So Yu Wu tried to absorb the attacks from the boss monsters as best he could. The elite team members were even amazed to see that Yu Wu's robe could absorb such damage. Then when his robe was opened, Yu Wu smiled in an extremely terrifying manner. After that, he rolled his body and the numbers formed like a giant ball in the sky. People ask what he does, and why did he form such a formation. The people watching started to get more and more worried when they saw flashes of light from the ball and there were strange sounds coming from inside the mysterious large ball. It can even change the size to become bigger very quickly. Finally, the giant ball slowly opened and a red dragon appeared which roared horribly. People didn't even think that this young man could turn into such a big and powerful dragon. They wondered, is that still Yu Wu? Now the terrifying aura of the dragon Yu Wu completely covered the aura of the boss monster Kashiwara Akao. Even the purple dragon looked small in front of Yu Wu's dragon. With doubt, the dragon Kashiwara Akao asked why Yu Wu's aura was so familiar. Who is Yu Wu really? Yu Wu briefly answered that it was none of the Kashiwara dragon's business and he was not a filial descendant. After that, the red dragon Yu Wu immediately created a giant fireball and attacked him while biting the dragon Kashiwara Akao. The Kashiwara dragon roared in pain as its small body was devoured by the Yu Wu dragon. The sky immediately turned dark with lightning striking as the fight between the two dragons looked very terrifying. Mr. Land said that this kind of spectacular battle scene was estimated to be impossible for them to see again in their remaining lifetime. Zhang Cheng didn't even think that a silly young man like Yu Wu could become so reckless like this. Hao Shuai even praised Xiaoji for bringing a treasure into their team. Meanwhile, the Magong elite team did not think that humans could change like that. They seemed to be dreaming because they saw a power that was more abnormal than the boss monster. They even think about buying such skins despite the price. Meanwhile, Song Ying-xiao could only remain silent with a cold expression. Chen Chen asked the great lady Yanhuan, has that enchanting lady ever seen a boss monster fight of this scale? Because this fight is definitely amazing. Yanhuan replied that she had seen something more exaggerated than this fight, but this was the first time she saw a human being able to fight a boss monster alone. Even Yu Wu could suppress such a powerful ghost monster. In her heart right now, Miss Yanhuan finally understood why Big Miss loved Yu Wu so much. But she was surprised because she had never heard of someone with immense strength like Yu Wu before. Miss Yanhuan wonders who Yu Wu really is. Meanwhile, Boss Cow, who is still pretending to faint, also glanced at Yu Wu in the boss monster's fight. He was surprised to see a human fighting a boss monster alone. He suspected that Yu Wu was the secret weapon of the Magong group. He had to pretend to be dead and find a chance to quickly escape from that place. Meanwhile, the only remaining member of the Poison Fang team could only fall to their knees looking at the sight of two dragons fighting in the sky. He knew that Miss Yanhuan's strength was already abnormal, but I didn't expect that there would be someone more abnormal than Yanhuan. This man thought that even though his mission had failed, he had not done anything in vain, because he was going to report to senior management about Yu Wu. Meanwhile, the Kashiwara dragon is still asking whether Yu Wu might have swallowed his fellow clansmen and inherited the dragon's power, because the Kashiwara dragons felt they were related by blood. Dragon Kashiwara asked again, with this much power, why was the red dragon in front of him still willing to be an ordinary human? Why not join the monster camp to share the thrill of slaughtering humanity and something like that? His words made Yuwu's dragon even angrier, and it bit him harder and harder until finally the dragon fell and died in front of everyone. After the Keshawara dragon fell, the Yuwu dragon roared extremely loudly. Even everyone at that place had to cover their ears because of the ultrasonic roar emitted by Yuwu's dragon. Sheaji was afraid that Yuwu was starting to lose his mind because he seemed like he was going to attack them indiscriminately. Moreover, at this time the big red dragon suddenly flew down towards everyone below it. The entire elite team started to worry and fear. They flocked to get out of the way because they were worried that Yuwu would go crazy and not care about anyone anymore. Meanwhile, Mr. Land's team just stood there smiling full of confidence at Yuwu. They purposely did not spare because they believed Yuwu couldn't possibly harm them. Because of their attitude, the elite Magong team thought that all of Tanland's members were crazy and would be swallowed by the terrifying blood wave. Indeed, the entire team of Lord Land was covered in a huge wave of blood. But slowly the blood wave disappeared and Yuwu returned to his original form. Yuwu said how could he do the irrational thing of swallowing his own comrade. Yuwu asked them all not to panic because everything was still under his control. After Yuwu returned, all members of Mr. Land's team immediately smiled brightly to welcome his arrival. Hao Shuai even loudly said that Yuwu was more handsome than himself. Master Land smiled in relief and asked the two of them not to disturb Yuwu for now because the young man was still very weak after the battle. Meanwhile, Zheng Cheng immediately provided healing to restore Yuwu's body condition. While being treated, Yuwu said that he was fine and could still survive. The system informed him that he was currently in the process of settling and the battle this time took 60 seconds and 60 million was automatically deducted from Yuwu's account. And because of the use of the ultimate move along, an additional 100 million will be consumed. So a total of 160 million has been deducted from the host account. In his heart, Yuwu was crying very loudly because he spent a lot of extra money to use the powerful skill just now. If it wasn't for his luck in meeting the secret demon, he wouldn't have dared to spend so much money like that. However, this is not a long-term solution. Sheaji immediately helped Yuwu up and asked if the price was okay. Yuwu answered weakly that he was okay but his heart ached. Mr. Lan also approached this young man and congratulated him on his success in defeating a very terrible boss monster. But Master Lan also warned the young man to be more careful because he had shown himself like this in front of so many people. He was worried that there would be many eyes threatening him on the battlefield. Even though the young man was able to reach the sky, he still had to be alert. Yuwu smiled in relief and replied that he would be more careful from now on. In his heart, Yuwu was very impressed with Master Lan and his vast experience. He realized he really had to pay attention to convergence if he wasn't in a closed dungeon. Speaking of trouble, the Magong team approached Yuwu and Master Lan's team. This made them worried and suspected that the Magong team would take advantage of other people and take the prize items dropped by the boss monster. But even though they had to face an elite team and sacrifice their lives, they would still protect Yuwu and prevent the Magong team from touching him. Miss Yinhyun explains that whoever kills the boss monster then the prize is his, and the Magong team would not do such reckless and lowly actions. Miss Yinhyun raised her hand and said that she only wanted to apologize to Yuwu for looking down on the young man in front of their big miss. Miss Yinhyun honestly said that Yuwu was the first man who succeeded in attracting my attention, so she sincerely invited the young man to join the Magong team. In the previous part, everyone was shocked by Yuwu who was surprisingly able to defeat the boss monster alone. Everyone didn't expect Yuwu to be that strong. Then Yinhyun immediately invited Yuwu to the Magong team. So what is the answer from the young men? Let's start the story. Yinhyun's decision to invite Yuwu to the Magong team naturally surprised everyone. Tianqi asked about the chairman's seriousness because Yinhyun had never invited anyone to join the team before. Yuan Hao was also surprised because all this time it was Yinhyun who had always eliminated other people who did not meet the requirements. But today she made an exception for Yuwu who was very lucky. It's just that for Chen Chen, Yuwu really deserved that honor because he was indeed strong. On the other hand, Yun Zio objected because they had attacked the boss and left 3% of the boss monster's HP, so it would be easy for Yuwu to defeat it. He didn't accept that Yuwu actually got the offer even though they had not taken anything from the items on the boss monster's body. Then why did Yinhyun still have to bring Yuwu into the team? At that time, Zhu Xiaoji became angry because he objected to Yun Zio's words. For him, even if the boss monster had full HP, Yuwu would easily kill it. He was annoyed because Yun Zio looked down on other people. Yun Zio was getting angrier because Zhu Xiaoji was interfering in their affairs. At that time, Yinhyun asked Yun Zio to stop talking. As a member of the Mogong team, Yun Zio should be able to see Yuwu's true strength. He asked Yun Zio not to embarrass himself unless he wanted to leave the Mogong team. Yun Zio couldn't speak anymore, but in his heart, he did realize Yuwu's potential, but he still couldn't accept it. For him, Yuwu was a shameless and arrogant child who was also an expert at pretending. He was so annoyed because Yinhyun, who was the woman he adored, actually seemed to like Yiwu. He then determined to make Yiwu pay a heavy price for his actions today. Yiwu expressed his gratitude for Yinhyun's kindness, but the woman also knew that the young man had decided to form his own team, so Yiwu could only apologize. Yinhyun had expected Yiwu to say that. But to me, it wasn't a problem because, after all, they were all members of the MANHUA group. Yinhyun hopes that their team can work together comfortably in the future. In his heart, Yiwu did not expect Yinhyun's attitude to change. Even though before that girl didn't like me, now after seeing the power, she has changed 180. I can't even believe the change in that woman. Yiwu finally said that I was not sure that their team could work together. My team is a beginner that has just been formed and is quite grateful to be looked after by the Mogong team. In his heart, Yiwu admitted that he liked strong righteousness over weak hypocrisy. At that moment, Yinhyun suddenly hugged Yiwu tightly, making the man confused. The woman was grateful that Yiwu had saved me. She will never forget that kindness. Yinhyun then asked how he could repay the man's kindness. Yiwu asked Yinhyun not to be too hasty because I will talk about this later if you need my help. Yinhyun wanted to know if Yiwu was planning to make me owe a debt of gratitude first. However, for me it's okay. Although normally I would really hate that kind of thing, since that person was Yiwu, she could accept the verdict. Yinhyun finally left and said goodbye to Yiwu. Yiwu returned the greeting and in his heart, he thought that the women of the Hanmo group were indeed not simple. On the other hand, Zhu Xiaoji immediately teased Yiwu, who seemed to have a relationship with Yinhyun. For him, Yiwu is an idol and can be a role model for him. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Hao Shuai revealed a saying about beauty only being worthy of those who are strong, which accurately describes Yiwu's current condition. Yiwu could only say that the two men were too much. Lan Qingyun then spoke and he didn't expect that Yiwu was part of the Hanmo group. At first, he thought the man was a free player. Yiwu admitted that he had only joined recently and it was normal that other people couldn't guess. Lan Qingyun remembered that the Hanmo group's tax was 50%. This means that if someone joins the team, then half of their income must be handed over to the Hanmo group. However, currently, Yiwu is working alone and the Hanmo group also did not provide any assistance. These regulations must be very burdensome for Yiwu. Yiwu didn't mind it because there really was no other way. Yiwu then explained that his reason for joining the team was because of his family. Besides, it was much more comfortable and shady for him under a big tree. He was well aware that in that harsh environment, he would find it difficult to do everything himself. However, in his heart, Yiwu remembered how he had to talk to Mokir about whether she could give him a small reduction in the huge tax. Lan Qingyun certainly understood and that was what differentiated him from them. He and the others were orphans who grew up in the wilderness. Meanwhile, Yiwu had many people to worry about around him, so looking for supporters is a good choice. But for Lan Qingyun, in the end, there is no need to depend on others for long as he has strength like Yiwu. Instead, he could take advantage of the opportunity to build his own strength. Lan Qingyun then remembered the fortress blueprint that Yiwu had previously obtained. Hanmo Group had an engineering master and Yiwu could find a way to establish a good relationship with him. When the time comes, the fort can be built and developed. All of Yiwu's family members could be placed there so that Yiwu would no longer have to worry about the future. Yiwu was of course very happy with this suggestion, even though he could actually do it himself without asking anyone for help. Weiss of course agreed because building a fortress was a small thing for the great Yiwu. Yiwu then asked everyone to see what items would come out of the boss monster's corpse. Zhu Xiaoji was also curious. The Kashua Akao monster boss apparently gave 400,000 exp and 100 million money. Apart from that, Yiwu managed to get a dragon heart, Brightway, Longan ring, Tooth Eater dragon sword, and Jua Kashua Akao domain key. Seeing that last item, Yiwu became very excited. On the other hand, Zhu Xiaoji actually looked disappointed because the items weren't even better than what they got from the treasure chest in the secret demon's nest previously. Meanwhile, the boss monster actually took out ordinary items for not much money. Zheng Cheng reminded Zhu Xiaoji not to look at those things based on his standards because they weren't even his and might actually be of more use to Yiwu. At that time, Yiwu suddenly showed a key which was his second goal. Lan Qingyun guessed that the key could lead them into the boss monster dungeon. This means that the contents of the dungeon could be more valuable than the secret demon dungeon. Yiwu immediately confirmed this based on sources he could trust. The resources in the dungeon could even reach 2.5 billion. Of course, everyone was surprised to hear the nomination. Everyone was surprised to hear such a huge amount. If they get that amount of money, they won't even have to work again for the rest of their lives. However, Zheng Cheng quickly reminded Zhu Xiaoji and Hao Shuai that the dungeon belonged to Yiwu and that they should not interfere. Yiwu confirmed, but the amount could not be obtained yet. In his heart, Yiwu knew that with his current level, he wouldn't be able to just enter a level 90 dungeon. Although he could later use the Shadow King account to fight level 90 boss monsters, there would definitely be a lot of high-level monsters and level bosses. low in the dungeon. He won't be successful if he doesn't have partners to compete with. At that time, Yu sent 100 million to Lan Qingyan. This surprised everyone. Zhu Xiaoji even reminded the man not to give money carelessly even if he had a lot of money. Hao Shuai also confirmed whether that was Yu Wu's intention from the start after defeating the boss. Yu Wu immediately confirmed. He previously said he would give them 100 million in return. Now he is just fulfilling his promise. Lan Qingyan then reminded them that Yu Wu had previously given them 70, so why did the man give them more money? Yu Wu asked Lan Qingyan and others to receive the money. For him, secret demons and secret demon nests are a great fortune for them. Meanwhile, the 100 million was the payment he had previously promised for the boss monster. Zhu Xiaoji and Hao Shuai were of course very happy and moved. They were happy because even from the start Yu Wu had worked hard, but he did not hesitate to share his money with them. From then on they promised to continue to be by Yu Wu's side. They would also not allow Yu Wu to accept anyone else to work with him. The irritated Zheng Cheng could only ask the two to be quiet because they were so annoying. On the other hand, Lan Qingyan was happy with Zheng Cheng's actions in beating his two colleagues. For him, they should not depend on other people for their lives even though Yu Wu was indeed reliable. Lan Qingyan apologized for his team members' impolite behavior. He will also receive the money. He also assured Yu Wu that although their relationship started with the same elements of need, he assured them that the relationship would not be limited to just that. Lan Qingyan is willing to provide future assistance to Yu Wu. As long as Yu Wu summons them, then the Depingxian team will also try their best. Yu Wu certainly wouldn't hesitate to ask for help because there was something he needed. Lan Qingyan wanted to know what it was. Yu Wu apparently hoped that Lan Qingyan could gather information about outside the safe zone and what was there. Whether it's about monsters, humans, or dungeon data. For Yu Wu, the lack of information he had was his weakness and it had to be strengthened. Therefore he needed to prepare himself before entering the wilderness in the future. Apart from that, Yu Wu also suggested that Lan Qingyan start enlarging his team so that he could build a large-scale force. Lan Qingyan and others wanted to hear more. Lan Qingyan considered the condition of the team where up until now they had always chosen the route of small and sophisticated teams that suited fast and covert operations with easy-to-manage personnel. However, there were still traitors in the previous operation, so he was hesitant about increasing the number of people. Yu Wu then said that the amount of funds would determine the difference in operation. Before they had money, they did take small and subtle routes. But now they have a lot of money and that means they can't do the same things as before. For Yu Wu, Lan Qingyan definitely understood more about the importance of a force in the wilderness like Ma Wang's team. Lan Qingyan understood and he also understood that Yu Wu could think things that far. But they are just treasure hunters trying to survive. They had no reason to think things through too much. Zheng Cheng then agreed with Yu Wu's thoughts. For him, that moment was a good opportunity for them to change. Zhu Xiaoji also started to agree because, with the current numbers, they were only able to fight up to 6 people at the same level maximum. If that continues then it will be difficult to compete with a team of 10 people. Hao Shuai also felt that for long-term development in the future, he had to do as Yu Wu said even though he really wanted to be able to have money and leave. Lan Qingyan didn't expect that all his team members would have such far-reaching thoughts, even though all this time they were just a group of people who only cared about food. Lan Qingyan of course knew it was all thanks to Yu Wu. It helps him see a different level of perspective. During this time he also realized that he had not been able to bring the team members to a higher level. But he realized that even at that level, they couldn't even help Yu Wu much. Lan Qingyan finally agreed to use 100 million as initial capital for Yu Wu's investment in the Depingxian team. Yu Wu is a member and largest shareholder in the team. It also has priority rights and decision-making power. All members agreed and Lan Qingyan respected the decision very much. Yu Wu could clearly see that they could all call themselves a team now. He was relieved because Lan Qingyan had a big dream in his heart. Then Yu Wu entrusted the wilderness to Lan Qingyan. They had to separate there. He also did not forget to ask Lan Qingyan to contact him at any time. Everyone waved while telling Yu Wu to be careful. They said goodbye and would definitely miss Yu Wu. The next thing the man did was contact Yun Fei and ask where you were. On the other side, Yun Fei was relieved that her brother finally contacted her. Previously the man was very difficult to contact. Yun Fei then said that they were in Zone 8 with Miss Mo. They have found a temporary residence there. She also immediately sent Yu Wu the coordinates. The man immediately headed to his family's location. In his heart, Yu Wu was relieved because he could combine the Royal Cloak and Royal Angel into a perfect broken angel wing. Even though it still has height and time limitations, cooling is faster and quite practical. In Zone 8 of the Hanmo Group's luxury apartment, Miss Mo was talking about the wartime situation which had not yet been completely resolved, so she could only find a house like that as a temporary residence. She was forced to make Yu Wu stay there temporarily. Yu Wu said that it was fine even though in my heart I also didn't understand what Miss Mo was arguing about. Because they were in a very luxurious apartment. I've never even seen a house so spacious and luxurious in my entire life. Yunfei then asked if Yuwu had watched the boss monster match. She was relieved that Yuwu returned safely because she heard waves of roars from the boss monster in Zone 9. She had felt so worried. Yuwu then shows the key he got from the boss monster and asks if Yunfei thinks he is just watching. Yunfei didn't know and thought it was just an ordinary gold key whose function was unknown. On the other hand, Miss Mo was surprised because she thought it was the same thing as I said before regarding the key to the dungeon domain by the boss monster. Miss Mo was naturally surprised at how the key could be in Yuwu's hands. Yunfei then asked if Yuwu managed to kill the boss. Yuwu immediately confirmed it. At that time, Miss Mo's bodyguards were certainly not sure because from what they knew, Yinyun from the Mogong team was the leader of the mission this time. Of course, based on individual strength, Yuwu wouldn't be able to take over the boss monster of the top 5 combat power people of the Mogong team. Yuwu couldn't help but laugh. He admitted that he was lucky because he was able to take the opportunity and take advantage of the Mogong team's negligence. Of course, Miss Mo's bodyguard still didn't believe it because chance and negligence could not be used to defeat a level 90 boss monster. Miss Mo was curious how much strength Yuwu actually had hidden. But of course, she respected that it was Yuwu's privacy and I had no right to find out more. It's just that Miss Mo really wants to hear this time. Yuwu said that Miss Mo would receive a more detailed report later, so I didn't want to go into details. There is only one thing that Miss Mo needs to know, that the Hanmo group currently seems to be the target of public criticism. The Hanmo group was not only targeted by the Huangzheng group, but also the Tianchuan group also began to betray. Even though the Hanmo group is strong, if it continues to make enemies everywhere, then I'm afraid that one day something worse will happen. Miss Mo was shocked to hear of the Tianchuan group's betrayal. However, she claimed to be able to guess the general situation, so Yuwu didn't need to worry about the Hanmo group. They could definitely develop at their own pace no matter how the external environment changed. Only their strength is important. However, Miss Mo knew in her heart that the external development strategy formulated by the board of directors was indeed too strong and arrogant. If that continues, it will only become a very unstable factor. Even though she had actually tried to suggest it to the directors many times, no one took me seriously. Yuwu also said that he was not worried because he was a newcomer who had just joined. However, he was indeed interested in knowing a loot distribution mechanism to detect any flaws. He knew that there should be an even distribution between groups and teams, but with the current situation, he wanted to know how he should calculate it. Miss Mo realized that Yuwu's situation was special because he had not really entered the Hanmo group. Their Hanmo group has not entered any information regarding Yuwu and the team they want to form. So this time, Yuwu didn't need to hand over any income to the group and everything became his personal property. Yunfei became very excited because it meant Yuwu got a total of 2.5 billion in value, and that was definitely a huge amount. Miss Mo was of course surprised, but not too surprised by Yunfei's attitude. For them, it is just a very appropriate combination in the family. Yuwu also immediately understood, but he would follow the rules. He took the initiative to hand over half of the proceeds. Miss Mo was of course confused because Yuwu didn't have to do it. Besides, I know Yuwu is a person who really likes money, so why would he take the initiative to share the profits with the company? Yuwu revealed 2 reasons at that time. Firstly, he should not be too greedy as a human being. Even though he really likes money, since he has chosen to join the Hanmo group, he must act according to the rules. However, this time he did take over the boss monster from Mogong's team. He doesn't want to be an enemy of the group. Then since our Wangi team will be part of the power of the Hanmo group, there is no need for Miss Mo to harm her status and pride in the group for direct gain. Yuwu did all that for Miss Mo and the woman was shocked. The woman then accepted it. Miss Mo also said that now that Yuwu has his own plans, then she will no longer stop him. Yuwu then wanted to know if he should hand over the money now, but Miss Mo immediately avoided it. She asked the man not to rush because later there was a special evaluation department that would calculate the profits, but Yuwu had 2 choices. First, he can immediately hand over all the results including the dungeon domain key and the group, which will pay 50% of the total obtained. This step is very easy and safe because Yuwu doesn't need to worry about anything and only needs to wait to get the money. Second, Yuwu can claim 50% of the data set at the beginning and then enter the dungeon to collect resources. If it turns out that Yuwu gets more than this amount, then he only needs to pay according to the previously agreed amount. This method is full of uncertainty and risk. Yuwu did not hesitate at all because he would choose the second way. He is confident in his abilities, so the greater the risk, the higher the income. Miss Mo naturally understood because that choice was indeed the most suitable for Yuwu. Miss Mo asked Yuwu to hand everything over to her and leave from there. Just before leaving, Miss Mo told Yuwu that according to the welfare of the group, Yuwu and their family could move to zones 3, 4, 5, or 6, which were much safer than zone 8. She asked if Yuwu wanted to go because if he did, I would send someone to pick him up. Yu apparently wasn't interested in moving yet because after going through such a big battle, the monsters definitely wouldn't move at this time. After all, he has friends in Zone 9 and Zone 8 is a place not too far away. Yu would talk about that later. However, in his mind, the most important thing was not to get too close to the center of the group because it wouldn't be good to be monitored too much, which could limit freedom. Miss Mo respected Yu decision. She only asked that the man give him news that he intended to move. Then one more thing Miss Mo wanted to say was that I also gave Yu a card that allowed him to freely travel between zones, which would definitely be useful for his daily needs. Yu was naturally grateful for Miss Mo's wisdom because the card was indeed very useful to me. Yunfei of course teased Miss Mo, who seemed reluctant to leave the apartment and even offered to stay the night, but Miss Mo quickly refused. After that, Yu talked to his parents about him having to stay in Zone 8 for some personal purposes. He wouldn't take them to a better and safer place for now. The father said that he would support his son's decision unconditionally, and so would the mother. Mom also said that the temporary residence was quite good because previously I never even thought that I could live in such a high-class house for the rest of my life. The only thing that made it difficult for him was that the house was too big to clean. Nana immediately asked her mother to hand over small things like that to her. Yunfei added that wherever they are, as long as the whole family can be together, then that is the best home. Nana immediately confirmed it, even though inside me, I actually felt disgusted and even wanted to die. Yu was happy because this was his fight. Lately, many people think that family is a stumbling block that will only get in the way, so they choose to live alone. However, Yu was very lucky because he was born into a happy family. He will do everything he can to protect that happiness. He had to do it, and that was clearly not the final goal, even though he was currently in the Hanmo group. If he succeeded in building a strong fort, then that place could become his family's real future. At that time, Yu called Weiss. He wanted to see the blueprint of the fort and start analyzing it. He wants to know how much it will cost to create the future he wants. Weiss managed to analyze the fort's blueprint, but the situation was less than favorable. Yu wanted to hear the problem. Weiss then explains that the blueprint location requires at least level 40 or built. However, for Yu, it wasn't difficult at all because he had already gotten the dungeon key from the Black Tiger Army group, which was level 40. Previously he was still hesitant to open it, but it turned out to be useful now. Weiss then continued that it was only the first step because next it would cost him 5 billion to build the entire bowl. Yu was of course very surprised by the nominal value and suspected that this fortress was truly legendary. Weiss continued that it was just a matter of money and had not talked about the many rare items and materials that he would not talk about so as not to discourage Yu. Yu was really annoyed because some of his enthusiasm had indeed disappeared. He thought the money he got from defeating the boss monster was enough, but apparently not. Weiss asked Yu not to give up hope because Yu was very strong, so sooner or later he would definitely be able to collect the money. Yu knew that even though he was still upset, he wanted to know after he managed to get the money and materials, what he should do. Weiss said the next phase will be the specific construction phase. Yu needed to use engineering master skills to create many engineering robots to build the fortress. This step can be done in the presence of the owner. If the owner is not there, the robot will stop working. Yu did see that as a problem, so would it be possible for him to give Nana the robot control authority and let me replace Yu's presence in the fort construction area? Weiss said that it was a good idea because Nana was also created by Yu, which was the equivalent of the man's clone. Nana can definitely control that engineering robot too. Yu finally understood, and now the only thing he thought about was how to earn money quickly. Yu realized that it was not easy to build a fortress. Meanwhile, he also plans to strengthen the Shadow King account a little. It seemed like he really had to postpone the construction of the fort first. In the meantime, perhaps no strong enemies will appear. The stronghold after that would be a priority, and he needed to make a lot of money first. It was then that water was suddenly splashed on Yu's face. Apparently, it was Yunfei who asked to play in the fun infinity pool. Likewise, Nana looked happy to be playing water fights. Yu was happy because he could see Yunfei was also happy. Yu wanted to refuse, but once again Nana attacked him with water. Nana said that Yu needed to relax more because being too tense wouldn't be good. In my heart, I hope to have the opportunity to play water war with Yu and then drown them in the water. Of course, Yu was provoked too, and it reminded him of the time when I dominated the swimming pool. Yu will show everyone what I am as the king of water warfare. They immediately had a water fight together in the swimming pool. At the headquarters of the Hanmo group, precisely in the vice chairman's office, Yin was apologizing because I couldn't anticipate the betrayal from the Tianchuan group. She also didn't guard against the death threat sent by the Huanjiang group, the thing that causes the boss battle to fail. Yin as chairman felt responsible and asked for punishment. The deputy chairman was quite relieved that Yin turned out to be quite self-aware, but that wasn't actually the reason for Yin's failure. For him, the woman was just too weak. Mokai kicked the woman and wondered how Yin still dared to kneel in front of me. Even though as one of the top 35 combat powers of the Mogong team, I had already failed to lead the team to defeat a level 90 boss monster. For Mokai, Yinhyun was simply embarrassing the Hanmo group's face. Yinhyun apologizes, but Mokai slaps him this time. He didn't have time to listen to her nonsense. Mokai brought Yinhyun from the gargle area and spent a lot much money to raise him. The man didn't want Yinhyun to make excuses to deceive with a weak posture. It was then that Jai Wang Chuan asked Mokai to stop. Of course, Mokai thought he felt sorry for a beautiful member like Yinhyun. Jai Wang Chuan reminded Mokai not to waste time on boring things and instead forget what to do. Mokai once again slapped Yinhyun, but he admitted that he had not forgotten. He then asked whether Jai Wang Chuan knew who took it. Jai Wang Chuan admitted that he already knew because the person was included by Miss Mo in the company's talent pool before the battle against the boss monster. But there was no official registration record yet. Mo Wai certainly didn't believe that it was this person who managed to defeat the boss monster. Mokai naturally felt that Mo Kier was openly fighting. Mokai was very curious about Yu Wu's figure and was surprised to find out that he was only a beginner level 6. Jai Wang Chuan asked Mokai not to think too much about the levels written in the system, because those who managed to snatch the boss monster from Yinhyun's hands were definitely not ordinary people. Yu Wu had probably hidden his level on purpose. Mokai then asked Yinhyun about Yu Wu's strength and the woman said that Yu Wu was truly unfathomable. The boss monster did have 3% HP in its enraged state, but Yu Wu managed to defeat the boss monster in a matter of seconds. Mokai was of course very surprised, but I also wondered why Yinhyun didn't recruit that talented man to their side instead of leaving him under Mo Kier's control. Yinhyun admitted that he had tried but he didn't succeed. Mokai was even more surprised because so far no one had dared to refuse Yinhyun's invitation to join. Mokai got even angrier and actually strangled the woman. For me, Yinhyun is no longer what it used to be. In the past, Yinhyun would not let such a stupid man out of her hands. Mokai immediately suspected that the woman was interested in Yu Wu and deliberately released the boss monster for me. Mokai actually became more curious about Yu Wu and was going to give Yinhyun a last chance. I want Yinhyun to use all kinds of methods to make Yu Wu come to me, either using violence or seduction. If Yu Wu still refused, then Mokai asked Yinhyun to kill so that he would no longer be a bother. Jai Wang Chuan asked Yinhyun to understand his condition of not being able to defend him. After all, this happened because of Yinhyun's unprofessional mistake. He was also curious whether Yu Wu was really that strong. Yinhyun said that Yu Wu was even stronger than Mokai. She didn't even know who was stronger, Yu Wu or the chairman. Jai Wang Chuan was quite surprised because Yinhyun had never heard of such a high value in someone. Yu Wu was truly able to arouse the curiosity that Jai Wang Chuan had not had for many years. In the meantime, Yinhyun had to leave the team and find a way to deal with Yu Wu. He asks the woman to do her best. If Yinhyun still can't do it, then I will kill him personally. Yinhyun regretted that Yu Wu's move to defeat the boss monster actually caused a big wave. Not only the Mogong team but Huangjang and Tianchuang will also make Yu Wu the main target of the competition. But I didn't expect that even Mokai would be interested in him. She became worried that my assessment of Yu Wu would end up harming the man even though I didn't mean it at all. Yinhyun didn't want to be Yu Wu's enemy at all but instead joined forces and fought together. The next day at the university in Zone 9, all the students had gathered. They were happy because they could finally see the sun again. They can even become moldy from being trapped underground for too long. Other students heard how the boss monster occupying the 9th zone was finally killed by Mogong's team yesterday. Of course, they weren't surprised because that team was indeed the strongest of the Hanmo group. However, other students said that the information was wrong because the rescue team said that the boss monster was killed by one person. They weren't sure about the truth of the news because killing a level 90 boss alone was too impossible. Ruin Tianchen, who heard the students' conversation, guessed that the person who killed the boss monster alone was Yu Wu. Luo Feng also suspected the same thing because only Yu Wu had such astonishing strength. However, the opponent was a boss monster of 90, and even if Yu Wu managed to defeat it, he would definitely incur a lot of money because he was seriously injured. Ruin Tianchen was very worried about him. Luo Feng also thought about this possibility and decided to contact Yu Wu to ask about his condition. But suddenly, an energy reaction from the sky appeared and it turned out to be Yu Wu who the disciples thought came with the special effect cloak. Luo Feng was of course happy to see Yu Wu was fine. On the other hand, Ruin Tianchen, who hasn't seen Yu Wu for a long time, thinks that the man is actually more handsome and charming, which makes my heart beat fast. Luo Feng was moved that Yu Wu wasn't even injured at all. He praised Yu Wu's strength and apologized for doubting him. He feels unworthy of being a younger brother. The principal was also happy to see Yu Wu return and the university was also safe. Yu Wu immediately asked what the university's future plans were. The principal then said that he had contacted the Hanmo group and they promised to send someone to rebuild the university and the 9th zone as soon as possible. In the meantime, all students will be on holiday and stay with their respective families and work together to overcome difficulties. The principals were also happy that Yu had managed to save the university once again, even though they could no longer give gifts to repay him. Yu naturally didn't mind it because he was just doing his duty and it wasn't all about the reward. Luo Feng was happy and proud because Yu was really suitable to be a boss. At that time, everyone at the university became fond of Yu after the hormone advanced passive skill was activated. Everyone immediately idolized Yu, both men and women wanted to have children with Yu. In fact, this made the students attack each other. Seeing the chaos, Yu felt like he had to leave there immediately. He could only blame the immoral skill that suddenly activated. He has to go before something bad happens to him. Yu immediately left while taking Luo Feng and Ruan Tianchen with him. The two people immediately followed him. Yu asked if the two of them had carried out his orders at their respective homes. Luo Feng stated that he had contacted his family, who was quite rich. They had already fled to the 8th zone immediately after the incident occurred. Now they are safe. Likewise, Ruan Tianchen was alone and her family was not in the city. There was nothing for me to worry about, so she wanted to know where Yu would take them. Yu wanted to take the two out of the safe zone to go to an area in the wilderness. I want to clear the level 40 dungeon obtained from the Black Tiger mercenary group. In the previous part, everything went well as Yu predicted. Then he went to the university to meet Ruan Tian and Luo Feng. The goal is to take the two of them into the wilderness where there will be lots of high-level monsters. So what happens next? Let's start the story. At the 9th zone immigration gate, everyone was working on repairs. Someone stopped Yu and the others because the area was not a place to go out and stroll around. Yu then explained that he was a student who wanted to go out of town to do something. Of course, the guard was increasingly forbidding it because students weren't supposed to go out of town. Moreover, currently, the emergency orders during wartime have not been revoked, so no one was allowed to leave the city. The guard told Yu and the others to quickly return to school or he would shoot. Luo Feng was naturally angry that a level 10 guard dared to threaten and yell at them even though he didn't know who Yu was with them. Yu tried to restrain Luo Feng because the three of them were good students who shouldn't cause trouble. Yu then showed his pass to the guard. The guard then noticed the pass and he admitted he had never seen it before. He, who was indeed a new guard, certainly suspected that the card was fake. Yu finally understood why the guard didn't know about the pass. That's when another guard came because of the commotion. The guard asked the other guards not to chase Yu and others away. The new guard then said that Yu showed an unknown pass and he wanted to leave the city. The guard tried to look at the card and as soon as he realized it he slapped the new guard. That card is the highest level card of the Hanmo group. He was angry that the new guard didn't know after training. The man couldn't defend himself. The guard then saw that Yu's presence as a distinguished guest made even the gate shine. The guard didn't know where Yu was going, but he offered to send a team of escorts for him during the journey because it was currently too dangerous outside the city. Yu immediately rejected it because he had his plans. Yu simply asked the guard to quickly open the gate. The guard immediately opened it. Ruan Tianchen saw the gate open and became very nervous. Their first time out of town after she was so grown up. Luo Feng asked him to calm down as they were just going into the wilderness, which could be a rare opportunity to train. After Yu left, the guard saw the man who had previously been mentioned directly by senior management. He was asked to focus on it, but he didn't see anything special about it. The guard then reported on someone Yu who had just left the city. He wanted to know what to do next. The voice on the other end was so happy because meeting Yu meant they could make a lot of money. The voice on the other end was Mai Sha, who then asked the guard not to be too hasty. Meanwhile, they only need to report the whereabouts of the target and continue to be careful so as not to be discovered. Mai Sha is an elite mercenary on the outskirts of the Huanzhang group. In her heart, Mai Sha was happy because the previously announced mission was hers. She was determined to get Yu. In the wilderness outside the 9th zone, Yu and others were amazed by the world outside the safe zone. The rest of the old world became desolate and only ruins remained. Ruan Tianchen had seen photos and videos of wilderness on the internet and in books, but now he could see it with his own eyes and even feel the intimidating atmosphere of the end times. Luo Feng told Ruan Tianchen not to think too far because he felt that the air outside was fresh and clear. Then Luo Feng asked how they were going to the dungeon. Yu could fly, but it would be troublesome since they were there too. Yu asked them not to worry because he had already arranged everything. Yu revealed that conditions in the wilderness have been very safe recently. After all, Luo Feng and Ruan Tianchen had also killed monsters before. However, if they encounter monsters, it will be better because they can collect experience. Luo Feng and Ruan Tianchen were members of Yu's Wangji team who naturally couldn't be left behind. Both of them were certainly confused when they heard the name of the new team. Yu took the two to explain as they walked. The Wangji team is a team formed by Yu who also belongs to a local company such as the Hanmo Group. Ruan Tianchen was so excited, but also not sure they could join in. Luo Feng was too enthusiastic because Wang Ji's team name sounded while dominating and matched Yi Wu. Ruin Tianchen then wanted to know because Yi Wu could have directly joined the Mogong team and reached the pinnacle of life. So is he convinced to start everything from scratch. Luo Feng also confirmed Yi Wu could defeat a level 90 boss monster, whereas there were just small people who would hinder him. Yi Wu then considered whether he should cancel the plan to take the two to the level 40 dungeon and gain experience. They should take advantage of all opportunities and not be discouraged. Ruin Tianchen and Luo Feng agreed that they would not disappoint Yi Wu. That's when an off-road car came and stopped right in front of them. Zhu Xiaoji, who was driving, suddenly showed his head and said yes. He then introduced himself as a handsome fat man. Zhu Xiaoji then greeted Yi Wu and did not expect to see him again so quickly. He was quite surprised when Yi Wu contacted him. Zhu Xiaoji's attention was also suddenly drawn to the beautiful Ruin Tianchen. If he knew Yi Wu would bring him, so he would dress up. Zhu Xiaoji then greeted Ruin Tianchen and introduced himself as a treasure hunter. For him, the wilderness is like a playground. He will also take good care of the girl. Ruin Tianchen thanks and please help. In her heart, she knew Xu Xiaoji was of a high level. The man was an acquaintance of Yi Wu who was so enthusiastic and bold. On the other hand, Luo Feng was also excited to see such a powerful tank. Zhu Xiaoji couldn't help but laugh and be like that expected of Yi Wu's comrades. Luo Feng was quite knowledgeable. He also asked Luo Feng not to hesitate to ask him if there was anything he didn't understand. Yi Wu immediately stopped them all because he had work to do. In the car, Yi Wu determined the destination in Area C87. Zhu Xiaoji revealed that the Depingxian team had already gone to that place by traveling for half a day. It's just at that time he couldn't find the dungeon entrance before. Yi Wu said that because they needed a key to open the dungeon. Yi Wu looked at the key whose durability had dropped by 10%. The durability had indeed dropped a lot, but it was lucky that he was able to use it before the lock broke. At that time, Zai Xiaoji wanted to know whether the detailed map in Yi Wu's hand was true. Maps and actual coordinate information in the eyes of hunters like them were something invaluable. Yi Wu then assured that the map was correct because it was directly written by Mu Wai. That's when Zhu Xiaoji immediately braked suddenly, causing Luo Feng to crash. Zhu Xiaoji was very surprised because Yi Wu mentioned the name Mu Wai, who was a legendary treasure hunter. Yi Wu immediately confirmed it, and he was also curious as to why Zhu Xiaoji's expression had changed in such a way. Yi Wu wanted to know if there was anything Zhu Xiaoji knew about Mu Wai. Zhu Xiaoji revealed that he did have a very long story about Mu Wai. He would talk about it as he went along. Zhu Xiaoji finally started his story. Zhu Xiaoji explains how in the eyes of most people, treasure hunters are seen as not much different from mercenaries who want money and life. However, the object of their looting was not humans but ruins. The problem is that all of that is just a perception because their real goal is to find the truth in the world. Therefore they continue to explore the ruins one by one. Yi Wu was naturally curious about the truth of the world. Zhu Xiaoji wanted to know if anyone out there had ever questioned how and why the Earth's old age was born. Ruin Tianchen recalled several conspiracy theories circulating in the past. Some say that the world is a dream. Some say that the world is just a high-dimensional holographic projection. Even though it seems like an exaggeration, humans are data in a database. They are just the intelligent AI of a big game with their destiny and thoughts determined by the program. However, Luo Feng immediately stated that it was just a theory from the past that was never heard of or discussed. For Yi Wu, after several generations, everyone had become accustomed to that era and only wanted to live that short life. The problem was that for Zhu Xiaoji, habit did not mean truth. They always believed there is a reason behind all phenomena. As long as they continued to explore the ancient ruins, one day they would be able to find out the buried truth. Yi Wu was quite unexpected about Zhu Xiaoji, who despite having an eccentric appearance, actually had a very philosophical heart. Zhu Xiaoji was embarrassed because all he said was speech Lan Qingyan. Meanwhile, he is not someone who has that kind of awareness. He and the other teammates in the team were only interested in Lan Qingyan's philosophy, and that was also the reason they were together. Yi Wu certainly understood very well because it was Lan Qingyan. The man did have a vision and philosophy that ordinary people did not have. After that, Zhu Xiaoji said that according to rumors, Mu Wai was a legendary treasure hunter who was very close to the truth of the world. It's just that he has been missing for a long time and no one knows his whereabouts. If the map was in Yi Wu's hands, then there must be a hidden mystery. Maybe they will find the key clue to unlocking the truth of the world. The problem was that Yi Wu couldn't find any clues at all. Besides, he didn't know what would happen if the truth of the world was truly discovered. Life still has to go on as before. Zhu Xiaoji realized that Yi Wu didn't know about a legend that had been circulating for a long time among treasure hunters. If there is someone who can find the truth of that world, then he can restart the world according to his wishes and become king in one of those worlds. Yi Wu was the first time he heard of such a legend. Everyone became very curious about whether the legend was true. If true, then it could be very interesting. Ru and Tianchen began to fantasize about starting the world and turning it into a world of girls, love, and peace. Luo Feng didn't want to lose, and if it was him, then he would be the supreme emperor realm master who could unify the world. Yu Wu immediately reminded the two that they still hadn't even reached the most basic level and should put aside such delusions. Luo Feng and Ru and Tianchen couldn't help but laugh. As for Yu Wu, the legend was too exaggerated. They should focus on doing what is in front of them. Zhu Xiaoji confirmed, but one had to have dreams because otherwise, humans would be no different from salted fish. In his mind, Yu Wu thought about dreams. For him, the word dream was too much in that era. So far all he had done was to achieve practical goals. He asked himself what his dream was. Zhu Xiaoji then continued that if Yu Wu could meet Yu Wei, then he could get more clues. All of this is not just a fantasy or rumor. In his mind, Yu Wu thought of the principal who probably knew a lot about Mu Wei. He decided to ask him after completing the dungeon. The vehicle continued to drive until they finally arrived at the destination. They weren't sure that it was the entrance to the dungeon because they didn't see anything. But of course, Yu Wu knew that the entrance was hidden and they needed the boss's key to open it. Because if it wasn't like that, then the dungeon door would have been discovered long ago. However, before opening the dungeon door, they had to take care of the stalker. Zhu Xiaoji couldn't help but laugh because previously he must have caused the stalkers to keep getting sand from their vehicles. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Ru and Tianchen and Luo Feng had no idea that they were being stalked. Zhu Xiaoji said that he is an expert in anti-reconnaissance, and Luo Feng also Ru and Tianchen have a lot to learn. Zhu Xiaoji took out a bomb and threw it into the distance, which turned out to be an invisible shield. Luo Feng was shocked because someone was following them. He regretted not realizing the low-level mistakes he made. Luo Feng was also even more shocked when he found out that the man was the head guard who previously checked them. So why was the man following them? The head guard and all his members then got out of the car. They asked Yu Wu and others not to misunderstand. He reasoned that he was very worried about the safety of the honored guests. But previously Yu Wu did not allow them to accompany Yu Wu. Therefore they secretly protected Yu Wu and the others. Yu Wu sarcastically said that they had all worked hard. The head guard immediately explained that they were in no trouble at all and that it was for everyone's good. It's just that for him Yu Wu shouldn't have drawn a sword at him like that. Yu Wu could only look at those who didn't even take the time to make a reasonable excuse. The head guard was just a bad old man. Yu Wu confirmed that was the end of their awkward conversation. The head guard once again explained that Yu Wu had misunderstood. He said that he was 28 years old even though his hair was gray. He's not a bad parent either. In his heart, the head guard was naturally angry because Yu Wu pointed the sword at him. If it wasn't for Zhu Xiaoji who was level 55, he would have shot Yu Wu first. Secretly, the head guard sent a signal behind his back. One of the subordinates thought that the head guard was showing the tactical sign language of the triangular offensive formation. They immediately understood that if Yu Wu attacked first, they would have to defend and counterattack. Caretaker others could see that only Zhu Xiaoji was level 55 while the others were easy opponents. The man insulted the ignorant Yu Wu for daringly starting a fight. However, Yu Wu chose to wave his hand and said he would accept the kindness of the guard leader. At that time everyone had survived the monster invasion, so they had to trust and help each other. In his heart, Yu Wu could see how the head guard was trying so hard to make him believe again. Therefore, instead of killing those of little value, it was better to use them to find out the big fish hiding behind them. The head guard immediately confirmed Yu Wu's words. Meanwhile, in his heart, he felt satisfied because he was able to fool Yu Wu. He also didn't know why the stupid Yu Wu became the target of the competition. The head guard also suspected that Yu Wu was one of the children of the director of the Hanmo group because he had the highest level pass even though it was only level 6. The chief guard that asked where young master Yu Wu was headed in the dangerous wilderness. Even though he was a little surprised to be called young master, he said that he planned to enter a dungeon. Yu Wu then asked if the head guard and the others would go in with him. At that time, Luo Feng and Ru and Tiantain secretly knew that Yu Wu was trapping the guard. In the end, smart people will die. The head guard was surprised because seeing the dungeon key, it was at least a level 40 dungeon. Even though they own Zhu Xiaoji is a level 55 tanker, Yu Wu and the others will die if they open a dungeon that is not comparable to the average level of Yu Wu and the others. Luo Feng then explained that that was the reason Yu Wu invited them to enter together. Luo Feng accused the guards of being scared, even though previously they said they would protect them. However, it turns out they didn't dare to do it. Ru and Tianchen added that she felt sad about the quality of the security team in Zone 9. He also came to understand why they were affected by the monster invasion. Of course, all of this made the head guard even more annoyed and disbelieving. Meanwhile, the guards asked their leader not to let the boys underestimate them. The chief must be able to let Yu Wu and the others see their prowess. In his heart, the head guard indeed felt slighted. The problem was that he had no experience in clearing dungeons at all. If something bad happened to them later, they might die, so he just forgot about it. The head guard then reasoned that the dungeon could only be entered by 5 people. Even though he wanted to leave, he couldn't bear to leave the other guards alone. The head guard regretted that, but Yuwu casually said that the dungeon would fit 5 minus 10 people and they could enter together. The chief guard had no choice but to enter the dungeon. He would let his members see a dungeon. They are certainly very enthusiastic and see their chairman as a strong and dominating figure. Even though in his heart, the head guard was just acting to satisfy his members. He would come in for a while to accompany Yuwu. If he encountered danger inside, he would use Yuwu and his friends while waiting for Mai Sha to come. On the other hand, Yuwu, who opened the dungeon gate, asked for guard protection, and the head guard immediately agreed. As a form of anticipation, the head guard deliberately left a signal via the smart signal tracker so that Mai Sha would find their coordinates. They finally arrived in the life dungeon of the forest, which was level 40. The dungeon had a beautiful view with a wide range. The dungeon wasn't as scary as a level 40 dungeon. They were also curious about what kind of monsters would be inside. They waited curiously and tensely. Ruin Tinshin saw a towering giant tree. According to Zhu Xiaoji's experience, that kind of place was where the boss monsters were. Luo Feng asked Zhu Xiaoji to teach them many things when they fight later. Zhu Xiaoji could only laugh and ask Luo Feng to stay behind him so he wouldn't lose his life. On the other hand, Yuwu immediately asked Weiss to quickly analyze whether the dungeon could be used to build a fortress. After that, Weiss revealed that the dungeon did meet the classification for building a fort, but only had 3 stars. In his heart, Yuwu was quite disappointed because he had hoped to get 5 stars as a location for building a fort. This trip seemed to only give him experience. It was then that Ruin Tianchen pointed at something in the sky that was flying towards them quickly. It was a level 25 Batwing Wyvern monster. The chief guard immediately repelled the monster and asked everyone not to panic while it was with him. The head guard started to attack together with the members, but for Yuwu the attack was not unified enough and seemed to lack practice too, although in the end, they succeeded in defeating the monster. The captain felt great and proud because he had killed the level 20 monster. Likewise, the guards immediately praised the captain's greatness and how they didn't need to worry when they were near him. But suddenly another monster appeared. Level 40 Stinging Snake Dragon Monster. The angry monster easily bit and threw one of the guards. He shouted for help from the head of the guard, but he did not survive. The head guard naturally couldn't believe he lost his members so soon after entering. The chief guard tried to attack the monster alone. He also wondered why Zhu Xiaoji, who was level 55, was just silent like a fool and not helping him. Even though Zhu Xiaoji was at a higher level than him, he didn't need a leader to protect him. Zhu Xiaoji asked Yuwu if he needed to help now. Yuwu immediately permitted because the presence of the head guard was still needed. The goal this time was still far from there and the guard would still be useful at another point later. Zhu Xiaoji immediately stepped in to help. It seemed to him that even level 40 monsters could be handled without breaking a sweat. It was then that Yuwu received notification that a mysterious egg suddenly reacted strongly. Yuwu was naturally curious about what happened to the egg. Is the egg lapse or pain? However, he realized that perhaps the egg felt the breath of the same clan and wanted to hatch. The mysterious being was constantly abnormally restless. Yuwu wondered whether the mysterious egg's occupant really wanted to come out of the shell after being silent for so long. He asked the egg not to be anxious and to take whatever ingredients he had gotten before so he could be calmer. The mysterious egg could use a monster's tongue or an arthropod's feet. Yuwu could see that the egg had finally calmed down, but he still seemed to be harboring something. Weiss then said that it did work temporarily, but his strength was insufficient so he couldn't break the shell's walls. Yuwu finally tried to help with the dragon heart he previously got. He asked the egg to eat it so it could come out of the shell, but apparently the egg actually looked scared. Yuwu was curious whether the egg was really afraid of the aura of the upper race, but Yuwu still insisted because the dragon heart was just a piece of meat. He then said that the egg had absolutely no willpower and that it would be better to shrink into the shell so that it could remain a useless egg forever. The egg became very upset and that was exactly what Yuwu expected. He wanted to know what the egg would actually become. The egg broke itself and had such strong pressure. The egg eventually hatched into a battle pet and Yuwu was asked to give it a name. Yuwu thought of a suitable name and as a fighting pet then it should be a domineering name. Yuwu named the pet Jiang. On the other hand, the head guard was still fighting with the monsters. Even though he struggled, he finally managed to defeat him. After finishing, the head guard was confused about what was happening behind him. He saw that the Chihang, which was only level 6, was easy to handle. A guard then prepared to shoot him. Moreover, the monster is only in the middle of a group of people, which means it is only looking for death. Although you can't get many experience points even if you succeed in killing him. However, Chiang actually bit the man's weapon first. He also attacked Zhu Xiaoji's shield even though the man didn't do anything. The head guard finally intervened to finish off the Chihang, but Yuwu immediately said that it was not a monster but a battle pet. Yuwu apologized because the crimson cosmetic was very aggressive when it was born. But Zhu Xiaoji was sad because his shield was damaged and he wanted Yu Wu to reimburse him for the repair costs. Yu Wu finally said yes. On the other hand, Ruin Tianchen knew that the crimson cosmetic came from the egg that Yu Wu got in the Shadow Forest before. She was very happy because the egg finally hatched. The girl really missed and wanted to hug the crimson comet, which I previously named Lan Wang. Yu Wu reminded everyone that they had to be careful because Chihang was still a child and it was normal not to want to be approached casually. Yu Wu introduces them all to Chihang as friends to remember. Just then, they heard a roar. Yu Wu suspected that the forest owner did not welcome them or instead felt Chihang's presence. The guard captain no longer cares because after fighting before, I'm sure the monsters there aren't that dangerous. The guard captain then split the team into 2 squads and explored the dungeon separately, which would be more efficient. They will meet again at the end of the big tree. Yu Wu agreed and suggested that they use the team channel to contact them at any time in case of unexpected situations. The guard captain finally said goodbye. In his heart, he knew Yu Wu would definitely encounter trouble. The power he had previously used had not even been fully displayed due to Yu Wu's understatement. He realized that Yu Wu was not at level 6. Therefore, he planned to separate himself and leave the team so he could watch Yu Wu from behind. On the other hand, Ruin Tianchen was very nervous and excited because it was her first time entering a desert dungeon. The dungeon seemed to him like a magical land version of the Shadow Forest. Yu Wu immediately confirmed. He also asked Zhu Xiaoji based on his knowledge and experience whether he had any insight into the various types of dungeons that appeared in the world, or at least those that had been visited. Zhu Xiaoji claimed not to know because, for a treasure hunter, his main line of business was ruins and not dungeons. Plus, it was a new dungeon that was something that belonged to a professional team from a large group. Usually, they wouldn't be able to go to the dungeon easily unless they had received a detailed guide. Zhu Xiaoji knows that dungeons in this world are divided into many types and views, such as running the map and going deep into unknown areas, carrying out adventures and survival, completing the number of battles and killings, and solving puzzles to test IQ. Whatever the type, no one can explain how a dungeon looks and works. The only thing you can do is adapt and use it to make yourself stronger. Ruin Tianchen added that there are so many types of dangerous and interesting dungeons. I wish there could be a dungeon with a magical girl appearance. But at that moment, another monster came. The level 40 monster named Spinosaurus appeared behind Ruin Tianchen, but Chihang immediately attacked him. Ruin Tianchen apologized for being careless and thanked him for being saved. Yu Wu praised Chihang and left the monster completely to me. Spinosaurus was very angry because Chihang managed to cut off its tongue. Yu Wu was more surprised that the monster could talk like a human. However, Zhu Xiaoji only heard a strained scream. At that time, Weiss said that Yu Wu and Chihang were indeed linked in spirit, basic attributes, and abilities. Hence, Yu Wu could understand the language of the dragon race. Yu Wu understood and confirmed the point about the similarity of basic attributes. Weiss added Yu Wu is the owner of the link hierarchy system. That meant it was partly Yu Wu's level and partly Chihang's level. When Yu Wu switches between different accounts, his attributes and appearance will also change. Yu Wu started to understand. He was currently using the Qian King account, so that meant Chihang was using the fire attribute. Spinosaurus continues to attack, but Chihang doesn't want to lose. Spinosaurus says that Chihang's tricks will no longer work on him because he is very angry. The monster attacks Chihang, making everyone worry as the little dragon bounces away. Zhu Xiaoji saw the huge difference in level between the two. He was worried that something bad would happen to Chihang if they didn't help, but Yu Wu immediately intervened and forbade them from helping Chihang. Ruin Tianchen wanted to know the reason. Yu Wu then explained that as his battle pet, Chihang shouldn't need help with small things like that. Even if he died in the end, it was nothing to regret. In his heart, Yu Wu knew that after sharing the link level with him, it wouldn't be a problem for Chihang to fight the Spinosaurus monster. Yu Wu knew Chihang was planning something by pretending to be a pig that would later eat a tiger. Yu Wu couldn't wait. Chihang broke a large tree trunk. Seeing that Spinosaurus couldn't help but scoff. For him, a small child is still a child. When he loses, he takes out his anger on the tree. But apparently, Chihang used the tree trunk to hit Spinosaurus. This made Spinosaurus even more angry and determined to attack until Chihang had no bones left. However, Chihang didn't stop hitting Spinosaurus with a tree trunk. Spinosaurus states that such a small attack is painless for him and that when it breaks free, then it will be Chihang's time of death. At that moment, Chihang shot out fire which made the Spinosaurus overheat. Chihang managed to defeat Spinosaurus and that resulted in everyone getting a level increase. They immediately thanked Chihang. Zhu Xiaoji then told Yu Wu that he heard Chihang say BBQ before. Yu Wu confirmed that Zhu Xiaoji had indeed heard it right. Yu Wu knew that Chihang had deliberately used that attack technique because the stems, dan, and petals he had chosen just now did have a special aroma which was a delicious spice. Yu Wu was sure that Zhu Xiaoji could smell the delicious aroma of BBQ. Zhu Xiaoji, who had many years of food tasting experience, immediately knew that this BBQ was a top delicacy. They didn't expect that Chihong was actually a food expert. Chihong then gave Yu Wu some meat and the man praised the delicious aroma of the food. The team finally decided to eat before continuing their journey to fill their hungry stomachs. Everyone is certainly happy, but apart from that, Yu Wu has successfully opened the BBQ Bone Dragon food graphic. The dish has soft bones with a pleasant spice taste. This food can increase endurance. Meanwhile, the guards who were secretly following them could also smell the tempting aroma of BBQ. Those who were eating the toast tried not to be affected even though the aroma was very delicious. The head guard asked everyone to shut up. After completing the mission and taking the money, they will also be able to eat whatever they want. In his heart, the head guard was getting increasingly annoyed because Mai Sha hadn't arrived yet. The longer he watched Yu Wu, the stranger he became. I was sure not his opponent and chose to leave Yu Wu to Mai Sha. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon gate, Mai Sha finally came. I didn't expect that my target would actually go into the dungeon like that. Of course, I'm happy because I can capture everything in one location at once. So, I'll start the hunt. They were all very happy because when they entered the dungeon, unexpectedly, all the monsters they encountered were easily defeated by Chihong. So now, they walked through the dungeon quietly, but they didn't have a chance to act. Even so, Ru and Tianchen felt happy because in this way they only needed to follow Xiao Longlong and could level up successively. Luo Feng was even more amazed at Yu Wu for being able to have such a powerful pet. I really want to have a pet like Xiao Longlong. But Xiaoji quickly reminded Luo Feng to immediately put away such thoughts because battle pets were very rare and the training costs were very high. So entry-level players like them might have difficulty owning it. Moreover, battle pets like things that can jump and fight monsters when they are born are really rare. Plus Yu Wu can make a name for himself as a culinary lover. Hearing an explanation like that made Luo Feng realize that for a top human like Yu Wu, the battle pet he had to be this high level. Yu Wu was surprised to hear their conversation. In his heart, this young man thought that his colleagues were too bad at expressing themselves. Suddenly Xiaoji thought of an idea to make money. Yu Wu immediately became excited when he heard this and asked his big partner to quickly say how to do it. Xiaoji said that in the wilderness there was a relic called the Beast Arena and there would be the strongest pet contest every now and then. As the name suggests, battle pets will compete to determine the strongest. The championship prizes are very large. Besides money, there are many rare items and even legendary equipment. Therefore, it attracts all kinds of people from all over and is a very popular event. Yu Wu didn't expect such an event to occur. He just realized that this world is much bigger and richer than he thought. Xiaoji thought, with the power of Chihong, they could definitely make a lot of money. So when the next bonus was plentiful, Xiaoji took Yu Wu to go and harvest it. Yu Wu thought it was worth it. This black-haired youth thought that maybe he could also collect some of the rare items needed to build a fortress. The most important thing was that Yu Wu had to expand his knowledge of the real world, because all this time he had always been in the safe zone and the information he had was limited. Luo Feng and Ruan Tianchen were certainly excited and asked to be invited to the battle event. While they were chatting, it turned out that there was a woman wearing an animal mask who was watching them from the top of a tree. The mysterious woman wore clothes made of animal skin and was accompanied by a pet who also wore a mask. Yu Wu smiled faintly as he glanced at the tree where the girl was standing. Yu Wu said that the woman had finally shown herself after following them this far. Xiao Longlong immediately went to hit the tree, causing it to break and the two people under it to fall. Right before the girl fell, she shot an arrow at Yu Wu, but the black-haired youth managed to catch him easily. Yu Wu said that the methods and weapons used by the girl were very primitive. I even told the mysterious girl that if she wanted to kill, this level of weapons and methods would not be enough. Yu Wu tried to ask who they were and why they wanted to be enemies with Yu Wu and my comrades. The mysterious girl was silent but her attitude was very alert. Xiaoji said that perhaps they were natives of the dungeon. Yu Wu was surprised to hear this and asked, "Aren't they just NPCs?" Xiaoji explained that usually, monster-type dungeons would not have human residents with only a very rare chance that they could meet native dungeon residents. So Xiaoji suspected that the girl was the true descendant of Wu Wang who had just reappeared. Yu Wu saw that Xiaoji was very serious, so he asked if there was any difference between the natives. Xiaoji explained that natives' attributes were usually associated with dungeon types. Although they were different, they all have the same features. That is maintaining initial growth status which, in simple terms, is eternal life. Yu Wu thought that eternal life would be fun. Ruan Tianchen also thinks that living forever and being forever young is the dream of all girls. But Xiaoji quickly said that the reality was the opposite. Because the very rare natives in the dungeon cannot take the initiative to leave the dungeon. They are seen by people who come to the dungeon and often end up badly. All native citizens of the dungeon will be taken out and sold to human traffickers at high prices or to research institutes and become research objects. And for the two natives in front of them at this moment, although they couldn't show their faces, their figure and variety alone could be considered the best attractants, and they would definitely be hunted down. Yu Wu also agreed that in these last days, people can do anything that breaks the line of norms to gain profit. Yu Wu told the mysterious girl that I was lucky because I only met Yu Wu. Even though this young man loves money, you wouldn't do such terrible things. Yu Wu told the girl to immediately go and find a place to hide if she wanted to survive and not just be around them to disturb them. The girl still lowered her spear at Yu Wu and loudly said, "Why should I obey a foreign human? In my opinion, Yu Wu and his friends should be the ones to leave home." The mysterious girl and her pet immediately attacked Yu Wu with their ancient weapons. Of course, Yu Wu could avoid it easily, but the girl continued to babble and say that they were not allowed to destroy this pristine forest. Yu Wu smiled and said that I was indeed a stranger to those two mysterious figures, but Yu Wu was the one who had opened the dungeon. In other words, the place is yours, so the original inhabitants of that place are also yours, so you have the right to do whatever you want to them. Yu Wu took out his weapon, which was full of power and a flash of electricity that made the two mysterious masked figures step back in fear. Then Yu Wu said he didn't care if the two mysterious figures were real NPCs or something like saints, but anyone who got in his way had to die. With his dark and terrifying expression, the two mysterious figures were very frightened and finally ran away. Seeing the attitude of the two mysterious figures, Yu Wu thought that their nature was immature and shy even though their level was hidden. Yu Wu guessed that they acted like that because they had never dealt with other humans. Yu Wu hoped that they would no longer show up to blame him for being cruel. This young man hopes that today's events will make the two mysterious figures learn the first lesson in their lives and be more careful in the future. After some distance, the two mysterious figures finally fell from exhaustion. The girl didn't expect Yu Wu to be so cruel even though he was only level 6. She could feel that Yu Wu's killing intent was very strong. She was worried that if they escaped any slower then they might die in Yu Wu's hands. Suddenly a terrible laugh was heard. The head guard appeared with his group in front of the mysterious girl and was very satisfied to finally meet her, and thought that the mysterious girl was a very valuable item and they could get rich if they sold the item. In the previous part, Yu Wu and the others were shocked by a girl who suddenly attacked. Of course, Yu Wu didn't let her. Then he tried to scare the girl with a terrible aura that made the girl run away in fear. So what will the girl do next? Let's get started. Kiki felt surprised and angry. From behind the mask, this mysterious girl asks what is really happening to this world. This girl asks why there are so many intruders from other worlds now breaking in, after successfully maintaining the peace of that world for thousands of years. The men in the door guard group looked at Kiki with wild eyes. They loved to see a woman's body so well, but unfortunately, they couldn't see the real face behind Kiki's mask. But one of his colleagues said that they could do it without removing the girl's mask. They already seemed very eager to imagine the body of a native that had not been polluted by the outside world, so it was very rare and definitely pure. So quickly the four of them attacked Kiki together. Seeing their attitude made Kiki angry and accused them of being shameless for daring to gang up on a woman. Even so, Kiki was not afraid of being attacked by 4 men. The mysterious girl quickly managed to defeat the 4 men with just one attack. Even the guard boss Till was shocked to see all his members being finished so quickly. The boss felt like he had made a very careless mistake because even though she was a woman, she still came from a level 40 dungeon. The guard boss immediately raised his gun and attacked Kiki, who quickly ran to attack him. At this time, Kiki attacked the guard boss very quickly and thought that the bearded man's level was quite high but not as strong as the level 6 human that she met earlier. Boss Beard suspects that the young man Kiki is referring to is Yu Wu. When Boss Beard realized that I was too late to dodge the spear attack thrown by Kiki, suddenly a shot exploded right in front of Boss Beard's face and destroyed Kiki's spear, which almost killed Boss Beard. Then a woman's voice was heard warning Boss Beard not to let his guard down on the battlefield. It turns out it was Mai Shaw. The tough woman was already standing on the tree with a long-barreled weapon. Mai Shaw said that trash like the bearded boss is really a bit lucky because I can actually meet a rare native. The bearded boss immediately smiled broadly and was excited to see that the chairman had finally arrived. Quickly, Boss Beard handed over the rest of the problem to Mai Shaw, and I won't bother him anymore. Mai Shaw told the bearded man to leave immediately so as not to disturb. Kiki realized that Mai Shaw had level 85 and the woman was emitting a very dangerous breath. So Kiki is sure that Mai Shaw has already killed so many people that I might not have a chance to win. Kiki slowly backed away to escape. But suddenly all my directions were shotted by Mai Shaw. The fierce girl said that no one can take the initiative to escape from before my eyes unless they die. Mai Shaw came down from the tree and asked Kiki and her pets not to act carelessly if they didn't want to die immediately. When Kiki and Mai Bao looked back, they were shocked to see a spider robot crawling towards them. Kiki quickly pushed Mai Bao away. Suddenly a dimensional cage was created and immediately trapped Kiki's body. Mai Bao panicked seeing his partner trapped like that, so the little cat tried to save. but Kiki prevented Mao Bao from helping and running away because their opponents this time were too strong, so they couldn't possibly defeat the woman. With a sad face, Mao Bao finally left. The cat said it would seek someone's help and hoped that Kiki could survive for a while. When the bearded boss tries to chase Mao Bao, Mai Sha stops him and says that Kiki is in their hands, so sooner or later the living creatures will definitely return. Then Mai Sha told Boss Beard to stay because I had things to do. Mai Sha explained that Kiki would soon be paralyzed with anesthetic and this woman would be taken to a hidden place to hide her body, while they waited for Mai Sha to finish with her business. Mai Sha warned that the girl should remain intact. The bearded man smiled and said that I wouldn't make such a small mistake, so the chairman didn't need to worry. After that, Mai Sha asked what the specific strength of Yu Wu who managed to open the level 40 dungeon was. Boss Beard replied, "At first I thought Yu Wu was a second-generation descendant of a very rich family who liked to travel alone. But after following the young man for a while I discovered the fact that the young man's strength was very unfathomable. Even though Yu Wu never directly intervened in battle, the dragon race battle pets had level 50 plus fighters who were always by his side were by no means ordinary people. Mai Sha thinks that Yu Wu is really interesting." When Mai Sha was about to leave, the bearded boss asked where Yu Wu actually came from. Why did the chairman want to capture Yu Wu so enthusiastically? Mai Sha answered that this information was also confidential. "I just got orders from above to ask Yu Wu for as much as possible, although I can't kill him. But compared to inviting in a boring way, Mai Sha said that hunting was more fun for me." Mai Sha's expression when she said this was very scary, as if I was going to hunt her prey. Meanwhile, Yu Wu and all his team members arrived in front of a large tree. Yu Wu said that the big tree was too much. From a distance, the tree looked very big, but when they got closer it turned out to be more closed. Yu Wu apologized if in the end there was no treasure on the big tree. But Luo Feng and Ruan Tianchen felt that it didn't matter if they didn't get any treasures, because they have reached level 30 easily and got new and very cool equipment. They did not forget to thank Yu Wu and Xiao Longlong, who had worked hard and did not disappoint their expectations. Xiao Longlong nodded with a big smile, but suddenly the little dragon became alert when he noticed the appearance of another creature approaching them. Yu Wu asked Xiao Longlong not to worry and be too alert. Yu Wu told the figure who had been watching them to come out immediately. Yu Wu asked why the creature came back to them even though it knew that approaching them was very dangerous. Finally, Xiao Bao came out of the bushes and commented that Yu Wu's vision was great. Xiao Bao quickly explained that my partner was taken away by a human from another world like Yu Wu. Xiao Bao begs Yu Wu to save my partner. Ruan Tianchen actually failed to focus because she saw that the cat turned out to be very cute because it could talk like a human. Xiao Bao was even surprised to see that Tianchen had just discovered that the animal was a cat. But from here Xiao Bao felt very proud because he had succeeded in pretending and fooling them all. After they all found out his true identity as a cat, Xiao Bao asked them to immediately grant my wish and save my partner. Yu Wu said that it was not impossible to help Xiao Bao and Kiki, but Yu Wu's question was, what benefits would they have after helping Xiao Bao? Xiao Bao confidently said that of course, I didn't ask them to do everything for free. Xiao Bao took out a red crystal from his pocket and said that I would pay Yu Wu and his colleagues with that very beautiful and sparkling crystal stone. Seeing the crystal made Yu Wu know that it wasn't, even though it was only level 40, it was of epic quality. But if the amount is only a piece, it means it is far from enough. Xiao Bao confidently said that they don't need to be afraid of the cost because I have as many crystals as a mountain. So as long as Yu Wu helps me, then the crystal will be yours. Hearing this actually made Yu Wu think that the animal in front of me might be lying because the number of crystals sounded unreasonable. Xiao Bao cursed at Yu Wu and firmly said that I am not a creature like humans who often cheat. Wise, who suddenly appeared in front of Yu Wu, suddenly commented that even though the creature was deemed not to be lying, Xiao Bao's attitude was really unpleasant. Yu Wu said that I would believe in Xiao Bao, but the pay was still not enough. Now, Yu Wu asked Xiao Bao to make them all see your face, so the creature had to remove the mask in front of them. Xiao Bao immediately lowered his head when he received such an embarrassing request. I think it's better to die than to take off the mask. Hearing Xiao Bao's words made Yu Wu immediately turn around and say that if the cat doesn't want to do it, then I won't talk about saving Kiki either. Yu Wu bravely even waved and said goodbye to the cat. Finally, Xiao Bao apologized and was forced to slowly take off the mask. Despite its shaking body, this cat is determined to do everything to save Kiki, even if it means doing something very embarrassing. After the mask was removed, Xiao Bao's cute face appeared and begged for help from the people in front of him to save my partner. Ruan Tianchen was immediately excited to see Xiao Bao's cuteness. This girl immediately hugged Xiao Bao, who was very cute. Even Xiaoji and Luo Feng were very impressed with Xiao Bao's cuteness and wanted to hug him too. In the end, Xiao Bao got angry and said that I had tolerated their behavior but I didn't want to be touched or hugged anymore. Yu Wu also rubbed Xiao Bao's back very gently. Yu Wu asked the creature not to be too fierce because I thought the cat was really cute. Finally, Yu Wu said that because of Xiao Bao's sincere attitude, Yu Wu would help save Kiki. Yu Wu immediately activated his true eyes to look at the map of that place and realized that a new level 85 person had appeared in the dungeon. Yu Wu guessed that this person was the head of the bearded boss. Xiaoji asked if Yu Wu would let the black hair directly help Kiki and Xiao Bao. Yu Wu said that their side would take the initiative to come to Yu Wu's team, so it will save them time. Sure enough, Mai Sha was currently walking through the forest while following the traces of battle along the way to track down the whereabouts of Yu Wu and his colleagues. But Mai Sha was sure that Yu Wu's group would not think that there were hunters who wanted to catch them from behind. Unexpectedly, she received a fire attack large enough to fall and burn. It didn't stop there. Mai Sha also received an attack from Xiao Longlong who attacked her right arm. Luckily, Mai Sha managed to fend off the little dragon's attack by creating a shield in time. Yu Wu approached the woman and asked if you were surprised by my unexpected attack. Yu Wu said that I thought that Boss Beard and company would sneak up and attack from behind him, but unexpectedly, it was the girl who came to attack them. Yu Wu guessed that the woman must be the top leader of the bearded boss. Mai Sha put away the burnt skirt and said that the young man's attitude was really an unexpected meeting ceremony. In her heart, Mai Sha realized that Yu Wu was a really bad boy. Even though I used a hidden skill earlier, the young man in front of me managed to find me. Yu Wu expressed his thanks because the woman praised me. Yu Wu originally wanted to lure the chief to come, but I actually caught a bigger fish, or rather a very rare mermaid. Mai Sha approached Yu Wu and rubbed the young man's face gently. Mai Sha thought that the young man's mouth in front of me was very sweet, like it was smeared with honey. But if Yu Wu is not satisfied with the mermaid you are talking about, will you eat the mermaid? Yu Wu replied, how could I not be satisfied because the pond I have is too small, so it definitely won't satisfy a big fish like Mai Sha. So Yu Wu asked, which big pond did Mai Sha come from? Huanzhang Group, Tianchuang Group, or something else? Mai Sha smiled coquettishly and said that she didn't expect Yu Wu to be so interested in me. According to Mai Sha, the young man in front of me was very wise, so I introduced myself and revealed his identity as a mercenary from the Huanzhang Group. Mai Sha also said that she came to that place to recruit Yu Wu to join the Huanzhang Group. So is Yu Wu willing to follow me? Yu Wu didn't expect the woman in front of me to run so far just to recruit me, but Yu Wu said that I had joined the Hamo Group. In his heart, Yu Wu confirmed Mr. Lan Qingyun's words, who once reminded me that after the fight with the dragon Kashiwara Akao, many people were targeting me to join their group. Mai Sha said that Huangzhang's financial resources are not much worse than Hanmo Group. As long as Yu Wu is willing to come, she can arrange the conditions as you likes, and it is guaranteed that Yu Wu will not be disappointed. Yu Wu answered that the purple-haired woman was really sincere, but unfortunately, I hate betrayal the most, so I had to reject Mai Sha's offer. Mai Sha suddenly said this is very easy, but Yu Wu didn't seem to recognize the current situation. Mai Sha immediately pointed the gun right in front of Yu Wu's forehead and explained that according to your style, once I get rejected, the person who refuses will immediately die. With a calm expression, Yu Wu asked if I should be grateful when being pointed at with a gun like now. Mai Sha said she usually doesn't do impulsive actions, but I think if Yu Wu joins Huanzhang, it would be fun to do something with Yu Wu. So Mai Sha gave Yu Wu another chance and asked if that young man was. With a calm smile, Yu Wu answered that I still refused. Right after that, Mai Sha directly shot Yu Wu in the forehead and said that his answer was very unfortunate. Apparently, at that time, the number of uses for the puppet card had run out, and the real Yu Wu appeared right behind Mai Sha and attacked the woman's body with his fire sword. Yu Wu said that Mai Sha was really a piranha who killed people without blinking. Before the body was destroyed, Mai Sha said that to be honest, Yu Wu was a very attractive figure, but it was a shame that the young man rejected me. When Mai Sha's body was destroyed, it turned out that it was only a puppet card that could create a shadow of its owner. But Yu Wu was shocked because Mai Sha's puppet card was completely undetectable by my true eye skill. Yu Wu guessed that the level of this opponent's puppet card had already exceeded the range that could be recognized from my skills. Yu Wu was truly careless this time. Mai Sha immediately shot Yu Wu from the hiding place. This woman said that Yu Wu was too young and lacked experience, because it is impossible for a sniper to take the initiative to appear and fight directly. Mai Sha said that at first I didn't have the heart to teach Yu Wu this kind of practical experience, but I still had to kill Yu Wu. Mai Sha shot Yu Wu with a phantom sniper. That is a specialization of weapons that can shoot with special ammunition. There will be no sound when shooting and will kill without being seen. Yu Wu couldn't hear Mai Sha's weapon, but I could feel something was wrong. Despite that, unfortunately, Yu Wu didn't have the chance to dodge. Luckily, Xiao Longlong jumped in time to stop the bullets heading towards Yu Wu. In this way, Yu Wu survived, but Xiao Longlong's HP was immediately drained and the system explained that the battle pet was weakened. To avoid another attack heading their way, Yu Wu directly hugged Xiao Longlong and rolled away. Yu Wu cursed angrily because he was completely unaware of the hidden bullet coming from behind. Yu Wu knew that when he fought monsters everything was very smooth, but he had difficulty when he had to face one-on-one with ordinary players. Because if he is careless for a moment, it could have fatal consequences. Especially when he faces high-level players like Mai Sha. Uncontrollable factors become clearer. Now he could only try to survive behind the barrier that Yu Wu had created. Seeing Xiao Longlong injured made Ruan Tianchen sad and wanted to help him straight away, but was prevented by Xiaoji and Luo Feng. They couldn't act rashly because currently their opponent was a high-level sniper. After all, as long as the little dragon still had some HP left, Yu Wu would try to save it. As Xiaoji had expected, Yu Wu was currently drinking a super recovery potion for Xiao Longlong while hoping that the little dragon would recover quickly. That's right, Xiao Longlong instantly recovered and was able to stand up with a bright expression. Yu Wu was relieved to see Xiao Longlong energetic again. Because of this, Xiao Longlong deserves to be Yu Wu's favorite battle pet. Because even when the creature dies, it will never back down from the battle. Currently, with his stamina reaching 100%, Xiao Longlong stood alert in front of Yu Wu again. At this time, Yu Wu's protective barrier started shooting at Mai Sha. But such firepower would not be able to prevent the attack of Mai Sha, who was a sniper. Mai Sha jumped out of her hiding place and started targeting Yu Wu again. Mai Sha thought that such meaningless shooting would not hurt him in the slightest. According to him, Yu Wu was very lucky because he wasn't hit by a gunshot earlier, but now the young man was standing without moving right in the middle of the barrier. Mai Sha wonders whether the young man is too confident or frustrated. According to him, Yu Wu was just attacking blindly but with the protection of a shield that couldn't possibly last longer. While continuing to avoid attacks from Yu Wu's barrier, Mai Sha thought that the young man was just a child whose abilities were not much and was very far from what he had initially expected. Mai Sha was determined to destroy Yu Wu's shield by continuing to fire at the shield. Inside the shield, Yu Wu apologized to Xiao Longlong because his carelessness almost caused his precious pet to suffer and almost lose its life. Yu Wu thought that he had already used the Shadow King to kill level 90 elites and rare bosses, which gave him inertial thinking and miscalculated the basic combat power. In terms of Emperor Qian's available account level, he was only equivalent to level 60. Facing a level 85 opponent like Mai Sha would be very troublesome for him. This young man was aware that the previous battles were based on money and gold. Plus the accumulated EXP points are not used at all, so he immediately called the system and asked how many X points he had now. The system answered that Yu Wu's current EXP points were 1.3 million. Yu Wu thought that his experience points were quite a lot, but his opponent was a sniper and thought there was nothing good in his body to be an advantage for Yu Wu. So the rate of return on experience points he would use to transform into a Shadow King was too low. The most important thing is that the basic attributes of the Crimson Comet cannot be improved, so it is more appropriate to increase the Link's current level. Currently, the strength of the shield is decreasing until it is only below 10%. Yu Wu asked the system how many XP points would he need to increase his panel level to level 10. The system explains that Emperor Qian's current Link level is 55, and needs to be upgraded to level 45 to meet the demand. Required X points are 1 million, so bird a system is Yu Wu sure he wants to use it. Hearing the system's explanation made Yu Wu think that the further he wanted to increase his level, the higher the EXP points would be consumed. But he thought it was okay because it would be spent sooner or later anyway. It's better to use the current experience points to strengthen it directly. This way, with a basic attribute of level 100 and he can deal with a difference of 20 levels, it is guaranteed that he will have no trouble facing enemies at level 120. So with a happy smile, this young man immediately asked the system to use his EXP points. The system immediately received the command and consumed ISP points right when the shield's resistance reached 0% and slowly the shield was destroyed. Mai Sha smiled happily because the shield was gone. Yu Wu questions whether the young man will use other tricks, but unfortunately Yu Wu only created quite a small flame around him. Mai Sha took out a special bullet that was quite large and said that she would use the enchanted bullet attribute to kill Yu Wu in a matter of seconds. Mai Sha immediately fired the super bullet and said that Yu Wu should go to hell so that the prize for the young man's head would be his. The super bullet flew very fast towards Yiwu, but this time the young man managed to fend it off with just a barehanded blow. The fiery aura around Yiwu's body was truly extremely tempestuous. This young man said that he had seen many women of various types, but this time he was very sure that he would make Mai Sha the first woman that he would kill with his own hands. Mai Sha was very shocked to see the two creatures in front of her level up so quickly. She wondered how those two creatures do it so fast. Mai Sha thought that the distance between them was still several hundred meters, but she could already feel the hot temperature of the flames coming out from around Yiwu. This woman just felt this strangeness and powerful power from Yiwu. He was also very surprised to feel the pressure of level 100 power emitting from Yiwu's body. Mai Sha panicked and realized that she had to retreat and escape first. Yiwu said that although he wanted to kill the girl with his own hands, Mai Sha almost killed Xiao Longlong just now, so he would hand over the grudge to Xiao Longlong. Yiwu firmly told Xiao Longlong to go to avenge himself and repay him many times over. Xiao Longlong immediately attacked Mai Sha and spat out a very powerful fire from his mouth. A large explosion occurred, making the sky very bright. The burst of fire contracted into a ray of lightning, plus the speed and coverage area have been greatly increased. Mai Sha, who was increasingly pressed, ran away, wondering why the battle pet had also become so strong. Mai Sha is still asking if Yiwu wants to fight the Huanjiang group and wants to be the enemy of this big group. Yiwu said that he didn't care what the woman was talking about at the moment. Even if Mai Sha takes pity or begs for forgiveness, she still has to bear the consequences of her actions. Because Xiao Longlong's fire blast attack was too strong, in the end, Mai Sha couldn't dodge and was burned. At the end of his life, Mai Sha said that the Huanjiang group would not let go of Yiwu. After the woman was burned to the ground, the system appeared notifying him that Yiwu's battle pet had succeeded in killing her first PvP, and because of this they managed to get 50,000 EXP points and 100,000 in money. Several prize items were dropped by Mai Sha and are now their rights. Among them is the modified Golden Desert Eagle weapon. Then the KG-98 Kelvin long-barreled weapon, then the skill box which can make the owner enter an invisible state when close to the target's body, plus several attributes such as water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder are placed with 100 magic bullets. Plus there are smoke bullets, flash bullets, mine bullets, and spider web hunting robots. Without them realizing it, there was an optical drone watching their battle and recording everything. After that, the drone automatically flew out of the dungeon to return to Huanjiang's base. Yiwu's colleagues were very surprised because they managed to advance 2 levels very easily. Moreover, the battle situation turned around in an instant. When initially they were knocked out and pushed, suddenly they were able to win. They almost couldn't believe it even though they had seen it with their own eyes. Xiao Bao also gaped at the incident he had just witnessed. He was shocked to see the fact that Yiwu was so strong and thought that Yiwu was stronger than Wire. Ruin Tianchen immediately hugged Xiao Longlong because she was really worried about the little girl. Now she felt relieved that Xiao Longlong was fine. Yiwu said, previously, he slightly underestimated the enemy, which ended up putting Xiao Longlong into a dangerous situation and also made him very worried. But from then on, Yiwu promised himself a similar situation would never happen again to Xiao Longlong in the future. Suddenly Xiao Bao took Yiwu's hand and made a cute face while asking if the young man lacked pets. Xiao Bao will recommend himself. Although she is not as strong as Xiao Bao, but she can sell her cuteness to help Yiwu relieve fatigue. Xiao Bao also promised to provide the best food to satisfy Yiwu's appetite. So wouldn't Yiwu want to bring home a pet as cute as Xiao Bao? With a cloudy face, Yiwu answered that he was sick of Xiao Bao's changing face too quickly. Besides, didn't Xiao Bao want to save his master first? While coughing, Xiao Bao said that Kiki was only his partner. The only person he acknowledged as master was Yiwu. Suddenly there was an earthquake from the movement of a 3-headed dragon in a large tree quite close to them. The dragon monster turned out to be an elite creature that was level 50. They thought the creature was a dungeon boss. They thought that the creature was shocked because of Yiwu and Mai Sha's battle just now. The dragon saw the presence of Yiwu and his companions, so he asked who dared to disturb his sweet dream. When they saw that they were humans, the dragons did not expect that a lowly existence like humans would dare to appear and disturb them. The yellow-headed dragon asked the other 2 dragons not to talk too much and just kill them straight away. Xiao Bao, who saw the terrible creature, immediately hid behind Yiwu's feet and said that it was the most powerful and evil creature in that place. So he invites everyone to run away right now. Yiwu casually asked Xiao Bao, was that creature the main boss of the dungeon? And was he also the guardian of the giant tree before them? Xiao Bao answered that the dragon was not the guardian of the tree. This cat then said that in the past the forest was still very peaceful, until the 3-headed dragon monster suddenly appeared. The monster not only occupied the elder tree as a nest but also polluted the entire nature's forest. Most of the creatures were affected and became violent to the point of being out of control, and they became like this. Then after a long time, the monster has a certain relationship with the elder tree, but Xiao Bao forgot what the specific relationship is. After hearing all the stories, Yu didn't care what the specifics were, but he was going to kill the three-headed dragon beast and then heard the rest of the explanation from Kiki in detail. Seeing Yu's courage and determination made Xiao Bao even more impressed. He became increasingly convinced that Yu was the only figure worthy of being his master, because that young man easily dared to say something that he would never dare to say in his life. Before Yu started to act, Luo Feng suddenly called him and told him to invite him to participate in the next boss battle, because although it was cool to just lie down and level up this way, if he didn't have actual high-level battle experience, there was no way to truly play a role around Yu. So Luo Feng wanted to join in the fight too. Ryu and Tianqian also confirmed Luo Feng's words. He said he not only wanted to have a high level but also wanted actual combat experience. Xiaoji even thought that the two of them were very good partners. Even after they leveled up, they still didn't give up on their hard work. This was something rare. Yu said that his team members should be like that. They are quite good indeed. But according to him, it was not yet time for them to join the fight. Yu planned to let them level up first and then accumulate actual combat experience. This would be safer because no matter when, survival always comes first. Finally, they both obeyed Yu's words. Feeling that its existence was ignored, the dragon monster immediately attacked them all with fire breath. Yu casually ordered Xiao Longlong, who immediately responded to the huge dragon's attack with an even more powerful fire breath. Even with Xiao Longlong's fire breath, the three-headed dragon's fire attack was instantly evaporated. The three dragons were amazed. How could a level 10 beast have such energy? The blue dragon reminded his two brothers not to be careless, but the golden dragon said that they were just ants and the dragons should not be afraid. Yu smiled and created a circle, so asked if the 3 steps were starting to feel scary now. Even though the real attack has not yet come, Yu issued a giant dragon arm directly above the three-headed dragon's body via the magic circle above the dragon beast. The first to be caught was the head of the red dragon monster. Then the dragon monster's head struggled to be released because it was burned and then crushed by Yu's giant dragon arm. The other dragons were shocked to see their brother destroyed with just one attack. With this, their HP drops by 50%. They panic and want to run by walking down from the cell phone. But Yu wanted to capture and destroy them again, but he was prevented by Xiao Bao. The little thieving cat prevented Yu from directly killing the three-headed dragon beast because he suddenly remembered something. He remembered Kiki once said that the monster had some kind of special connection with the elder material. If someone killed it, then they would miss something very important. Yu asked what was meant by such an important thing. Is it worth it? Xiaoji frowned and asked a moment ago. Xiao Bao said that he didn't know the specifics, but now he was preventing them from destroying the dragon beast. Xiaoji suspected that Xiao Bao was conspiring with the dragon beast to trick them. Xiao Bao answered that it was impossible. This cat tries hard to convince them that he is doing all this for the good of all of them. And only after they met Kiki would they know all the details. Yu thought that the cat's words did sound very interesting. He had thought the dungeon was a normal level 40 place, but he didn't expect there to be so many turning points. Now, Yu invites everyone to go to save Xiao Bao's partner, because that's what's more important right now. So they left the three-headed dragon monster and went to where Kiki was being held. Beard's boss complained because his chairman didn't come back. He was very annoyed because living in a dirty place was very boring and there were lots of mosquitoes. In the cave, there were only Boss Beard and Kiki. He saw that the girl's body was extraordinary, plus she was fainting. So the Beard boss's lust is increasingly tempted. But even though the eldest brother forbade him to touch the girl, he didn't think it was a problem to feast his eyes on her even more. The bearded boss tried to remove the animal mask on Kiki's face, but he had a very hard time because the mask was attached very tightly. While Boss Beard was busy, he suddenly heard the sound of a creature approaching. When we looked, it turned out to be a small dinosaur monster called Velociraptor, which was level 20. The beard boss attacked the little dinosaur with his weapon because it startled him. In a loud voice, Boss Beard told the little dinosaur to get out and not disturb him. The beard boss tries to take off Kiki's mask again, but he still had difficulty pulling it even though he tried as hard as he could. Suddenly Boss Beard heard the sound of the Velociraptor dinosaur again. Full of anger, this big man brought his weapon to beat the dinosaur again. But when he walked towards the cave exit, unexpectedly there were hundreds of Velociraptor dinosaur monsters currently covering the cave entrance and glaring at the bearded boss. Well, that's all for this discussion. If you are still curious about the continuation, yesterday's part ended with several things happening. where Yu-Wu was almost overwhelmed against Mai Sha, but with the intelligence he had, in the end Yu-Wu was able to defeat him and continue his journey. Meanwhile, on the one hand, Boss Briwok is facing problems from several monsters in Goa, so how does the story continue? Let's start the storyline. Boss Beard cursed in annoyance because there were so many velociraptor dinosaur monsters around him. He tried to swing his weapon as hard as he could to get rid of the dinosaurs from around him. The beard boss even attacked them without thinking and blindly sending them all to hell. Finally, one of his legs was bitten and the bearded boss began to lose focus on attacking his opponent. In a short time, this bearded man was surrounded by velociraptor dinosaurs and became their meal. Beard tried to ask for help and call Mai Sha, but the woman had already died. In a short time, the bearded man was devoured by dozens of velociraptor dinosaur monsters. Some of the dinosaurs realized Kiki's presence and immediately tried their best to lift the masked girl's body and take her out of the cave. On the other hand, Yu-Wu and all his friends realized that the girl had been taken away very quickly, and the bearded boss was already dead. Yu-Wu suspected that the bearded boss had been killed by a monster and the aboriginal girl was unconscious, but she continued to move at high speed. Shayaji wondered, how could a girl who is still unconscious move that fast? Is it possible that there is such high technology in this place? But then they realized that that meant the girl must have been taken by the monsters. Yu-Wu asked Xiao Bao what did he think. The cat replied that it wasn't a monster beast that took his partner away, or even Boss Nagaro, but someone even stronger. Yu-Wu wondered in his heart who was more evil than the dungeon boss. Could it be a hidden character from the dungeon, as is the case with the masked girl, or Kiki? Yu-Wu didn't expect that an ordinary level 40 dungeon would still have such rich mysteries that it would be so interesting. On the other side of the forest, Kiki slowly opened her eyes and realized that currently she was lying on an offering stone. For a moment the girl was confused, but she quickly jumped off the offering stone and thought about leaving immediately. Kiki asked herself how she could be brought to such a dangerous place again. Could that human be collaborating with him? Kiki immediately ran as fast as possible so as not to be caught again by that person. But this girl's fate is not so good, because currently her path is blocked by a large purple dinosaur monster. Until finally a man's voice was heard complaining that this was the 10th time Kiki had done this. Every time the girl was saved from death, she always slipped away without saying anything to the man. This made him sad. But as he said before, the young man would give Kiki the chance to escape 10 times. The big man who is currently standing on a dinosaur dragon is called a wire. The level of this handsome man also cannot be read by the system. A wire said that Kiki's chance had run out, so the girl had to stay by his side obediently and she couldn't go anywhere anymore. Kiki refused the man's request and tried to run through the other side. But a wire snapped his fingers and several dinosaur monsters immediately appeared and surrounded Kiki. A wire said that if the young man let go of Kiki, did the girl think that she could escape as easily as before? Finally, a wire got off his mount and slowly walked towards Kiki while reminding the girl to accept her fate. A wire explained that there were many monsters and beasts in that world, but only 2 humans, namely a wire and Kiki, were born in the world. So this young man asked, doesn't Kiki understand the truth? Kiki firmly answered that she hated a wire because the young man had a disgusting body odor, so she doesn't want to have children with a wire. Hearing this made a wire smile in annoyance. This young man said that even after thousands of years had passed, Kiki's thinking was still very primitive and backward. Now a wire is no longer interested in having children with Kiki. He only wanted to fuse with that girl for one goal, namely to gain great power. Coupled with the 3,000-year-old fruit on the elder tree, a wire is confident that he can gain the power to break through this world. Suddenly the silver-haired man groaned with anger because the world made him feel very angry and annoyed. According to him, the world was too small and cramped to the point that he felt even more unable to breathe. A wire knows that there is a bigger, wider, and more interesting world out there. But he can only be here for 1,000 years in that small forest whose radius is less than 100 miles. A wire continued to roar hatefully to vent his anger. After that, a wire suddenly put his hands on Kiki's body and said that now was his chance. A wire already knew that there were foreign humans who could penetrate their world perfectly. This confirmed his suspicions for thousands of years. Plus, all this time he had been trying to get through the space door, but he was unsuccessful because some invisible laws made him unable to penetrate the space wall. A wire looked very scary when he was upset, thinking that his efforts had always been in vain. A wire said that he needed Kiki's power to kill the alien human, then break through the boundaries and go to the outside world. A wire didn't even care anymore when Kiki screamed, begging to be released from a wire's very strong grip. It was at this time that Yu-Wu finally appeared and said that a wire's statement was so extraordinary that it made him learn many things. Yu-Wu realized the NPC in the dungeon had awakened his self-awareness and still wanted to break through the restrictions to go to the world outside the dungeon. He thought this was very interesting. Yu-Wu also honestly said that at first, he thought that a wire was a good person, so he might take the silver-haired man to go out and see the outside world with Yu-Wu. But now Yu Wu changed his mind. A wire finally stood up and asked how Yu Wu would treat him. Yu Wu put on a hideous face and took out a flame sword while replying that there was usually only one ending for evil NPCs. Of course, it died at the hands of the protagonist. A wire said that he didn't quite understand what NPC Yu Wu was talking about, but since Yu Wu took the initiative to come in person, it saved a wire even more time. This youth put on a stance and said that what was even more unexpected to him was that a group of foreigners could escape from the hands of the three-headed dragon, Nagaro. A wire jumped up and allowed his dragon mount to attack Yu Wu. This silver-haired man said that Yu Wu had to take such an absolute attack until they realized how fragile they were like weeds. Yu Wu tried to resist the attack of the dragon's tail while saying that a wire could only say cruel things and then make a sneak attack. So Yu Wu thinks that it is a wire's strength that is not absolute enough. But unexpectedly, Yu Wu was knocked back by the power of a wire's dragon tail. Even the dragon's slashing attack managed to reduce his HP by 20%. Yu Wu didn't expect such an attack to be able to reduce 20% of his HP with just one hit, even though currently Yu Wu's true level was 100. While sitting on his mount, a wire said that he wasn't carrying out a sneak attack, but he just didn't want to dirty his hands, which were connected to the soul of the mountain and had extraordinary abilities. A wire was going to let Yu Wu fight his mount because he thought it was already a great gift for Yu Wu. Yu Wu admitted that his opponent had the advantage, but he wanted to know what a wire's true level was. Yu Wu also said that people like a wire should not hide their strength. In his heart, Yu Wu realized that Kiki's level was also hidden. He wondered, was there a special system that could hide such a level? A wire called Yu Wu stupid, because he couldn't know that after thousands of years of life, a wire's strength could no longer be measured by a set of numbers. After that, a wire ordered his mount to attack Yu Wu again. But suddenly a small red dragon immediately hit the head of a wire's dragon, causing the monster's HP to decrease by 20%. A wire was surprised that a creature could reduce 20% of his mount's HP with just one attack. A wire began to wonder, is it true that Yu Wu and his pet are at the same level as him? He thought this looked very strange. On the other hand, Xiao Longlong made a special gesture which Yu Wu took as a request to climb onto his back. When Yu Wu asked, it turned out to be true. Xiao Longlong wanted the master to climb on his back. Thinking about it made Yu Wu unable to bear it and decided to just wait until Xiao Longlong was a little older. A wire said that Xiao Longlong was enough to shock his mount with such a blow. Now this silver-haired man just realized Yu Wu's ability. Meanwhile, Yu Wu thought that if a wire was at the same level as him, then it would be unreasonable, because a level 100 hidden NPC appeared in a level 40 dungeon. This was so strange. According to Yu Wu, although they could face each other, he suddenly had a bold idea. Yu Wu stepped back while throwing a bottle of potion at his fat fellow. Then Yu Wu told Xiaoji to come forward and attract a wire's anger. But Yu Wu prevented Xiaoji from using survival skills. If the fat young man couldn't stand it, he could drink the potion. Xiaoji was surprised to hear Yu Wu's words. He asked how he would fight the person who had reduced 20% of Yu Wu's HP. This fat man was worried that a wire would kill himself in an instant. But Yu Wu insisted that Xiaoji believe him. Xiaoji finally understood. Even though this fight would be very fatal, he would unconditionally believe in Yu Wu's words. Finally, Xiaoji approached a wire and mocked the silver-haired man by saying that a wire was a crazy person who didn't wear clothes. Now, Xiaoji lured a wire into just watching his fat body in action, and he would satisfy a wire. Hearing Xiaoji's words made a wire furious. The blonde man immediately deployed his dragon mount to attack Xiaoji. It was at this moment that Xiaoji cursed and asked if could he withstand the blow of the huge dragon's attack. If he made a mistake in judgment, he would never let Yu Wu go, even if he became a ghost later. Finally, the huge dragon claw hit Xiaoji's shield, creating a huge explosion. But the big player was shocked and wondered why the trick was so much easier than imagined. Even his HP only drops 20% without survival skills. Xiaoji guessed that the man who made silver was at the same level as him. Yu Wu thought that a wire had a special level system. It should be similar to the assimilation of hatred key level. Otherwise, how would it possibly be able to be lowered with just one blow? But the amount of remaining HP of Shoji cannot be higher than 3%. Yu Wu guessed that a wire still didn't know his abilities. Otherwise, he would have already confined Yu Wu and defeated him or killed the others in a matter of seconds. Suddenly Luo Feng asked Yu Wu if could he join in the action with Xiaoji. Yu Wu agreed as he threw a legendary sword at Luo Feng. Luo Feng's face immediately lit up with joy, holding the legendary sword that was specially made to harm dragon beasts. Yu Wu asked Luo Feng to quickly come forward and exchange with the fatty, then provoke a wire's hatred. This was the perfect time for Luo Feng to gather actual combat experience. This was a great opportunity for Luo Feng. After hearing Yu Wu's words, Luo Feng became even more excited, because he had waited so long for the opportunity to be able to release his passion as he pleased and gain valuable experience. Xiaoji, who was still trying to defend against a wire's attack, asked if Yu Wu was serious about sending Luo Feng. because a wire's level should be almost the same as Yiwu. Even though Xiaoji could keep up, Lu Feng was only level 36. Xiaoji was worried that Yiwu was just pushing Lu Feng into the fire pit. Despite this, Luo Feng bravely charged forward while telling Xiaoji not to worry. Luo Feng was sure that Yiwu would never harm him, and he just needed to carry out Yiwu's orders without hesitation. A wire laughed with a hideous expression looking at Luo Feng, who was still at level 36. He laughed at Yiwu, who sent out low-level trash like Luo Feng. So a wire vigorously attacked Luo Feng with his huge dragon tail. Luo Feng managed to block the attack with his shield. Unexpectedly, Luo Feng's HP only decreased by 30% after being attacked so strongly. This made Luo Feng even more happy and without hesitation cut off the tail of a wire's dragon. Luo Feng laughed with satisfaction because his weapon was indeed very effective at attacking dragons. Even the dragon's huge tail was cut off with just one attack. A wire's dragon roared angrily. A wire who was sitting on it panicked, seeing that Luo Feng, who was only level 36, was able to do that to his dragon. A wire suspected that Luo Feng was hiding his strength and that Luo Feng was the most powerful figure among them. Kiki, who had been watching their match, was amazed to see a wire's panicked face. This was the first time he saw a wire so upset and angry like an old fox. Xiao Bao, who heard Kiki's words, said that this was the strength of his master and his friends. Kiki was shocked to hear Xiao Bao acknowledge someone as his master, so he asked since when did the cat recognize a thief as its master. Xiao Bao quickly explained that they just had a misunderstanding. According to him, all masters are good. Moreover, now they have come to save Kiki even though there is danger now. Kiki asked, is it really like that? Even though they both attacked Yiwu yesterday, Xiao Bao confirmed everything he said and believed that Yiwu and his friends had broad hearts and insight. Yiwu approached them and rubbed Xiao Bao's back, saying that what Xiao Bao said was not that great. But no matter what, Kiki expressed her thanks because the young man had saved her just now. If not, something bad would have happened to him. Yiwu answered, you are welcome. But if Kiki wanted to thank Yiwu sincerely, the young man asked her to tell him what happened to the elder tree and the three-headed dragon. And what is that very important thing that should not be missed? On the other side, Luo Feng was still fighting against a wire. Luo Feng looked very happy because the sword Yiwu gave him was very powerful. When he held the sword in his hand, Luo Feng felt boundless power emitting from the sword. And he thought the sword was cool. Ruan Tianchen reminded Luo Feng to stay alert and not be careless because currently they were facing a 2 versus 2 battle. And Ruan Tianchen couldn't do anything other than heal because his power of suggestion was worse than his opponent's. Luo Feng replied that Ruan Tianchen didn't need to worry because he immediately attacked the dragon and immediately chopped its head off. With this, Luo Feng changed the situation and the battle became 2 versus 1. A wire cursed with a completely furious face when his mount was beheaded by Luo Feng. This made a wire intervene and immediately attack Luo Feng until their 2 large weapons collided and created a light that dazzled the eyes. Luo Feng laughed happily because his opponent was finally willing to take matters into his own hands so they could have fun together. Kiki was shocked to hear that Yiwu had met Nagaro and managed to escape alive. Kiki asked how Yiwu could do it, because previously no creature could escape Nagaro's eyes alive. With a proud smile, Xiao Bao said that they not only escaped from Nagaro alive, they even managed to kill one of the red dragon heads. Hearing this made Kiki even more shocked until she gasped and stepped back. With a panicked face, Kiki asked why did they do that. Yiwu replied that if they didn't kill the dragon then they would be the ones killed. So is there anything wrong with killing the dragon? Kiki explains that Nagaro is very rare and valuable. Even if it can be killed, it should not be killed just like that. Because the 3 dragon heads from Nagaro have different colors according to different attributes. Red represents strength, blue represents life, and gold represents wisdom. And it has been in the oldest trees for thousands of years. The blood and spiritual veins of the oldest tree have been integrated. Now the oldest tree has entered the mature stage. So as long as the blood of the 3-headed dragon is poured under the roots of the tree, then the oldest tree can produce powerful fruit that represents the 3 powers. Even though Yiwu had already killed the red dragon, there was still a chance to improve it. Yiwu must collect the dragon's blood and must not let this opportunity of waiting 1,000 years be wasted. But the 3 figures in front of Kiki immediately fell silent with pale faces. Seeing their gloomy expressions made Kiki ask, what happened? With an awkward smile, Yiwu explained that there was not a drop of red dragon blood left because its head had been burned to ashes. Hearing Yiwu's answer immediately made Kiki hysterical. The girl hit Yiwu's body with a weak body. She asked in a panic how Yiwu could do that. Doesn't that young man know how precious and important the fruit of power is? Kiki continued to hit Yiwu's body while babbling and saying that the young man was very stupid. Yiwu felt even more guilty and apologized for not knowing about it before. Then, with sharp eyes, Yiwu glanced at Xiao Bao, then said that there was an unreliable being who was supposed to remember these important things, but he forgot. Wu glanced at Xiao Bao with an increasingly furious face and asked how Wu should punish Xiao Bao to relieve the hatred in my heart. Xiao Bao panicked even more. Its body was covered in wet sweat, and in a trembling voice, the cat apologized for completely forgetting about it. Xiaoji finally spoke up and asked Wu to forget about the fruit and not to regret the matter this time, because it is estimated that the fruit is not very good. Moreover, Wu already possessed enormous strength. Wu sighed heavily and said that the egg might be useless to Wu, but it was a very popular item to put on the black market or auction. So Wu always felt like he was missing out on 100 million every time he lost a valuable item. On the other hand, Awire and Luo Feng's battle is still ongoing, and currently, Awire's HP has decreased to 35%. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's HP was still at 80%. Roughly speaking, Luo Feng was superior to Awire. With this, Luo Feng laughed and asked what was wrong with Awire. Where was Awire's domineering aura before? Would Awire no longer be able to fight back once he was standing on the ground? Awire replies that Luo Feng is cheating because they are two people against one person. Aren't they embarrassed? Let alone letting the ugly Ruan Tianchen help him. Hearing Awire's harsh words made Ruan Tianchen immediately angry. With a salty tone and an angry expression, Ruan Tianchen immediately told Luo Feng to finish off Awire who insulted. But Awire didn't want to play any longer, so he immediately roared and asked his whole family to gather together. Apparently, Awire used Wild Roar, which was able to summon all monsters within a radius of 1 kilometer. In a short time, hundreds of dinosaur monsters immediately approached and surrounded them. Luo Feng insulted Awire for having to ask the dinosaurs for help when he couldn't defeat them alone. In my opinion, Awire's attitude is very shameless. With a scary and furious face, Awire said that he acknowledged that Luo Feng and all of them were otherworldly humans who had advantages and were quite powerful. But that is your world. So if Awire couldn't beat them all, then he would use his numerical advantage to crush them all. Despite that, Wu said that it was impossible for the silver-haired youth to defeat them, because just now, Xiao Longlong managed to burn many dinosaur monsters with just one burst of fire. Awire became even more panicked. The monster army was defeated so easily. As a result, Awire finally ran away while riding his dinosaur and said that he would get the dragon's blood to gain the power of the oldest tree and come back to kill them all. Wu wanted to intervene and stop Awire, but he was prevented by Xiaoji. The fat man told Wu to ignore Awire and let the blonde man find out the truth for himself and let him cry alone. Wu could only sigh heavily, but in the end, Wu asked them to immediately follow Awire so that the silver hairstyle wouldn't disturb the remaining 2 legendary fruits. But the problem is that currently the number of monster beasts surrounding them is very large and the number continues to increase. It looks like they'll have a hard time getting out for a while. Or Wu could chase Awire first, while the rest would stay behind to hold back the monsters. But Wu said that there was no need because according to him there were hundreds of monsters that were nothing to be afraid of. Wu glanced at Kiki with fire already burning in her body. Wu asked if Kiki was okay with completely ruining the beauty of the place. Kiki replied that there was no need to feel sorry because I hated that place the most. So I do hope Wu destroys that place until nothing remains. Hearing Kiki's answer immediately made Wu no longer hesitate. Wu immediately created a giant magic circle that was able to dispatch all the monsters around them and activate the Emperor Qian prison reform. This is a new skill that is unlocked after Emperor Qian's account reaches level 10. This skill can change Qian's fire mode and upgrade from a controlled firewall to a variety of attacks. With one attack from this skill, all the monster beasts that surrounded them immediately burned and disappeared. With this, Wu managed to get 200,000 EXP points and 500,000 in money. He also got a magic crystal, and all his comrades as well as Wu finally leveled up again. Apart from that, Wu also got a skill book on how to train dragons. After using the battle set can be transformed into a giant form and the size of the giant will change. The maximum number of people is 5 people. Wu smiled happily at getting the skill book. He suspected that Awire's mount had dropped the skill book. In his opinion, Luo Feng had done an excellent job as he not only defeated Awire's mount but was also able to make the monster drop such a valuable item. Now, Wu directly activated the book to fulfill Xiao Longlong or Qihong's wish. By activating the book, you will be able to change Xiao Longlong's body, and quickly the little dragon's body immediately glows and lightning flashes around them until in an instant, Xiao Longlong's small body turns into a huge, very dashing dinosaur dragon. Everyone was amazed to see the change in Xiao Longlong's size. Xiaoji even wanted Wu to share his luck with him so he could have a pet like Xiao Longlong. Xiaoji had often ridden many things, but he had never ridden a big dragon like Xiao Longlong. Yiwu smiled broadly and said that they should seize the time and catch up to a wire quickly. Don't let big losses happen again. So they all enthusiastically climbed onto Xiao Longlong's back and immediately drove quickly towards the elder tree. Inside the secret room inside the elder tree, Nagaro coiled his body, which was shaking strongly. The legendary dragon was still frightened remembering the encounter with Yiwu. In fact, they were still very traumatized when they remembered that their brother, the red dragon, was burnt in Yiwu's hands. The blue dragon said that Yiwu was too scary, and they weren't on the same level as that young man. But the blue dragon was worried that they would be discovered by Yiwu. But the golden dragon tried to comfort him by saying that their nest should not be easy to find because their nest was very hidden. But suddenly a man appeared at the mouth of the cave. The man's deep voice said that he knew Nagaro was hiding there. Unexpectedly, the man, who turned out to be a wire, came with dozens of monster beasts. A wire said with an angry face that thousands of years have passed, but why is Nagaro still useless? A wire said he was annoyed that Nagaro couldn't deal with a few humans from another world. Nagaro was a little surprised to see a wire's presence. They asked what a wire was doing. And what does a wire want to do by bringing so many troops? A wire said that thousands of years ago he kindly saved Nagaro's life. Now it's time for Nagaro to return the service. With a fierce face and brandishing his sword, a wire demanded that they show the figure of the red-headed dragon and demanded that they give the red dragon's blood. At first, Nagaro was silent. Finally, they showed that at this time the red dragon's head was gone and a wire was too late. Yiwu had burned the red dragon's head to ashes without even leaving a single drop of blood. A wire was clearly shocked to see that the red dragon's head had actually been cut off. He asked in a loud voice, how could this happen? Even though a wire had waited for 1,000 years just for this day, just to get the blood of the red dragon. But now that opportunity has just disappeared. Moreover, the red dragon can create the most needed power fruit. So he couldn't accept this reality. Nagaro also said that he couldn't accept that humans could easily defeat him. But in the face of absolute strength, if a wire couldn't accept it, he still had to accept it. After all, a wire let them go thousands of years ago to satisfy his own conspiracy. At first, they felt very sad because they lost their red brother. But now their mood has improved when they see a wire's annoyed expression. Angry at being laughed at by Nagaro, a wire immediately ran and attacked to kill the dragon. Nagaro reminded a wire not to be arrogant, because after thousands of years have passed they are no longer simple. The two dragon heads immediately opened their mouths wide and created a ball of energy to counterattack a wire. Nagaro said confidently that even though he couldn't beat Yiwu, they were still strong enough to deal with a wire. But suddenly the dragon monster closed its mouth tightly and immediately ran away to the back of the cave. In that second, a bright light appeared behind a wire. Apparently at this time from the mouth of the cave, Yiwu and his colleagues entered with Xiao Longlong. The red dragon, which had now become a giant, immediately crashed into the dozens of monster beasts that a wire was carrying. In this way, a wire no longer had a supporter, so he was even more angry and surprised by Yiwu's attitude. Meanwhile, Yiwu himself still looked very relaxed sitting on Xiao Longlong's back. Yiwu said that a wire ran fast enough that he could barely catch up with a wire. But Yiwu didn't forget to thank a wire because now he had a big mount and their situation would really be reversed from before. A wire cursed and said irritably, "How dare Yiwu laugh at me?" A wire said the Emerald Dream had been with him for thousands of years and had become one with him. He wanted to make Yiwu pay for what Yiwu had done. A wire said that he would never let go of Yiwu because the young man dared to laugh at him. Yiwu commented that a wire has 3 personalities. But even though the young man had 3 personalities and many advantages, he was still an evil NPC in Yiwu's eyes. So in his opinion, a wire will never escape the fate of being defeated. A wire suddenly shouted saying, "Obedience to righteousness, justice, and evil, these are meaningless, only strong and perfect are immortal." A wire said confidently that he already has a perfect life and wisdom, only the ultimate power of true perfection, namely strength. But Yiwu had messed up the situation and destroyed his 1,000-year plan. Hearing a wire's words made Yiwu think that he agreed with the blonde man's words. But Yiwu didn't want a wire to talk about the imperfections of life, especially since a wire's wisdom was very doubtful and full of controversy. Suddenly a wire plunged his big sword into the ground below him. A wire said that he admitted that Yiwu was very strong, and he really couldn't be on the same level as Yiwu. But even so, a wire can still do other things. A wire's face burned with hateful determination. As the light from the ground he was standing on continued to shine brightly, a wire said that he would make everyone in front of him pay a painful price for disappointment. Yiwu immediately went forward to attack a wire followed by Luo Feng. The two of them intended to stop a wire. At this moment, Yiwu thought that a wire would attack Nagaro, but it turned out that his guess was wrong because now a wire seemed to have other plans. Luo Feng had tried his best to destroy the shield created by a wire. But not only was he unable to destroy the shield, Luo Feng also couldn't get close to it. Luo Feng was completely blocked by the lightning waves and airwaves. Yu thought this situation was not very good because he couldn't even take the hatred from his opponent. Yu was worried that a wire would directly reach level 100 and kill everyone in an instant. With a hideous face and a very scary wide smile, a wire knew that they must have come to that place to have the remaining 2 legendary fruits. But a wire would not let it succeed until Yu died. A wire laughed loudly while telling Yu to never think about what he couldn't get. Kiki, who was sitting on Xiao Longlong's back, warned that this was a very critical event because currently a wire was absorbing the aura of the oldest tree and preparing to become a giant. Yu obviously panicked when he heard Kiki's words. Moreover, at this time suddenly the roof of the cave cracked and slowly fell. Yu immediately told Xiao Longlong to go take the others out of the place and leave him and Luo Feng alone in the cave. Xiao Longlong quickly ran out of the cave. At that time, Kiki asked in panic what Xiao Longlong was doing. Even though at this time Yu and Luo Feng were still inside and still in danger, Ruan Tianchen asked the girl not to worry because Yu was very strong and could not be defeated by difficulties like this. Ruan Tianchen believes that they will definitely find a way out of danger soon. Unexpectedly, the rocks covering the mouth of the cave suddenly shook and immediately shattered when Nagaro came out of the cave with Yu and Luo Feng in his mouth. With a proud smile, Luo Feng said that Yu's abilities were extraordinary, because he thought this escape method was very enjoyable, even though the dragon's bad breath made him a little uncomfortable. Yu said that one dragon head represents life and the other head represents wisdom, and what Yu was fighting for was the belief in the 2 dragons. But fortunately, they all took the initiative to make the best choice now. Since the 2 dragons had shown sincerity, Yu promised not to kill them and to help the dragon guard the oldest tree. The 2 dragon heads bowed before Yu while thanking the young man for his help. The 2 dragons also said they would do their best to repay Yu's kindness. But the black-haired bleacher actually said that discussing matters of mind was not important. Now, they have to deal with a wire first. Kiki was very shocked when she saw the cruel dragon. Nagaro could actually submit and consider a foreign human as his master. He said it was extraordinary. Xiao Bao also proudly said that his master was truly a wise warrior, and his admiration for Yu was like a surging river. At this moment, Yu could feel how great a wire's energy was, because the energy from what the silver-haired man did could provoke the life energy in Yu's body. Right now, a wire stood with his giant body towering into the sky. Behind a wire's body was a large magic circle similar to that of the gods in Chinese culture. A wire arrogantly said he is now close to eternal life without limits, so he was sure Yu wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Even though at this moment the opponent's body was dozens of times bigger than Yu's, the black-haired man never felt afraid. He bravely faced a wire and said he would do his best. In the previous part, Yu managed to arrive at the Cave of the Dragons. Of course, this surprised a wire. Even the dragons also sided with Yu. With this, he would use his last strength to kill Yu. Now his body has become very large. It is estimated that his level is now above 100. This means Yu is required to be serious. Then what will happen next? Let's start. A wire challenges Yu to hit him. He promised to just stand by and not fight. He would see what Yu would do to him. A wire also said how sad it was that Nagaro chose to submit to humans. Nagaro is considered to have no self-respect as a tone. Nagaro then asked if that pride could become food and make them full. For them, the most important thing is to survive. It is natural that the weak ask for protection from the strong. Nagaro wasn't stupid enough to try hitting a rock with a pebble. A wire became even more angry because he felt that Nagaro was deliberately mocking him for making a mistake in his judgment. However, today he was confident that he would be able to kill the fish and destroy the net. He was determined not to let everyone be happy. A wire wanted to see whether Yu would be the one to take him down in the end or if he could destroy the elder tree first. If he succeeded in defeating the elder tree, then there was nothing else he could do. That's when a giant hand appeared and grabbed a wire's hair. The man became angry because he thought Yu used careless methods that violated martial ethics. Of course, Yu didn't accept it and asked a wire not to make random accusations. They are also not in competition. He was just doing his best to kill the opponent. Yu hit. A wire made him fall. A wire certainly couldn't believe that he, who had almost unlimited life, actually lost his HP because of one blow. Yu on the other hand was also surprised because his full blow only reduced a wire's HP by 5%. The man praised a wire's very thick HP. That meant Yu needed more time to defeat him. A wire was angry because Yu attacked him sneakily instead of attacking from the front. At that time, Yu revealed an old saying that said that it was not a problem to use any punch as long as it was a good punch. A wire was even more angry because it turned out that Yu not only used his hands but also his feet. However, Yu continued to attack a wire until he was defeated. For fellow Yu, he deserved it. A wire didn't expect that he would be defeated even though he was the ruler of the world. Yu then said that the real world is not as simple as a wire thought. In his heart, Yu-Wu was happy because his decision to add all the talent points obtained by increasing the link level to the attacking talent was right. He experienced a huge increase in his attack power. Even if a wire utilized all the life force of the Elder Tree, he still couldn't resist that power. Yu-Wu used the attack talent skill to control the Flame Demon, which was the demon form of the Qian King. Talent points can be used to unlock the complete Flame Demon summon. Currently, he can only use his hands and feet. Yu-Wu's victory was greeted with great fanfare by his friends. Zhu Xiaoji wanted to know what terrifying skills Yu-Wu had. A wire was completely rendered speechless. Luo Feng also didn't doubt Yu-Wu's strength, which couldn't even be measured by common sense. Kiki was also surprised because she didn't expect there to be such a strong person in the world. Maya Abao immediately agreed because the man who could be his master would not be just anyone. Kiki naturally also wanted to regard Yu-Wu as his master too. On the other hand, a wire became very angry because of his defeat. He who was almost able to break through the space door was played by Fate. He was angry because Yu-Wu entered his world. At that time, Yu-Wu explained how fate was never fair. A wire thought that fate was playing tricks on him, even though everything had been arranged. Although a wire had self-awareness and special abilities, a wire was born in a dungeon level lower than 40, so he had to accept his fate. Yu-Wu then prepared to hit a wire once again, while the man lamented his fate. In the end, Yu-Wu succeeded in defeating a wire and even got the nickname of a man who should not be met. Inside, Yu-Wu thought about his own words. A wire's fate was already destined, so what about them? He wondered if perhaps the whole Earth was a game being deliberately manipulated by some high-level people. If that happened, it would be very scary. On the other hand, Zhu Xiaoji saw a wire's equipment drop process with a very exaggerated light, and was the first time he saw such a thing. Zhu Xiaoji was curious about what equipment Yu-Wu would get. Luo Feng also thought that the three-headed dragon was the boss monster, but it turned out to be a wire who was the hidden boss. But Yu-Wu didn't want to rush to check the results he got. Meanwhile, he wants to save the remaining humans in the dungeon. Moreover, it was much more important for him to obtain both fruits. Yu-Wu asked Nagaro what he should do, and the dragon immediately understood. He asked Yu-Wu and the others to follow them. They took the group to the Altar of Life, where it was known to be quite spectacular. Yu-Wu then asked Kiki if she was the one who built that place. Kiki said that the place had been there since he was born. After 1,000 years, nothing has changed. He didn't know who built it. Maya Abao said that maybe a wire knew, but she couldn't be questioned at that time. That's when Yu-Wu asked Nagaro to come forward. That's when Nagaro injured himself and smeared his blood on the monument on the Altar of Life. Zhu Xiaoji was confused because it turned out to be just such a simple thing. Nagaro then explains that it is not at all as simple as it seems. If it weren't for Yu-Wu, no other creature could harm them, let alone get their blood. It was all thanks to Yu-Wu's strength that made everything look simple. Not long after, the fruit appeared. They see it as a legendary fruit. Yu-Wu was also very amazed and did not expect to be able to taste the quality of these two fruits. The problem now is just to find out what the two fruits can do and how much money can be made from them. Yu-Wu picked one because he wanted to see what magical things were inside. Once he tried to do it, it turned out he couldn't do it even with all the strength he had. Yu-Wu found it strange because the fruit seemed to be of a much higher level than his. Luo Feng wanted to try taking the fruit with his weapon, but Yu-Wu asked him not to be careless. Yu-Wu realized that he couldn't remove it, so there was a special system inside. Luo Feng confirmed that physical strength would probably be useless. Kiki then explained that in the beginning, only she and a wire could pick the fruit. Even if someone else came and destroyed the pillar stone, they would never be able to take down the fruit. If the stone pillar breaks, the fruit will disappear. Yu-Wu didn't wait long and asked Kiki to pick the fruit for him. Even though he didn't know Kiki's appearance behind the mask, they had become quite familiar. Kiki shouldn't have rejected Yu-Wu's request. Zhu Xiaoji, who saw it, could only think to himself and asked the man not to tease women if he really couldn't do it because it looked embarrassing. Kiki then asked if Yu-Wu would promise her anything if she was willing to pick the fruit. Yu-Wu wants to know what it is, but Kiki asks him to promise first. Yu-Wu promised to do it as long as it was something he could do. In his heart, he knew that with Kiki's pure and primitive personality, she shouldn't ask for anything too heavy. Kiki agrees and asks Yu-Wu not to lie to her. Yu-Wu asked Kiki not to worry. Besides, he usually doesn't make promises easily. But as long as he promises, he will do it, and he never breaks a promise. Not long after, Kiki showed herself by interacting with the roots of the oldest tree. They soon realized that only natives could activate the device. Yu-Wu explained that things weren't that simple. He could feel how the Kiki energy was not only activating the plant, but there was also an inexplicable active energy gushing out from his body. Mayo Bao then confirmed. Moreover, Kiki has lived an ancient life for 1,000 years. She and a wire have their characteristics. Yu-Wu couldn't help but wonder what it was. Kiki didn't even seem to know about that characteristic. Judging from the situation that occurred, it was probably about a prophet type ability, although it was not just a simple prophet. He will ask in more detail later. On the other hand, everyone could see the flowers starting to bloom. They suspect that the process will continue, until suddenly Kiki seemed to be taking off her mask. Everyone was stunned to see Kiki's face. They couldn't even use words to describe the incredible feeling they were feeling. Just looking at his face made them feel like they were surrounded by warm energy. Luo Feng praised the girl's beauty. Meanwhile, Ruan Tianchen, who is also a woman, was also amazed to see him. Zhu Xiaoji added that he might fall in love at first sight. On the other hand, Yu Wu acknowledged her beauty, but it wasn't that surprising to him. He wondered if it was just the energy enhancement effect that was directly affecting them. Kiki then injured herself and dripped her blood on the flowers in front of her. At that time the stone pillar suddenly shattered and everyone was confused because they thought the ritual had failed. Kiki asks them to calm down as it is only the last step to complete the ritual. Elder trees can only bear fruit once in their lifetime, so the stone pillars were destroyed. Kiki immediately asked Yu Wu to accept the fruits. Yu Wu was grateful and he had succeeded in getting the fruit of wisdom and the fruit of life. The fruit of life is to prolong life and is needed to make god-level potions. Resurrection is a god-level potion that can bring the dead back to life without side effects. Meanwhile, wisdom fruit is an important ingredient for making god-level potions. All-knowing and almighty are potions that can increase intelligence after drinking them. There are no secrets in the world that are not known. Yu Wu was shocked to see the potion which couldn't even be compared to any other potion. He immediately asked Weiss to analyze whether the potion could be made. Weiss was of course happy to get orders. He immediately analyzed and got the answer that the potion could be made with 2 conditions. First, you have to unlock the title of Master of Alchemy, then there are no potions that can't be made with it. The 2 recipe formulas for the 2 potions and the required materials must be obtained. Yu Wu was then considered the Master of Alchemy, which seemed to include pharmaceutical skills. He could even make god-level potions if he could achieve a master's degree. This is extraordinary. Meanwhile, the formula can be collected slowly and there is no need to rush. Yu Wu is quite happy with the potential of the account he has. His flexibility was very strong and he needed to develop it slowly. Kiki, who had fulfilled Yu Wu's request, was now demanding a promise. Yu Wu of course asked Kiki to reveal his request because he would not break his promise. Kiki surprisingly asked for a child from Yu Wu. This request certainly surprised everyone. Likewise, Yu Wu thought Kiki's request was too excessive. However, Kiki was not joking at all and instead was very serious. To him, Yu Wu was a very strong and good man. Their children will be stronger and better. But Yu Wu refused, especially since he was still very young. Kiki is more than 1,000 years old and he is still 18 years old. The age difference between the two is very striking. Of course, Kiki didn't want to hear any excuses because Yu Wu had promised before. It seemed to him that Yu Wu was lying even though she believed him. Yu Wu certainly didn't mean to lie, but Kiki was already crying. Of course, seeing this incident, Yu Wu's friends teased him. They said that Yu Wu should be held responsible after hurting Kiki. They asked Yu Wu to fight. Even though he was annoyed with his friends, he tried to persuade Kiki. He explained that the urge to have children between humans is indeed primitive, but they cannot be careless because there must be love. Kiki immediately asked about love. Yu Wu had a hard time explaining to Kiki clearly about that, but he would take Kiki away from that place to see the real world. He hopes that Kiki can see all kinds of people and understand the meaning of love herself. After that, he can ask again about wanting to have children with her again. Kiki agreed, but until then she wanted to follow Yu Wu wherever he went. Even though he had some objections, Yu Wu could only agree. In his heart, Yu Wu could only hope that Kiki would not talk about having children with him again. Yu Wu then realized that they had to immediately finish their adventure. Next, they went to see what equipment a wire had dropped. The closer they got, the more they could see an enormous thing with extraordinary effects. They were curious about what level a wire was. Luckily, Zhu Xiaoji had prepared himself considering that previously someone had been blinded by the light from equipment exploding at close range. So he will wear sunglasses when he sees it. Yu Wu could only look at Zhu Xiaoji strangely at that moment. Yu Wu finally saw the equipment, which was Life Ether 1 and 10, which was the core material for making the Life God level potion and the core material of the Super Dimensional Symbiosis God level evolution potion. Yu Wu was even more surprised because he could get 2 materials at once. He managed to get the required formula. Apart from that, he was also curious about the Super God level Dimensional Symbiosis. To him, it sounded like something invincible. Zhu Xiaoji was also surprised to see the God level materials because even he, who could be considered a veteran, had never seen or heard of such a thing. Yu Wu was also a little surprised because it clearly said a special hidden drop on the item. But they were only at level 40, so why was the super material there? Even though it felt strange, Yu Wu chose to forget it and look at other things he had achieved. Yu Wu got 100,000 X points and 1 million money. He also got a bonus of 200,000 experience points. Apart from that, he also got a magic crystal, concealed dominance sword, skill book across race friendship, and portable dungeon key. Meanwhile, Yu Wu's other colleagues received a level increase of even more than 20 levels. Luo Feng then remembered that a wire was a special hidden character and should be very strong, but he was able to keep up. This seemed strange and cool to him. Yu Wu then explained that a wire's hidden characteristic was the assimilation of the hate object's current level. Therefore, if he fought with Luo Feng, then their levels could be the same. Luo Feng came to understand that what made a wire able to be balanced was because the amount of HP that a wire lost when fighting with Yu Wu was the same as when a wire fought with them. Luo Feng praised Yu Wu for being able to analyze in such a short time. Yu Wu continued that a wire was a foreigner. Plus, the weapon characteristics he mentioned previously cannot be used. The skill book also killed him and increased the appeal of the Dragon Clan. Yu Wu became curious if they weren't a group. Kiki later said that was not the case. The dragons in the forest had to surrender to a wire because of his brutality and special control ability, while Yu Wu rescued and freed them. Yu Wu was starting to understand how there were different types of arrangements and a wire was just playing cards outside of the healthy. Plus, judging from the 1 out of 10 he gets, it means there are 9 hidden special characters. The item shouldn't be randomly distributed, so it would probably appear at level 40 dungeons. Yu Wu was happy because he gained another valuable piece of strange knowledge. Zhu Xiaoji then asked what Yu Wu would do with those god-level materials. Yu Wu probably couldn't make it into a potion, so it was better to just sell it. He was very curious about the price. Yu Wu, although very curious about the price, chose not to sell it because its value would not be exchangeable for money. After that, Yu Wu turned to Miao Bao, who was supposed to show him the magic crystal cave that he said before. Miao Bao immediately pointed it out. Yu Wu asked Nagaro to protect the elder tree to maintain the balance of the forest there. Nagaro immediately carried out the order. Not long after, Yu Wu and his party arrived at the magic crystal cave. They were all so excited to see the cave, which was full of experience points. Zhu Xiaoji also estimated that all the magic crystals were worth hundreds of millions. Miao Bao then explained that the cave extended deep underground and was full of that type of stone. He was sure that humans like them called it the ancient demon crystal. According to Miao Bao, it was the best form of crystal that was formed after the death of ancient monsters. Maybe the cave used to be a place where ancient monsters lived, so many crystals formed there. Kiki discovered the cave 100 years ago, then felt the energy radiating in it and decided to live there. Yu Wu immediately concluded that they were all magic crystal veins. Even though it's only level 40, it's not a bad thing. He can use the magic crystal to increase its level or even sell it. With this cave, he now has a backup source of income. For him, the cave was really like a mine inside the house. At that time, everyone couldn't wait to dig it up, even though it would be tiring to do so. Yu Wu immediately stopped them because digging alone really wouldn't be efficient. He had a better plan. Yu Wu, who already had a portable dungeon key, could bring several groups of mining robots to tackle the cave. They just needed to wait for a good harvest. Yu Wu will keep 50% of the proceeds. Zhu Xiaoji will have 30% as the representative of the Depingxian team. Meanwhile, Luo Feng and Ruan Tianchen will each get 10%. He then asked everyone's opinion. Zhu Xiaoji immediately agreed, and so did Ruan Tianchen and Luo Feng, who were happy. Yu Wu also asked Miao Bao to stay in the dungeon, but the cat wanted to know the reason because he also wanted to go to the real world. Yu Wu finally explained that he wanted Miao Bao to help him explore the distribution of other magic crystal deposits besides the cave. Yu Wu guessed that it was influenced by the elder tree and that there should be another magic crystal mine in the dungeon. Moreover, it was also a punishment for Miao Bao, who forgot important information previously, which caused him to lose fruit in vain. Miao Bao realized that he had received this punishment because of his mistake. However, of course, Yu Wu was a person who knew retribution. After Miao Bao finished his task, he would also fulfill his wish as a reward. Miao Bao naturally became excited and asked Yu Wu not to worry and leave it to him. He also won't take any magic crystals, but he also has a request that Yu Wu protect the innocent Kiki for him. Kiki hugged the cat. Miao Bao also told Kiki to listen to Yu Wu and not to take and eat on the street. Kiki also reminded Miao Bao to immediately complete the task given to him by Yu Wu as soon as possible. Yu Wu asked the two not to worry because he would take care of Kiki. After all, they weren't separated. In his heart, Yu Wu said to Weiss that the dungeon had been cleared, so he wanted Weiss to check the dungeon's suitability for building a fortress. Weiss said that now the status is 3.5 stars. Yu Wu was still considering stars that were still lower than his target. He felt he had to find a more perfect 5-star dungeon. They finally came out of the dungeon. Ruan Tianchen was also happy because before they came out of the dungeon, Yu Wu had already raised their level again. Now he and Luo Feng are at level 45. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiaoji was level 62. With that level, they now tended to be relatively safe whether they were in dungeons or roaming the wilderness. At that time, Yu Wu immediately realized that something was moving quickly toward them. He assumed it was a team in a vehicle heading towards them. Yu Wu and the others could see that the mysterious swarm was dangerous. A man appears and is relieved that he is early because Yu Wu almost escaped. The man was Mudu, who was the leader of the Shanling team. He looked at Yu Wu and was confused as to why a guy from such a low-level trash group could be valued by the Huanzhang group. Mudu pointed to Zhu Xiaoji, who had the highest level but also looked messy. He thought that it was the man Huanzhang's group was looking for. At that time, Yu Wu immediately joined in the provocation by asking how Zhu Xiaoji could provoke the Huanzhang group. Yu Wu secretly asked Zhu Xiaoji not to reveal anything first. He wants to play some good shows. Zhu Xiaoji certainly understood. Yu Wu could see how the woman and the previous guard leader were also Huanzhang people. If Mudu was also from the Huanzhang group, then it was time for him to start paying attention to that group. Zhu Xiaoji recognized himself as the person Mudu was looking for. He then pretended to be offended because Mudu seemed to belittle him with the number of troops he brought. He felt that the man should add at least 1-2 more teams, or maybe they were already on their way. In his heart, Yu Wu felt that Zhu Xiaoji's acting was quite good. Mudu saw Zhu Xiaoji as a crazy and smart fat man. He came to understand why the Huanzhang group had offered a huge reward for capturing him. Zhu Xiaoji could clearly guess that after this there would be several more teams coming. The Shanling team felt lucky because their team was the closest to Zhu Xiaoji's coordinates. However, Mudu was confident that before the other teams arrived, he would defeat Zhu Xiaoji first. He wouldn't let the prize he almost got just fly away. At that time, a member of the Shanling team pointed out Ruan Tianchen and Kiki, who were two beautiful girls who would be ashamed to kill. They should be kept to make their team's condition better. Of course, Mudu became very angry because his members seemed to be teaching him what to do, even though he wasn't blind at all and didn't need to be reminded. For me, if a subordinate wants to look cool, then he should look cool first. Mudu immediately kicked the subordinate. The rest of the Shanling team immediately started attacking. At that time, Yu Wu immediately asked Luo Feng to cooperate with Zhu Xiaoji because he needed to go away for a while. He asked him to hold on for a few minutes. Of course, Luo Feng asked Yu Wu not to worry and left it to them. After all, he had just leveled up to 45, so he could use those team members to train. Yu Wu immediately went to see the situation and conditions ahead and would return soon. One member thought Yu Wu wanted to run away. He could see how Yu Wu's level was not high at all, but the equipment used was very cool. They thought Yu Wu was a rich man. Another man then wanted to chase Yu Wu because he definitely had a lot of luxury goods on his body. However, Mudu asked them not to think about low-level trash like Yu Wu. They asked everyone to concentrate on killing Zhu Xiaoji for him. Meanwhile, he can take care of everything else before the other team arrives. On the other hand, Zhu Xiaoji and the others were also ready to fight. Team Shanling was curious how Zhu Xiaoji could handle such a 4 versus 10 battle. On the other hand, Yu Wu was sure that the Huanzhang group must have just revealed the amount of the reward for killing him. Otherwise, Misha definitely wouldn't be talking about early recruitment. It turned out that Yu Wu actually saw all the reinforcements who were very close as I expected. Yu Wu tried to weigh the situation. This happened probably because he had succeeded in killing Misha and the Huanzhang team decided to increase the reward. However, the group still went too far even though they only killed a female mercenary. Yu Wu was curious why they would go that far. But then Yu Wu wanted to know how they could find out about his actions in the dungeon even though they were outside. Yu Wu believed it was because he had been careless in the dungeon. It's just that now is not the right time to think about it. Yu Wu then thought about his level. Although it was equivalent to level 100, there were only 5 of them, which was clearly at a disadvantage if they had to face dozens of people. He felt he had to find a way to end the battle as soon as possible. On the other hand, the battle between Shanling and Zhu Xiaoji's team was still going on. Mudu had a hard time facing Zhu Xiaoji even though he was 20 levels ahead. He wondered why he couldn't kill his enemy. Zhu Xiaoji was confident because this place was his territory, so he would not die easily because of someone like Mudu. Not long after, Yu Wu returned and immediately asked about everyone's condition. Ruan Tianchen immediately explained that I could feel the magic power much better than before. In fact, I am not afraid at all when facing many enemies. Meanwhile, Yu Wu also noticed Luo Feng, who was also showing improvement. Even though they were clearly short of people, Luo Feng was still able to survive with a safe blood volume exactly as expected. Yu Wu then noticed Kiki, who had special abilities similar to a wire. That girl's ability is a special advantage, but I still don't know whether it's active or passive. It was then that a man greeted Mudu and said that the man was moving very fast even though their positions were not that far away. Mudu immediately turned his head and saw that it was Zhu Tian, who was the leader of the rattlesnake team. Meanwhile, another man came and was suddenly annoyed to see so much rubbish gathered. The man was Yehefa, who was the leader of the blast team. At that time, Zhu Xiaoji immediately revealed that the two teams were very famous mercenaries in the wilderness. They are cruel and never get along with each other. This time, because they met, maybe the two teams had to attack each other first. Yi Wu could see that the levels of the two teams were not as low as he expected. Yi Wu asked if it was really time to withdraw. Soon Huarmudu immediately became angry and asked the two teams not to catch the mice there and let him go forward to catch his target. Zhu Tian immediately accused Huarmudu of wanting to eat the target alone. That's clearly not good. After all, they couldn't have come in vain. He then asked whether Huarmudu wanted to break the rules. Yehefa continued to say that Huarmudu should be punished if he violated the rules. Yehefa also advised Huarmudu to withdraw because otherwise he would not be able to hold back his anger. Huarmudu immediately pointed at Zhu Xiaoji and said that he could withstand a blow. If not, then he would have been able to get his prize from the start. Huarmudu immediately asked what the two men were going to do. At that time, Zhu Tian could only laugh at Huarmudu's stupidity. The man was naturally confused as to why Zhu Tian was laughing. Zhu Tian explained again that Huarmudu had misidentified the target, so his actions were obviously useless. He asked Huarmudu to throw away the damaged signal receiver. Zhu Tian emphasized that the person they were looking for was Yi Wu and the man Huarmudu was fighting was Zhu Xiaoji, who was from the team he had dealt with before. Zhu Xiaoji could only laugh because Zhu Tian apparently had never forgotten him and had never even forgotten his name. Huarmudu was naturally angry when he heard that Zhu Xiaoji was not the person they were looking for, even though that man had fought alongside him and also wasted his time. It was then that Huarmudu summoned the real Yi Wu. He wanted to smash his corpse into thousands of pieces. Yi Wu immediately came over and asked casually why Huarmudu shouted so loudly. He then introduced himself as Yi Wu and immediately asked a question before Huarmudu tore him apart as said. Yi Wu wanted to know how much reward the Huanzhang team had given him that even made the mercenaries so interested in chasing him. Zhu Tian saw Yi Wu's courage in even asking such a thing when he was about to die. However, he will still tell you the amount, which is 50 million. He himself was also very surprised because the reward offered was very large for a kid like Yi Wu. Yi Wu sounded disappointed because the prize wasn't that big after all, even though he thought the number would reach hundreds of millions. Huanzhang group obviously looked down on him. Of course, Huarmudu saw how Yi Wu was so arrogant even though his death was near. However, at that time, Zhu Tian detained the two team leaders because they had to discuss the method of dividing the prizes before successfully killing Yi Wu and the others. Zhu Tian wanted a sum of 40% and offered the other teams 30% each. They immediately agreed and Huarmudu also added that he wanted Kiki. At that time, Yi Wu actually interrupted the conversation between the free team leaders regarding the distribution of results. He also wanted to know about the net worth of each team leader there because he knew they were a famous mercenary group that gathered at one point. For him, it was clearly a waste if he didn't rob them all. Zhu Tian laughed out loud at Yi Wu's words, which he thought were a joke. He asked the others if they also heard Yi Wu's words about wanting to rob them. The other leaders also laughed and asked how Yi Wu would do it. Yi Wu casually showed a summoned magic crystal and was about to use it. He immediately used it and the sky immediately changed. A monster appeared from the crack in the sky and everyone was very surprised to see the monster's presence. Everyone thought that the monster was an ancient god and immediately worshipped him. Huarmudu even said that he was willing to die without regrets after seeing his true figure. Zhu Tian also begged to be led to the divine realm. At that time, Zhu Xiaoji immediately said that he had seen summoned demon crystals, but the one Yi Wu used this time was a bit evil. He has influenced the souls of the people there. Yi Wu didn't know it because this was the first time he had used it. The monster was definitely an ancient god and even Yi Wu started to feel a loss of self-consciousness even though it was just an illusion. At that time Kiki immediately hugged Yi Wu and said that I was very scared. Yi Wu assured you that you will be fine. Besides, I'm not Xiaoba who should call him master. On the other hand, Ruan Tianchen who was watching became very upset. They saw how the team's spirits were lifted and Ruan Tianchen was now scared and also hugged Yi Wu. But Yi Wu was still too focused on the transparent white spirit. Apparently, the summoned magic crystal received special powers and experienced an increase in soul devouring. Yi Wu immediately suspected that the enhancement came from Kiki's special ability, although he still didn't know the specific enhancement mechanism or to what extent it could be increased. Yi Wu felt the need to find out about the future. Yi Wu turned back to the monster that seemed to be devouring the souls of all the saints until suddenly everything ended. Of course, everyone was relieved because they could even feel the spirit almost being carried away. Their bodies also felt stiff and as if they had lost consciousness. Yi Wu apologized because he had no idea that the summoned demon crystal had such a strong mental pollution ability. Yi Wu immediately offered everyone to drink a calming potion to recover. On the other hand, Yi Wu saw everyone who died as people who were unlucky because they were affected by mental attacks carried out by monsters. Yiwu immediately realized that the summoned demon crystal should not be used when Kiki was around. Long-range attacks plus special boosters might just kill his comrades. That was clearly very scary. After successfully defeating everyone, Yiwu earned 500,000 XP points and 30 million money with a mysterious resource hard disk. Apart from that, he also received high-quality modification equipment, a Garden of Eden black card VIP for life, a deflated inflatable doll, a locked treasure chest, a network signal access device on the Huangyang group channel, and a Hell Axe Sonata. All the equipment was considered worthless to Yiwu. However, on the other hand, everyone is happy because they have leveled up again. Luo Feng rose 3 levels. Zhu Xiaoji was also very happy because it was very difficult to rise to 1 level in the wilderness, but this time he was able to rise to several levels. Of course, he was grateful to Yiwu because he didn't even have to work hard to get it. But Yiwu noticed how gloomy Kiki was and immediately asked. Kiki explained that I was fine, it's just that from the start I never knew my level. No matter how many dangerous monsters I killed, for the past 1,000 years, my level never rose and only showed a question mark symbol until then. Yiwu comforts her by explaining that the question mark indicates mysterious, unknown, or not yet there. So, Kiki doesn't need to be discouraged and must be enthusiastic. Kiki immediately understood and became cheerful again. Yiwu could only be seen as a plain and simple woman. Zhu Xiaoji immediately asked where the evil summoned magic crystal came from because it was not a good thing. If Yiwu couldn't give someone else's life, then Yiwu himself might have to pay for it. Yiwu explains that he got it from the Old World King's Landing Church when the monsters attacked before. Zhu Xiaoji admitted that he had heard about the church. Even in the wilderness, there were countless large and small churches, but only the Old World King Landing Church could thrive. He also didn't know why, but the church had a lot of followers, not only in the wilderness, but also encroaching on the safe zone, so it's no wonder Yiwu was able to meet them. Yiwu could only hope that the church didn't try to provoke him because if they did then he would just need to use that summoned magic crystal to let them see with their own eyes what the god they worshipped actually looked like. Yiwu then invited them to come back because he had promised his family to have dinner together. Zhu Xiaoji said that Yiwu deserved it because he had just killed dozens of mercenaries. It's just that now he chooses to go home for dinner, it feels like Yiwu has a bad mentality. Yiwu explained that he didn't want to be soft-hearted, especially towards people who wanted to harm him. After all, in such an area being nice to the enemy was courting death. Zhu Xiaoji confirmed. But the problem was that the car that had brought them earlier had been caught in the middle of the battle so it wouldn't work for a while. Zhu Xiaoji could only apologize, although they could still use the mercenaries' cars as long as they didn't mind the smell. Yiwu could of course handle it. He asked everyone to stay away for a moment. Yiwu immediately asked Weiss for help. Weiss certainly felt ready. At that moment, all the cars started flying into the air, leaving Zhu Xiaoji confused. Of course, Yiwu tried to calm him down by saying he would give him a surprise. Not long after, a new vehicle appeared. Zhu Xiaoji was naturally amazed to see this violent machine that perfectly combined strength and beauty. Zhu Xiaoji didn't expect that it was the surprise that Yiwu was talking about. Yiwu then asked whether Zhu Xiaoji liked the Waste Crusher, which was a heavy metal off-road vehicle filled with heavy weapons and able to accommodate up to 15 people. Zhu Xiaoji certainly liked it very much, which could also be used for the Depingxian team, which with its current numbers would definitely be very sufficient. They finally got into the car and Zhu Xiaoji asked everyone to fasten their seat belts and close the doors. As an experienced driver, he will prepare to leave. But Yiwu reminded him not to be too enthusiastic and to prioritize safety by not violating driving rules. Of course, Zhu Xiaoji didn't listen to what Yiwu said. He promised Yiwu would be able to go home for dinner before sunset. As soon as he arrived back at his house, Yiwu felt a sense of calm that didn't know how long it would last. Even though they currently have temporary protection from the Hanmo group, they are not truly safe. Apart from Huangjang, he believed that an internal crisis within the Hanmo group would begin to emerge. He is determined to find the real mastermind. Apart from that, the Huangjang group had also repeatedly provoked him and this could no longer be tolerated. At that time, Yiwu immediately asked Weiss if he could hack Huangjang's private network with his skills as a master of engineering. Weiss immediately agreed that even hacking was a very easy thing to do. Yiwu was of course very happy and immediately asked Weiss to help him access the network within the Huangjang group. Yiwu obviously couldn't let someone get in his way. Previously he had let the Huangjang group do it several times and now it was time for him to take action. He wanted to know the Huangjang group's reward network. In the previous part, Yiwu had arrived at Huangjang's residence. Here he put a lot of suspicion on this guild. Then he asked Weiss to hack their private network. The aim was to find out what gift network the guild had. So what happens next? Let's get started. Yiwu was already inside the Huangjang group reward network. His identity was still confirmed as Huar Mudu but communication turned out to be not going well. There is a lot of noise and the room is messy. He believed that Huarmudu's access device was a second-hand item bought at a roadside shop, or perhaps he simply couldn't afford the newest model. Yuwu wasn't surprised how the man could have mistaken him because he wouldn't be able to see clearly in there. Yuwu immediately used the space repair technique master skill, which made the space more comfortable to look at. A voice greeted him inside the Huangjang Group's online demonstration center. Yuwu was quite surprised because the place consisted of 4 different doors with different permits. Yuwu, who used Huarmudu's device, knew that he should only be able to enter the mercenary room. He finally tried to log in even though the system told him to reduce credit risk as soon as possible to avoid permission lock. Yuwu was not too surprised because Huarmudu had problems with high credit risks. Yuwu was in a very crowded room and it was quite confusing. The place looked like a bar that was also a service place for mercenaries. He didn't know what was special about that place. Weiss then explained that the Huangjang Group created this independent space with a very high level of confidentiality for the security of internal information and data. If Yuwu didn't use the master technique ability even though he had the access device, then Yuwu wouldn't be able to enter the room. Yuwu agreed and he immediately checked the wanted list there. Yuwu realized that he was ranked 2nd at that time with a 4-star danger. Yuwu didn't expect that he was only ranked 2nd. But he then looked again at the fugitive ranked 1st, who was Zuhi. Zuhi was his friend at university whom he met in the treasure room previously. Yuwu didn't expect that she was also an enemy of the Huangjang Group, and the reward for defeating him was even 100 million. Yuwu was naturally curious because he didn't feel anything special from the previous fight. Yuwu wanted to know if the girl was also hiding her strength. Weiss could see this possibility in the law of energy conservation if Zuhi didn't want to make Yuwu suspicious. Yuwu felt that everything made a lot of sense now when he recalled Zuhi's words at that time. For him, those words were very deep and seemed to hold a secret that was not much different from him. Just then, a girl greeted Yuwu as Huarmudu. The girl was annoyed because the man just cancelled the deal. Huarmudu had already arranged a time and place to trade, but instead disappeared after tricking his eldest brother. His brother had been waiting all afternoon and now Huarmudu dared to show his face there. The girl named Molisha made sure that her eldest brother would skin Huarmudu if he met him in the wilderness. Yuwu was a little confused, but he remembered that he had indeed entered there with the identity of Huarmudu. Therefore other people also saw him as Huarmudu in the room. Yuwu said that he didn't remember anything because he had been too busy the last 2 days. Molisha certainly didn't believe that Huarmudu could forget him. She then insulted the man as stupid. She also said that last week Huarmudu asked Molisha for help to find many potion formulas until his eldest brother had them all. Molisha didn't believe that Huarmudu just forgot about him. The irritated Molisha threatened to stab the stupid head and mix the brains inside. Yuwu immediately corrected his words and said that he remembered it. He will also take all the formulas because now he has the money. Molisha was a little doubtful about the sudden change in attitude. He reminded me that all the formulas he has are of high quality. Molisha made sure Yuwu had enough money. Yuwu convinced her by giving the girl a deposit of 1 million. Of course, everyone there who heard it couldn't believe that Huarmudu had 1 million. Everyone knows that Huarmudu even owed his younger brother half a year's salary, but now he spent 1 million. However, Molisha tried to ignore all those words. He also wouldn't ask anymore because Huarmudu was already generous to him. Molisha asked Huarmudu to contact him at any time to confirm the trade agreement between the two. Molisha gave Yuwu the address and said that she changed the address to the one on the card. Huarmudu could visit him at any time. Yuwu naturally accepted it and immediately looked at the address at C30 meeting area No 24, which seemed to be in the wilderness. Yuwu promised himself he would look for it later on the map when he had free time. But on the other hand, Yuwu didn't expect Huarmudu to be an intermediate pharmacist. He wondered whether this profession was so popular. Weiss immediately informed that from the information he had obtained, pharmacists were the 3rd most expensive job. Hearing that statement, Yuwu became more confident in unlocking the title of Master of Alchemy. Not long after, Yuwu left the special mercenary room, which was considered to have no functions and complicated mechanisms, so it could not provide much benefit. Yuwu was attracted to the VIP door there. Huarmudu did not have enough authority and was prohibited from entering those high-level doors. Realizing that, Yuwu asked Weiss if the door's authority could be broken through by force. Weiss explains that this can be done, but is not recommended. There is a high probability that the user agreement of the access device will be damaged and it will not even be possible to log in there anymore. The best way to enter is to find related items of higher authority and expand and combine them to safely open the door. Yuwu decided to follow Weiss' suggestion to wait for an item with higher authority. Yuwu decided to enter the system space and he immediately met the Chihong dragon. Yuwu greeted the dragon he had left behind for a long time and asked him if he missed him. The problem was that Yuwu had no other choice because bringing a dragon into the city would be too eye-catching. The only thing that can be done is to put it in the system space first. After that, Yu immediately opened the title of Master of Alchemy. Weiss was happy that his master had finally revealed the title. This title can be unlocked with 300,000 X points. Yu was of course confident even though he had to spend a lot of experience because he also had to think about his big goal of making money. He is confident of unlocking the title. Yu successfully opened the title of 6 teachers and workers in pharmacy. Before he had time to read it, Weiss immediately explained it. Making fusion is the core ability of the MAS account, so now Yu can not only use the blueprint formula to make potions but can also use any materials he wants to combine to make new and unique potions in the world. Even though this action is crazy and dangerous, it could result in the ultimate magic potion or, conversely, a world-killing poison. Yu was very satisfied with the MAS account, which could do anything to create something. For him, it deserves to be called a crazy account. However, Yu would still try to follow the formula properly. He didn't want to make a wrong move on his first try. Yu finally returned home. He thought about his next main task of making money. Tomorrow he would meet Siyu to take her to the black market and get some potion formulas. He took the time to peek into Yanfei's room where Nana and Kiki were also sleeping. Yu had time to say goodnight. The next day, Yu saw how people had already returned to their daily lives faster than imagined. Yu was sitting at the place he had agreed with Miss Siyu. He would wait for her to come and then go together to the black market. At that time, Yu listened to a news broadcast that said that according to news from Angel Realm, in 2 days the superstar Zulai would come to the city for a charity performance. She will use her voice and graceful dance to soothe wounded hearts after the war. Of course, Yu was both excited and in disbelief to learn that superstar Zulai from Group G Sister would come for a charity performance. Yu even looked up to see Ji Zulai's poster. This young man remembered that his younger sister liked this superstar. It turns out that Yu Yunfei not only put up a Ji Zulai poster in his room but also likes to sing and dance in bed to imitate Zulai even though she is always out of tune in dancing and singing. Suddenly a woman's voice was heard asking, "Why is Yu fascinated by beautiful idol posters?" Miss Siyu, who had just arrived, had no idea that Yu would like a superstar girl. Yu replied that it was his younger sister who liked him. Yu just imagined some related information. Yu immediately asked Miss Siyu to leave and was troubled again. While walking, Miss Siyu said no problem. However, is a supergroup that monopolizes entertainment and sports, so make a lot of money by producing superstars. But according to Miss Siyu, this time it is indeed very abnormal to send the famous star Zulai to a charity performance. Miss Siyu didn't even know what those people's intentions were. Yu replied, "There is a saying that things that don't cost money are the most expensive. It's hard for ordinary people to understand the business logic of such a large group, so don't worry." Miss Siyu also confirmed this. Finally, they arrived in front of a cafe. Yu said he didn't expect the black market entrance in Zone 8 to be a cafe. But Yu asked why the two of them didn't just enter through the front door. Miss Siyu explained that they took photos of special access to enter through the main door. Moreover, Yu has captured the world bus. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they went straight to the Hemo Group's VIP room, so they just entered from the back door. Hearing that made Yu smile and say thank you because Miss Siyu thought about it carefully and arranged everything perfectly. At this time, Miss Siyu said that Yu managed to defeat the dungeon boss which caused Ginhyun trouble, so this made Miss Siyu admire Yu even more. Miss Siyu was worried and hugged Yu's arm, asking if Yu would still be good to her and want her again. As usual, Yu couldn't answer or behave in front of women, until finally the two of them arrived in front of the main hall and entered it. Yu thought that the place was worthy of being a high-level safe zone, and even the decoration of the black market in Zone 8 was more luxurious than the black market in Safe Zone 9. Miss Siyu also said that the place was nothing, and as Yu know where the black market Zone 1 is, it's in the most luxurious 7-star hotel in the core zone. Even Miss Siyu has to register first to enter. Hearing this made Yu say that it turned out that the life of an upper-class noble was truly immeasurable for ordinary people like him. Yu thought, did the card that Miss Mokir gave her to have access rights to that black market Zone 1. If he had enough money later, Yu wanted to take his family to that luxury hotel. The two lovebirds were greeted by 2 male doormen at the front door of the VIP room. After they entered the VIP room, Miss Siyu immediately sat on a soft and luxurious sofa. The beautiful woman said before Yu contacted her that he wanted to look for props and drawings related to engineering and pharmacy on the black market. Miss Siyu had stayed up all night to collect and sort out relevant information first, so now Miss Siyu felt very sleepy. Yu didn't forget to thank Miss Siyu for helping him so much. Miss Siyu lay on the sofa and wanted to sleep first, while Yu looked around. Yu said no problem, and Miss Siyu could go to bed first. Later, after he finished, Miss Siyu would be woken up by Yu. Yu stared at the hologram screen and thought that different master-level engineering pharmaceutical products were rare, and their prices were very high in that black market. On the contrary, although the price of the picture is not cheap, it is much more reasonable. because the master level production profession belongs to the top rare talents, and there is still the possibility of failure in the production of props. The costs may rise, but according to Moss's account, the super scientist who almost destroyed the world, production failure would never have happened to him. Yiwu smiled with satisfaction and sat casually on the single sofa. Yiwu thought that he could use the price difference between the drawings and the finished product to unscrupulously make huge profits. The tens of millions left in Yiwu's pocket were only used to make initial capital, first setting a small goal of earning 100 million. Yiwu immediately bought some drawings and potion materials online. Yiwu thinks there is a huge demand for pharmaceutical products in that black market, and material channels are also abundant. First, Yiwu would focus on potions. Yiwu quickly made a potion to sell again on the black market. 4 hours later, Miss Siyu opened her eyes. With a sad face, Miss Siyu asked how Yiwu was doing in this place. With a cheerful face, the young man answered that he had made a net profit of more than 200 million. Miss Siyu was immediately shocked when she heard this, because she just woke up and immediately heard something that felt impossible. Miss Siyu rushed to look at the hologram screen to check. Is it true that Yiwu managed to get 200 million in just a few hours? Miss Siyu looked at Yiwu's transaction number, which was 9527. And it was true that the young man had obtained a lot of transaction records, and they were all top-grade potions, and some bottles of master potions were very rare. Miss Siyu is not surprised that there will be such high returns on the note, but Yiwu deeply expected that there would be no more materials for sale in this dark zone. Otherwise, Yiwu can make a few more potions. Miss Siyu said, obviously all the ingredients have been used up because Yiwu has already drained all the potion materials on the black market. Miss Siyu sat close to Yiwu and said, apparently Yiwu wanted help gathering information so that the young man could make money. Then instead, Miss Siyu asked if Yiwu would explain to Miss Siyu, what is your main potion? And how many secrets does Yiwu not know and hide? But Yiwu apologized to Miss Siyu because he could only owe a favor and couldn't tell her the secret. Because the secret within Yiwu threatens his race, he will tell Miss Siyu at the right time. Miss Siyu is happy that Yiwu owes her a favor, but she warns that even though the details of the transactions in the black market are confidential, if someone checks it then he would be able to find the source of Yiwu's account. So if Yiwu sold so many rare potions at once, it would attract a lot of people's attention, especially the top-class elites, because pharmacists are very trendy in the upper class. Yiwu replied that since he dared to do this then he was not afraid of the trouble that would come in the future. Suddenly an announcement was heard echoing in the room, that the daily routine auction will start soon. VIPs who wish to participate are welcome to move to the auction hall and wait there. Yiwu asked Miss Siyu, what is a daily auction? Miss Siyu explained that it was a black market feature in Zone 8, where 5 items that were not displayed in the system would be held and shown in the daily auction. Yiwu was immediately happy to hear Miss Siyu's explanation because it meant he still had a chance to see the top items. He immediately invited Miss Siyu to go see the auction. Cheerfully, Miss Siyu immediately agreed to go with him. In the auction hall, the atmosphere was already very lively, and someone behind the loudspeaker said that the auction was about to start. At that time, Yiwu said that it seemed like not many people participated because the value was not in previous Victoria's Secret auctions. Moreover, there was no identity hidden in that place. Miss Siyu confirmed that, because after all it was just a routine auction within the safe zone, it was normal for the gap to be large, but sometimes they could encounter some surprises. Yiwu looked at the shirt underneath and there were VIP guests who were being escorted by many bodyguards. Yiwu felt that this person was very familiar, and when you looked closely it turned out to be Elder Lai. Yiwu didn't expect to meet the old man again at that place. Now Yiwu could see that Elder Lai's level had already reached level 60. In his heart, Yiwu thought that at that time he was still generous and was very grateful for Elder Lai's concern. Now they met again and today Yiwu wanted to see if Elder Lai had a chance to surpass him. Finally, the host came out to say welcoming words and also the first item to be auctioned. The host said that after the fierce prize competition of the first 4 lots, they would finally enter the finals tonight. The host asked all guests to open their eyes wide because the magic item this time was a high-level potion called Love the Gift of God. The potion is a booster for men to revive their prowess in bed. The host said, the description of the potion, which turns out to be a high-level effect of this mahal tree every spring, the majority of men understand it. The host advises guests to buy now, and to get high-level drawing formulas. The starting price for the potion was 1 million yuan, and it was negotiable now. Elder Lai quickly raised his hand and bid 1 million to buy the potion. Seeing Elder Lai's attitude made several youths who watched the auction laugh at him because Elder Lai was so old but he still wanted to think about flowers blooming. But one among them said that Elder Lai bought the elixir on purpose because he was a high-level alchemist. So it was possible that Elder Lai just wanted to extract the formula from the drawing. Miss Siyu also said that she didn't expect this final to be such a dud. No one would buy the potion except Elder Lai. But unexpectedly, Yu immediately raised his arm and bid 2,000,000 won. Yuwu's attitude shocked Miss Siyu and she immediately stood up. Yuwu's attitude made the audience in the room look at him with laughter on their faces. They didn't expect that a young person like Yuwu would bid for a potion like that powerful medicine. Miss Siyu immediately rebuked Yuwu and asked why the young man bought this potion. Is there a reason that can't be said? Miss Siyu looked worried and said that she would help Yuwu in any way. Yuwu quickly said that he didn't have such a problem and that Miss Siyu just misunderstood him. Yuwu explained he bought the potion purely to challenge Elder Huanjing. After hearing Yuwu's explanation, Miss Siyu finally understood and remembered something. Miss Siyu once heard from Miss Mo Kier that when she first met Yuwu, the young man was making a deal with Elder Lai. Yuwu confirmed the story. This young man also explained at that time he was still young and so stupid that he was almost tricked by Elder Lai. So this time he had the opportunity for revenge and thought of the right way to avenge Elder Lai. Sure enough, Elder Lai offered the potion at 5,000,000 won, but Yuwu immediately offered a much higher price of 10,000,000 won. Elder Lai was immediately stunned and angry when he heard such a high price. Elder Lai immediately bid at 20,000,000 while cursing toward Yuwu's room. He shouted angrily asking who dared to cause trouble with him. Elder Lai asked the person to stop immediately, otherwise Elder Lai would be impolite. Finally, Elder Lai could see carefully that the figure standing above was Miss Siyu from the Hanmo group. Elder Lai suspected that the young man beside Sangona was his pet. Elder Lai said that if the young man at Miss Siyu's side couldn't do it then Sangona could come to the old man's side and use his abilities to protect and make Miss Siyu happy. Elder Lai did that on purpose to check on Miss Siyu. It turned out that Miss Siyu was indeed provoked by her emotions, but Yuwu immediately prevented her from replying because there was no need for anyone to intervene to deal with the old man. After all, Yuwu would take care of him. Yuwu finally waved his hand as if to signal that he was giving up on the offer of the potion. Finally, the potion reached the final price of 20,000,000 won, and the one who won it was Elder Lai from Huangjing. After that, Elder Lai asked the boy not to show his nose in front of him anymore or that would be his death date. Yuwu smiled and asked if would it be like that. Elder Lai immediately left. He was still cursing at Yuwu. The man was angry because an item that could have been obtained for 1,000,000 had been messed up by a kid in the middle of the road, causing him to lose 19,000,000 in vain. Elder Lai asked his guards to check the child's details because he was with Miss Siyu. Elder Lai was sure that Yuwu had contact with the Hanmo group, but suddenly their car was hit by Yuwu who jumped from above. Yuwu said that they didn't need to bother looking for information about him because he had come alone now. Yuwu smiled widely and said to Elder Lai that they met again so maybe this could be the death date of one of them. It was at this moment that Elder Lai could see Yuwu's face clearly and realized that he was the little fox boy who was in the black market zone 9 before. Now Elder Lai was even more convinced that the auction just now was intended to repay him. So Elder Lai quickly ordered all his aides to immediately kill Yuwu. Without waiting to be ordered twice, the bodyguards immediately shot at Yuwu with the small pistols they carried. Yuwu laughed at them, especially Elder Lai who didn't know him before. Yuwu said that the old man's eyesight was already bad. But now it was too late for Elder Lai to escape. They were fighting while continuing to drive the car. Due to the fierce fight between them, the bodyguards couldn't see the road and ended up crashing into several cars before finally crashing into the road divider. At this time, Elder Lai was hit and injured. He was getting angrier that Yuwu dared to provoke him. Annoyedly, Elder Lai asked if Yuwu didn't know that he was the owner of the Huanzhen group. Before answering, Yuwu immediately kicked Elder Lai's car until the old man was thrown from the car while screaming. Meanwhile, Yuwu smiled and said in a ridiculous tone that it turned out that the person he was fighting was the leader of Huanzhen. Elder Lai, who fell from a cliff, instead received a notification from the system telling him to use a seat belt for the safety of himself and his family. Luckily, Yuwu caught the old man's small body while asking with a big smile, was the incident just now upsetting to Elder Lai, and made the old man shocked. Finally, Elder Lai apologized to Yuwu because he had ignored the young man at the beginning, but today he was even more blinded and wanted to fight Yuwu. The old man admitted all his mistakes and recognized Yuwu as a young hero. Even Elder Lai admitted that he didn't know how high the mountain was and begged to be let go safely. Finally, Elder Lai was dropped by Yuwu on the ground. Yuwu said that he almost killed the old man, but Elder Lai was lucky because Yuwu still had some interest in him. Yuwu heard that Elder Lai was a senior alchemist, so Yuwu was sure that Elder Lai must have collected a lot of rare formulas and materials. It just so happened that Yuwu was also very interested in pharmacists and wanted to see Elder Lai's rare materials. Elder Lai quickly agreed and said that he indeed had many potion formulas in his collection. He didn't expect that a young hero like Yuwu was not only good at martial arts but also interested in pharmacy. But Elder Lai awkwardly said that his house was quite far away, but the car and driver were no longer there, so he was confused about taking Yuwu there. Yu quickly flew over and carried Elder Lai in his arms while requesting that the old man immediately tell him the route. While flying, Elder Lai asked Yu to slow down a bit because he couldn't stand the strong wind pressure while flying like now. Finally, they arrived at Elder Lai's storage warehouse. While walking in, the old man invited Yu to take whatever interested him. Yu looked around and thought that the items in that place were not bad as they were of quality and quantity that completely exceeded his expectations. Yu even observed some items more closely. At this moment, Elder Lai thought that all the objects in that place could be taken by Yu because they had no other use other than selling them for money. But Yu's performance had already been recorded, so in the future he would face endless pursuit by the Huanggang group. And soon the rules of some of those items will return to his hands. Feeling closely observed, Yu asked the old man to stop observing him because he had long been a fugitive of Elder Lai's Huanggang group. So now he doesn't care about being watched to take some of his photos. Suddenly Yu thought of an idea. He asked in a commanding tone, why didn't Elder Lai become an insider to him and help him get some information on Wang Zhen? Of course, Elder Lai was immediately furious when he heard this and asked to be killed immediately. Elder Lai even went so far as to prostrate himself under Yu's feet while saying that people who betray the company often end up worse than death, so he can't do that. Yu asked Elder Lai not to worry because Yu would give a gift that Elder Lai could not refuse. Hearing Yu's words immediately made Elder Lai stand up again and laugh, disdainful of Yu's words. This old man asked, what gift is more valuable than life? Money, status, woman? Elder Lai felt that he had already had it all at Yu's age, and no one could help him. With a confident smile, Yu said he could help Elder Lai advance to the pharmacy master level. Yu knew that Elder Lai had been stuck in an advanced pharmacy for a long time, and he thinks it's something very painful not to be able to move forward. Yu found out Elder Lai bought so many master level drawings but he couldn't use them. Elder Lai said that he had been stuck in advanced pharmacy for decades, but he only dared to imagine master and advanced level tickets occasionally. He thought it was ridiculous for a kid like Yu to promise him something like that. This made him annoyed because the pharmacy level master had spent his entire life and would not allow a layman like Yu to stand in ridicule like now. Yu said that he didn't expect Elder Lai to have such a serious and persistent side. In his opinion, there are no absolutes in this world, and many things are difficult to understand with common sense, such as the appearance of a master-level potion bottle in Yu's hand. The master potion can increase intelligence permanently up to 30%, and there is no limit to the increase. Elder Lai was shocked to see the master-level intellect potion product in Yu's hands. Elder Lai impatiently asked how could Yu have it, because such an extraordinary potion is not available in the market. Even Elder Lai only had the formula and materials. Elder Lai guessed whether Yu might have made it himself. Well, that's all for this discussion, so how? In the previous part, Yu took Elder Lai to a secret place, which turned out to be Elder Lai's research lab. Here Yu asked Grandpa to help make a very powerful formula. What formula is it? Let's start. Yu said honestly that he had used the formula and materials that Elder Lai had to create the imitation bottle of the master-level intellect potion that he was currently holding. Elder Lai was immediately shocked to hear that the young man had made it himself. He thought it was impossible because how could a fox boy become a master pharmacist? Elder Lai felt that Yu was currently fooling him with some kind of trick, even though the potion bottle is very rare. Because Elder Lai didn't seem to believe the truth of the potion, Yu immediately threw the bottle and threw it away. With lightning speed, Elder Lai immediately caught the potion bottle, making Yu say even though the old man said he didn't believe it but his body said otherwise. In his heart, Elder Lai was shocked to realize that his body had moved on its own. It seemed like he couldn't pass up that bottle of potion no matter what. Yu also told Elder Lai to drink the potion to find out whether the potion was true or false. Hearing Yu's words made the old man silent for a long time as he stared at the potion bottle in his hand carefully. Elder Lai thought that in terms of color and smell, the potion was indeed genuine, but it is also the most extraordinary thing. Elder Lai himself had not been able to break through after decades of study, so how could a stinky brat like Yu become a master pharmacist and create that potion? Elder Lai couldn't believe it, but he would just drink the potion. According to him, it doesn't matter even if he has to die because what is important to him is the pharmacy, so he will never regret it even if he has to die drinking the potion. But after drinking the potion for a while, Elder Lai laughed out loud and accused Yu of being a liar because he couldn't feel any changes at all. But suddenly this man became silent when he felt a feeling of calm and peace that he had never felt before. Even Elder Lai felt like he was currently floating as his mind became extremely clear as if it was about to connect the entire universe and receive the boundless wisdom of the vast universe. Elder Lai felt that it was an extraordinary sensation that had never been felt before. He felt like he was swimming naked in a vast and calming ocean of wisdom. But all the pleasant sensations had to disappear when suddenly Yu asked if the potion was working well. When he came back to his senses, Elder Lai asked why everything had to end now. Plus, he didn't feel that his intelligence increased by 30% but only increased by 5% at most. Yu Wu answered of course it would be like that because he controlled the dosage and limited the amount of intelligence increase to only 5%. Yu Wu also asked, now what does Elder Lai think, after he succeeded in giving that extraordinary master level pot to him? What Yu Wu just gave was a trial example only. When Elder Lai promised to help him, Yu Wu made the old man a master pharmacist so that he could make his higher level potions with the remaining materials he had. Elder Lai immediately kowtowed under Yu Wu's feet after hearing that. He apologized for being stupid and senile enough to use rationality to judge the abilities of Yu Wu, whom he now called Master. Elder Lai also said that Master Yu Wu's actions were perfect proof of the unreasonable nature of the world. Elder Lai vowed to do his best to satisfy Yu Wu, whatever Yu Wu asked for, such as money, women, status, or rare formula ingredients. As long as Elder Lai could get them, he would continue to supply them for Yu Wu. And the old man only asked Yu Wu to help him become a pharmacy master. Yu Wu replied that all of this would be very easy to obtain later. The point is that Elder Lai must be willing to help him become an insider in the Huangzheng group. Elder Lai immediately said that it was not a problem for him. If Yu Wu wanted to get information that he didn't know about, then the old man would directly help get it even if he had to risk his short life. He vowed to complete any mission given by Yu Wu. Elder Lai even kowtowed and banged his head on the floor to convince Yu Wu. Yu Wu lifted Elder Lai's old body and said that since they were now allies, then there was no need to be so rigid in interacting with each other. Then Yu Wu asked the old man a question. Why is Elder Lai still struggling to advance to become a master-level pharmacist even though he has already obtained everything? Elder Lai explained that, perhaps initially pharmacy was considered a way to make money, but as time went on and research became deeper, Elder Lai fell in love with the field of pharmacy. People will do their best only at things they like. After years of hard work, Elder Lai finally became a high-ranking alchemist, and he also had a seat at the top of the Huanggang group. Still, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through the final barrier of the master pharmacist. This has nothing to do with status and money, it is purely to understand the ultimate realm of pharmacy. Elder Lai once thought that there would be no hope in this life, but then Yu Wu appeared. Elder Lai, who had previously run out of hope, felt a new light on Yu Wu, who had reached the master's level at such a young age. In Elder Lai's mind, Yu Wu was a pharmacy god. Maybe even one day, Yu Wu can break through the master level barrier and reach the realm of super god. Hearing Elder Lai's words made Yu Wu realize that the old man in front of him was very imaginative. Yu Wu did have super god level materials, but Elder Lai's dedication to pharmacy had truly exceeded his expectations. Then Yu Wu asked Elder Lai to do something for him. First, Elder Lai had to show Yu Wu the core secrets of the Huangzheng group, including the operating structure mechanism and relevant information about the core personnel. Secondly, and most importantly, Elder Lai had to tell Yu Wu about the extremely vulnerable crisis and most hidden dangers within the Huanggang group. Elder Lai immediately bowed for a moment and said that he would do his best to meet Yu Wu's expectations. In the evening after returning to the apartment, Yu Wu lay on his soft bed while staring at the hologram screen in front of him. This young man thought that Elder Lai turned out to be a very interesting figure because he not only gave Yu Wu the drawings and materials needed, but before the young man left he also gave him 100 million won. So its assets have achieved an unprecedented surge. Yu Wu managed to earn so much money in one day, which he hadn't even dared to think about before. Yu Wu just found out that this was the advantage of the King Moss account. However, in a sense, various Moss master level abilities also cost a lot of money. After all, top level materials were very expensive. If Yu Wu couldn't make money, he wouldn't have reached his current level. According to Yu Wu, the hidden title of the Moss account is a master level money printing machine. Yu Wu also heard Chairman Lan Qingyun say that there is an engineering master in the Hanmo group. If he didn't want to go to Miss Mo Kier for a recommendation tomorrow, then he would discuss and exchange ideas tomorrow. Yu Wu yawned. He had concocted too many potions today, so he was a little tired and sleepy, so he's going to sleep for a while. When Yu Wu opened his eyes, he woke up in a very dark environment where the sky was red. Right in front of him, there was a full moon that was red and emitting very dark red water. Yu Wu wondered what place it was. And where is he? Didn't he just fall asleep earlier? Yu Wu guessed it was his dream world. Currently in front of Yu Wu were several giant monsters whose shapes were extremely terrifying and abnormal in size. The monster figure standing in the middle said that he had finally found Yu Wu. The black-haired youth smiled and asked if the figure before him was an ancient god. And why is the ancient god looking for him? Is he an important figure, or do they have a special closeness? The ancient god answered that it was true. They had been looking for Yu Wu for a long time, and the god did not expect Yu Wu to summon the ancient gods on his initiative. Although the ancient god didn't know the reason, he couldn't miss this golden opportunity, and Yu Wu had no chance to escape. Yu Wu was immediately restrained by an extremely mysterious red fiber. Yu Wu tried to burn the rope holding him, but his emperor chi and fire didn't work at all. Yu Wu wondered, how could it be like this? Was everything happening to him now an illusion? Or does every normal person face a barrier of unimaginable power? The terrifying figure of the main ancient god told Yu Wu to sleep in peace because he did not have to stay in the human world forever. After that, Yu Wu's body slowly sank into the mysterious liquid beneath him. At that time, Yu Wu said that there were so many people who wanted Yu Wu's life, so even the ancient gods had to queue. A moment later, Yu Wu's body was lifted by a giant tentacle full of eyes. Yu Wu sat on one of the monster's eyes and said that it seemed like there were also traitors with big eyebrows and big eyes among those ancient gods. Maybe the ancient gods managed to find him through this method, but now he is the master of the monster called Laken. Yu Wu stood in front of the tentacle monster and said that if the ancient gods wanted to kill him, then they should ask Laken first. Would the creature agree? The ancient god standing in the center asks why Laken betrayed them. The main ancient god accused Yu Wu of being arrogant. Although the ancient god didn't know what method Yu Wu used to control the Laken, in his opinion, it was clear that Yu Wu couldn't control the power of a god, because he was only a human. The ancient god immediately attacked Yu Wu by turning the mysterious liquid around him into a weapon. But Laken swiftly protected Yu Wu's entire body with its tentacles. This made the ancient god even more furious. He was angry that the lake had betrayed them. With a booming voice, the ancient god asked, did the lake want to become their enemy all for the sake of this human? As things became increasingly critical, Yu Wu realized they couldn't continue like this. Even if there was an ancient god bodyguard, just surviving wouldn't last long. Yu Wu thought he must get out of that dream as soon as possible. But he is confused about what he should do now. As usual, reading Yu Wu's thoughts, Laken gave him a signal to wake up from the dream. But Yu Wu didn't understand what the creature was saying. Laken stared at Yu Wu so intently that it made the ancient god scream angrily at his name. As if slightly understanding the creature's wishes, Yu Wu caught the word water surface. Then he was quickly thrown by the Laken to the bottom of the water below them. Yu Wu fell down and frantically asked what the creature meant. Yu Wu continued to fall without getting any answer, until finally he woke up in his room and was still lying in the same bed. Yu Wu realized that now he had truly returned to reality. This young man asked what just happened in his dream, and the existence of Laken shows that everything that happened was not a dream. Yu Wu realized that he had no problem with those ancient gods, but why were they looking for him? Was it just because Yu Wu thwarted their summoning ritual? Additionally, the king's accountability did not affect him. No, it should not be that an account of this level can cause any harm to the ancient gods. So thanks to the ancient god who summoned the magic crystal currently held by Yu Wu, he was able to bring Yu Wu back to the real world. In addition, there were slight cracks on the surface of the magic crystal, which must be because Laken had withstood the attacks of the ancient gods before. Yu Wu realized he had to keep the magic crystal because it had saved his life. Just as Yu Wu wanted to enter the system space, Xiao Longlong came out and looked very worried about him. So he rubbed the dragon dinosaur's head gently. Yu Wu then entered the system space and asked, has the incident that just happened in his dream been recorded by induction? The system replied that the event was blocked by a strong unknown force, and for a moment the system lost contact with the host, so it was impossible to detect what happened during the host's sleep. Yu Wu was even more surprised because even the system couldn't even see it. It seemed that the ancient god's strength was far beyond Yu Wu's expectations. If there was no help from Laken, Yu Wu would be at a dead end. Yu Wu also asked the system how much information he knew about Laken. The system replied that he is an existence independent of the world and cannot say anything other than the linked account. If Yu Wu wanted to get an answer, the system had two suggestions. Namely, first open A, because most of these accounts have advanced intelligence and rich knowledge reserves. The second option, make a god-level potion as soon as possible so that there will be no more puzzles in the world. Yu Wu commented that the system's suggestions were really like listening to his words. Not to mention, this god-level potion has no effect at all. Even if Yu Wu wants to open a general scholar account, how can the system guarantee the delivery of random cards? The system was annoyed to hear Yu Wu's answer and immediately told him to log out of the system. Outside, Yu Wu stared at the night view of the metropolis while contemplating. He now realized, behind this apparent calm, was there yet another level of hidden danger. The group is completely different from the 24 monster stars. It is estimated that even asking for an internal investigation of the Hanmo group, you will not get accurate information. If Yu Wu wanted to get useful information about those ancient gods, he had to go to the Old World King's Landing Church, because those church followers were more professional than anyone else in studying ancient gods. But Yu Wu didn't know if they had a stronghold in Zone 8. Although their conspiracy to summon the ancient gods was thwarted by Yu Wu last time, they would return if the strength of the ancient gods continued to increase. With their summons, it was the biggest problem for Yiwu. This cult could no longer let it go regardless of its affairs. The next morning, at the dinner table, Yiwu was still sleepy and couldn't focus on eating. Because he kept thinking about the problems of the ancient gods, he didn't sleep all night. Yiwu's parents were worried and asked if the young man had any problems because he looked lethargic and didn't sleep last night. Yiwu smiled and replied that his parents didn't need to worry because he was fine. Their child had now grown up to be very strong and could face everything calmly. Suddenly, Yunfei appeared with a commotion because she managed to dress and restore suitable clothes for Kiki. Now, Kiki's appearance looks like a modern girl who is crazy about games. When he saw Kiki, Yiwu's face immediately lit up and his tiredness disappeared instantly. It was as if he was looking at a goddess who had just descended from the sky. Yiwu wondered, is this a special ability that Kiki has? Because this ability is extraordinary. Yunfei suddenly told Yiwu that Yiwu, and Kiki would go to Zulai's concert together with the tickets that Yunfei had bought. Yiwu did not expect something like that to come to him today. But even so, he still told his little sister that they would go because this was his little sister's request. Yunfei was so happy to hear his older brother's answer that he immediately hugged the young man. But Yiwu reminded his little sister, was Kiki willing or like the concert? Kiki shyly approached Yiwu and showed a sweet smile with a shy face. Yiwu suspects that Kiki likes Zulai. Yiwu turned to Nana and offered to go together. But Yunfei said that she had offered to Nana but the humanoid couldn't go with them. Nana also said that she still had a lot of work to do at home. Besides, it would be fine if he didn't go. Nana advised them all to have fun watching the concert. Finally, they arrived at Central Plaza Zone 8. The place was already very busy, filled with people who wanted to watch the concert. Yiwu immediately became the center of attention because he was holding two beautiful women in his arms. Yiwu succeeded in making the men around him jealous to death. Meanwhile, Yiwu himself protested to his younger sisters because they invited him to come in the afternoon even though the concert was taking place at night. Finally, they arrived in front of the dungeon entrance which looked like a big screen. It turned out to be a man-made door. Angel Realm is a group that can monopolize the entertainment market by relying on this exclusive patent, which is enough to accommodate tens of thousands of man-made dungeon space technologies. They moved the concert to a dungeon to create a surreal illusion experience through AI, giving the audience a complete visual, auditory, and tactile experience. Yiwu realized that the Angel Realm place or system was similar to the Victoria's Secret auction system. But Victoria's Secret auction room can only accommodate tens of thousands of people. This technology is quite impressive. But there were too many people at that place. Yiwu was worried that they would have to wait until dark. It was at this time that Miss Siyu appeared, and she was shocked to see Yiwu there. She asked, "Isn't Yiwu not interested even though it's like this? But why is this young man now at the concert venue and crowded with so many people?" Yiwu awkwardly said that he was dragged by his little sister. Yunfei smiled cheerfully as he greeted Miss Siyu. Likewise, Miss Siyu immediately praised Yunfei's beauty today. Miss Siyu said that Yiwu was too honest because he was still willing to queue so slowly at that place. Even now this young man is the team leader of the Hanmo group, so he can go straight to the VIP room. Yiwu was shocked and asked if there was such an easy thing. Miss Siyu immediately invited them all to follow her because she would take them all to the VIP room. Because it just so happens that Miss Siyu will also talk to people in the Angel Realm. Yunfei was immediately happy because he didn't have to queue anymore. Yiwu also thought he was afraid of problems if he queued for too long with many people. Moreover, this place is a place for all major gatherings. Angel Realm itself is a large company that should have rich experience in preventing and responding to emergencies. After they all arrived at the VIP room, the dungeon transmission immediately took place. Yunfei thought that this place was a legendary dream trip to a very beautiful concert. But Kiki felt that the place was too dazzling to make my eyes a little blurry. But Yiwu asked the girl not to worry because this was Kiki's first time, so the girl just wasn't used to it. Yiwu asked what's the matter with the black hole in the middle. And now this young man began to understand why this concert was so popular. Yunfei even said that the most exciting thing was yet to come. A huge AI robot like a black ball welcomed everyone to Miss Zulai's charity concert. The AI robot introduces itself as Dada. This detail will explain the entire mechanism of the concert event. So this concert not only continued the features of the previous Zero Distance Interactive but also added a new. Since it is broadcast live across the region, all off-site viewers will pay with likes based on everyone's performance. All revenue from likes and ads will be used for the reconstruction of Zone 9. And the person with the most like points will get an official mystery award and a chance to have a romantic dinner with Zulai. So for Zulai's reconstruction and romantic dinner, everyone had to fight. Everyone in the audience immediately cheered when they heard about the dinner prize they could possibly get. They all screamed with joy at having the opportunity to meet their idol in person. Without hesitation, one another mocked each other and admitted that I was the most appropriate person to date Miss Zulai. Yu, who was standing in the crowd, thought the madness of Zulai's fanatical fans was beyond my imagination. Dinner and king of praise or whatever, it does sound embarrassing. They were too excited, even though they could just listen to the song quietly. Yu also heard people say that Miss Zulai often received dinner offers from high-ranking officials and famous people. But the idol always rejected the offer. But the opportunity to have dinner just came by chance. They said that if this opportunity was sold to a rich person, the price would definitely be very high. Yu was stunned to hear the sky-high price I might get if I managed to get that dinner ticket. But he wondered if they would expose that person's identity to everyone. Dada suddenly explained that they all didn't need to worry about privacy issues at all, because when the concert officially starts, everyone will randomly wear data shells, so original images and personal information will be perfectly protected. Everyone was still screaming happily when they heard the notification. Even so, they regretted it a little because it meant they couldn't see the victorious prince's true face. Because the time is almost here, the countdown will begin. The count starts from 3, 2, and finally 1. Everyone's bodies are absorbed into the black hole and will be sent to the concert venue's dungeon. Instead of being afraid, everyone felt that this kind of sensation was enjoyable. Even Kiki and Yunfei were so happy that they didn't hear when they called Yu. Yu looked worried because their positions had all been disturbed. And if he put the data box inside, he was worried whether he could still find the two girls or not. However, there shouldn't be any problems at the concert venue, so he shouldn't worry too much. A very bright light shone and everyone momentarily closed their eyes before finally hearing the melodious singing of a girl singing lyrics about spring. Slowly, a woman with curly hair appeared wearing a beautiful purple dress, as if cheerfully flying in the middle of the darkness. Zulai's enchanting appearance made everyone excited. With a microphone in hand, Zulai continued to sing, smiling as if conveying a message of love to all fans through the song she sang. The entire audience no longer cared about girls or women, cheered happily, amazed by Zulai's stunning performance. Even Yu almost couldn't stand the girl's charm and actually became a fan because the girl had extraordinary charm. Miss Zulai flew from that place and invited everyone to return to Earth and play together. In that place, there are also ranking points from likes. Yu ranked quite low and didn't stand out. At this time, an interesting interactive session will begin. The system invites everyone to complete the obstacles together with Miss Zulai. Apparently, they had to destroy the meteor rocks that were coming towards them. Yu saw people coming forward to destroy the meteor. This young man wondered if he could get points by bombarding those meteors. Without thinking, Yu immediately shot out with the power of the Qian Fire King. This young man's movement was so fast like lightning that people thought it was a meteor moving upwards. Yu took out his sword and apologized to everyone because he wanted to start loading to score. Because this is virtual, he won't hesitate anymore. Yu moved as fast as lightning, destroying every meteor in sight. Even this young man didn't care whether the meteor he destroyed was big or small, he just destroyed all the meteors. With this, Yu immediately rose to the top of the like point standings. Miss Zulai said that she would give gifts to the warriors. The virtual girl gave a long-distance kiss which immediately made Yu beam. This young man gets a buff until all his attributes increase by 20%. And the efficiency of earning points will increase by 30% for 5 minutes. Yu just found out this blowing kiss was apparently for fans, and this dungeon would definitely magnify my own level exponentially. Miss Zulai sang again with great feeling. In the lyrics, she says that the planet was once very beautiful, but now it is covered with wounds. Through her song, Miss Zulai said I prayed softly to the meteor and brought miracles to this land. The bodies of the spectators were exposed to a breathtaking dimensional view. Yu realized that the scene before him was called an artificial satellite. It was the crystallization of science and technology that humans used to explore the universe in the old world, but now could only be seen in books. Since the world became what it is now, humans can only hold themselves together. Survival has become the most important thing, and exploring the universe has long been a distant and unrealistic dream. Yu wondered, were the satellites sucked in by gravity? A single engine breaks through the atmosphere. This is every man's dream in science fiction. At this moment, Yu was hurtling down like a meteor flying around the Earth. At this moment, Yu felt that there was a burning sensation on the skin caused by atmospheric friction, and even this special effect had been created, and it was commendable. Meanwhile, Miss Zulai was sitting on the ground watching the meteors flying above and kept singing about the tail wings of light and the shining stars in the sky. But the beautiful idol was alone and guarding the empty city, looking up at the sky. Suddenly an explosion occurred and Miss Zulai was trapped in a golden cage. Miss Zulai's face still looked very sad as she continued to sing the lyrics, which were full of sadness and struggle. Now everyone has to face a replica of the Keshawara monster using a flying robot. They looked very excited about the monster because this was the final stage of the bus battle and a good opportunity to score points quickly. A man was shooting at a monster because I was the one in second place. Before Yu-Wu finally appeared right in front of him with a burning body preparing to attack the monster. Yu-Wu was warned to return to the cockpit immediately. Otherwise, he will experience a crash and lose his ranking if he is hit by an attack. But for Yu-Wu, it didn't matter, because according to him the efficiency of attacking the dungeon boss using fighter planes is too low. So he will use his own way to fight and no one is better than him because he was the one who once killed the Kashiwara boss. This time, with one attack, Yu-Wu managed to destroy the boss monster Kashiwara Akao. So the other players cried sadly because they would lose their points. After the boss monster was defeated, Miss Sulai's body fell into Yu-Wu's arms. At this moment, a very romantic scene was witnessed by everyone, because Yu-Wu seemed to be catching a falling princess in his arms. Yu-Wu expressed his thanks for Miss Sulai's beautiful singing. Yu-Wu believed that after listening to Miss Sulai's song, everyone would cheer again with great happiness. Everyone was cheering for Yu-Wu, who was currently providing a beautiful sight as he flew while carrying a beautiful woman in his arms. Yu-Wu's performance of successfully killing the boss Kashiwara Akao with just one attack really made all the spectators admire him. That place was a level 9 dungeon simulation. They guessed that Yu-Wu's level was 90. While hugging Zulai, Yu-Wu asked, was that girl real or just a virtual projection? Zulai touched Yu-Wu's nose gently and said, that young man is very interesting. But now is not the time to answer that question because this show is not over yet. Then Zulai left and didn't forget to say goodbye to Yu-Wu. Before leaving, Zulai turned to Yu-Wu and gave him a long kiss while saying that the girl was looking forward to Yu-Wu for the final performance. A confused Yu-Wu asked what's wrong with the last show. Yu-Wu was also fascinated because he got the effect of the goddess favor because of Zulai's kiss. Just with this kiss, this young man managed to get 500,000 points. The surroundings of all of them then turned into a completely destroyed Zone 9 security area. Miss Zulai sang a soft tune again full of sadness because the place they were in was destroyed and people were mourning. Miss Zulai appeared in front of all the languishing victims with a ray of light full of hope. Miss Zulai reached out to all the victims while singing the lyrics that the sun will eventually penetrate the darkness and tomorrow flowers will bloom among the ruins. The victims who reached out their hands to Zulai immediately felt the light of hope, and a second later they all moved near the amazing performance stage. Zulai invited everyone to sing together at the live finale. At this moment, Yu-Wu appeared on stage and he was confused. Why was I also teleported to the stage? Miss Zulai replied that this was a people's show. Dada also explained that in this final solo challenge, the player with the highest points will appear on the same stage as Miss Zulai. The player's appearance will directly affect the reconstruction of the 9th zone in the dungeon. The higher the ranking, the faster the reconstruction efficiency. If the ruins are successfully reconstructed before the concert, they will receive additional awards. At the same time, all the players present in the audience watching the live broadcast would praise Yu-Wu's performance or give dislikes. If dislikes were too high, it would reduce the points Yu-Wu had previously earned. Dada warned Yu-Wu because he was still in a state of compulsion since his session started and there were many steps before him. Yu-Wu asked irritably, why is Dada only talking about matches like this now? On the other hand, the audience was starting to get annoyed because Yu-Wu just remained silent on stage and looked stupid. Even one of them with work said that Yu-Wu didn't understand any music even though he was very good at playing and completing all the challenges. The audience began to demand that the black-haired young man come down and not stand on stage to hinder Miss Zulai's performance. A man who had a very rocker appearance told Yu-Wu to quickly come down and not let the young man stop him. But if Yu-Wu couldn't perform on stage and embarrassed himself, then with great pride the man was willing to immediately go up on stage and take Yu-Wu's place. Miss Zulai told Yu-Wu not to pay too much attention to what the audience was saying and just follow my movements slowly, because later Yu-Wu will guide Yu-Wu on stage. Yu-Wu expressed his thanks for Zulai's kindness, but the lowly ridiculous behavior of the audience could not affect Yu-Wu. With a faint smile, Yu-Wu told Miss Zulai not to worry, even if Yu-Wu did not give another performance. Just for Miss Zulai I would not let this perfect performance be ruined in Yu-Wu's hands. Miss Zulai smiled broadly at Yu-Wu's words. She is happy to get a good partner. Miss Zulai was curious about what Yu-Wu could do. To answer Miss Zulai's curiosity, Yu-Wu immediately took out the Hell Axe Sonata guitar. The guitar turns out to be both a musical instrument and a weapon. If the player plays the song in his heart, then your fingers will move naturally. If Yu-Wu played the guitar, you would be the most handsome guy in the whole room. While holding the guitar, Yu-Wu thought, although I don't understand music, Miss Zulai always rings in my head as his sister hums every day. So I can even sing the song with my mouth closed. So Yu-Wu quickly strummed the guitar in his arms until a rocker aura radiated out and made the audience fascinated. The audience was even very surprised when they heard that the melody sung by Yu-Wu turned out to be the melody from First Star, the trending and most classic song by Zulai in the first year of her debut. but a rock remix like Yiwoo's had never been heard before. This is definitely another new style and sounds really fun. Miss Zulai even thinks that Yiwoo is so amazing. From the beginning until now, Yiwoo has given me many surprises. I think that's great. So Miss Zulai became even more enthusiastic about singing together. Miss Zulai also changed her appearance to become a charming lady rocker. Then they gave a stunning performance together. Even the audience who had mocked Yiwoo now acknowledged the young man's prowess in playing music. The audience jumped up and down enjoying the fun music. Because he succeeded in entertaining the audience, Yiwoo's points reached 935,641. Because Yiwoo got more points, the young man managed to repair the damage in the 9th safe zone. The audience didn't even expect Yiwoo to be able to collect that many like points with just one song. In fact, they were amazed that the young man managed to repair the entire area before the concert ended. They just realized Yiwoo was a very popular kid. At the end of the concert, the audience cheered in unison calling out the names of Yiwoo and Miss Zulai. They were happy because the two lovebirds gave an extraordinary performance. Dada explains again, this is the end of the concert. All proceeds will be used for the reconstruction of Safe Zone 9. Dada thanks everyone for their participation and support. Now the countdown to teleportation will start for 1 minute. Dada says see you for the next concert. It was at this time that Miss Zulai approached Yiwoo and expressed her thanks for the appearance of a big star like Yiwoo. Hearing such praise from a famous lady like Miss Zulai made Yiwoo uncomfortable. Yiwoo said he was just an ordinary person compared to Zulai. Fortunately, Yiwoo's performance at this level did not ruin this wonderful concert. Miss Zulai couldn't believe it when she heard that Yiwoo was an ordinary person. But Yiwoo couldn't force the woman to believe what he said. Miss Zulai then answered Yiwoo's question just now about whether you are genuine. Miss Zulai said that the real you is outside the dungeon, and this digital consciousness has a special system, so it can be transformed into the current Zulai who appears in the dungeon. Yiwoo only understood now. I think a system like that is really great as expected from the angel realm. Suddenly everyone became excited when they saw that Dada was damaged. The huge spherical robot suddenly shook and finally exploded in front of everyone. They screamed in panic because they were afraid of being hit by an explosion from the robot and not being able to get out if the system was damaged like now. At a time of chaos like now, suddenly someone clapped very loudly and said that this was a very beautiful performance. And I've been looking forward to this amazing show. A masked man appears and says I am sure everyone in that place will die without regret. In the previous part, Yiwoo and Miss Lai had already ended such a magnificent concert. However, suddenly there was a very strong explosion, and a masked man appeared. Who is this man? Let's start the story. The mysterious masked man introduces himself as Daisy. He asked the audience if they were ready to die. The audience was surprised and asked why Daisy trapped them in the dungeon. Daisy said that the reason they all had to stay in that place was to ask them all to help him a little. The man hopes that everyone can sacrifice his worthless life to make a little contribution to the birth of the Old World King Landing Church of the Ancient Gods. Yiwoo was shocked to hear about the church again. This young man had expected to experience a crisis at the concert, but he never thought that the Old World King's Landing Church would come out and cause trouble like this. Moreover, Daisy's level is very high. But if he was alone, would he be confident enough to beat all those thousands of spectators? Suddenly, Daisy was attacked by a spectator, leaving holes in his body. The man said that Daisy was very stupid. Although the level of the masked men was quite high, there were a total of 10,000 of them in that place. Apart from civilians who can't fight, people who can fight can kick Daisy as much as possible so that there is no scum left. Apart from the man who shot Daisy, the other spectators were ready to attack the masked man. Without being asked by anyone, several spectators who turned out to be players immediately attacked Daisy at the same time. They wanted to beat Daisy to death. They even demanded that Daisy tell them how to get out of that place. But strangely, even though he was being attacked continuously, Daisy still laughed out loud as if he didn't feel any pain. Miss Zulai said that things were not that simple, because he was sure that Daisy alone could not control the overall situation in the dungeon, and there must be an accomplice controlling the terminal outside the dungeon. Yiwoo said, meaning, even if they killed Daisy, they still couldn't get out. Daisy's body was already badly injured, but strangely, the masked man was still laughing out loud. People who saw Daisy's attitude thought the man was crazy. The masked man said, is it true that he is dying now? He wasn't sure, but there was one thing he could be sure of, and that was that the world had gone crazy. Daisy asks everyone, what do they think? Points. Equipment, gaming world. Are these things normal? Didn't you think about it? No, you guys don't think about it. Because in his opinion, everyone was a bunch of weak little sheep who were satisfied with their status. A status that has even been regulated by that crazy world. Suddenly, another Daisy appeared in the sky. Daisy, who was in the sky, loudly said that the crazy world must end and the chaotic era must be buried. Everyone started to panic when they saw Daisy appear in the sky too, especially when the mysterious masked man spread his arms and once again said for everyone to give their most sincere sacrifices for the reappearance of the old world. Right after the mysterious man spoke, his body lying on the ground immediately exploded, and a large magic circle was created from the explosion. The people around the body realized that there was something wrong with the blood that had splashed on their bodies. In a matter of seconds, the bodies of the people who were splashed with blood immediately became monsters and immediately chased other people who were near them. Instantly screams echoed in all directions. Fear was evident on everyone's faces. At this time, Zhu Lai also asked Yu Wu to run away and not get exposed to that blood or they would become monsters. Yu Wu asked Zhu Lai to wait first because he couldn't escape yet. Yu Wu had to look for someone to enter with him. So this young man immediately activated his true eyes to see the entire dungeon and look for the whereabouts of his sister and Kiki. Yu Wu realized, because of the dungeon mechanism, that Yunfei, Kiki and I's positions were randomly separated at the beginning, and now Yu Wu had to find them as quickly as possible. In the current situation, suddenly a monster jumped towards Zhu Lai and wanted to get the beautiful artist. Zhu Lai screamed in fear, but fortunately, Yu Wu moved as fast as lightning to cut the monster's body and hoped that the person would rest in peace. When he was rescued by Yu Wu, the young man subconsciously hugged Zhu Lai's body. At such a close distance, Zhu Lai thought that Yu Wu was very strong and handsome. Moreover, Yu Wu has good looks that are very different from the male idols around him so far. According to her, Yu Wu was the type of man who had good looks on the inside and radiated out. Even Zhu Lai was completely charmed by Yu Wu's powerful charm. Yu Wu turned his head and asked Zhu Lai if Zhu Lai's holographic projection or consciousness died in the dungeon, what would happen to the girl's real body in the real world? Zhu Lai replied that it was equivalent to a severely damaged brain consciousness and a person would immediately die if they had such bad luck. Even if she is lucky, she will probably become disabled. Yu Wu also told the girl to come with him because he would protect Zhu Lai. Because if something happened to Zhu Lai, then it would be a loss for the world, and little sister Yu Wu would also be sad. Yu Wu immediately took out Xiao Long and climbed on his back with Zhu Lai. The beautiful girl was truly amazed by Yu Wu's courage. Plus, Yu Wu has a dragon mount, which turned out to be a mount that many people coveted, and that many rich people couldn't afford with their money. Yu Wu replied that it was not important now. He had to hurry to find his little sister and her friend. Everyone is running around trying to save themselves from the attacks of life-threatening monsters. But at a critical time like this, there was still a fat man who prioritized the presence of important people and high-class officials in the dungeon. He didn't care even though his body was full of mucus and had already been caught by the enemy. Daisy was still floating in the sky. He laughed at the fat man's words. By pointing his index finger to the sky, Daisy created a large magic circle and said, "Poor people, rich people, or strong people, all have the same life here, and life is right. Full of vitality, it was the best sacrifice to the ancient gods, and they are all worth the sacrifice." From the magic circle created by Daisy, dozens or even hundreds more monsters appeared. Everyone was getting panicked and hysterical seeing that many monsters. Moreover, their large size makes people who cannot fight immediately afraid. Some people even begged to be allowed to leave, and he would pay whatever the masked man wanted. But in the end, Daisy just laughed out loud seeing everyone being slaughtered by the monsters. Between his laughter, Daisy said that everyone should run because the more afraid and desperate they are, the better their souls will feel. This was the favorite taste of the ancient gods. It was at this moment that Daisy saw Yu Wu riding on Xiao Longlong. Moreover, the dragon was still spitting fire to get rid of all the monsters in front of him. Daisy was surprised to see that there were still people who didn't want to accept reality like Yu Wu. He thought it was very interesting, so he wanted to test Yu Wu until the young man accepted his destiny. Daisy called someone and asked what the status was there. The figure on the other side of the radio answered there was a little resistance, but it was cleared, so Daisy didn't need to worry. Daisy asked how did Lai Fengzi prepare for the formation. From inside the dungeon control room, Lai Fengzi replied, worthy of being an angel realm. The development of dungeon technology was far beyond his imagination. Even though this was like a wall of fire, it only looked like a piece of paper in front of him. However, with the dungeon control authority, it only took 20 minutes to completely change the dungeon to summoning formations. Daisy sounded worried as he said, 20 minutes. That was enough time for the Angel Realm support troops to arrive at Lai Fengzi's place, so how was his comrade going to handle it? But Lai Fengzi asked him not to worry, everything was under his control. Just need to persist for 20 minutes, once the conversion program starts running, it can never be stopped. The system suddenly notified and successfully obtained the authority to guard the arsenal using Snapdragon LL combat drones, and the number is 50. The mission objective is to destroy all armed forces within a certain radius. The troops in the tank were shocked to see the red drones. They were surprised and wondered who permitted to attack those drones. Unexpectedly, the drones bombarded the security guards. The guard troops panicked and became hysterical when attacked by the drones. They screamed, and tried to call for help. But they are confused about who to ask for help. Amidst all the chaos, Daisy was still floating around with a big smile on his face. The masked man even waved his arms and said the gunshots, explosions, and screams were a beautiful symphony for him. It was at this moment that Lai Fengzi told Daisy he specially sent the sound of the scene back to Daisy. The sacrifice inside will be handed over to Daisy this time. Daisy raised both hands and loudly said, they must make the supreme ancient god they believed in descend immediately. On the other hand, Yi Yunfei was still running to save himself. This girl thinks, no, too many people are very confused, even though the data shells on them had disappeared. But in such a chaotic crowd, it wasn't an easy task to find her brother quickly, and also many people died, which made him sad. Yi Yunfei realized he couldn't take the initiative to find him blindly. Yi Yunfei realized she had to do something to attract his older brother's attention to let her come to her. Even though there is a lot of chaos on the ground, there is still sky. Yi Yunfei immediately shot an arrow into the sky, creating quite a large fireworks explosion. It was the first skill that Yi Wu realized. The young man had seen him many times. As long as he saw him, he would know where Yi Yunfei was. A level 100 amphibious alligator monster in front of Yunfei was surprised to see the girl's attitude. The monster thought that Yunfei still wanted to play with fireworks one last time before being eaten by the monster. Yi Yunfei's body trembled at the sight of the monster before him. Yi Yunfei thought that since the level difference was too big, it was impossible to harm the monster. Blind attacks were useless, and now there was no other way but to make a desperate move. Yi Yunfei shot another arrow into the sky, hoping that his big brother would see the sign she sent. Right after that, the alligator monster ran to attack him, and he would cheerfully stuff Yi Yunfei into his stomach. But in the next second, it was the alligator monster that entered Xiao Longlong's stomach. Yi Wu, who was sitting on Xiao Longlong's back, said that that was what those who dared to threaten his sister deserved. Yi Wu got off Xiao Longlong's back and asked, is Yunfei okay? Yi Wu also apologized for arriving late. Yi Yunfei immediately hugged his older brother with tears in his eyes. The girl said her older brother was great, because he managed to come to save himself. Yunfei was glad that his efforts were not in vain. Yi Wu calmed her little sister by saying, of course she would come. How could he not notice the signal Yunfei was giving him? It was the first skill that Yi Yunfei learned and used to scare away the people who bullied Yi Wu before. Yi Wu thought that even though he opened his true eyes to see his location, Yunfei could still make calm judgments and actions in the face of powerful enemies, and she had also grown up a lot. Yi Wu thought, before, she wanted to keep his family away from danger as much as possible, but in this era, there are hidden crises everywhere, and Yi Wu often finds himself in trouble. Yi Wu finally decided to change his strategy. Apart from building a fort as a shelter, he also had to help the family members increase their strength level. At least they could protect themselves when Yi Wu was away. Zhu Lai was also happy to see the brothers reunited. Yi Yunfei was shocked to see Zhu Lai. Yunfei's sadness immediately disappeared when he saw Zhu Lai. Without paying attention to his older brother's explanation, Yunfei immediately approached Zhu Lai and with a cheerful smile said that Sa was a loyal fan of Zhu Lai. Yunfei didn't forget to ask for Zhu Lai's autograph. With a happy smile, Zhu Lai replied that she thought it would be fine to give an autograph if it was Yi Wu's little sister. The girl can ask for as much as she wants. After they chatted a little, Yi Wu invited them to climb onto Xiao Longlong's back again, because they have to go to save Kiki, who still hasn't been found and is in danger. Before leaving, Yi Yunfei commented that his older brother's ride was cool. This girl asked, when did Yi Wu have it? Why doesn't Yi Yunfei know anything? Yi Wu answered briefly that it was a long story, and he didn't have time to tell it now. While walking down the street looking for Kiki, Yi Yunfei thought his brother had become very strong. Unknowingly, the distance between Yunfei and Yi Wu grew further. Yunfei must find a way to keep up with his big brother as soon as possible. But his mind is getting confused thinking about how. Suddenly, Yi Wu said to his little sister that there was no need to rush, because they had to overcome the difficulties in front of them first. Yi Wu calmly said she had a way for Yunfei. Yi Yunfei was surprised that his brother knew what was on his mind. Yi Wu was surprised when he saw Kiki's coordinates suddenly disappear. Yi Wu was worried that Kiki was in grave danger. Suddenly, Daisy, who was still floating in the sky, asked, was Yi Wu looking for Kiki that he was currently holding? Yi Wu cursed in annoyance seeing the Kiki he was holding. Yi Wu angrily asked Daisy to let Kiki go. Daisy strangled Kiki and asked, why is Yi Wu nervous? Even though initially Yi Wu didn't save Kiki, Daisy thought that Yuwu had no relationship with the girl. Daisy kissed Kiki's body and felt a very strange sensation of power. Daisy was not surprised when he was attracted by Kiki's face at first glance. But in comparison, it turned out that Yuwu's taste matched Daisy's. According to him, sacrifices like this require. That's why he didn't take action against Yuwu and kept watching him since earlier. Yuwu was getting angrier. He cursed at Daisy because it turned out that he had been watched since earlier. Yuwu demands Daisy say what Daisy wants to say to him. Daisy replied he wanted to give Yuwu a way out, namely ordering, "Join the Old World King's Landing Church. This way you and your friends will be saved from death. I am very confident that you will be a very promising religious teacher. This man is strong. How can I save Kiki without hurting her?" Yuwu finally said that Daisy's offer was very good. "But I don't have much confidence. Are you sure I have this potential?" Daisy answered because Yuwu had something in common with him. That is, it has the scent of ancient gods on its body. Yuwu said, "The taste of ancient gods." What did an ancient god smell like? Why couldn't Yuwu kiss him? Yuwu asked Daisy not to fool him, because there would be no benefit for Daisy, and Yuwu casually said he preferred real things to empty-headed ones. For example, if Yuwu joins the Old World King's Landing Church, what are the specific benefits? Daisy answered with emotion, "The advantage, one of the greatest benefits, is a patient heart, purified by pious faith." Daisy said it seemed that although Yuwu had special potential, his consciousness was far from civilized and the young man still needed to reform. Yuwu realized it seemed that the stimulation of the words had worked on Daisy, so he could increase the intensity a little to let Daisy focus his hatred on Yuwu. Yuwu apologized because he was a firm pragmatist. He didn't even look down on the pious people and beliefs in Daisy's mouth, but he was not interested at all. If Yuwu wanted to win, then he might as well have something practical. Daisy was angry that Yuwu dared to talk about their faith like that. Daisy was angry and immediately let go of Kiki. The cruelest and most thorough transformation must be carried out on Yuwu. Meanwhile, Yuwu is happy because his attempt to lure Daisy was successful. Now Daisy attacks Yuwu and says he will make Yuwu come to his senses and repent of his stupid behavior. But Yuwu casually answered that he refused. As the two of them started fighting, Xiao Longlong took quick steps to catch Kiki's body. According to Yuwu, his pet dragon was the right move to save Kiki first. While continuing to deliver devastating attacks on Yuwu, Daisy said that although he was not very good at forcing, he realized Yuwu could block his level of suppression, indicating that the young man's body had reached a level of solidity. It seems that if we want to truly change, we have to start from the spiritual aspect. Yuwu said it turned out to be a mental attack from Daisy. Then Daisy will be disappointed because Yuwu's mental obsession is more stubborn than his body. But Daisy said loudly, that's not necessarily true. Daisy proudly said that he was the absolute authority in the spiritual realm. And in his eyes, there was no spiritual line of defense that could not be broken. Suddenly, the entire space shook and distorted. Yuwu asked everyone to be alert because it seemed like something was coming. A giant pocket watch descended from the sky which was capable of destroying all the buildings around it. At this moment, Zulai said it was not good for an outsider to use this much authority to change the dungeon so that it could change as he pleased. Yi Yunfei asked, manipulate the dungeon at will. Isn't Daisy a GM? Then how can they beat Daisy now? Yuwu thought that even if he was a GM, he had a way to kill Daisy, but it didn't matter at all. Now he was confused and asking in his heart how to get everyone to safely leave the dungeon was the key. And if Yuwu kills Daisy, it is estimated that all of them will not be able to get out. This situation is more difficult than before. While sitting on the ruins, Daisy said he used to be a very famous psychiatrist, and he had cured many patients. But ironically, when her lover was attacked by a monster and got PTSD, Daisy couldn't cure her lover. When the girl committed suicide before Daisy's eyes, the guy fell into despair and self-blame. But after a long time, he realized that it was not his and the girl's fault. According to Daisy, the world is wrong. Because of this era, they are already sick. According to him, the whole world is repeating the same mistakes. Only the Old World King Landing Church will uphold the right path. According to Daisy, only when the ancient gods descended to the filthy world would all sins finally be expiated. Now, Daisy will convey this joy and hope to everyone in her presence. At this moment, Zulai, Yi Yunfei, and Kiki were already hypnotized by Daisy's words. Yuwu began to realize that the situation was very bad because everyone had been hypnotized by Daisy. Like zombies, those people were unconscious and said that they were willing to sacrifice themselves for the ancient god. Daisy saw that it was not easy for Yuwu to be hypnotized by him, especially since this was Yuwu's first time. Therefore, Daisy will use the strongest cell phone to spy on Yuwu's inner weakness. Daisy used the skill on Yuwu. It is a type of mental spell that disturbs the target's mind and causes confusion. According to the caster's level, the control intensity and duration will also increase. Slowly, Yuwu was hypnotized and saw the worst dream of his life. Namely, his entire family fell into a pool of blood. Daisy finally approached Yiwu and said with a proud smile, did Yiwu finally give up? If Yiwu could force Daisy to this level, the young man truly had great potential. So, now is the final step of the transformation. Daisy wanted to see the weakest part of Yiwu's inner world. But when Daisy was about to touch Yiwu's head, Daisy's arm was immediately grabbed tightly by Yiwu. Then with the fire energy radiating from his body, Yiwu said that the masked man would never be able to see the weakness in his body. Yiwu said the only weakness in his body was a lack of money. So casually, Yiwu asked Daisy to sponsor him with a few $100 million. Daisy was shocked to see Yiwu not working with his high-level hypnosis skills. He wondered how Yiwu did it. Yiwu hit the person's mask and confessed that Daisy's trick was indeed effective. Even though it was only for a moment, it succeeded in making him truly feel despair and chaos. But there were many things at the bottom of his brain that would never be easily controlled by anyone. In his heart, Yiwu felt grateful because luckily, when he was hypnotized, he was equipped with equipment from Kashuaakao. Otherwise, it will be upside down. Yiwu's blow to Daisy was so powerful, it was able to destroy the adult man's mask and reduce his HP by 50%. Despite this, Daisy still managed to laugh out loud and say that Yiwu was the right person, and his judgment was not wrong this time. According to him, Yiwu is the person chosen by the ancient god himself. Yiwu asked that person to stop praising him, and immediately release the hypnosis and dungeon lock control on everyone, otherwise Yiwu would make Daisy's death very painful. Daisy actually laughed out loud and said, compared to the regret of not being able to witness the ancient god coming to this world with my own eyes. In his opinion, pain and death are nothing. The clock above Daisy's head kept turning, and Daisy said loudly that there was 1 minute left until the arrival and they would all be sacrificed to the Lord. Daisy tells everyone to prepare to face their final fate. At this time, the people who had been hypnotized bent their bodies and prostrated themselves facing the sky. They greatly welcomed the arrival of the ancient god Laken. One of them even said that the ancient god would take him away from the pain. But suddenly, Daisy ran out of HP because Yiwu burned them thinly. At this moment, Yiwu stood in front of the sitting Daisy and said, if it turns out Daisy is a believer, why didn't Daisy say it earlier? In that case, Daisy should be more obedient to Yiwu. Daisy didn't understand what Yiwu meant at all. He also didn't understand what Yiwu meant by calling Big Eye Boy. With a confident smile, Yiwu said he was the master of the ancient god of Daisy, the pious and loyal, namely Laken. In other words, the Laken are the servants. Daisy was angry and immediately attacked Yiwu by throwing many stones. Because that young man dared to talk nonsense and blaspheme the gods, Daisy had to cut Yiwu into 1,000 pieces. Yiwu brushed off Daisy's attack while asking how dare Daisy attack Daisy's own master. How dare Daisy call himself a pious person? Yiwu thought that the guy in front of him was really crazy now. Killing him was easy, but it didn't help. It was better to let him live and use him. Moreover, now everyone is hypnotized and calling Laken. But with these circumstances, it should have no effect on them now if he summoned Laken. But just in case, Yiwu jumped away and Daisy assumed the young man was running away. While chasing Yiwu, Daisy said that now that the dungeon has been completely controlled by them, unless Yiwu opens a portal from the outside, there is no chance for him to escape. So the remaining choices are to kill Daisy or be killed by Daisy. Yiwu replied, running away. That word is temporarily not included in his life dictionary, but in his opinion, Daisy is indeed a pathetic and stupid person. Even though Daisy keeps saying that he is the most loyal and sincere believer, even though Daisy has dedicated his life to God, does Daisy really understand his God? Yiwu was willing to bet that even if Daisy sacrificed 10,000 people here, and even if he sacrificed everyone in the entire world, Daisy wouldn't be able to summon Laken. When Daisy asked why, with a big smile Yiwu said that Laken was only obeying his orders. Daisy became even more angry and confused when he heard Yiwu's words. Enough. Daisy didn't want to hear what Yiwu said. Daisy asked Yiwu not to just use nonsense to confuse his mind. Daisy firmly said that no one could deny his piety or obedience. Yiwu asked the person to open his eyes and look carefully. His stupid piety couldn't reach Yiwu's position at all. Yiwu raised his left arm and activated the summon magic crystal. That way, a large circle was created in the sky and then the Laken monster slowly came out of the magic circle. And obediently, Laken lifted Yiwu's body slowly. It was at this moment that Yiwu stood casually on top of the Laken tentacles and said, how about this? How would Daisy feel when he finally saw the ancient god he had been thinking about all night? Daisy's body shook, he let out a long scream and cried. Daisy was very happy because his piety was finally rewarded. He was very happy because the ancient god Laken had finally come before him. Then Daisy bowed and kowtowed, calling Yiwu the new god. Daisy worships Laken and Yiwu, begging them to never forgive him sins and give his death. Daisy is even willing to accept endless torment in hell to punish his transgression and disrespect towards Yiwu. Yiwu was surprised to see Daisy's attitude. But in his heart, this young man admitted that Daisy's obedience was very high. Yiwu said that Daisy is indeed unforgivable, but if Daisy can stop the dungeon conversion and send everyone out of the dungeon in order to save you from dying. Daisy kept apologizing to Yiwu as the new god, and said he couldn't do what Yiwu asked, because what they implanted in the dungeon control terminal was an irreversible virus. Once it started, there was no way to stop it. And the previously abandoned back road is this teleport, but Daisy can only take up to 5 people to leave that place. Daisy handed over the remote control for the teleportation to Yiwu, and invited Yiwu to leave that place with the people most precious to him and recreate a new world for everyone outside. Yiwu held the teleportation device and thought, can it only send 5 people? Did he have to die for someone else? How could he do something like that? Yiwu also called Wise and asked if Yiwu could use this transmission device as a medium to connect the external control terminal and use the power of the master technique to forcibly stop the dungeon conversion process. Wise replied, in theory, it can be done, but there are 60 seconds left in the dungeon conversion process, and Wise doesn't know if the time is too late. Yiwu also said, then there is no time to hesitate, so they have to get started now. While Yiwu and Wise were struggling to hack the dungeon system, everyone in the dungeon panicked, seeing the sky turn red and several buildings slowly crumbling. Everyone started to panic as the pocket watch slowly started counting down. They all ran away trying to save themselves, but some people could only resign themselves to sitting where they were because they realized it was impossible to escape from the dungeon. Some people can only sit in despair and realize they are waiting for death. Yi Yunfei, Kiki, and Zhu Lai could only hug each other sadly. Yi Yunfei said the 3 of them should not give up hope because they believed her brother would find a way to solve the problem. In the end, they had to believe in Yiwu. Kiki also believed in Yiwu, but Zhu Lai asked, could Yiwu really solve a crisis of this magnitude? Because time is almost up. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Lai Fengzi was happy because finally the show would begin and they would welcome the arrival of the ancient god Lycan. Several members behind him even bowed, kowtowing to welcome the arrival of this ancient god. But suddenly the hologram screen turned red and the system warned that there was strong data from an unknown source forcibly deleting the dungeon conversion program and causing damage to the dungeon system. Warning, Lai Fengzi could hardly believe that the perfect program that had been designed could actually be deleted. I wanted to install 3 new conversion programs, but one of his colleagues prevented him and asked him to evacuate immediately. But Lai Fengzi refused because I had not given up and tried to do the last thing. Unexpectedly, his companion immediately raised his body while shouting that their body would not be able to withstand that many attacks, so it was better for them to leave immediately. Lai Fengzi asked his colleague to put it down and wait a little longer at least until Daisy left the dungeon. But his large colleague said there was no time left because their work was always accompanied by sacrifice and faith to guide his soul to God's side. So finally all the cult members left when the countdown lost 3 seconds and the room was about to be destroyed. Yiwu was flying quickly towards his sister's place. This young man thought, despite the dungeon conversion, the collapse still did not stop, and it was even more violent than before. The dungeon control terminal outside could barely hold it. Next is the question of how to send 10,000 people out at the same time. Yiwu suddenly thought of a slightly bold solution. Finally, Yiwu arrived in front of his sister and 2 other beautiful girls. Yiwu asked if they were okay. Yi Yunfei said that they were all fine, but Zhu Lai would disappear. If this continues, I will actually be injured or die directly. Zhu Lai said, it's okay, maybe it was her fate. I didn't forget to thank Yiwu for his help. I was very happy to meet Yiwu, but now it might be time to say goodbye. Yiwu suddenly held Zhu Lai's hand and said, now is not the time to say thank you and goodbye. This show is not over yet. With a meaningful smile, Yiwu said, come on. Let's create the perfect ending to this show together. Zhu Lai said, is this the perfect stop? Once the man-made dungeon started to collapse, the entire process was irreversible and Zhu Lai had no way to stop it. Everyone was running scared, helter-skelter trying to save me and running for their own safety. Zhu Lai realized that the program that was holding the dungeon disappeared, and Zhu Lai had already contacted the terminal outside the dungeon, but no one answered. The girl guessed that either the terminal communication device had been destroyed or everyone outside had been destroyed. Finally, Yiwu took the girl's hand and asked her not to give up. The theme of this show is hope, and Zhu Lai is the goddess who gives them hope. How could Zhu Lai give up on your own hopes? Suddenly Zhu Lai felt a very strong sting enter her body. The girl even arched in a very sensual tone. But Yiwu asked the girl not to be afraid because now I was using Zhu Lai as a medium to digitize the consciousness of the dungeon, to control the terminal outside and open the portal. Zhu Lai thought it was a really great idea, but I was still confused and asked if would this really work. Yiwu asked the girl to trust him and stop talking now, then closed her eyes, held her breath, and concentrated. Sure enough, finally, a portal was created above them. Everyone was happy to see the exit portal, but they started to wonder how do they get up to the portal above them. Currently, they can't fly or do anything like in the dungeon like before, and there aren't any flying vehicles they can use. Zulai had recovered and smiled happily while thanking Yuwu, but the girl saw Yuwu's body pale and covered in sweat. So Zulai asked what was wrong. Why is Yuwu's condition like this? Yuwu even said that a portal this size was not enough, and a portal of this level couldn't let tens of thousands of people pass through. Yuwu gasped for breath, and he didn't expect that the digitization of consciousness consumed so much mental power, and now it was so difficult to maintain a clear consciousness. Wise said it was because Master Yuwu had expended most of his mental power to prevent the dungeon conversion. The current consumption is more serious than before, so Yuwu must rest quickly, otherwise bad things will happen. Yuwu replied that it is impossible, because I have done it for this purpose, so I don't want to give up now. Zulai held Yuwu's hand and said, Yuwu's decision now is enough to save a few people, so there is no need for Yuwu to force himself and more. If Yuwu suffers an injury because of this, it will be their biggest loss. Full of worry, Zulai asked Yuwu to rest. Yi Yunfei also apologized while crying in his brother's arms. Yi Yunfei felt that she was the one who caused his brother to get caught up in this problem. Kiki hugged Yuwu from behind while saying, I have spent 1,000 years and finally met Yuwu, even if this is the end, but if I can be with Yuwu, then I will die without regrets. When Kiki hugged me, Yuwu's mental strength suddenly recovered completely. Yuwu just realized this is Kiki's special buff ability. Yuwu just remembered the girl's special ability. Finally, Yuwu apologized to the 3 girls for making him worry. Now Yuwu is refreshed and asks everyone not to say goodbye, because this young man was sure they would save the people and could not miss any of them. Yuwu asked everyone to come out together. The 3 girls became excited again and joined hands with Yuwu. Zulai asked, what happened here? I felt that my body was full of strength, and I had recovered my senses to the point of being able to control everything as before. Yuwu explained that it was because I had given Zulai control of this dungeon, and directly had Zulai lead them all to hope like before. Zulai took back a microphone and started singing. Zulai says through his lyrics that the door to salvation will eventually open. When this beautiful artist came back with a song full of hope, people realized that they still had hope and should not give up on that place. Always slowly, their bodies all slowly flew and entered the portal to get out of the dungeon. They all cheered happily because, finally, they were safe and out of the place that created quite a big tragedy for them. Yuwu invited the girl to go home together. Slowly their bodies floated and came out of the portal. It was at this moment that Zulai sang the lyrics that told them to spread their wings and fly to the other side to be reunited with their loved ones. In the end, everyone managed to survive and get out of the dungeon alive. They all cheered happily because they had survived a terrible tragedy. But suddenly the portal above them exploded, surprising the people. There was building debris thrown out of the portal. Yuwu asked everyone not to let their guard down until the last moment, because they saw that Yuwu was the one who managed to rank first and save them. They all followed your words and were on standby to protect or take cover from the debris coming their way. When he came out of the portal, and everyone was busy with their own business, Daisy wondered where all his colleagues were. This man thought they should all have fled earlier because of the chaos, so Daisy also thought about running away from that place immediately. But suddenly, Yuwu prevented the silver hair from moving and asked the man not to leave without saying a word. Daisy, who panicked, immediately prostrated himself under Yuwu's feet and begged for mercy. Daisy admitted that it was because I was obsessed with my heart that I had an instinct to run away. But if Yuwu were to give the order, then I was willing to die on the spot. Yuwu said that the man had to pay for what I had done. But for now, Yuwu would not let the man die easily because he was still useful to Yuwu. The security team finally appeared and took Daisy into custody. But the crazy man still laughed out loud and said that I was honored to be of use to Yuwu. Then Daisy was pulled away by the security team. But the strange man still laughed out loud and said that I don't regret anything in his life. Yuwu realized that Daisy was a desperate madman, but in order to obtain information from the Old World King Landing Church, Daisy had to be kept for a while. Suddenly a girl's voice, which sounded very weak, called Yuwu's name. When the black-haired young man looked back, Yuwu saw Zulai's real body, which was already very weak and had to be helped to walk by a staff member. Zulai said that I was very happy to be able to see the young man in person. But when I arrived in front of Yuwu, suddenly my legs went weak and the girl fell right into Yuwu's arms. Yuwu was shocked at first but then realized that the girl was just writing. The staff behind Zulai said that the girl was very stubborn. Even though I suffered a lot of mental damage and needed immediate treatment, Zulai insisted on coming to see Yuwu at that place. The lady who brought Zulai said that the artist had explained to me briefly what happened. So in my opinion, Yuwu is a hero from this sudden incident. So the bespectacled lady said thank you to Yuwu for all the help you have provided. So the bespectacled lady and the angel realm felt indebted to Yuwu. As Zulai was taken onto their private plane, Miss with Glasses said, Yuwu can change the favor and make this the gift I want. This incident completely subsided within a few days. Yu Wu replied that they didn't need to rush to discuss this matter because the most important thing was to cure Zhu Lai first. Finally, their private plane sped away, leaving Yu Wu still looking at the sky with a relieved smile. This young man thinks the crisis is finally over, but it is not completely over. The defense line of a large group like Angel Realm is unlikely to be easily broken by the people of the Old World King's Landing Church, unless something is wrong internally, because in my opinion, it is impossible for the 1,000-mile embankment to be destroyed in an ant's nest. Yu Wu hoped that Zhu Lai would not get involved in it again. In the previous section, the big problem was over, but Zhu Lai suffered quite serious injuries, but the injuries were not serious. Yu Wu is happy that everything is over, now he can continue his next journey. Miss Siyu immediately approached Yu Wu, and she was very happy to see that this young man was okay. As usual, Miss Siyu immediately hugged the young man in front of many people. Miss Siyu looked very sorry because she was the one who sent the young man inside when something bad finally happened. Miss Siyu also said that she did not expect such a big, bad incident to happen. So honestly, she was very worried about Yu Wu. Even though he was shocked, Yu Wu still asked the woman not to worry because everything had been resolved smoothly. Then Miss Siyu said some quite late news. She told Yu Wu that an important task that was originally scheduled a week later had been moved to the day after tomorrow. Teams from group level 10 and above all had to participate. But Miss Siyu did not expect Yu Wu's Wang Ji team to be included in the battle list. Yu Wu argued that since they gathered so many teams at once, were they preparing for a large-scale team battle? Miss confirmed this. She also explained that this was a dungeon battle and a massive siege against a Zerg hive. Special instructions are in this task terminal. As for the reason why Yu Wu was included in this attack, Miss Siyu could not provide any clearer details. And it should be easy for Yu Wu to conclude if he is good at analyzing carefully. Yu Wu immediately said, "No need to analyze it. Just assume there is a motive." But Yu Wu remembers that the large siege dungeon is a special dungeon that is much larger than ordinary dungeons. Not only the monsters are very strong, but the dungeon also has a very large area. There are also several bosses in the dungeon, and the number of people required for this strategy is generally around 20-40 people. There are even large dungeons with 100 players. Even sending a group of Hanmo, the scale and difficulty of this dungeon is not small. Of course, the harvest is also the best. Yu Wu wanted to thank some kind people for including him in this battle so that he didn't miss this opportunity. Miss Siyu said goodbye to Yu Wu because she still had a lot of business to do. Suddenly Yu Wu remembered something and asked, would Miss Siyu participate in this dungeon game? Miss Siyu replied that she would participate but would not enter the capital because she is a logistics commander, mainly responsible for preparing the resources needed for this task. So Miss Siyu will support Yu Wu from behind. Yi Yunfei and Kiki, who happened to hear their words, started to get excited and wanted to go. But Yu Wu asked, how could he possibly bring Yi Yunfei there? Because Yi Yunfei is not a member of the team, and this mission may be very difficult and dangerous. But Yi Yunfei insisted, saying that Yu Wu was the team leader, so couldn't he include Yi Yunfei in the team? Although it was dangerous, it was precisely because Yi Yunfei's strength was poor that she wanted to face various dangers, so she had to experience more battles to improve her strength level. The girl said she didn't want to hide behind her older brother all her life and hinder Yu Wu's steps. Yu Wu confirmed his little sister's words. The world is full of danger at all times, and there is no way to hide. Yu Wu had to increase his strength to face the danger, and he had to change his previous plans. Finally, Yu Wu was willing to take Yi Yunfei as long as the younger sister promised him 2 conditions. Firstly, in these 2 days, Yu Wu will give Yi Yunfei a sufficient amount of ancient magic crystals. As long as the younger sister successfully increases the level to 40, Yu Wu will promise Yunfei to take her. Yi Yunfei was shocked she had to rise more than 20 levels in 2 days. The girl asked how could that be possible, and Yunfei asked where did his older brother get so many ancient magic crystals. Yu Wu replied so that Yi Yunfei would hand over the little things to him, because he has a magic crystal mine. The difference between ancient magic crystal and ordinary magic crystal is that it contains a lot of magic power. A large amount of X points could be obtained by converting and absorbing them, and the efficiency of this X conversion was determined according to one's physique and potential. People with unusual talents can easily achieve conversion rates of more than 70%, but some people can only convert 40% or even lower even if they try their best. In addition, this conversion process is very energy and physical strength consuming. The average person converting 10 yuan a day is already the limit. But Yu Wu is very confident in Yunfei's potential and talent. Surely the results of the conversion will surprise him as her older sister. Currently, Yu Wu was watching the robots pack up the crystals. It was at this time that Xiao Bao appeared and said that she had gathered everything as soon as possible according to Yu Wu's orders. Hearing this, Yu Wu immediately rubbed the cat's head and praised its good work. Suddenly Nagaro appeared and warned Xiao Bao not to talk carelessly, because they were the ones who discovered many hidden veins. That's why it would be difficult for Xiaobao to collect so many magic crystals in a few days without Nagero's help. Hearing the dragon's explanation, Yu Wu also praised their hard work. Even Yu Wu was willing to give any gift Nagero wanted as long as it was within his reach. But Nagero refused because Yu Wu had spared their lives, and that has become the greatest gift for them, so they don't dare ask for anything else. Yu Wu thought that Nagero's answer was very good, so he asked Nagero to save this request because maybe one day they would need it. Yu Wu thought he had used master technique skills to create a batch of robots and place them in that place for experiments. Now it seems that the robots' efficiency is not bad. Even some of the AI looked very excited. In a short time, all the crystal boxes were successfully moved to a luxury apartment in Zone 8. Yi Yunfei's face immediately lit up when he saw so many ancient magic crystals. Now she believes that her older brother owns a crystal mine. The mother also looked happy, but she reminded her child not to forget money too much. The father also asked, is it true that they want to convert such long crystals directly into experience points? Isn't this too wasteful? Yu Wu answered that his parents don't need to worry because he still has a lot of level 40 magic crystals. After all, it was more important for them to level up than money. At least when Yu Wu wasn't by their side, they could protect themselves. So, because Yi Yunfei had started to concentrate on changing his experience, this young man began to invite all his members and also Nana to follow in his younger brother's footsteps. Finally, they were all willing to try. 1 hour later, Yu Wu's parents looked very tired and rested with their bodies covered in sweat. The father even said that he couldn't keep up with his physical strength and mental strength when he got older. Meanwhile, Yi Yunfei still looked fresh. Even now the girl has managed to level up quite a lot. Unexpectedly, Yi Yunfei managed to advance to level 45 in just an hour. Both their parents were immediately proud of Yi Yunfei's abilities. Yu Wu even praised his little sister's extraordinary talent. He guessed that Yi Yunfei's conversion rate was as high as 80%. Yu Wu then turned to look at Nana's transformation. Unexpectedly, the humanoid robot put on a scary face and said that she wanted to level up more and more. It was at this moment that Yu Wu was surprised and asked what was wrong with Nana. Nana quickly changed her expression to a sweet girl and said that she succeeded quite a lot. So Nana asked if she could also go to the dungeon with Yu Wu now. Yu Wu was amazed to see Nana rise to level 60 in such a short time. Yu Wu was sure that the conversion rate of the robot would reach 100%, and Nana was indeed the perfect robot that Yu Wu had succeeded in making. Yu Wu also concluded that the dungeon should no longer be a problem for everyone. After all, this young man wanted to increase his little sister and Nana's combat experience. So this is a great opportunity. Because of this, Yu Wu told Yi Yunfei, Kiki, and Nana that the three of them could accompany him to the siege as members of his team. The three of them immediately looked happy when they heard Yu Wu's decision. But Yu Wu's parents didn't forget to warn them to stay safe and always listen to Yu Wu's instructions. Meanwhile, Nana secretly smiled slyly. His eyes full of evil intent looked pleased when Yu Wu agreed so easily. With this, she would take advantage of this opportunity to kill Yu Wu. After training, Yu Wu lay on his bedroom floor thinking that everything in preparation for tomorrow's fight was finished. Now he will learn about the dungeon through the terminal quest that Miss Siyu gave him. Not long after, the system appeared to notify that Yu Wu's group certification had been completed. There is also information about a major siege that will be carried out on the Lost Temple. The recommended level for this merger is player level 40 to 130. Meanwhile, the limit for the number of people is 100 people. Seeing this information made Yu Wu think, why is the vulnerable level of players required to take part in this activity so large? He thought this was a bit strange. The new system explains the Lost Temple has a dungeon entrance that is sometimes found in a hidden goa under the Yellow Iron Plateau on the western side in the wilderness. The entrance was first discovered by a magic crystal prospector who sold the dungeon coordinates to the group at a high price. The advanced team found the dungeon gate after traveling about 2 kilometers along the cave. The dungeon gate was guarded by a level 100 elite monster. After several weeks of bloody battles with the elite monster beasts guarding the gate, they defeated it and finally completed the quest of opening the dungeon door. Due to the high level of danger of this dungeon, it was decided to send a stealth drone for reconnaissance first and basic information, namely the dungeon area, 50 square kilometers. Monster beast level 4 to -30. Very rich in crystal magic. Number of bosses, 3 -5. The drone tried to approach the temple but was shot down by the guards outside the temple. The following is the first boss information recorded before it was shot down. Namely, a fantastic-sized elite monster that has level 115. Because of the special features of this dungeon, it has to carry out long-term battles, so this is the first quest of this dungeon. It is to build in a location far from the Zerg Temple and rich in minerals to prevent the strategy from failing due to long battle lines causing supplies to be cut off. After completing this quest, there will be a second quest update. After hearing the entire long explanation from the system, Yu-Wu realized the dungeon was more dangerous than imagined. Even though Yu-Wu promised to let his little sister and the others go together, Yu-Wu started to doubt and wonder whether this was the right decision. If someone deliberately targeted him, the situation was even more complicated. If like this, someone had forced his team along, were they planning to make Yu-Wu the target of public criticism? At that time, Yu-Wu would be criticized and ridiculed. Yu-Wu then asked the system, what is the special guest of in this battle? The system replied that the team-exclusive quest has not been released yet. Yu-Wu must enter the dungeon before he receives the relevant quest. Yu-Wu finally thought he would forget about this matter for a while, and would see what would happen when the time came. No matter who was behind this, who gave him warmth for whatever reason, he would never waste this great opportunity. He had a hunch that engineering skills would play a very important role in this dungeon's strategy. Yu-Wu will get some engineering drawings tomorrow. Yu-Wu turned off the hologram screen and tried to rest. But his sleep was disturbed when suddenly an overflow screen appeared and the system informed him that the young man had a communication request from an unknown contact. Yu-Wu immediately woke up again and wondered who was calling at this time of night. Is it a very dedicated con artist? When he finally received the base and heard the voice of someone on the other side calling his voice, Yu-Wu immediately opened his eyes wide and went straight to the 8th safe zone in Central Park. Yu-Wu sat on a bench and thought. The meeting place was in the park, but he didn't expect that the person who was going to ask him to meet intended to ask him out suddenly, because there were lots of couples dating there. Suddenly a woman approached the young man and said that his pet was lost nearby, so had Yu-Wu seen it. At first, Yu-Wu didn't understand what the woman meant and asked what a pet dog was. He wanted to apologize to the girl because he hadn't seen her and he had just arrived at the park. Yu-Wu asked if there were any special characteristics of the pet dog. Yu-Wu intends to help look for it. The girl said thank you and then explained a country dog with brown hair and golden eyes. He had the nickname Wu-Wu. After hearing such a signal, Yu-Wu stood up and realized that the woman in front of him was Yin-Hyun. Yu-Wu smiled happily and commented that the girl's appearance was so strong that he didn't even notice it at first. Miss Yin-Hyun motioned for Yu-Wu to be quiet and not say that name too loudly. Miss Yin-Hyun said, even at night, it was safer to cross-dress. After all, his identity was a bit sensitive. Yu-Wu commented that the girl was good at appearances and even her personal information had been changed. Yu-Wu was fooled earlier. Yu-Wu sat down and asked the woman to talk about the matter that made Miss Yin-Hyun ask her to meet in the middle of the night like this. Yu-Wu asked if there was anything important to talk about, because Yu-Wu already wanted to sleep. Miss Yin-Hyun asked, does Yu-Wu know about the dungeon quest the day after tomorrow? Did Yu-Wu not think it was strange? Because Yu-Wu's, as a newly formed level 1 team, was included in a dungeon quest where the minimum team level was all level 10. Hearing Miss Yin-Hyun's question, Yu-Wu commented that the woman was kind because she only wanted to come in the evening to solve Yu-Wu's doubts. But Yu-Wu was curious, why was Miss Yin-Hyun like this? Miss Yin-Hyun explained it was because someone above had raised Yu-Wu and they wanted to use this battle to test Yu-Wu's true details. Yu-Wu was not surprised to hear this information because he had already expected it. Yu-Wu had already guessed that the person aimed to punish him, so he concluded the person who made him participate in this battle must be the young master of the Mo family. Miss Yin-Hyun was surprised that Yu-Wu could guess that point correctly. She thought Yu-Wu was really smart, and then this woman explained that young master Mo Kai was now the vice chairman of the Hanmo group and the first heir to the position of chairman. And the second choice is Mo Kara's sister. The struggle between their brothers and sisters for final control of the group is no longer a secret. Although there is a huge gap in power level between the two, Miss Mo Kara also won a lot of support based on her accumulated reputation at the bottom and her image of being close to the people. In addition, many people on the board of directors hope to use Miss Mo Kara's hand to check and balance Mo Kai's power, so young master Mo Kai has always regarded Miss Mo Kara as his biggest enemy. And Yu-Wu robbed the boss of the Kashua Akao incident last time, ruining young master Mo Kai's plans. Besides, it was Miss Mo Keeper who introduced Yu-Wu to the group, so he now regards the young man as a thorn in his eye, and he is here to let Yu-Wu left just to take the opportunity to get rid of Yu-Wu. Hearing Miss Yin-Hyun's long explanation made Yu-Wu laugh because he felt that his luck was really bad. After all, this young man realized that he had to face the siege of many high-level teams. Yin-Hyun was surprised to see that the young man could still laugh in such a serious matter. In his opinion, Yu-Wu deserved it. But things were not without a turnaround. Based on Yin-Hyun's understanding of the young master, he wouldn't go straight for it at the start, so Lady Yin-Hyun would give Yu-Wu two suggestions. First, act humble and honest as worthless trash to make the young master lose interest in Yu-Wu, and for young master to Mo felt that Yu-Wu was not threatening. The second suggestion, obtaining extraordinary benefits in a high-profile dungeon, would be the focus of many people's attention, so it would also be difficult for young master Mo to start attacking Yu-Wu. Yu-Wu expressed his thanks for Miss Yin-Hyun's suggestion. Although he didn't understand young master Mo Kai, Whether Yu Wu was low or high, according to his judgment, young Master Mo Kai's intention to kill Yu Wu would not change. With Yu Wu's personality, he would choose the second suggestion. Rather than die uselessly like a dog, he chose to give young Master Mo a big surprise. Yu Wu then asked why Yin specifically said this to him. Even though they were from the same group, they could be considered as hostile camps in a simple sense. Wasn't Miss Yin actions the same as betraying her young master? Miss Yin was silent for a long time. Finally, Miss Yin wanted to answer that Yu Wu had a rare talent and Miss Yin didn't want the young man to get involved in an unreasonable family fight, because that would deprive Yu Wu of his freedom and life, thus wasting Yu Wu's extraordinary talent. Standing up, Miss Yin said Yu Wu could still choose now, unlike Yin, who didn't have a choice from the start. Yu Wu used Annika's ear and asked what he meant by no choice. Does a strong person like Lady Yin have no control over her destiny? Miss Yin fell silent when she heard Yu Wu's words. Then quietly this woman said, who is born strong. In the past, when Miss Yin was still small, she had the bad luck of living in a terrible place that was a war zone. And he is a little girl who is hungry because he is a victim. While remembering her unfortunate past, Miss Yin said, a sign and a bond in the process of growth, it is no longer possible to let go. Miss Yin said she was born in a slum village in the wilderness. His parents never came back after going out to look for food. Little Yin could only find food in the trash every day, and Yin didn't know which day I would die on the side of the road. People died every day in the wilderness, and no one cared about the life and death of an inconspicuous little girl. Until one day, Yin really didn't find anything to eat, so I ventured out of the settlement and tried my luck in the wild, only to encounter a caravan attacked by robbers. At that time, little Miss Yin was very scared. She curled up, covering her head with her body shaking in fear. At that time, there was a very beautifully dressed boy in the caravan. Although he looked younger than little Yin, who was 7 years old at that time, the boy did not panic in the face of danger. Instead, the boy calmly commanded the battle and used his weak magic to distract the enemy. But little Yin found some robbers, sneaked up behind the kid, and prepared to attack him. The boy ordered everyone to hold on and never give up, because the items they carry are valuable company assets that must not be stolen. At that moment, Yin didn't know where the courage and speed came from. She suddenly rushed to block the robbers' attack. The boy was young Master Mo Kai. Since then, there have been no nameless girls in the wilderness, and the Hanmo group has a new member named Yin. Meeting the young master was a turning point in Miss Yin's life. Since then, she escaped from the sea of suffering and lived a life of food and clothing free from worries. The young master even spent money to train and groom Yin, then made her the main force of the Mogong team. So his life has long been engraved with the name of the young master, who is also destined to not be able to escape the vortex of the Hanmo struggle. Even though Miss Yin has awakened, I also envy Yu Wu from the inside, because Yu Wu is free. So Miss Yin warned Yu Wu not to get involved in this kind of conflict. More importantly, Yin didn't want to be Yu Wu's enemy. At this moment, Yu Wu fell silent. He thought and didn't expect Yin to have such a past. Your words are very reasonable, but now I still can't achieve true freedom as you said. Only when the fortress was successfully established could it truly be realized. Suddenly behind the trees, a large man appeared who smiled in surprise. The man named Manhwa said that Yin's life experience had always been a secret, but was never mentioned to their colleagues who hung out day and night. But instead, Yin opened himself up to an unknown man like now. The man laughed smugly in front of the shocked Yin. This Yin was shocked and asked how Manhwa ended up in that place. Are you stalking Yin? Meanwhile, Yu Wu felt the pressure of a level 110 player like Manhwa. I think your food is truly extraordinary. Manhwa laughed even more with satisfaction when he was accused of stalking Yin. Then with a hearty laugh, the man explained he accidentally found Yin disguised and left. But Manhwa did not, because I was worried about Yin's safety and followed up. But because Manhwa was worried about Yin, the little girl went out alone at night. The reason the big body kept laughing in between his ridiculous remarks. Manhwa approached Yu Wu and he didn't expect to meet the Yu Wu that many people were talking about. Manhwa was very satisfied to find a young man who caused Yin to lose his target. While patting Yu Wu's shoulder, Manhwa said that my junior was truly very lucky. Yu Wu said that I dare not be called legendary, then asked who this senior in front of him was. Yin explained, that man's name is Manhwa. I am the second in power behind the leader of the Mogong team, namely young Master Mo Kai. Yin also explained that Manhwa usually takes good care of Yin, but I didn't expect Manhwa to be a stalker. Annoyed, Manhwa emphasized that I was not stalking. That was a complete misunderstanding. Yu Wu smiled kindly at Manhwa. Then this young man said, previously I had heard that the elite Mogong team had great strength. Seeing it directly, the strength of number 2 today was actually better than what I heard. But in Wan Hao's opinion, his reputation still couldn't be compared with Yiwu. The man said Yiwu was the talk of the whole team because of his greatness. Yiwu felt inferior and said that he was just an inconspicuous no-name and couldn't afford that reputation. Wan Hao smiled horribly and then asked his juniors not to be humble because the person who could snatch the boss from Yinhuan could not be considered someone who was not famous. Suddenly Wan Hao attacked Wei Yu quite hard with his fist. Luckily, Yu Wu was able to move backward fast enough to escape the attack. Yu Wu realized that Wan Hao was the closest type of fighter, but the tricks used were not easy. Miss Yinhuan was very shocked to hear her colleague's attitude and tried to intervene but was stopped by Wan Hao, saying that this was a duel between two men. So Yinhuan must not interfere. Without Wan Hao expecting, Yu Wu could move as fast as lightning and was suddenly near him and told Wan Hao to be more serious about showing his true abilities. At that second, Wan Hao thought that I hadn't really done my best just because I was afraid of killing his junior, but at least I used 60% of it. Now, Yu Wu turned to attack him with overwhelming power. Wan Hao smiled broadly because he realized that his junior was really interesting and realized that Yu Wu's level was actually definitely level 100. Realizing Yu Wu was serious, Wan Hao would be serious too, because Yu Wu had made Yinhuan suffer and was punished by the team. So if Wan Hao couldn't beat Yu Wu, then he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Hearing Wan Hao's words made Yu Wu shocked and asked what he meant by Yinhuan being punished. And how is that possible? Wan Hao replied that it was because Yu Wu robbed the boss and destroyed the mission. Yinhuan had been suspended by the team. Yinhuan was annoyed and immediately asked Wan Hao to stop talking. But Wan Hao explained even more that the team also asked Yinhuan to recruit Yu Wu to the Mogong team, otherwise there will only be greater punishment waiting for you. Hearing Wan Hao's words made Yu Wu think that Yinhuan had never mentioned the word recruitment before, only persuading Yu Wu to stop. Unexpectedly, under the cold appearance, there was still a kind heart hidden. But in the end, Yu Wu just said he was truly concerned and never expected things to become that complicated. Miss Yinhuan said Yu Wu need not blame himself. Back then, we were in a competitive relationship. Yinhuan believes that Yu Wu robbed the boss of power and there was too much involvement in it. And Yinhuan didn't want Yu Wu to go too deep into this matter. But the beautiful woman's words were immediately interrupted by Yu Wu, who emphasized that, however, this matter started because of Yu Wu, so the young man would definitely take responsibility. Yu Wu asked Yinhuan to rest assured of me. Yu Wu will use this dungeon mission to find a way to free Yinhuan. Hearing Yu Wu's words and attitude made Wan Hao comment that the young man was not bad, and he walked away saying see you in the dungeon in 2 days. Yu Wu greeted his senior in a friendly manner. Suddenly Yinhuan said, although I believe in your strength, don't mess around, Yu Wu. The difficulty of this dungeon mission is unusual, and our leader is leading the team. You must not provoke that guy. But Yu Wu asked the girl not to worry because I would be able to take good action and would not mess around. Yu Wu gently held Yinhuan's hand and asked her to wait for good news from me. Yu Wu's words made Yinhuan smile with a red face. Finally, the girl nodded obediently to Yu Wu. The next day, Yu Wu went with Yunfei and the girls to shop for equipment. This young man realized that although his sister's level had increased, her equipment was still low, so they need to go to the black market to upgrade equipment. After all, Yu Wu had also just made quite a profit from the previous fight, but in the end, this young man truly regretted his decision, because he underestimated a woman's ability to shop. He even spent 30 million in less than half a day. But now, Yi Yunfei, Kiki, and Nana have got new looks and they look happy. When the girl asked Yu Wu how he looks now, Yu Wu angrily said that all of their appearances were strong and beautiful enough, even though inside his heart this young man was crying because he spent 30 million on the 3 of them. In the end, Yu Wu tried to be sincere and thought that his goal of making money was indeed to make the 3 of them stronger. Now he would ask Miss Mo Kier to send the required master-level engineering drawings. Yu Wu wanted to know if the big miss had that item, because you can't find master's drawings on the black market. When receiving a call from Yu Wu, Miss Mo Kier replied that the young man's request was no problem. She could directly send the picture to Yu Wu later. But Miss Mo Kier doesn't want to be paid by people or admin because I don't need small money like that. In exchange, the woman apologized to Yu Wu. This time the young man was arranged to attack the dungeon completely because of Miss Mo Kier. In my opinion, Yu Wu must have known that this was Mo Kai's conspiracy that Miss Mo Kier couldn't stop. Yu Wu replied that Miss Mo should not care about small things like this. It's better to take this opportunity to make their team stand firm. Miss Mo Kier was relieved to hear that Yu Wu was very confident and that the young man was not alone in the battle. 1/3 of the teams participating in this dungeon were Miss Mo's troops, and Yu Wu could take care of each other at that time. Don't forget, Miss Mo asked Yu Wu to be careful in everything and that the Komodo dragon must come back and be safe. Yu Wu answered of course. After that their call ended and Miss Mo sent 30 rare master engineering drawings. Yu Wu Till was shocked to get so many expensive pictures, because this young man knew the value of the entire drawing was at least more than 100 million. I really praise Miss Mo Kier's generous attitude. Yu smiled broadly and said I was really looking forward to it more and more. Tomorrow is the first day that Yu's Wang's team officially set sail. The next day, in front of the gate and outside the safe zone, the entire group from the Hanmo team gathered. So did Yu's Hangzhou team. They were very happy because there were lots of people there, and everyone's level is very high. Yi Yunfei felt happy because he had already raised his level before, otherwise, he would definitely feel very embarrassed in front of so many people like this. Yu asked his sister and the rest of the team to calm down and asked them to get used to this kind of atmosphere. Yu's team immediately became the center of attention because he was a famous person. But unfortunately, there were a lot of girls on his team. I feel that Yu's Wang's team is a level 1 trash team. Liu Feng smiled broadly at the thought of meeting the Mogong team. Because I want to ask for some autographs. But then I remembered you were a member of Wang's team, so I can't look weak in front of other teams. Meanwhile, Ruan Tianchen was amazed by Miss Yanhuan's beauty. She really wanted to see Miss Yanhuan's true face. Hearing their words made Yu want to talk about their relationship with the Mogong team. At this time another group emerged that belittled the Wang's team as beginners who came in wanting to do a tourist attraction. The bald man who led the team said, "Who entered the rookie team? In my opinion, the Wang's team is just trash who doesn't even have the qualifications to be monster bait. And according to the Wang's team, it will only be a waste of time." They even openly said in front of Yu and his colleagues that Wang's was a trash team. In fact, they thought that the quality of the girls on the team was quite high, so they asked if the girls were interested in coming to play with their group. Unable to accept his team being ridiculed, Luo Feng thought they were just a bunch of dirty people. Luo Feng was really angry and almost attacked them. But Yu dissuaded his partner and asked Luo Feng not to be impulsive. Because they were just doing this for the first time, there was no need to indulge in a bit of useless talk like this. The bald man said that I had heard the story about Yu being Miss Mo Kier's favorite man. They heard that Miss Mo took in a low-level man. The bald man said I don't know what luck Yu had in being able to rob the boss of Yanhuan and the Mogong team. But the bald father had thought that Yu looked like he had character but turned out to be just a kid. Especially now that the young man came to the dungeon with the girls. Young questioned what could a boy with a small white face like that do. Suddenly, the bald father's words had to stop when his head was grabbed by Wan Hao, who firmly told him to move because the bald father was blocking his way. Quickly the bald man and his entire team withdrew while apologizing for blocking God Wan Hao's path. Yes, he was really scared and apologized and even said that his eyesight was bad. Wan Hao ignored the bald man and went straight to Yu and kindly embraced him and asked if his junior was ready for something big. Yu calls Wan Hao a brother and replies the only one who can do a good job is Mogong's team. Yu only intended to complete the given quest well. The bald man who saw the interaction between the two of them cursed in annoyance and was shocked because the boy brought by Miss Mo Kier could be so familiar with Wan Hao from the Mogong team. I wonder how this happened. Wan Hao asked again whether Yu would be a good person, but Wan Hao doubts that. But now that the Mogong team has come, Wan Hao is going to introduce Yu to them. Yu immediately panicked when he heard Wan Hao's words. He felt that there was something strange about Wan Hao. He was surprised that Wan Hao could judge me even though he had only met me once. Wan Hao said that the first person to approach was their leader Jai Wangshuan, a dashing, blue-haired man who could be said to be the #1 fighting force of the Hanmo group. But Wan Hao was full of confidence, saying Jai Wangshuan was only slightly stronger than me, even though Jai Wangshuan already has level 130. Then the bald head behind Jai Wangshuan was a tanker named Lai Zing. Then by his side was a woman, a healer named Dan Lu. Both of them also have decent strength, but it's not worth mentioning. Meanwhile, an assassin in their group is named Lei. And there is also Song Yingxiao, who is a swordsman in their group. Because Yanhuan was suspended, she was temporarily transferred to the reserve team. As usual, Song Yingxiao was annoyed to see Yu, so he prevented Wan Hao from unnecessarily introducing their team members to unknown people because it didn't take long. Originally, Jai Wangshuan was also going to just pass by Yu, but Yu immediately called him. Yu reached out and politely said to Jai Wangshuan, long careless about the previous incident of Miss Yanhuan. He hoped that their group could have the opportunity to work together in the future so that Yu could make up for this mistake. Yu's helping hand was briefly glanced at by Master Jai Wangshuan. The bald head and his team members thought that the kid was crazy because he wanted to shake hands with Jai Wangshuan. They suspected that the Mogong team would definitely eliminate the young man on the spot. They thought that soon there would definitely be a good show. But unexpectedly, Jai Wangshuan welcomed Yu's helping hand and the senior hoped that Yu's performance this time would not disappoint him and young Master Mo Kai. Yu answered politely that I understood. After that, Jai Wangshuan left and invited all his team members to go together. Wan Hao, who went with his team, advised Yu to fight for his brother, Yanhuan. Yu replied I understand. This young man thought that when he shook hands with Jai Wangshuan just now, he felt like he was being scanned and peeped by him. In his opinion, Jai Wangchuan was really not easy to deal with. Yiwu hopes that the system in his body should not be easily discovered by others. Suddenly a man from another team approached Yiwu and asked if what the young man said just now was true. Is it true that Yiwu wants to cooperate with the Mogong team? The man who asked turned out to be Lu Chengfeng, team leader Fenghan, and Miss Mokir had asked him to look after Yiwu. But what Yiwu did just now made them wonder if Yiwu was really on their side. Master Lu Chenfeng warned Yiwu if that brat dared to betray Miss Sen he might not be able to get out of the dungeon alive. When Master Lu Chenfeng left, Yiwu realized that his attitude just now would not make Miss Mokir's side happy, even though Yiwu wanted to show his good impression in front of the Mogong team to make things easier for Yanhuan. But Yiwu finally decided to forget all that and whatever they thought I would still follow his own plan. Finally, Master Lai Yelsi finally appeared and immediately activated the dungeon entry portal. When the portal door was activated, everyone cheered happily praising Master Lai Yelsi, who turned out to be the engineering master of the Hanmo group. They cheered happily because the dungeon portal, which initially took a week to refill, was completed within a day. They considered the master's efficiency to be very stable. Some of them even openly asked Master Lai Yelsi for equipment. But the master ignored the cheers and invited everyone to leave. When he saw Master Lai Yelsi, Yiwu realized that the old man was extraordinary, because the technique is not as simple as someone hanging up a call. Yiwu knew that the old man reached the master level by relying solely on his own abilities. This is so awesome. But Yiwu saw Master Lai Yelsi's character didn't seem easy to get along with. When they finally entered the temple and were at the main base of the Hanmo group, they saw that the place was very chaotic and there were lots of bloodstains all over the place. Everyone at the place was very impatient and rude. Kiki immediately hugged Yiwu's arm and said that I smelled a very strong scent of blood. This girl was sure there was a fierce battle in that place before they came. Yiwu asked Kiki to calm down because she was at that place. Yiwu looked around and according to the analysis of the situation at that place, it should have been the first team stationed here before them, but it seemed like they experienced a tragic massacre. The senior management must also be hiding some unknown secrets. It seems this mission is not as simple as it seems. In the previous part, Yiwu and the others had reached the Hanlo grub base. They were very surprised because there were many corpses of hunters there. This made Yiwu suspicious of what was actually happening here. So what will Yiwu do? Let's start the story. Quest description. This time the Wangji team will be paired with the Huihu team, whose task is to protect mining machine number 38 in mining area D7. The number of magic crystals obtained will become team points. They must protect the mining machine operations and prevent monsters from destroying them. Yiwu questioned the meaning of the quest. He thought that his job of guarding the mining area was so that the magic crystals obtained could be used to rebuild the base. But the problem is, the mining machines are outdated. The machine looked like it had gone through the war without repair. The machine also has a low level. Yunfei was so disturbed by the noise made by the mining machine. It even felt like the machine could collapse at any time. On the other hand, Liangxing was annoyed because he was on the same team as Yiwu. He felt unlucky at that time. Moreover, he wouldn't get enough team points if he only relied on a broken mining machine with a low level. Hearing the man's words, Yunfei became curious about the use of team points. Liangxing didn't believe that Wangju's team entered the dungeon without knowing anything. I will explain everything because I don't want to be burdened by newbies like Wangju's team. Liangxing began to explain team points, which could be considered as accumulated points from the team's version of experience. The more points a team gets, the team level will continue to increase. Additionally, team points can also be used in the group resource hall to redeem desired materials, weapons, or equipment. You can even redeem it for potions, blueprints, and more. The higher the team level, the higher the level of resources that can be exchanged. It was concluded that team points were a source of life for them, but this time felt hopeless. Liangxing was angry because the copper and iron mining machine was broken and would definitely not last long. Even if the machine can survive, it will only mine magic crystals of at most level 40. This automatically makes the number of points converted very small. Yiwu on the other hand now understood that it was a mining quest. He was actually very happy because he was an expert in that field. For him, it was not a difficult problem. Yiwu immediately took out some magic crystals. Liangxing had thought that the man would mine magic crystals manually. Obviously, the plan was very stupid and inefficient. Liangxing was suddenly shocked when he saw Yiwu cut the level 90 magic crystal so easily. He wanted to know what Yiwu was really planning. Yiwu casually said that they would find out soon. He secretly asked Weiss to combine the mining machine with the level 90 magic crystal and mining robot he had made previously. Yiwu wanted to make him an emotionless mining weapon. Weiss immediately agreed. Luofeng, who saw Yiwu's fusion skill, couldn't help but be amazed. Liangxing was also very curious about the merger. Finally, a mining robot called Runaway SCV level 90 was created, which could mine without mercy. The Huihu team members were certainly confused when they saw the robot and how Yiwu could get it. Liangxing also had no idea that Yu Wu had engineering skills and could even use them to create a level 90 mining robot. The other team members were surprised because Yu Wu even added special effects. Yu Wu immediately handed the robot to Nana. Yu Wu asked the little girl to find all the level 90 magic crystals. Nana praised Yu Wu for being so great and for being able to make such a sophisticated robot, and in my mind I recognized Yu Wu's cleverness. As soon as Nana operated it, she could see a large number of level 90 magic crystals just 5 meters below their feet. Yu Wu, who could also see the numbers, was also very surprised. This was probably because the previous mining machine couldn't work properly, so there was an increase in the number of magic crystals on the ground. Of course, Yu Wu was happy because he had a blessing in disguise. He immediately gave orders to Nana to start digging. Nana immediately took out a drill from the robot, which was even bigger than before. But suddenly, Kiki fell to the ground. Yunfei immediately confirmed the girl's condition. Kiki said that I was fine, but she was shocked by the movement of the cruel machine and also felt something about Nana. Ru and Tianchen immediately asked everyone to look down. That area actually had a large number of level 90 magic crystals. They are very lucky and will definitely get a lot of team points. On the other hand, apparently, Nana got too excited while digging. She feels lacking and wants to keep digging. At that time, they managed to get 25,000 team points. Huey, whose team members were amazed to see the team's points increasing rapidly. I also didn't expect Yu Wu to be able to do such a thing. Level 90 magic crystals require an equivalent level detector to find. Meanwhile, a level 90 detector can only be made by an engineering master. I wonder why Yu Wu can do it. Liangxing immediately hit the man who couldn't see clearly. He realized that Yu Wu was a master in hiding. The subordinate could only apologize. Liangxing immediately apologized for having done something wrong. He also apologized for not knowing about Yu Wu before. He begged the man not to take it to heart. Yu Wu naturally didn't mind it. He admitted that so many things had happened recently, and for him being treated like that was not a new experience. After all, they are all on the same team. As long as Liangxing did not resist, then he would definitely get his share of points. Of course, Liangxing immediately thanked him. In the sky, it turned out that they were being watched by a drone which was assisted by camouflage optics to cover its presence. They were surprised to see that the Wangi team, which was previously in last place, had now shot to first place. First, they had succeeded in capturing Inhuan. Second, he managed to get so many level 90 magic crystals in a short time. That was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. They were sure that there must be many secrets in Yu Wu. However, drone surveillance scans also did not find any violations or fraud. They were the monitors in the monitoring room of the main combat base. Why Yessie, who was paying attention to Yu Wu, could see how the man turned a level 40 mining machine into a level 90 intelligent mining robot. Yu Wu was clearly not only smart but also very skilled in engineering jobs. Even though the system said that Yu Wu was only level 10, I was actually level 90 or above. Lai Yessie became curious about Yu Wu's engineering job level. At that moment, they were even more surprised when Yu Wu blinked at the drone. Everyone in the monitoring room was naturally surprised that Yu Wu managed to find their optical camouflage drone. Lai Yessie immediately asked them to recover the surveillance drone. Of course, the members wanted to know the reason, but I asked everyone not to ask and just focus on doing what I told them to do. In his heart, Lai Yessie knew very well that the drone was a sophisticated duplicate of a weapon that I had created. However, Yu Wu managed to find it, and that means he is indeed a possessor of high-level engineering skills or even a technical master like me. Lai Yessie was determined to focus on Yu Wu. Yu Wu was a little confused to see the drone just peeking and just retreating. He felt that whoever was monitoring them was doing so carefully. However, at least it was good because he could utilize that period of time to freely explore the bottom of the dungeon. Yu Wu immediately got ready and asked Liangxing to stay there and not move because he would go ahead and see the situation. However, Liangxing immediately said that leaving the quest area without permission was against the rules and could be punished if caught. Moreover, at that time there was a director who specifically supervised the quest. Yu Wu just asked him to calm down because I will be back soon. Liangxing also asked the man to come back immediately before he left because he didn't want to be alone. Just then, Yu Wu saw that there was another base behind. He was surprised because there was no explanation about it previously in the quest log. Yu Wu wondered whether they were hiding it on purpose or if it was just the team that had not reached such a high level of information. Yu Wu then saw a logo that he recognized as belonging to the Huanzhang group. He was even more surprised because the group apparently also had a base in the dungeon. Yu Wu remembered that Mo Kier had said before that the Hanmo and Huanzhang groups were indeed competing for control of dungeon area C23, which he believed was the dungeon. The man immediately understood that the two big groups both wanted the dungeon, which definitely had a big secret hidden there. Yu Wu was happy because not only could he explore the dungeon to find the big secret, but he could also have the opportunity to attack Huanzhang in the dungeon quest. Not waiting long, he immediately tried to explore the information. Meanwhile, at the Huanjiang group's main base, a guard was very upset because he was put in the same dungeon. This made him remember the tragic tragedy when he came last time. He couldn't even forget it. Another guard immediately said that it was a miracle because the man was still able to come out alive from the dungeon, even though he knew that many people died at that time, both from the Huanjiang and Hanmo groups. Another man later said that the last time he came, he used the wrong tactical strategy. He went straight to the Zerg at that time. But this time, he knew that the Hanmo team used turtle tactics which put them at the front. So they just need to wait for an opportunity to sneak in and attack, then take their resources to strengthen themselves. Apparently, Yu heard all their conversations with his ghost skill which made him invisible when he didn't move. At that time, another guard asked whether this tactic could really be used because the main force of the Hanmo group was also there, especially Jai Wangchuan from the Mogong team. For him, it was like deliberately surrendering himself to them. Another man then asked his colleague to calm down because the reason why the higher-ups dared to use that tactic was because someone who could not be named also came at that time. Even Jai Wangchuan could only bow down and worship before that mysterious person. The other men were of course curious whether the mysterious person from the Huanjiang group had actually managed to clear a level 100 dungeon. If it was true, then they would definitely be able to get and clear the dungeon easily. Yu was certainly curious about the mysterious figure completing the level 100 dungeon. Yu didn't expect that the Huanjiang group still had number 1 at that time. He alone wouldn't be able to clear a level 100 dungeon by himself. He had to investigate it in detail. Yu immediately activated his true eye to see the entire Huanjiang base. He saw that there were around 50 people there, with the lowest level being level 60 and the highest level being 140. Yu was curious about the owner of level 140, which was indeed higher than Jai Wangchuan's level, which was at level 130. That person until now was the person who had the highest level that Yu had ever encountered. He immediately wanted to see what kind of person the owner of level 140 was. Yu was even more surprised because he saw that the person turned out to be a girl who looked the same age as me, named Zulu. He couldn't believe it because he thought it was at least a very old man or woman. 2 men were greeting Zulu at that time who had just woken up. I immediately apologized because I thought their voices were too loud and disturbed those who were resting. At that time, Zulu was angry that someone dared to peek at me like that. The 2 men were already scared when Zulu started to take out a sword. But it turned out that Zulu was pointing the sword in the air while mocking the Hanmo group for never learning. Yu immediately knew that the true eye skill he used was discovered by Zulu. On the other hand, Zulu, who was paying attention, immediately knew that my attack did not hit Yu. This meant that the man's response was very fast. Plus, I was almost fooled by such a hidden skill. Zulu became curious about Yu, who was from the Hanmo group. He became increasingly impatient with the dungeon he was about to explore. The man in front immediately asked what happened. Zulu argued that I just wanted to move my hand suddenly so they didn't need to worry. On the other hand, Yu could only catch his breath facing a terrifying woman like Zulu. Luckily, he was able to cancel True Eye in time. If he was hit in a visual sharing state like before, then his body would definitely be affected. Yu could feel the oppressive aura of the top combat power. This time there are clearly 2 top combat powers, namely Zulu and Jai Wangchuan. He must be able to withstand these 2 powerful forces. Yu immediately decided to go back to the base. Even though the trip didn't go as expected, at least I got important information, so I didn't lose anything. On the other hand, MANHUA, who's the director of the Hanmo group, came and immediately became angry when he saw that Yu, the leader of the Wangji team, was not there and actually dared to leave work without permission. The board of directors had anticipated such a situation, and that was why they sent him to monitor. Unexpectedly, he discovered his first mistake as soon as he arrived. MANHUA will deduct the team points obtained by both teams. The shocked Liangxing immediately begged MANHUA not to do it. He reasoned that Yu just had a stomachache and went to the side to deal with it. Yu, who had just arrived, was confused about Liangxing's stomachache. The man immediately greeted Yu and immediately pretended to ask about the current condition of his stomach. Liangxing advised the man to pay attention to his diet next time before going on a quest next time. In his heart, he hoped that Yu wouldn't cause any trouble because otherwise, MANHUA would deduct the team points they had collected. Yu immediately understood, and with a stiff smile, he confirmed that he did indeed have a stomachache after eating last night. He even admitted that he had gone to the toilet several times that day. MANHUA was of course angry because of Yu's reckless actions. Moreover, the man could still smile even though the important quest was about to begin. He wondered how Yu could become the chairman. MANHUA also recalled how the Hanmo group had spent a lot of money to train Yu so that he could work for the Hanmo group instead of just going into the dungeon and getting paid just like that. Yu saw that what happened was a disadvantage of joining a large group like Hanmo. There were always one or two fat worms like MANHUA who were even in high positions. Meanwhile, those who struggle in the dungeon must submit to them. Yiwu immediately said that he realized his mistake. If MANHUA really wanted to punish him, Yiwu asked that only his points be deducted because what he did had nothing to do with other people. MANHUA thought about Yiwu's words and immediately disagreed. Yiwu was the team leader and naturally, if the team leader broke the rules it would be considered a team violation. MANHUA still insisted on deducting the team's points. Yiwu immediately understood that MANHUA was deliberately targeting him. The man was probably under Mokai's instructions. At that time, Lai Yesi came and immediately asked MANHUA to hand over Yiwu's matter to me. This certainly surprised Yiwu. MANHUA, seeing that Lai Yesi had spoken, had no choice but to let him handle Yiwu. He advised Lai Yesi not to take the child lightly. In the end, MANHUA excused himself and went to check out other mines. Of course, in his mind, MANHUA was very annoyed with Lai Yesi, who was the only engineering master in the group. If it weren't for his abilities, then he would be ignored. Plus, the man chose to be neutral and not take anyone's side. MANHUA was sure that if the young people trained by Mokai could become engineering masters, Lai Yesi would also soon meet his end. Lai Yesi greeted Yiwu and asked him to come with him because he had something he wanted to ask him. Yiwu agreed and in his heart, he could see Lai Yesi's strength. Even MANHUA immediately complied with just a few words. However, he became curious about Lai Yesi's purpose, until finally Yiwu was in the monitoring room of the main combat base. He could see many screens in the room. Yiwu immediately guessed that the previously unseen drone was also Lai Yesi's creation to monitor them. Lai Yesi praised Yiwu's cleverness, but he only carried out orders. He was just doing business but also didn't expect to find anything interesting. Lai Yesi admitted that he was a little surprised to see Yui's level 1 team being included in the dungeon, but now he was starting to understand. He didn't expect Yiwu to have such high engineering skills at such a young age. He could see from the mining robot made previously that Yiwu had probably reached the advanced level. Of course, the guards there were shocked and couldn't believe that Yiwu had advanced technical skills. For him, it was an impossible thing to do. Another man immediately reminded his colleague that Lai Yesi's judgment could not be wrong. That master will not make a mistake. However, he also didn't understand how a kid like Yiwu could reach such a high level. He wanted to know whether Yiwu had any talent. Yiwu couldn't help but laugh at their opinion. In his heart, he knew that he didn't have it at all. Yiwu finally said that he had found out. For him, Lai Yesi deserves to be the only engineering master in the group. He couldn't hide herself from his eyes. He wanted to know what Lai Yesi would do to him now. Lai Yesi certainly wouldn't do bad things to him, but he wanted to invite Yiwu. Lai Yesi was sure that Yiwu was a master of rare techniques. Therefore, being in a team would only slow down his pace. Lai Yesi suggested to Yiwu to disband the newly formed Wangyi team and come to his engineering department. Lai Yesi believes that with his ability, money, status, and fame, Yiwu will easily reach everyone. Yiwu immediately thanked Lai Yesi for his kindness, but he admitted that he was only interested in engineering and considered it a hobby and side job. He doesn't have high ideals. The guard who heard it was again surprised by Yiwu's words, saying that he only considered engineering as a hobby and a sideline, even though he was already at a high level. Yiwu seemed to be underestimating them and their technical abilities. Another guard said that Yiwu's remarks insulted the history of the technique that stretches back hundreds of years, even though countless engineering graduates are studying and hoping to progress. He immediately asked Yiwu to apologize. Yiwu immediately explained how they had all misunderstood. He did not look down on technique at all. On the contrary, he knew how important engineering was and he also respected all engineering scholars who were tireless like them. It's just that from his point of view, he would rather kill the enemy on the front lines than study at the back. Therefore he refused Lai Yesi's invitation. Lai Yesi immediately understood even though it was very regretful. He knew that everyone had their ambitions and he respected Yiwu's decision. He also added that Yiwu didn't need to think about deducting team points because he would take care of MANHUA. Yiwu immediately thanked him. However, Lai Yesi said that this assistance was not free at all. He would regard Yiwu as a debt of gratitude in the hope that one day, he would ask Yiwu for help when needed. Yiwu had thought that Lai Yesi was a cold and arrogant person, but the man turned out to be straightforward when facing him. Yiwu could only say that Lai Yesi had praised him too highly. He assured them that the man would do his best as long as he could if Lai Yesi needed something later. They finally agreed, until suddenly the alarm went off. Lai Yesi immediately asked everyone to calm down and report what happened. It turned out that it was Jai Wangchuan who wanted to convey an emergency to Lai Yesi. Lai Yesi was confused because as far as he knew, Jai Wangchuan was traveling to the Zerg Lair or Lost Temple at the center of the dungeon for investigation. Lai Yesi asked what happened to him. Jai Wangchuan said that the situation was very complicated and he asked Lai Yesi to look at it directly. They could see that a large number of Zerg troops had come out earlier than they expected. It was clear they wanted to kill all the team members at once. Lai Yesi immediately asked Jai Wangchuan to quickly return to the defense before the Zerg army attacked the base. However, Jai Wangchuan and the others will not return. The Zerg troops were seen leaving in all directions in various directions. So, they believed that their defensive nest was empty and it was the perfect opportunity to attack. Jai Wangchuan stated that they would not return to defense. He handed over the defense base to Lai Yesi while they would attack the Zerg nest. Lai Yesi of course warned that fighting was too risky. At this time even the repair work of the new base began. If the Mogong team wasn't there, then the base would be in trouble. He then immediately asked how much time was left until the Zerg army arrived at the base and Jai Wangchuan answered 4 hours. The guards who heard were of course shocked because, with their current progress and manpower, it was too late to organize the fortifications. He panicked because he was trapped. Moreover, this dangerous thing was not mentioned in the quest log at all. Other guards asked him to calm down then. However, the guard ran away and chose to return home. He advised everyone not to stay there too long. The man also collided with MANHUA at the time and MANHUA was shocked when the bullet penetrated the guard's head. Lai Yesi was furious because the engineering department did not need such cowards. If other guards acted like him, then he was sure they would also meet the same end. All the guards immediately understood. At that moment, Lai Yesi immediately asked MANHUA's purpose in coming to the engineering department. MANHUA was annoyed that the man still had time to ask. He should be the one asking what Lai Yesi had done in that critical situation. Just now all of Jai Wangchuan's communications were seen and they all knew that the Zerg army would come in 4 hours. Meanwhile, the engineering department just sat there. MANHUA asked Lai Yesi to move quickly to build the bull. He didn't want to die there at all. Lai Yesi casually said that he didn't need MANHUA to tell him what to do. He also advised MANHUA to hide in an underground defense bunker as soon as possible. After that, Lai Yesi immediately gave orders to the engineering department. He told everyone to get to work and finished all the forts within 3 hours. Everyone immediately carried out the order. From the bottom of his heart, Lai Yesi knew that even if he tried his best to complete the construction of the fortress for 3 hours, he could only withstand the same number of Zerg troops as before on the first attack. However, this time the number of Zerg troops was even much larger than before. Lai Yesi doubted they would be able to survive. Yiwu, who noticed Lai Yesi's expression, finally spoke. He knew that something more terrible happened this time. However, he had to add information that might make the situation more complicated. Yiwu revealed that previously when he left the quest, he went to investigate the Huangjang group base. He got secret information that the Huangjang group would also attack them when the Zerg army attacked. This means they will get 2 attacks at once. Of course, Lai Yesi was surprised to hear that. Lai Yesi confirmed that Huangjang's group would indeed attack them. If he looks at the past, he knows that this was indeed the strategy carried out by the group. However, Yiwu saw that the scale of the Zerg army's attack this time was much larger than before, so it should be difficult for the Huangjang group to defend itself. If they didn't attack the Zerg army, then their base would be affected as well. Lai Yesi revealed that this was not necessarily true because the Huangjang group base was behind their base. Even though the resources are less, they are very safe. Meanwhile, their base was in a place rich in resources, but closer to the Zerg nest. If you look at the direction of the Zerg attack, it will be the Hanmo team that will fight most of the Zerg troops for the Huangjang team. Therefore perhaps they will not move. Yiwu, who noticed the complicated situation, then asked if they should just retreat. They could withdraw from the dungeon and return after gathering more strength. Lai Yesi said that this couldn't be done because opening a large dungeon portal required a lot of energy. Just opening the door previously used up the stored energy. Lai Yesi said that currently, the portal is in the process of charging energy which will take up to 10 hours to complete. Therefore, they had no choice but to do a good job of maintaining safety. MANHUA, who heard it, could only get angry because he didn't want to die there. Even if everyone ends up dead, he wants to stay alive. He wanted to know what the engineering department did. For him, the group was completely useless and could only waste a lot of money. MANHUA also told Lai Yesi not to continue hiding in the back and asked him to go to the front row. MANHUA said that defending the fort was the responsibility of the engineering department. If Lai Yesi couldn't do that little thing, then it would be better if he died now. Lai Yesi asked the man to be quiet and slapped him. He immediately asked the guards to take the tired MANHUA to the underground bunker so he could rest. The guard immediately agreed. Lai Yesi is aware of the difficult task they are currently facing and he cannot promise anything. He could only say that as the commander of the base, he would never run away. He would survive until the last minute with everyone there and try his best to keep the base from being destroyed. The guards doubted they would be able to survive, but they also knew they had no choice but to fight. The problem was that they also didn't know how to do it because even the current built defenses couldn't withstand the previous attacks of the Zerg army. Moreover, this time there are more than before. Based on normal conditions, Lai Yesi confirmed it, but this time there were unusual variables. If the variable were real, then perhaps the situation could be reversed. Everyone wanted to know what variables Lai Yesi meant. The man then said that the variable was Yiwu. Yiwu was naturally confused. Lai Yesi added that Yiwu was a master of technique, which meant the chances of winning would increase. Of course, the guard was confused and didn't believe that Yiwu was a master technique. They were increasingly desperate because they believed they couldn't rely on Yiwu. Yiwu said that he really couldn't pretend anymore. He had indeed reached the level of engineering master. He immediately wanted to know what help he could provide Lai Yesi. The guards were even more incredulous because Yiwu claimed to be a master of techniques. They didn't believe there was such a young engineering master in that world. Lai Yesi, who didn't pay attention, asked Yiwu to go to the front line and set up a post in front of the base to deal with the Zerg army's attack. Lai Yesi asked him to set up as many posts as possible to reduce the number of invading Zerg troops. He wanted Yiwu to buy as much time as possible to defend their main base. Yiwu immediately concluded that Lai Yesi asked him to die, but if you were in the same position as that man, then Yiwu would do the same. However, the whole difficult situation was not offset by his kindness. Yiwu promised to do Lai Yesi's unreasonable request. However, of course, he wants to know what additional benefits he can get. Once again, the guards couldn't believe Yiwu still had time to think about profits at a time like that. To them, a person like Yiwu was simply not worthy of being an engineering master. They believed Yiwu would die just to take advantage. Yiwu casually said that he hated talking about morals the most. He was already willing to go out on a limb, so he still had to take advantage. After all, everyone is there for the profit too. None of them had come there just to volunteer to wipe out the Zerg army. The guards immediately fell silent. On the other hand, Lai Yesi asked Yiwu not to worry. If they managed to survive, it would provide extraordinary benefits. Lai Yesi even swore with the title of Hanlo Group Engineering Master that he would never break his promise. Yiwu believed it. Not waiting any more time, Yiwu will go to the front line. He asked Lai Yesi to immediately send the location of the post and relevant pictures for building defense. Lai Yesi immediately agreed. He would send resources from all over the base to Yiwu to help him build an outpost with all his strength. Lai Yesi left their fate in Yiwu's hands. In his heart, Yiwu didn't care about the fate of Lai Yesi and the others at all. He only did it all for the sake of the people he loved and nothing more. He immediately told Yanfei and the others about his plan. Luo Feng was naturally worried because Yiwu decided to go to the front lines alone, which was dangerous. Ru and Tianchen also didn't believe that Yiwu had to face the entire invasion of the Zerg army alone. At that time, Kiki wanted to know where Yiwu was because she wanted to go with him. But Yanfei immediately restrained him and said that they would be better off staying there. She knew her older sister would understand the consequences of her actions, but she did it for the safety of all of them. If they went along, it would only hinder Yiwu. Yiwu was quite relieved because Yanfei, his younger sister, knew him best. However, she asked her younger sister not to be too hysterical as if Yiwu would die. He asked everyone not to worry because he already had his plans. Yanfei finally calmed down and entrusted everything to Yiwu. Yiwu is confident that the Wangji team has a limitless future. They wouldn't be defeated by just such a problem. He asked all believers to submit the matter to him as chairman. Yiwu asked Nana for help this time to join him. Nana immediately left. Not long after, Yiwu and Nana arrived at the location appointed by Lai Yesi. Yiwu was quite satisfied seeing that the location was very suitable for building a post that relied on the natural barrier formed by the mountains on both sides. He just needed to block that intersection in the middle. Nana immediately confirmed. However, Yiwu thought about it further. He knew that the defense was only temporary. For those who were facing an absolute quantitative attack from the Zerg army, any strategy would be useless, especially since they were all afraid because of the lack of weapons. Therefore, Yiwu asked Nana what was the only way to go towards the invasion of the Zerg army. He asked Nana to lay all the mines and make sure they were installed. Yiwu wanted to give the Zerg a big surprise. Nana immediately got ready. He had received 58 spider mines that had increased in strength. Apart from that, Yiwu also asked Weiss to draw a master-level blueprint that could produce the most powerful weapons and the highest defense items. Weiss also prepared. Although Yiwu was not yet sure about how big the invasion of the Zerg army would be, he would do his best to prevent the Zerg army from getting past them. He immediately gave instructions to build a defense post within 3 hours before the Zerg troops attacked. Well, that's all for this discussion. If you are still curious about the previous part ended with Yiwu being asked to build a defensive fortress in the gap in the hill so that the Zerg monsters could not enter the zone. So whether Yiwu and Nana can stop the herd of monsters, let's start the story. Yiwu immediately carried out the first step of creating a defense post by building a resource transfer device from the rear base to the front lines. That area will be the core of entire posts. If the power source device is damaged, the weapon cannot be used again because it loses its energy supply. The second step is to build a defensive wall. However, since the simple city defensive walls could not withstand the ferocious attacks of the Zerg army, he added something there. Weiss combined the defensive wall with a shield generator and produced a level 80 shield defensive wall. The next step is the most important defense weapon, which is a self-defense weapon. He issued high mobility burst machine gun tower level 80, full range heavy artillery level 80, and highly concentrated magic crystal laser cannon level 80. After that, a warning appeared regarding resource consumption that was too fast and had even exceeded 50%. Meanwhile, in the control room, the guards were confused because Yiwu could consume so many resources at once. They suspected Yiwu of acting recklessly. The guards also immediately reported to Lai Yesi regarding Yiwu's power consumption. If this continues to happen, the defense formation of the main base will also be disrupted. Lai Yesi asked everyone not to restrict Yiwu. They only need to speed up the collection of resources to speed up progress and fully support Yiwu's needs. Deep in his heart, Lai Yesi knew that Yiwu's energy consumption was not due to being careless, but rather because he had modified the weapon's attributes and level, which caused excessive resource consumption. Lai Yesi, who was an engineering master, couldn't even perform that kind of transformation ability. On the other hand, Yiwu had completed his weapon. He couldn't make full use of the resources because he had to set aside resources for the main base. Nana, who was there, also acknowledged the greatness of Yiwu's defensive set. At that time, Yiwu saw that there were 30 minutes left before the invasion of the Zerg army. Yiwu used that time to defend himself. He then immediately called Chiam. Nana didn't know that Yiwu had a battle pet. That made it even more difficult to kill that person. On the other hand, Yiwu asked Weiss to immediately take a picture of a suitable transformation blueprint for Chiam. Weiss immediately said that Yiwu's current status is Crazy Moss, so the suitable transformation for Chahong is Mecha. A suitable drawing has also been found, namely a drawing of shocking metal skeleton armor, which is the drawing given to Mokir for Yiwu. Yiwu saw how the image had very good attributes and resistance. At first, he intended the image to be for humans, but it had to be changed. Weiss said that drawing would be easy for you. Yiwu gave the gift to Chihong and was also satisfied with the results of the transformation. Chihong became very sturdy and domineering. He felt more comfortable when he was with Chiang. Nana also praised, even though in her heart she said that metal creatures like that were everywhere. Even in their place of origin, such animals are not rare. Wasn't jealous of Yiwu's new equipment. Yiwu then called Nana because I was also going to repair the equipment. They had to be prepared to face a powerful enemy. Nana was very happy that she had her turn and immediately thanked Yiwu. In her heart, Nana tried to convince herself that even though Yiwu upgraded my equipment, she was still determined to kill Yiwu. After all, low-level creatures like humans would not be able to understand the power and beauty of machine life. I am actually a great mechanical queen capable of combining beauty and domination with endless life and a perfect body. Carbon-based life is nothing more than ants to me. Yiwu obviously wouldn't be able to see even a little of the mystery of the machine. At that time, Nana suddenly felt her body starting to get hot. Yiwu asked me to calm down because I was changing Nana's body. Nana was surprised to see that the armor and wings on my body felt so light and comfortable. I even felt like immediately starting to take out that limitless weapon. Yiwu asked Nana's opinion about the new appearance. Nana liked it and was grateful. Yiwu rubbed Nana's head and revealed that I was also happy. Nana for me is an important support that is very necessary. Inside, Nana was confused because my body felt warm. She thought she was experiencing overload. Next was Yiwu's turn. Previously, when studying at the academy, he knew that the Zerg's attributes were very diverse and it was almost impossible to restrain them. However, they all have the same features. The Zerg shell has a natural resistance to cold and only hot weapons can penetrate it and even cause an effective attack. According to the battle data submitted by Nana, when fighting millipedes, the Valkyrie's laser can cause very high damage to the monster. Obviously, both cases have the same principle. Yiwu saw a picture that Mokir gave him. Weiss wondered if, in the end, Yiwu would use the blueprint drawing. Yiwu didn't know yet how many resources would be needed to build. But I tried not to think about it and asked Weiss to build quickly. In the main defense, again a warning appears regarding instant resource consumption. Key basic resources are insufficient. The guards were curious about what Yiwu was actually doing until they saw the screen. Lai Yesi was very surprised to see such a cool mecha. Weiss said that the robot was very cool and worthy of being the mount of a dashing man like Yiwu. Hearing the praise, Yiwu agreed and I wanted to go up to try the robot even though I didn't know how to operate this mecha. Weiss asked the young man not to worry because he was by his side and would help the master control the robot. And since Weiss also Yiwu is consciously connected, then the young man only needs to react and judge consciously. The system notifies that identification is complete, and booting will begin immediately. Yiwu climbed into the wheelhouse and realized that the seat was comfortable. Weiss said that obviously because with his master's abilities and awareness, even if he personally controlled the mecha, it was at the level of an ace pilot. So Wise wants to make Yiwu not too weak when controlling the robot. Yiwu thanked Wise for all the arrangements that had been made. Suddenly Nana reported from outside that she felt a high energy response detected ahead and the Zerg army was about to approach. Yiwu realized that the time had come, so I asked Nana to project the image directly, so Yiwu can see that currently in front of him, many large monsters are starting to attack. While the system was calculating, due to the large number of Zerg, Yiwu had to wait for 2 minutes. Yiwu thought. Jai Wangchuan said that the number of Zerg invasions was much more than before. At first, this young man didn't know, but now it seems that the number of monsters is far beyond imagination. Yiwu started to doubt and asked in his heart, can I protect everyone? But swiftly, this young man grabbed the steering wheel and thought that now was not the time to hesitate because an attack was coming. Meanwhile, in the base monitoring room, there was quite a big shock. They thought that it was an earthquake, but Master Lai Yelsi said that it was a Zerg invasion that was approaching, and the resonance generated by their movement spread along the ground until it reached the base. The entire army started to worry because the number of monsters was too large to cause such a big shock. A member who was watching from outside the window realized that the Zerg was approaching. They were determined to fight to the death when they saw the arrival of so many monsters out there. Even so, the master still said that any member of his army who dared to escape would be punished very severely. Meanwhile, in another corner of the base, Yi Yunfei and the others looked worried. Yi Yunfei wondered whether her brother could resist the invasion of that many monsters. Liu Feng said that right now I can only trust Yiwu because all this time, the boss has always been a person full of miracles and has always managed to solve every problem. Even though he looked worried, Kiki also said that I also believed in Yiwu and was sure that the young man would definitely come back safely. Meanwhile, in the cockpit of the mecha robot, Yiwu realized that it was impossible to eliminate the group of monsters all at once, but at least the number of monster herds could be reduced as much as possible outside the defense gate. So they were determined to buy time so that the main base could build more defense facilities and reduce defense pressure. The system again notified that there were 30 seconds left before the Zerg invasion. The whole herd of monsters looked very violent and scary. Wise warns Yiwu that a herd of monsters has entered the shooting range, so does the master want to attack now? Yiwu asked them not to panic and let the defensive weapons attack first. He also had to wait until the monster herd was eliminated before they started attacking. But unexpectedly, Yiwu immediately bombarded the monster with quite powerful shots from his robot. Yiwu was determined that the first shot of this battle would be fired by him. The bullet, which was quite large in size, immediately rushed towards the horde of monsters and there was a very strong explosion. Yiwu Til was shocked by the power of such a powerful explosion and thought that the shot would definitely be able to destroy the herd of monsters and turn them into dust. The screams of monsters echoed in various places. They seemed to be screaming in pain because they had been hit by gunfire. Even so, the number of monsters is too much. Even the army commander saw that the number of monsters was greater than he thought. In the end, the giant shooting machine owned by Tower even took part in shooting the large herd of monsters. Members of the security forces who saw the monster herd being bombarded screamed with joy and thought that this was a truly great sight. They saw that the firepower of the machine gun in the tower was much higher than conventional systems. The squad members wondered how he could do that. Even so, the monster's HP had not decreased. Even a legendary monster called a serrated acid spider appeared and attacked intensively. The entire squad knew that the acid spat out by the monster was very corrosive and had a long reach. Even walls made of steel can be melted by the monster's acidic liquid. When everyone was panic-stricken, the sound of gunfire still echoed in the sky. They wondered if the acid from the monster could be blocked outside the tower walls. Or is it that what they see now is an energy shield? Even though as far as they knew their tower had no such function. And during transmission, the resource does not stop, so the shield value will continue to be restored. They think that the shield is very great, but even if it can be defended, the monster serrated acid spiders are already beyond the attack range of turrets and machine guns. So it is possible that the monster cannot cause effective damage. But suddenly the defensive weapons on top of the fort activated full-range heavy artillery, then fired an even more powerful attack than before. The entire army in the fort was in a happy pattern, seeing hundreds of scorched monsters with just one shot. Even though this skill has a low attack speed, the attack range and power are very powerful. Now it is the turn of the weapons on top of the tower to start preparing to deliver another attack called the Concentrated Magic Crystal Laser Cannon Highlight. Even with this attack, many Zerg monsters were immediately crushed into small pieces. If attacks like this continue, then they can definitely win. But the Master Lai Yelsi realized that the reality was not that simple. The system hadn't told them a specific number so far, which meant the number of monsters was more than they thought. But suddenly the system gave a warning and announced that it had detected the number of monsters. And based on the previous average number of Zerg, the number of monster invasions this time is 1000%. which means the number of invasions this time is 10 times the previous number. Send a security team consisting of adult men until they shake with fear and fall down with their legs weak. They wondered how there could be so many monsters. Even though the firepower from the main base was already very large, it turned out that it couldn't hold up at all. Some people had already given up hope and thought that they would be over any minute and would die in that place. The Master Lai Yelsi was silent because he realized that his previous estimate was 5 times, but he didn't know that it would actually reach 10 times. This mature man looked sad when he realized that they or even Yiwu, who was already fighting on the front lines, would not be able to help wipe out that many monsters. In the robot's cockpit, Yiwu had also heard reports of such a large number of monsters. He knew it wasn't that simple, but this amount really didn't make sense to him. Yiwu guessed that this was because the humans invaded the monsters' territory several times, so the monsters became restless and angry. But that's not important now, because what's important now is that there are many people behind his back, so this young man will not let those monsters pass. Even though Yiwu himself didn't know if he could do it and fought until the last minute, this young man still called Nana and the Crimson Comet into action and never returned without instructions. His 2 loyal followers immediately understood and obeyed their master's orders. Then the 3 of them together went forward to attack the huge herd of monsters. Explosions occurred everywhere and tens to hundreds of shells were fired by Yiwu's mecha. Even the red robot spun rapidly while continuing to shoot every monster that came at it, until he quickly succeeded in reducing the number of Zerg by 950%. And with help from Xiao Longlong, the number of monsters continued to decrease by 880%. The flying monsters felt a little calm because the humans were attacking land, and according to the monsters, humans did not have an advantage in the air. But what they never expected was that Yiwu had Nana, who could now fly with her new armor. Nana said that monsters don't have the right to say that they don't have superiority in the air because right now I can attack hundreds of monsters with just one flight. Nana thought that Yiwu was quite sensitive and knew how to make good air control equipment. But I will not give up on killing Yiwu. Mina thought, since the equipment given by Yiwu is so good, then I will postpone killing Yiwu, so Yiwu's death period will be slowed down. Because Nana was very enthusiastic about killing the disgusting insects I was facing now. The humanoid robot smiled with satisfaction when he was able to kill the surrounding monsters until 700% remained. But suddenly the system gave Yiwu a warning that the remaining ammunition was less than 30%. Wise also said that the amount of ammunition was not sufficient to destroy that many monsters, so I suggested to his master to better concentrate all the ammunition for the mecha's ultimate attack. Yiwu also agreed with Wise's idea. According to him, it is better to make a big one than to use a small one, so he left this attack to Wise. While Yiwu changed the attack pattern, he told Nana and the Crimson Comet to immediately retreat within a 1-kilometer radius in front of him because I would expand the attack. Quickly, the 2 creatures obeyed Yiwu. Yiwu directed the small AI robots to gather as much energy as possible in the middle of the monster herd, and then with one large explosion the number of Zerg monsters was reduced by 500%. The security forces who watched this fight thought that the big attack was indeed quite effective, but the name of the attack was not suitable. The system on the mecha robot informed Yiwu that there was 0% ammunition remaining. Yiwu said that since long-range weapons can no longer be used, now change to powerful melee weapons. Unexpectedly, this young man brought a very large hammer right into the middle of a herd of monsters and immediately blew up the monsters with just one attack. Yiwu gathered together with Nana and Crimson Comet, who were protecting him from behind. This young man said that they all had to stay where they were until all the monsters were gone. Several high-level troop commanders who saw the young man's performance were annoyed that a kid chose to stay on the front lines for their sake. Others looked annoyed because the monitor screen signal was starting to cut out. They suspected the monsters destroyed the resource transmission device of the outpost. Luo Feng also cursed angrily in his seat for not being strong enough to help Yiwu. Meanwhile, the 3 girls in the team could only pray for Yiwu's success, because they are also prohibited from going to the front lines and helping. Meanwhile, a team of security guards gathered their weapons to go to the front lines and help Yiwu. They weren't willing to let a young man endure such a large herd of monsters alone. They firmly said that they were also a high-level team and they couldn't let their level 1 brother block such an attack for them. Instead of just sitting and waiting for death, they thought it would be better to take action and fight to the end. However, Commander Lai Yelsi made an announcement via voice transmission that the base was currently in a state of emergency and closed, so no one is allowed to leave. They are expected to remain in their own area and wait for orders from the master. Master Lai Yelsi said that he was happy to see his troops' fearless fighting spirit, but they also had to understand the situation that if Yiwu couldn't even withstand the attack, then they could all die. So Commander Lai Yelsi asked everyone to return to their designated defensive positions and prepare to meet the enemy and not let Yiwu's efforts go to waste. While standing in front of the hologram screen which had now lost signal, Master Lai Yelsi thought that Yiwu had given them so many surprises with his extraordinary strength. If not for the excessive number of Zerg monsters, Master was confident that the young man could solve this problem alone. But now, Master Lai Yelsi, who was even the highest leader in the engineering division, felt embarrassed because he couldn't help the young man. Nana, who was still flying against the insect monsters, started to complain and get annoyed because there were too many bugs buzzing and annoying her ears. In fact, now Nana has lost so much HP that only 35% remains. The Crimson Comet was also starting to get overwhelmed because it was continuously being attacked by quite a large number of monsters until only 25% of its HP remained. Even though they had almost reached the end of their defense, fortunately, the number of Zerg monsters had been reduced by 300%. But unfortunately, Phantom Scarlet's damage had reached 98%. Yiwu started to get tired in the robot cockpit and asked himself, am I finally going to reach the limit? This young man realized that although the destructive power of the sledgehammer was quite extraordinary, it was melee after all, and the number of Zerg was not limited. Moreover, the data source transfer base has been destroyed. Most of the defensive weapons must have been destroyed too. Yiwu realized that when the Zerg could break through the last line of defense, they would head straight to the main base. According to Yiwu, the only way now was to open a Shadow King account. But this young man panicked because I didn't have much money left to open that King account. Even though the current situation is very painful, I don't care. Yiwu still wanted to open the system and change the account to Shadow King. But suddenly his intentions were cancelled when he suddenly saw snowflakes falling around his body. Yiwu was astonished and wondered how there could be snowflakes on the battlefield. Apparently from above the sky came down a large sword called the Sky Ice Cold Sword. Once the sword fell, it managed to destroy hundreds of Zerg monsters. On top of the sword was Miss Zulu, who was standing calmly. It seemed like Huanzhang's #1 leader had come to help Yiwu. Seeing the girl made Yiwu realize that she was the #1 fighting force of the Huanzhang group. Yiwu was surprised to see the girl's presence because he previously knew that the Huanzhang group was planning to attack his group. So he asked himself why Miss Zulu had come to help him now. From the top of her sword that soared into the sky, Miss Zulu said that Yiwu was very stupid for daring to face a Zerg attack on such a large scale alone. According to him, although courage is commendable, one should not act stupidly. But at this level of monsters, courage alone is not enough. Miss Zulu jumped off the sword and immediately released ice energy that made several monsters around her instantly freeze. Miss Zulu said that if the monsters wanted to eat her, then they could come straight to her. Miss Zulu smiled and said that she didn't mind being eaten by a fairly strong insect monster. But Miss Zulu cast a magic crystal and created a magic crystal big enough to summon the Devil Frost Goddess. The beautiful ice goddess descended from the sky and immediately blew out permafrost breath, which instantly froze hundreds of monsters. As it turns out, permafrost breath is the ultimate magic from the Frost Goddess. This skill can cause indiscriminate ice magic damage to enemies within a radius of 500 meters and provides a freeze effect for 1 minute. This skill will make the opponent unable to move, reduce HP continuously, and freeze. Because of this skill, the number of Zerg monsters is only 250% remaining. Yiwu realized that the Frost Goddess attack was random, so he had to quickly escape or he would be trapped and frozen. Yiwu immediately jumped onto the Crimson Comet's back and they jumped as far as they could to save themselves. In his heart, Yiwu realized that this woman was truly terrifying, because she didn't say anything and immediately attacked. Moreover, his attack directly eliminated a large number of Zerg. This young man wondered if was this the horror of a level 140 figure. Now the remaining Zerg monsters are only 200%. Even so, Yiwu was still sad because Zulu had destroyed his Scarlet Phantom. Yiwu hoped that the debt would be paid by Zulu. At this time, Miss Zulu took a short break by recovering with the help of a fairly large magic circle. But the bugs guessed that this woman was over because she ran out of strength. So the few remaining monsters immediately charged towards Miss Zulu. But suddenly a weapon crystal from ice was created and this beautiful woman said that she didn't just have one big attack. Miss Cu spun the blade of the giant sword until it instantly cut down hundreds of monsters around her. Now the number of Zerg monsters is only 150% remaining. Nana, who at that time was also focused on fighting hundreds of flying monsters around her, did not notice Miss Zulu's attack. The humanoid robot was almost cut by Miss Zulu's giant sword. Luckily, Yiwu arrived in time and blocked the sword's attack while hugging Nana. Yiwu asked the robot to be careful because even though he was concentrating on killing the enemy, he couldn't ignore the situation around him. Due to the attack from Miss Zulu's blade, Yiwu's HP dropped by 40%. Seeing Yiwu's agile movements, Miss Zulu thought that the young man was very agile because he dared to take the initiative to block his attack and did not die from the attack. Miss Zulu smiled broadly when she felt the aura from Yiwu's breath. This beautiful lady was sure that Yiwu was the figure who was peeking outside their team base earlier. Yu didn't expect he would be found out so soon. This was the expected ability of someone at level 140, and Yu boldly said that he had just almost been dragged down by an AoE from Miss Zulu's carelessness. But objectively, Miss Zulu's actions did help him, and Yu should still be grateful. Meanwhile, Nana was still stuck in Yu's arms. He didn't expect the young man he wanted to kill to save him and prioritized Nana's life over his own. Miss Zulu flew down towards Yu while saying that since the young man could see that his level was 140, then that meant Yu's actual level was not that far from him. But thanking people from the opposing camp can be seen as overconfident or stupid. When Miss Zulu arrived in front of him, Yu answered that he had different loves and hates. He did thank Miss Zulu, but he asked Miss Zulu to write down the debt because he had damaged his beloved mecha robot. Miss Zulu smiled at Yu very interestingly, because she had never met anyone who dared to talk to herself like that. Miss Zulu wanted to know how the young man was stalking her. But before that, Yu had to do one more thing, namely survive. When Yu looked behind Yu's back, immediately when this black-haired young man turned his head, he saw the level 110 Abyssal boss monster. Yu realized that when the number of Zergs rapidly decreased to 100%, the boss appeared. Yu wondered if this was Miss Zulu's purpose in helping him. Yu glanced at Miss Zulu while saying that this was truly a plan to kill two birds with one stone. This first is to intervene in advance to reduce the number of Zerg influx and to prevent misuse of the amount of energy Q inject. Secondly, Miss Zulu's attitude is to let the boss destroy the Hanmo base in the name of Zulu. So in Yu's opinion, there is no need for the girl to fight. If the Hanmo rejected it, Zulu could take advantage of it and come in again, in return for the greatest benefit for a very small price. Yu thinks, actually Zulu doesn't need to bother like this, because with Zulu's ability, it is not impossible to clear the Hanmo base alone. Miss Zulu replied that she doesn't care about the misuse of energy and boring group interest disputes because it makes her even more disgusted. Ms. Zulu said she did this only to explain to the group's senior management. But according to Miss Zulu, Yu is smarter than she thought. But the gap in strength cannot be made up by just a little cleverness. If Yu could survive this tragedy, she looked forward to the day when Yu came to collect the debt from him. Then after saying this, Miss Zulu's body slowly disappeared like smoke. Seeing the way Miss Zulu disappeared, Yu remembered the exact way her schoolmate, Zuhi, had disappeared. And this young man suddenly remembered that he had just met three girls surnamed Zu in a short time, namely Zuhi, Zulai, and Zulu. Yu wondered to himself, are the three of them related? But then this young man pushed aside the memories of the three beauties because he had to think about how to defeat the enormous boss monster in a short time. Otherwise, all the efforts he had put in previously would be in vain. Currently, the remaining number of Zerg is 100%. Yu realized the Zerg invasion had dropped to normal numbers. Yu wondered if the main base should be able to defend it. Yu thought he should focus his limited energy on fighting the monsters. However, the resource transfer base had been destroyed, and communication with the main base had been cut off beforehand, so it was estimated that the base did not know about the appearance of Zulu helping him clear the monsters. Yu thought he should return to the main base before the Zerg to report the battle situation so that everyone is ready to face the enemy. But seeing that the situation was very critical, Yu gave the remaining energy to Nana and told the robot to return to the main base as quickly as possible to inform Master Lai Yelsi about the battle situation on their side and help with the defense there. Nana was a little surprised when the wounds on her body healed completely. He realized Yu gave him his remaining resources. Yu firmly told Nana not to be in a daze and immediately go to the main base. So with lightning speed, Nana flew into the sky and went to the main base while thinking, would Yu fight alone against that boss monster? Nana hoped that Yu wouldn't die in that place because Nana wanted to be the one to kill the young man. Then Yu climbed onto the back of the Crimson Comet and the two of them went forward to fight the boss monster to defend this place and not let the boss monster break through any further. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the signal was still broken and they suspected the resource transfer base was destroyed. Currently, they only know that the remaining number of Zerg monsters is 359%. The guard troops thought that the number of monsters was still too many, but in their opinion, it was already very good, because Yu could reduce the number of monsters from 1000% to 350%. Even so, this number is still far beyond their defense. Meanwhile, Master Lai Yelsi thought it had been a long time since he lost contact with the front lines, but why didn't Yu return? Even though he had said to Yu before that if the young man couldn't survive, he should retreat as quickly as possible. In his opinion, compared to this old man's life, it was even more regrettable to lose a rising star with unlimited potential. But everything is not over yet, and the conclusion cannot be made yet. Master Lai Yelsi finally announced to everyone that now was not the time to give up. If there is someone lazy about working, then he will immediately kill that person. The entire squad swiftly answered firmly that they understood. Ruin Tianchen, who looked very worried, asked Yi Yunfei, has that girl contacted her older brother and gotten an answer from her older brother? Yi Yunfei answered he couldn't. Even with the special communication from the base, he still couldn't contact his big brother. Hearing this, Kiki cursed in annoyance because Yi Wu was working hard on the front lines alone, but they didn't even know the young man's situation. Even though he looked very worried, Yi Yunfei asked the others not to worry because his older brother would be fine. Yi Yunfei believed that his big brother couldn't possibly disappoint them. Luo Feng also said that he believed in Yi Wu. Luo Feng tried to calm the others down by saying that perhaps Yi Wu was currently cleaning up the remains of the defeated Zerg army, taking out the equipment and inspecting it. Yet in his heart, Luo Feng was also very worried about Yi Wu, who couldn't possibly survive the invasion of that many monsters. He saw that Yi Yunfei was more worried about boss Yi Wu's safety than anyone else, but the girl continued to pretend to be calm and comforted everyone. Luo Feng couldn't let him fight alone. While staring at the terrifying sight outside, Luo Feng thought, although what he wanted to do the most was kill the enemy side by side with Yi Wu on the front lines. Meanwhile, Nana was still flying quickly to the group's main base. It should be 5 minutes before the humanoid robot arrives at the main headquarters. But Nana instead thought about brushing the monsters first and getting more EXP points. So Nana suddenly stopped and thought that she didn't know why, but she had killed so many monsters before but still wasn't satisfied with the EXP points she got. After all, the place where he was fighting had now entered the effective communication range of the base. Nana thought about sending a message directly to the base later, as this didn't go against Yi Wu's orders. So with a big smile, this robot started throwing large missiles to attack the Zerg monsters that were coming at him. Yi laughed with satisfaction and said he would feel calm after brushing off the monsters. Nana laughed while continuing to fly because she harvested a lot of experience points. She wants to continue that efficiency. She hoped that this way he could surpass Yi Wu's true level and get rid of him straight away. But suddenly a golden Zerg monster flew lightning fast and cut off Nana's wings. Because of this, Nana's points were immediately reduced by 40%. Nana was a little shocked and in pain while wondering what happened. How could she possibly be attacked? The elite monster said small humans don't know how to live or die. Nana should have had a chance to escape, but she instead turned around to die. So the elite monster boss said he would make Nana's wish come true. Nana's body slowly fell because one of her wings had been destroyed. Nana cursed in her heart because she had to face an elite level 85 monster. Nana regretted her actions. She was so addicted to the sensation of killing monsters that she didn't even realize that an elite level monster like this was coming at her. When she fell, Nana thought about immediately sending a message to the base. Unfortunately, at that time, the elite level Golden Zerg was already standing in front of her raising their weapons, and was about to kill Nana. In his heart, the little robot asked Yi Wu for help because she didn't want to die now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Wu was still fighting with the Crimson Comet. Yi Wu thought the current strategy was to put a large number of Zerg in advance, and then Yi Wu would hold the boss and PK with him to get the boss and return to the base as soon as possible to help. Yi Wu realized that Shadow King was his only killing trump card, and the fusion quest would have to take time to do, plus it cost a lot of money and it wasn't a long-term solution. And now this young man had a bigger question in his head. He had killed so many Zerg before, but why didn't he complete the experience points and drop equipment? Is there a special mechanism, or did Yi Wu do it in vain? The abyssal monster's mum said that he admired the courage of Yi Wu, who was left alone to fight him, but the young man's strength was not enough to withstand him and was not even qualified to injure him in the slightest. Yi Wu replied that he didn't have time to talk nonsense with the boss monster. Yi Wu directly called the system to open a shadow account, but suddenly several level 95 monsters fell from the sky again. Yi Wu commented he wanted to destroy the boss monster Abyssal Mum. But why was it so difficult? Because there were too many obstacles. Yi Wu commented that even though this boss is very strong, he is still very careful. Yi Wu must deal with these 3 elite monsters before opening the Shadow King, otherwise the money may not be enough to use. This young man immediately took the Crimson Comet away to face the 3 elite monsters in the shortest time possible. Yi Wu raised his huge fire sword to brutally slash at the 3 brothers. This young man's attack was powerful enough to reduce the monster's HP by 20%. Even so, this young man was annoyed because he couldn't kill the monster in a matter of seconds. It seems that apart from reducing damage, Yi Wu's level cannot be suppressed anymore. Moreover, the monster tree brothers' sudden volume can happen in an instant. Yi Wu wondered if perhaps this was the meaning of the special elite monster, that the power of the 3 of them shared an HP volume and all of them had to be wiped out at once. While blocking the monster's attacks with his huge shield, Yi Wu called out the system and asked how many experience points he had at the moment, and can the EXP points increase Emperor Qian's account link level. The system replied that currently Emperor Qian's link level is 100, and at most it can be increased to 105. Yu Wu thinks that the points are very low even if the previous battle didn't use ESP points. Shouldn't the points be higher than that? The system replied that after one account's link level reaches level 100, the X points required for each level will increase several times, so Yu Wu is advised to open a new account. While continuing to attack the surrounding monsters, Yu Wu thought that he didn't believe in annoying mechs like this. According to him, a system like that is tantamount to killing him. Moreover, the Emperor Chicken account cannot cause destructive damage to bosses and elite monsters. The Shadow King's short bursts are not suitable for facing many powerful enemies at the same time. Yu Wu didn't want to waste time on a stage like this. Yu Wu suddenly remembered something. He still has that blueprint that catches his eye. When he got it, it was also given to Yu Wu by Mokir. It was very appropriate to use that weapon to finish off these 3 elite monsters now. Yu Wu immediately handed over the 3 twin monsters to the Crimson Comet, because this young man took 10 seconds to make the weapon. Then Yu Wu called Wise and asked the robot to build the weapons in his blueprint. Wise happily granted his master's request, then reminded Yu Wu that the young man should thank Miss Mokir again for the benefits she gave him from ancient iron. According to Wise, Miss Mokir understands men's desires. The weapon that Wise has to make is the BFGYNM3000. This is an ultimate weapon from another dimension. Although powerful, it cannot be produced by today's world technology. Even if the host can do it, please be careful to avoid inevitable casualties. The special feature of this robot is it ignores all defenses to reduce damage. The previous part ended with the battle between Yu Wu and the boss army. It wasn't over yet, and at that time Yu Wu didn't expect that even though the soldier's level wasn't very high, it turned out that the monster's skin was very hard. So how did Yu Wu deal with things? So, we start the story. While resisting the monster's attack, Yu Wu asked Wise how long would it take AI to make the weapon he wanted. Wise answered 30 seconds. Because this was an interdimensional ultimate weapon, it couldn't be done in an instant. And in these 30 seconds, Yu Wu must maintain the status of Moss account. Instantly, Yu Wu was shocked. Right now he has to survive with the Moss account, but the problem is that in front of him are 3 elite tree brother monsters who are pointing guns right at him. Yu Wu realized that Moss's account was not a fighting account at all, so it would be too difficult to fight 3 level 90 monsters that have an elite class. Fortunately, there were still many other good things in the description of Master that Miss Mokir gave Yu Wu. Finally, this young man was able to protect his body with a versatile drone that combines attack and defense. Now, Yu Wu could last for 30 seconds. Yu Wu realized although the drone's attack power was almost nothing, its advantage was in numbers. Even if it didn't kill the monster tree brother, it could annoy him. Now the drones are busy shooting and attacking the tree brother monsters, causing the 3 monsters to panic and lose up to 88% of their HP. Finally, Wise told Yu Wu that the weapon was finished. Yu Wu turned his head and immediately caught the big gun. Strangely, Yu Wu didn't feel at all bothered by the very large size of the weapon. This young man felt that the very large size of the weapon was able to give him a sense of security. Wise says it's true, because this was an interdimensional weapon. Not even the engineering masters of the current planes could create it. However, the downside is that due to the lack of production materials, it only has 3 bullets, which must be used with caution. But before Wise finished explaining, Yu Wu immediately used the weapon to attack the monster tree brother Zer. Unfortunately, the shot went off. Yu Wu was even surprised that his attack missed and wasted bullets. But suddenly a small black hole appeared from where Yu Wu shot the bullet. And in an instant, the tree brother Zerg was immediately sucked into the black hole and then they were destroyed by the black hole. Yu Wu and Wise were stunned to realize that the power of the weapon was so terrifying. With a dumbfounded face, Wise explained that this was what he wanted to say, that to maximize the power of the 3 bullets, there was another way. But now Yu Wu didn't need to be told because he had already seen the weapon's capabilities firsthand. Even though the power of the weapon is very powerful, the Abyssal Monster's mom still thinks that human technology like that has indeed developed, but bodily weakness is still something fatal. The monster gave Yu Wu quite a powerful attack until the young man's HP fell by 40%. Yu Wu realized that what the monster said was true because his human body was still quite weak compared to the monster's body, especially under Moss account status. Yu Wu asked Wise what other way to increase the power of that weapon. Wise replied, among the many crazy Moss titles, there is a title called, which can fully utilize the ability to use firearms and exert 200% of the power of weapons. Hearing this, Yu Wu didn't expect that the Moss King was also a marksman. Wise explained that it was supposed to be for making weapons. Researching and making various kinds of weapons and firearms is also Master Moss' main interest. Without wasting any more time, Yu Wu immediately asked the system to unlock the title Gun Master of the King of Moss. The system immediately unlocks the title by consuming 60,000 EXP points. Yu Wu argued although this title costs twice as much as the last Alchemy Master title, it is also more cost-effective than other methods. If these 2 shots fail to kill the boss, it's not too late to unlock the Shadow King again. so Yu directly confirmed to unlock. The system also congratulated Yu for unlocking the new title. The hidden mechanism is triggered by unlocking the title, and the Friends linked account is automatically unlocked. Yu realizes he has 2 skills at once, like buy one get one free. He thinks this is cool and Yu wants to immediately see what account it is. It's a spicy man skill, name and age unknown. This account will make the host proficient in all firearms, because this is a master account of battle and execution. His character is violent, extreme, and irritable, so he wanders alone in the universe. Gods hinder and kill gods, and Buddhas hinder and kill Buddhas. In a fit of rage, he destroyed a planet dominated by countless demons. After wandering onto the Moss home planet, the two become friends due to their similar craziness. Moss made many powerful weapons for him, making him even more unrivaled. Before Moss destroyed his world, he jumped into a space wormhole and has since disappeared. The system explains this account cannot be used independently, can only be used when is activated, but there are unknown negative effects, so the system hopes that this skill is used carefully. Yu was happy to get an account with such crazy abilities. Moreover, he is also a crazy and cool master, and he is a madman who destroys the world like Moss. As for the side effects, Yu didn't have time to worry about that. Because he had resisted the debuff of the Shadow King, he didn't believe there was anything more worrying than that. The most important thing for Yu now, he could explode the monsters in front of him. So immediately, Yu activated the Title Gun's master and changed to the Spicy Man account. At this moment, Yu suddenly felt a strange sensation inside him, namely the sensation of feeling crazy and horrified from within his soul that is too dominant. Now, Yu's body was clad in thick armor and equipped with terrifying weapons. This young man's eyes turned black and he had a terrifying expression. He said this killed all the demons in front of him. Without waiting any longer, Abyssal Mum immediately charged toward Yu, saying that she was fed up with humans using disgusting tools. But when the big, hard-skinned monster attacked Yu, this young man didn't feel any pain or just an itch. So Yu instead told the creature to attack him harder because he could still withstand the attack from the monster even though his HP had now reached 30%. Now, with one swing of his sword which resembled a giant saw, this young man managed to cut off one of the arms of the Abyssal Mum monster. This terrifying monster was even shocked and wondered what happened to the young man in front of him. Why did he suddenly seem to change into a different person? Yu retorted that with the size of the monster's brain, it was difficult for him to explain and understand what was happening. So he will immediately make the monster understand by attacking the Abyssal Mum monster's eyes with a large, sharp tree trunk. The moment the monster roared in pain, Yu jumped back and said that the monster didn't understand it even if he was enlightened. So Yu told the monster to go to hell immediately. The monster was still roaring and was now even more furious. Abyssal Mum prevented Yu from looking down on it, because after all, he is the leader of millions of Zerg monsters, so there's no way he doesn't have killing skills. Now, this monster's body turned red and gave off extremely terrifying energy when it was angry. Abyssal Mum said he is an advanced race that has evolved for 100 years. In his opinion, an ant like Yu couldn't kill him. Even though the monster was furious, Yu still fired the last 2 bullets which immediately created a black hole above the monster's body. Even though the situation was desperate, the monster still said that no matter how powerful the technology Yu used was, it thought it was an external thing. And according to him, only physical strength is the absolute answer. Even the monster told Yu to open his eyes and take a good look at the monster's perfectly hard body. Even the monster's hard body could block Yu's proud technological attacks. The body of the huge Abyssal Mum monster was indeed sucked into the 2 black holes, but it turned out that the giant monster was still able to survive and was not completely sucked into the black hole. Yu, who had already returned to his previous appearance, saw that the 2 black holes were unable to kill this boss monster. Wise answered that it wasn't Yu's fault, because they didn't expect that the boss monster could hang up. Even though this monster's HP had dropped to 20%, he could still say that Yu was the first human to succeed in making it like this. So the monster still challenged Yu and asked if the young man still had the copper to attack him again. Because if there wasn't, then now it would be the monster's turn to attack Yu. At this moment, the 2 of them were facing each other. Yu, who had already returned to his original appearance, realized that he had hit a bone that was extremely hard and difficult to break. This young man realized he needed to change his fighting tactics. Wise appeared and gave Yu advice to implement new tactics as quickly as possible because this monster was crazy. Yu knew about it. Even though the monster's HP only has 20% left, it's not a big problem. But the monster's life boom buff is what's annoying. Moreover, currently, the monster is entering angry mode up to 300%. Realizing that the blooming life buff could disappear, Yu realized that the buff would not last long. This way, Yu concluded he could easily kill the monster with. But just killing him here was a bit of a pity. To maximize boss points, Yu suddenly had a bold idea. Yu flew away, followed by the Abyssal Mum monster, which continued to get angry behind him. While flying, Yu said that he would not just stand stupidly and let the monster kill him. With a big smile, Yu enjoyed the sensation of being chased by the abyssal monster that was chasing him. As Yu flew back on his way to the base, he saw countless corpses of Zerg monsters on the road. Yu immediately suspected that Nana was the one fighting them. This young man immediately wondered why Nana did this and if she reported back to headquarters about their current condition. But suddenly Yu saw Nana unconscious with her body parts cut into pieces by several Zerg monsters around her. Yu finally took the little lowly robot and woke her up. Nana slowly opened her eyes and the little robot wondered what happened. Hadn't he been killed by the Zerg monsters? Nana was surprised to hear Yu's voice again. And when this lowly robot fully regained consciousness, she was shocked to see Yu already carrying her. Yu asked if Nana was awake. Yu looked worried as she asked how Nana could experience such a terrible thing. Luckily, the core in Nana's body wasn't destroyed, so the young man was able to repair it. Yu also advised Nana not to do things like that again for fun. Nana apologized worriedly. He was afraid that after this, behind Yu's gentle smile, he would be punished by his master by being beaten on the butt quite hard. But without Nana expecting, Yu said that it was okay. According to him, Nana is still a child, so being naughty is normal. After all, Nana had already sent information back to the base before she lost consciousness. Plus, Nana had already helped reduce the number of Zerg by around 20%. Yu even praised the little robot for doing a very good job. Nana was touched to be praised like that because she thought she would be blamed, but it turned out that the master comforted her very gently. Nana's body shook, and she cried while continuing to mumble thank you. Meanwhile, inside the security base, the squad members said that the information Yu's servant had sent contained the location of the Zerg army's invasion. Currently, the quantity information is being calculated. The results have come out and say that the number of Zerg remaining is 80%. Some security force members started to be optimistic because the monster only had 80% remaining. According to him, they still have a chance to survive and defeat the monster. They even praised Master Lai Yelsi's assessment of Yu who managed to wipe out such a large number of monsters. Master Lai Yelsi was silent. He thought the previous message was sent back by his mechanical servant, not from himself. Now the Zerg invasion is approaching the base, but Master Lai Yelsi has not seen it back. He was worried that Yu had already died. Finally, Master Lai Yelsi told everyone that although there are still 80% of the Zerg troops left, the defense of the main base is not weak because of the full support of the previous post. So, Yu's efforts should not be taken lightly and wasted. Everyone answered loudly in unison that they understood. Finally, it was announced to all the fighters that the Zerg army would arrive at the base in 1 minute. There are two important news now. The good news is that the number of Zerg has dropped to 80%, and the bad news is that the base's defense facilities are insufficient, and each team must prepare for hand-to-hand combat. Master Lai Yelsi shouted, announcing that the Zerg monster army would reach the base in 30 seconds. At this time, Ruin Tianchen looked very worried and began to ask if the monster army was getting closer. But why hadn't Yu and Nana returned yet? Ruin Tianchen was worried that they would fail this mission. But Kiki denied it and said that it was impossible because the young man had succeeded in reducing the number of monster troops from 1000% to 80%. So he thought they couldn't fall in this last attack. Yi Yunfei warned them not to think too much and to focus on the future, as they had to do their best to defend the main base and then wait for her brother to return, so that they don't let their brother's efforts go to waste. Luo Feng confirmed Yi Yunfei's words and asked his comrades to focus on the future and listen to his orders. Luo Feng said that he would withdraw the monster, while Yi Yunfei and Kiki would go out, and then Ruin Tianchen would be responsible for healing them all. Luo Feng knew that their levels weren't high, so he would target the low-level monsters while the others just had to follow his lead. With the 4-3 girls, they agreed to follow Luo Feng's orders as temporary leader. Right after Luo Feng finished speaking, the countdown ended and the gate opened. Right at that moment, the team of troops immediately attacked the monster in front of their gate with continuous fire. They tried not to be afraid and continued to advance, aided by counterfire from sophisticated devices on top of the fort. Some people screamed in panic because the walls of their base weren't protected by energy shields, so they wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Some leaders told troops to prioritize shooting explosive Zerg monsters so that the monsters would destroy their comrades. But suddenly an elite monster, giant top 60s level 75, appeared, which was not easy to get rid of. At a time when the atmosphere was getting more chaotic, the Fengyan team, which had an average level of 80, went to the front lines to protect the lower level troops so that they would not be injured by the Zerg monsters. The atmosphere was very chaotic. The gunfire occurred in all directions. On the other hand, the Wang's team managed to defeat a monster at a fairly high level thanks to their excellent teamwork. Luo Feng praised the good work of his entire team and said this was their battle rhythm. This blonde young man didn't expect them to do such a perfect job even though this was their first time working together. Luo Feng immediately invited all his team members to move and destroy the other monsters. Chairman Liang, who saw the actions of all members of the Wang's team, was unexpectedly shocked because the teamwork of these low-level children could exert extraordinary combat power. Ordinary people with an average level of 40, they would usually lose their fighting spirit long ago when they encountered a desperate and miserable battle situation. But what Chairman Liang didn't expect, Wang's team had something truly extraordinary. Chairman Liang finally approached Luo Feng and told the youngster not to push himself too hard. He would help them until Yu Wu came. Master Liang couldn't let them all play around and threaten their own lives. Master Liang invited them to follow him and fight coolly by his side. Of course, Luo Feng immediately followed the words of his senior, who of course already had a lot of experience in fighting. But suddenly a very large explosion fell right in front of them. Mr. Liang was shocked and asked what was that suddenly fell in front of them. It was a level 85 gold elite monster that had previously managed to defeat Nana. Seeing this elite monster made Master Liang immediately panic and ask Luo Feng to run away because fighting an elite monster like that was the same as risking their lives. But Luo Feng still didn't move from where he was standing and firmly said that he would restrain the monster to give Master Liang time to escape. Luo Feng even told his senior to help protect his friends. Luo Feng's words immediately made Master Liang panic. But the blonde youth still activated the shield, which was able to provide 30% domestic influence and block damage that tried to attack him. The golden bug monster commented that Luo Feng was just a very weak but brave human. He guessed that Luo Feng was one of the strongest warriors among humans, and to show his respect for those humans, he would immediately do his best to kill them. The elite bug monster immediately dealt an extremely powerful attack to Luo Feng. Luckily, the attack from the golden bug monster was blocked by Luo Feng. But even so, this young man's HP was reduced by 20%. The elite monster was a little surprised that a human could withstand its powerful blow and still not die. Luo Feng counterattacked the monster while saying even though he didn't know what happened, it was a small advantage if he wasn't killed by the elite monster. And if Luo Feng could take the chance to defeat those elite monsters, then he would make a lot of money. Unfortunately, Luo Feng's blow only reduced the monster's HP by 5%. The golden bug said that humans should not underestimate the fact that their defense and attack powers did not match the level of the Zerg monsters. Then the golden monster moved as fast as lightning, moving behind Luo Feng and preparing to deliver another powerful attack. At this point, Luo Feng apologized to Yu Wu in his heart, because he has tried his best. But even though he did not lack courage, it turned out that courage was meaningless in the face of such a huge gap in strength. Luo Feng surrendered before the elite monster's attack because he was still too weak to withstand it. But unexpectedly, Yulin's tornado attack succeeded in disturbing the elite monster and reducing its HP by 60%. Luckily, Luo Feng managed to dodge the tornado attack in time. Suddenly a man said, "Miss Mo really didn't hear her judgment wrong. Luo Feng actually had great awareness and courage. With these two traits, Mr. Lu Chenfeng and his team will support Luo Feng and his team to become stronger. So if the blonde youth died now, it would be a huge loss for their faction." Master Lu Chenfeng asked Luo Feng to hand over the elite monsters to you and his team, so that the blonde young man could rush to join his team members. According to Master Lu Chenfeng, those golden-colored bed bugs were just low-level bugs that they could take care of quickly. After that, Master Lu Chenfeng immediately ordered all Fengyan team members to get into attack formation. Meanwhile, Luo Feng was still amazed by the Fengyan team's abilities, namely Miss Mo Kier's elite team. Seeing the way the team fought made Luo Feng so amazed that he was stunned on the spot, because the ability of such a high-level team was really something to be expected from the combat strength of the three Hanmo groups, which had an average of level 85 members. So according to Luo Feng, the elite monsters that had a golden color should not be a problem for the Fengyan team. In a short time, the golden monster was reduced by 20% due to successive attacks from the Fengyan elite team. Then the next time the elite monster was blown up and destroyed with just one attack by Mr. Lu Chenfeng. Even casually, Master Lu Chenfeng said that he didn't want to have a one-on-one duel with the insect because he didn't want to waste his time with the insect. After destroying those elite-level gold monsters, Master Lu Chenfeng checked the killing rankings of the Zerg invasion, and realized that Xingba's team was still one level above them. But Master Lu Chenfeng was not too worried because there was currently no Mogong team at that place. Since their biggest rival is not there this time, they can get as many team points as possible and raise the team level. So Mr. Lu Chenfeng invited all his team members to continue killing the enemy with him if necessary, killing all the Zerg monsters in that place. Full of enthusiasm, all members of the Fengyan team immediately ran after their leader. Meanwhile, Ruin Tianchen and the other two girls scolded Luo Feng for going out alone to attack the monster. Even though they are friends, if they die then they will die together. Yi Yunfei even looked very worried about the blonde youth and said that if Luo Feng had an accident, then Yi Wu would never forgive them all. Luo Feng understood the concerns of his entire team, and as the interim leader, he wouldn't let his team members die along with him. Because of this, Luo Feng apologized to the three of them. But suddenly this young man received a communication request from someone. Currently, Master Lai Yelsi is watching the entire battle behind the hologram screen that is being held. The master received a report that the number of remaining monsters was only 8%, troop team casualties 50%, and the remaining base defense system is 30%. Meanwhile, the security team's core zone did not experience any losses. Hearing the system report made all the security force team members cheer happily because they managed to win and survive against the monster inflation. However, Master Lai Yelsi asked everyone to remain calm. Because the battle was not over yet, they were asked to remain alert for any unexpected situations that might arise. Then the master asked his members to immediately release the drone to scout the situation of the outpost. After the drone was activated on the front line, Master Lai Yelsi thought that Yiwu had truly sacrificed. So I at least want to find the young man's body. But suddenly the system gave a very loud warning because a high energy response was detected on the front line. And there were 60 seconds left for the enormous energy to reach their base. When everyone panics and asks what happened, they finally saw on the hologram screen the boss monster Abyssal Mum coming towards the main base while chasing Yiwu, who was carrying Nana. The security team members were shocked to see the boss monster going berserk even though it only had 20% HP left. They were also shocked to see the appearance of Yiwu, who was still alive. They were shocked and amazed to think that Yiwu had made the boss monster angry like this. Even though they appreciated everything the young man had done, they still hoped that Yiwu would not bring the rampaging boss monster to the main base. They were worried that Yiwu would lead the boss monster to destroy the main base. But it turned out that Yiwu just threw Nana's body on top of the base and asked the little robot to immediately join the others. Then Yiwu briefly waved at the team members and promised his colleagues that he would come back after finishing taking care of the boss monster Abyssal Mum. The entire Wang's team smiled happily while waving at the young man. They really saw that the team leader was still alive and even looked fit and healthy. Yiwu continued to float around the base of the Hanmo team's main base while thinking, because the base's defense wall was blocking the way. If Yiwu wanted to let the boss pass, he would have to sacrifice a part of the base's wall, and he would have to avoid the core buildings. Sure enough, the Abyssal Mum's body crashed into a small part of the building of the base before finally turning and returning to chase Yiwu. This black-haired young man realized that the walls of the base were as helpless as a piece of paper in front of the boss. Fortunately, Yiwu took control of the boss first, otherwise, the consequences would have been disastrous. Initially, the security team at the base was worried about seeing the boss monster going on a rampage, but it turned out that the boss monster completely ignored them and continued to chase Yiwu. They were surprised and asked what Yiwu had done to make the boss monster so angry with him. Meanwhile, Master Lai Yelsi, who was still standing in the main building and saw Yiwu's behavior, guessed that the young man definitely wanted to take the rampaging master in the direction he wanted. The master of this technique managed to shock Yiwu because the young man brought a rampaging boss monster toward the base of the Huangjang group. While flying towards the Huangjang group headquarters, Yiwu said the package delivery would soon arrive today, and he couldn't wait to see what kind of shocked expressions would appear on the Huangjang team members' faces after receiving such a big gift from him. The Huangjang team members laughed at the commotion and the tragedy that the Hanmo members had to face. They laughed loudly and hoped that the Hanmo group would really end this time. Moreover, coupled with the fact that their team leader went to finish off the boss in the abandoned temple, Miss Lang Yuan, who is the quest dungeon commander and director of the Huangjang group, appeared while asking, "What about Zulu's whereabouts? Why haven't you come back yet?" Even though Lang Yuan didn't let me go to the front lines before that person left instead. Unfortunately, Zulu was indeed capricious, and worrying. In front of everyone, Ling Yuan looked very worried that something untoward happened to Zulu. In fact, in her heart, Ling Yuan was very happy if Zulu was okay. Because Zulu was someone who had very high self-confidence, she often opposed Ling Yuan. Moreover, because of that bad personality, Miss Huangjang's group is left behind also doesn't like her. So if Zulu really got into trouble, then the norm would definitely add sparks to the group's board of directors, thereby nullifying his authority to attack the high-level world alone and strip him of his rank status. A player who is the leader of the Manhwa team, as well as the number 2 fighting force of the Huangjang group, named Hattie, gave information. From what he guessed about Master Zulu, he should have gone to the Lost Temple alone, otherwise the Zerg would not hold it for so long. Hearing Hattie's words made Ling Yuan surprised and asked, how could this happen? Why did Zulu fight the battle plan alone? Doesn't he know how dangerous it is? Hattie said that Master Zulu always acted alone and uncontrollably, but after all, she was so strong that they shouldn't have to worry. In her heart, Ling Yuan confirmed Hattie's words. Because Zulu was so strong, that one person managed to suppress the entire, preventing their achievements from becoming Huangjang's first fighting force. This frustrated Ling Yuan. but there was nothing the bespectacled girl could do. So I just have to level up the team as much as possible in this quest. No matter how strong Zulu is, ensure not to choose some strong boss. But for Ling Yuan, it is better for Zulu to die so that the team can take the opportunity to rise. In the end, Ling Yuan could only massage his temples and appear worried in front of so many people while saying that I couldn't do anything if Zulu didn't follow the rules. Then this girl asked Hattie, how long will it take for them to attack the Hanmo group base? Hattie briefly answered in 5 minutes. Hearing the heart's answer made Miss Ling Yuan scream and asked all her team members to be excited because they had to take this battle to hit the Hanmo group hard. And this will bring the Huangjang group to rise to the ranks of the 5 major powers in their country. Ling Yuan also said loudly that everyone present would be highly appreciated by the group and get a raise and promotion. Hearing their group leader's words, immediately all the squad members shouted enthusiastically to destroy the Hanmo group. But their cheers had to be stopped when suddenly their base shook violently. They were shocked by such strong shaking and wondered what happened. Just as they thought it was a sudden earthquake, a member ran in from the main gate and reported that a winged man was rushing towards their base with a rampaging boss monster. Hattie immediately grabbed the bald man by the collar and asked what he meant by saying, "Winged man." And shouldn't the boss monster attack the Hanmo group's base? How could the boss monster possibly get to their base that had been built in a hidden area? The bald man was extremely panicked and frightened under Hattie's pressure. With a face almost crying, the bald man said that he didn't know. He only saw a boy with wings in the distance leading a rampaging boss monster towards their base. Then suddenly the winged child disappeared. Finally, Hattie threw the bald man's body and thought, could it be that the young man was someone from the Hanmo group who deliberately brought the boss monster to their base? This man was surprised and wondered how this could happen. In his opinion, it is impossible for just one person to lure a boss monster like that. Hattie angrily ordered all team members to prepare to face the enemy. It was precisely at this moment that the boss monster Abyssal Mum hit their defensive wall and roared furiously for Yiwu to come out. The entire Huangjang team panicked when they saw such a huge boss monster coming to invade their place. The Abyssal Mum continued to roar and rage, saying that it was impossible for Yiwu to hide because I would burn the place to the ground so that I could find Yiwu's corpse. At this time, Ling Yuan told the rest of the team to run and retreat first because this boss monster was really crazy. If this situation continued, their base would be completely flattened by the monster. But Hattie asked several of his brave members not to panic and immediately stand up to defend their base. In his opinion, the boss monster's hatred is currently still in a confused state. So he told the tanker team to go endure the boss monster's hatred. Then Hattie told them to activate the full output, especially seeing that the boss monster only had 20% HP remaining. Hattie is confident that they can finish the battle with the boss monster in no time. All the surviving troops obeyed their leader. The Abyssal Mum continued to roar and rage. This monster asked everyone in front of him, are they friends of Yiwu? The monster said if they killed everyone in that place, he guessed Yiwu would appear soon. So the boss monster went on a rampage, causing chaos and killing anyone in front of him. The majority of the Huangjang group's team members were thrown into chaos by the monsters. Many victims fell from just one attack from the boss monster. Yiwu, who was watching them on the roof of the base, smiled slightly and thought that his opponent looked very satisfied with the gifts he had just delivered to them. However, this time Huangjang base had been completely destroyed by the boss. It was impossible to repair it, and their base could only be rebuilt. Yiwu knew that even though the boss's HP was only 20% left, it was enough to make them suffer a lot of losses. Now they didn't have the energy supply to attack the Hanmo base. He said this was what was called robbing a house. At first, Yiwu hesitated to carry out his plan if Zulu was at the base. If Zulu was at the base, the girl would handle the boss monster with 1 or 2 blows. Yiwu thought this time the battle was meaningless. Fortunately, Yiwu won the bet. Now that he waited for the boss's HP to drop below 5%, he would immediately carry out his final battle plan. Yiwu immediately jumped down from the roof with a big smile. Meanwhile, the team led by Hattie is still trying to survive while continuing to attack the boss monster, reducing the boss monster's HP to 6%. They were sure they would win this fight. Even though he had to fight as hard as possible, Hattie smiled with satisfaction. According to him, the Hanmo group people wanted to use the boss's hand to destroy the Huangjang group, but they made a fatal mistake. That is, the boss's HP volume should not be suppressed so low. No doubt, the Hanmo group gave the Huangjang group a great gift. Even though they also lost a lot of people, compared to the fall of the boss, the current casualties are nothing according to Hattie. So he smiled with satisfaction and was about to accept this great gift. But suddenly a bolt of lightning struck their base and a pool of red liquid that looked exactly like blood appeared all over the floor of their base. The entire team members panicked when they saw the dark red liquid approaching at high speed towards the boss monster. At first, they thought the red liquid was blood. But if they looked closely, the liquid looked more like a solid object that had self-awareness. Because the liquid was very strange in their eyes, the entire attack team of the Huangjang group was ordered to move aside and don't approach those strange things. Meanwhile, the boss monster laughed at the humans who stayed away just because of the red liquid like blood. The ghost monster thought that it was just a puddle of water, so it boldly stepped on the liquid. Unexpectedly, the red liquid turned into the faces of dozens of extremely terrifying monsters and immediately surrounded the body of the boss monster Abyssal Mum. Currently, the boss monster Abyssal Mum is immersed in the bloody hell skill. In the previous part, Yu took the boss monster to the secret place of Huangjang, but the guild leaders managed to reduce the boss monster's HP to 6%. And suddenly there is strange blood trying to absorb the boss monster. What happens next? Let's start. The boss monster Abyssal Mum roared in anger because a despicable human like Yu dared to use such underhanded tricks now. This monster boss vowed to kill Yu and everyone in that place. Seeing that the boss monster's HP was decreasing, Hattie panicked because he realized that someone wanted to snatch the boss monster in the middle of the fight. Hattie ordered all his members to concentrate their fire at all distances, because they have to kill the boss monster in a matter of seconds. All members of the Huangjang team confirmed Hattie's words because currently the boss monster only had 3% HP remaining. They are the ones who should get paid a small price for having fought so far, so they were determined not to let the fruits of their victory be taken by anyone. But strangely, the fire attacks and shots that were concentrated towards the monster could be absorbed by the red liquid surrounding the boss monster. Then slowly the boss monster's body sank into the red liquid that surrounded it until its HP was completely depleted with nothing left. Hattie shouted angrily when he saw that the boss monster had actually died at the hands of someone they didn't know. Their previous hard work to defeat the post monster was completely lost. Hattie cursed in annoyance several times and wondered who would dare steal the boss monster from them. Hattie shouted angrily as he ordered the person to come out and showed the bridge of his nose in front of him, or he will order his people to look for that person. Suddenly a giant monster arm appeared from the red liquid and prevented the Huangjang team members from looking for Yu. Then he clenched his huge fist as a warning that if they dared to look for Yu, they would immediately die in the terrifying red liquid. Even just with the explosion of that mysterious arm, they were all frightened and immediately protected their bodies with protective barriers. Finally, Ling Yuan asked everyone to remain silent and don't act rashly, because the opponent's moves were too strong and strange. They couldn't take bigger risks. If the boss monster was robbed, then this time they should just let it go because they still had more important quests to complete. In his heart, Ling Yuan was cursing because he had originally planned to attack the Hanmo group to show off his abilities, but he didn't expect this sudden attack. Ling Yuan again blamed Zulu for leaving the base without permission. According to this bespectacled girl, all the tragedies that happened in their base should be held accountable by Zulu. Slowly the system appeared notifying me that the 30-second countdown had ended and the Shadow King account fusion would soon be displayed. This battle took a total of 30 seconds and 30 million was deducted from the host's account. The host enters a broken soul state for 60 seconds as the effect of the Shadow King skill. While changing back to human form, Yu saw that the debuff was still there, but shortening it to 60 seconds was an acceptable range. It seemed like it was because Yu increased his basic attributes at the same time as he increased his Emperor Qian account, but the pain did not lessen at all. Fortunately, Yu had already given Team Huangjang and the others enough deterrence to make them not dare to double team. Now Yu will take advantage of these 60 seconds to see what good things are the drop boss monster, Abyssal Mum. The system appeared to congratulate Yu for successfully defeating the boss monster and entitled them to 10 million bonus money for killing the boss and 1 million experience points. Yu also received an item prize in the form of its sharp and large horns can easily cut steel and other hard objects and are the best material for making various large-scale individual weapons and siege weapons. There is also an item which is an indestructible half-body shield, like of life. The feature of this item is that, after being hit by an attack, there is a chance to cause damage to the enemy and restore the host's HP. There is also a skill book that can trigger lightning strikes and crack the ground, causing various types of stun and paralysis for 15 seconds. Initially, Yu was a little annoyed to only get those 3 pieces of equipment after fighting the boss monster for so long. Moreover, he had spent 30 million to use Shadow King. According to him, the gifts were not worth it. Unfortunately, Yu could only console himself with the excuse that he had foiled Huangjang's conspiracy. Suddenly, the system congratulated itself again because it had solved epic special events and notified you of the prizes obtained. Namely, getting the title, Yu was asked to choose. Either the system chose his squad or one of the troops chose him. The system also informed that Yu received the special epic event prize in the form of 80 million in cash and 8 million experience points as well as a level 100 treasure chest. Now Yu could only smile broadly when he realized that the real prize was at the end. Yu wondered if he had to kill the boss to complete. Yu just said that he killed so many Zergs before. Why didn't he drop equipment and experience points? It turned out to be all finished. So this is what is called a special event mechanism. This way, even if Yu Wu followed the group's half payment rule, Yu Wu could make a small profit. Now he just needs to wait until the debuff is over, then return to the base to meet Yunfei and the others. The security team members of the Hanmo group were very happy that the terrible monster invasion was finally over. Rather than busy gossiping outside the fortifications, Master Lai Yelsi asked them to clean up the corpses of all the Zerg monsters that were spread around the walls of the base. Obediently, all members immediately carried out the master's orders. While looking at the sky in the distance, Master Lai Yelsi thought the number of remaining Zerg invasions had returned to 0 before, which meant that the boss had also been killed, but Master Lai Yelsi wondered who killed him. Master Lai Yelsi believes that Yu Wu must have full confidence in killing the boss. Otherwise, it would be easy to give the boss to the Huanzhen group. This is when the master realized that Yu Wu was not an ordinary child. Because he had read many people in his life, but he had never met someone like Yu Wu. Suddenly, Yu Wu landed at Master Lai Yelsi's side and immediately asked if they were all okay. The entire Yu Wu team immediately hugged him because they were very happy that the young man had returned safely. Yu Wu was a little confused and asked them all to let me go first. Luo Feng congratulated this young man on his victorious return. The two of them exchanged punches playfully to form support for fellow men. Master Lai Yelsi approached Yu Wu and said that the young man had saved the entire base. Everyone owed Yu Wu a debt of gratitude, and Master Lai Yelsi owed him even more. Yu Wu asked the master to stop saying that. According to Yu Wu, everyone fought bloody battles for the same goal, and no one owed anything to anybody. Yu Wu said it was true, he killed the boss monster before, and Yu Wu received the reward for this special Zerg invasion event. According to company regulations, Yu Wu had to pay half. So this young man asked, to whom should he pay half? The fat director who appeared at the scene immediately said that Yu Wu didn't need to pay, because it all belonged to Yu Wu. The fat director also said that no matter how much Yu Wu earned, it wasn't enough to reward him for saving the director's life either. As the director of the Hanmo group, he also has the right to make decisions for the group. The fat director instead asked Yu Wu to be his personal bodyguard. If Yu Wu was willing, then he was free to set the price or whatever. But Yu Wu immediately rejected the offer because he reasoned that he was very busy and didn't have time. Suddenly, the leader of the Mogong team, Jai Wangchuan, sent a video communication from the front line. Jai Wangchuan asked, is the communication finally working? Jai Wangchuan guessed they had successfully defended this massive Zerg invasion. Master Lai Yelsi answered correctly. Even though they almost lost heavily, they were able to survive. And the master said that their victory was because of Yu Wu who stood by his side. But Yu Wu still denied it and said, this victory was thanks to everyone. Yu Wu couldn't do it without the support of everyone's resources. Suddenly Manhua appeared on the hologram screen and looked very happy to hear Yu Wu's victory. The big man excitedly said that he believed that Yu Wu would definitely be able to do it. But Jai Wangchuan said that it was far from time to celebrate victory because although the problem of the Zerg monster invasion had been resolved, a new problem had emerged, and this problem from the quest point of view was more difficult than the Zerg invasion. Outside the Lost Temple, the entire Mogong team looked confused. Jai Wangchuan told Master Lai Yelsi that although they had completely cleared the Zerg outside the temple, they were facing a very difficult problem. The siege weapons they carried could not penetrate the temple gates, until there was only one ammunition left in the siege weapons. A large robot fires large ammunition at the gate of the temple. Jai Wangchuan explained, if nothing else, it would be the same as their previous 29-round attack. Their shots or attacks are blocked by the gate, and the gate regenerates automatically. Jai Wangchuan saw that the temple seemed to have life, with super high defense and self-healing ability completely beyond their imagination. Because this was their first time having a close encounter with the temple, and we didn't know its characteristics, which caused them to underestimate the temple's defense, until finally unable to break into the temple. Yu Wu, who saw the Mogong team struggle from the hologram screen, saw that the temple was indeed extraordinary. The defensive and self-healing features were more incomprehensible than the shield wall he had renovated previously. A monster that was seriously injured still managed to curse at Jai Wangchuan. The monster said that Jai Wangchuan and his friends were stupid because he had said several times that the weapons that Jai Wangchuan carried were not good. If they wanted to break through their temple gates, then Jai Wangchuan would have to turn into a bigger man. If not, they might as well just give up, because there's no point other than being their target for fun. Then the monster shot acid right at Jai Wangchuan and his colleagues, but casually they created a barrier and didn't respond to the monster's chatter. Jai Wangchuan explained that although they tried their best to pass the gate and forced entry, they still had to maintain their physical strength and equipment for the next few boss battles. Therefore, Jai Wangchuan had Master Lai Yelsi send stronger siege weapons to the front lines to help break down the temple gates. Master Lai Yelsi replied the siege weapon that Jai Wangchuan brought was already the strongest siege weapon of the Hanmo group. Even if the numbers could be used to make up for the lack of firepower, the base had just experienced a deadly battle and resources were exhausted, so they couldn't support the huge consumption of building a base again. Before Master Lai Yelsi had finished explaining, Jai Wangchuan interrupted by saying that he doesn't care about the process. What matters is the results. No matter what method Master Lai Yelsi uses, Jai Wangchuan demands that Master Lai Yelsi send a sufficient number of weapons to Jai Wangchuan within the specified time, otherwise, the entire base will be held accountable. And Lai Yelsi, as Master of Engineering Group, is the first person in charge. So Jai Wangchuan warned Master Lai Yelsi, so you know the consequences. The technical team members immediately became angry and cursed when they heard Jai Wangchuan's words, which deliberately embarrassed them and Master Lai Yelsi. Even though they had just gone through a life and death battle, they couldn't do what Jai Wangchuan asked them to do in such a short time. At this moment, Yu Wu frowned in annoyance and thought that Jai Wangchuan was indeed cruel and domineering because he was very cruel towards its members alone. Yu Wu approached Master Lai Yelsi, who had ended communication with Jai Wangchuan. He asked politely if Master Lai Yelsi had found a solution to this problem. Master Lai Yelsi replied the current situation has exceeded all his imagination. Currently, Master Lai Yelsi could only follow step by step, speeding up the collection of resources and building as many siege weapons as possible. Yu Wu said it was definitely not enough and took up a lot of time. He was worried that his master's title would be threatened. Master Lai Yelsi said it's too late to do it. It wasn't just about his title as an engineering master, however, the entire dungeon quest would fail because of this. After all, everyone has experienced life and death to reach this level, and they should not let go of all their achievements. Yu Wu thought, beyond his expectations, that Master Lai Yelsi, who looked stern and inhuman, could still have such an amazing overall situation and skill. Finally, Yu Wu smiled and said that if there was really no other way, he had a bold idea. Master Lai Yelsi was shocked to hear Yu Wu's words. Liu Feng, who also heard Yu Wu's words, smiled broadly and said that if his boss had said those words, then he would definitely be able to do something extraordinary. Meanwhile, in front of the Lost Temple, Wan Hao tries to remind Jai Wangchuan that he has been too harsh on Master Lai Yelsi, because at the appointed time, Lai Yelsi could not complete the task as Jai Wangchuan asked. With a flat, expressionless face and a cold tone, Jai Wangchuan said that he understood the current situation. But of course, he also knew that Master Lai Yelsi would not be able to fulfill his request. Well, at this time Wan Hao smiled again and enthusiastically said that he understood that Jai Wangchuan seemed to be talking to Master Lai Yelsi on the surface. But in fact, the master was telling Yu Wu, because Jai Wangchuan wanted to find out the true strength of their junior. Jai Wangchuan fell silent as the answer confirmed Wan Hao's guess. Jai Wangchuan thought that if he suppressed Yu Wu directly, he might recognize the boss and hide himself. Only by tying it to collective emotions and interests can they discover its true power. Then yesterday when Jai Wangchuan shook hands with Yu Wu, he tried to use his detection ability to peek at Yu Wu's true strength, but he was blocked by an unknown force, which made him feel like a small existence as if he was in the vast universe. Even though it was just an illusion, that's enough to prove that Yu Wu is hiding a big secret. Wan Hao laughed heartily when he found out that their chairman was also jealous of Yu Wu. Wan Hao laughed with satisfaction because it seemed like he really didn't see this Yu Wu wrongly. But no matter how tense this battle is, at least from the outside point of view it is the same. So, what we have to pay attention to now is someone who has been watching the show in the background. Brother, the rumored Miss Huangjang is Zulu. Wan Hao pointed at Zulu, who was sitting casually on the ice throne that she created herself. Wan Hao boldly said, "Hey, beautiful lady Huangjang level 140. Don't keep watching the show. Why don't they join forces to break down this gate?" Miss Zulu smiled mockingly at Wan Hao. Then she said, "Aren't you the most powerful Mogong team in the Hanmo group? Is this all they are capable of?" This show was so boring that Zulu almost fell asleep. Annoyed by the woman's words, Wan Hao told Zulu not to be arrogant. Even though your level is very high, Wan Hao still challenges Zulu to come before them if that woman has the ability. The 6 of them will definitely be able to take down Zulu. Song Yingxiao asked Wan Hao not to be impulsive, and not to provoke the woman who was rumored to have cleared a level 100 dungeon alone. Jai Wangchuan also asked Wan Hao not to be impulsive, because their goal is to complete the quest according to the goals that have been set first. Wan Hao said it is still inconvenient to leave hidden dangers behind Jai Wangchuan. He was worried that Zulu had a dozen knives behind his back. Her flashy appearance showed that she didn't take them seriously. Wan Hao knew that Zulu couldn't possibly attack them rashly, which meant that she couldn't break through the temple gate alone. Jai Wangchuan thought the moment they broke through the temple gates, it would be time to officially fight with Jai Wangchuan. Now, what he cared most about was how he would solve the problem he had given him. Suddenly everyone outside the temple panicked, because the ground beneath their feet was shaking very strongly. Wan Hao suspected that it was another Zerg invasion. But Song Ying-xiao said it was impossible for this to be a monster invasion because the previous Zerg invasion obviously used up all the monster resources and it was impossible for them to recover in such a short time. Suddenly, a tanker from the Mogong team who was watching from above shouted to report to Jai Wangchuan that a large number of unknown objects were approaching at high speed on the horizon in the distance. It is estimated that there are still 60 seconds to reach the battlefield. Hearing the report from the tanker, Wan Hao guessed that the large number of unknown objects meant it was not Zerg. Jai Wangchuan said that it was definitely not a Zerg monster because the direction the object came from was towards the base. Hearing Jai Wangchuan's words, Wan Hao immediately guessed it was Yi Wu. That's right. In the distance, Yi Wu flew very quickly and apologized for making them wait. With a big smile, Yi Wu said that he had come to bring warmth to the entire Mogong team. When their distance was getting closer, it was clear that behind Yi Wu there were hundreds of large robots called to run away from explosions. The entire Mogong team was shocked to see so many mining machines. They were wondering what Yi Wu had done to be able to create so many machines. Yi Wu answered simply that you want to place all the main bases and firepower in front of the entrance of the Zerg temple. Wan Hao said, do Yi Wu want to repair the main base in front of the Zerg nest? Because the weapons the young man carried were too excessive, even Wan Hao had never seen this kind of situation. Yi Wu said as long as the speed of resource gathering could keep up then he could do anything. He purposely rebuilt all the mining machines in the main base to help Mogong's team. Wan Hao laughed with satisfaction when he saw the appearance of his senior. In his opinion, this was truly more than expected from a Yi Wu, because the young man always managed to surprise him no matter what Yi Wu did. Wan Hao said enthusiastically that he would always support Yi Wu. Meanwhile, Jai Wangchuan said that this kind of assassination operation was unlikely to succeed and was a waste of time and a waste of resources. But if Yi Wu and Wan Hao wanted to commit suicide then he could help them to do it. Lai Xing saw Yi Wu immediately and said, it seems that the boy brought so many mining machines modified with explosives. It seemed like he was also a person who kept steel armor on his body, so he wanted to get along with Yi Wu. Leia immediately argued that people who can get along with Lai Xing must be people with brains of steel. Most of them have brains of steel too, so maybe that tactic will work. Jai Wangchuan thought Yi Wu was acting recklessly. He wondered to himself, did the young man have a problem with his brain, or was he too confident? But in the end, Jai Wangchuan said, they came much earlier than I thought, but where are the siege weapons that Jai Wangchuan wanted? Jai Wangchuan looked annoyed that Lei Yesi, as the group's engineering master, dared to rely on a hairy boy at a critical moment like this. Yi Wu approached and confidently said that his plan should not fail. Master Lai Yelsi said he believed in his judgment and would be responsible for his own decisions. So now Jai Wangchuan just needs to let Yi Wu be. Wan Hao then asked what Yi Wu's real plan was. Yi Wu replied he thought it was better to push the base to the front line rather than collect resources in the barren mines of the main base in the rear. As quickly as possible, Yi Wu explained his plan. Yi Wu asked them to continue to speed up the pace of development and he would face hidden dangers behind the scenes. Yi Wu also had all the troops mine and maximum power output, and provided him with resources to the limit in a short time. Master Lai Yelsi also ordered all his troops to immediately begin the construction of bases and resource transfer sites. The master had his members abandon the defensive facilities and go full output. Just as everyone was focusing on breaking through the temple walls, Jai Wangchuan walked past Yi Wu. The young man immediately said that his seniors did not need to worry because they would complete the task he had given them within the specified time. Jai Wangchuan replied, on the surface everything seemed to be well planned, but it was hoped that the final result would not disappoint. Yi Wu walked closer to the temple wall. A worried Wan Hao shouted as he asked what his junior wanted to do. Wan Hao told Yi Wu to come back immediately, because going further and entering the range of leather defense weapons was very dangerous. That corrosive acid is no joke. But Yi Wu smiled and waved to his senior while telling Wan Hao not to worry. Yi Wu explained that he only wanted to look outside and not go in too deep. But still, Yi Wu received acid fire attacks from dozens of terrifying monsters on top of the temple. Yi Wu immediately created a wall of fire to avoid the acid attack from the monsters. Amidst the wall of fire surrounding him, Yi Wu asked the monsters to don't be nervous because he just came to see. Yi Wu looked at the temple walls more closely. He thought, originally, that this temple's defense and self-healing ability were very strange, but now he can be sure that this temple has life. Although it was still impossible to judge what it was, according to the characteristics of the Zerg nest, most of the main body grew underground. Yi Wu immediately asked Wise, did he have a blueprint for an underground detector or something? Wise answered that it was a ground-penetrating probe device previously given by Master Lei Yelsi to detect underground mines. It can be modified and added with several functions, and can be used to detect underground areas of the temple. So Yi Wu immediately asked Wise to take the time to change the blueprint. Before that, Wise said something else that he had not had time to report to Yiwu before. So ever since they came to the dungeon, Wise had spent a lot of time scanning and evaluating the entire place, and found that the dungeon was suitable for building a fortress. So the dungeon received a 5-star rating from Wise to be used as a fortress. Instantly, Yiwu was stunned beyond belief. He was surprised that the dungeon full of monsters got a 5-star rating, even though the dungeon with beautiful views only got a 3.5-star rating. So Yiwu asked Wise to explain what the reason was. Wise explained that the advantages of the dungeon have the following 3 points. Firstly, the dungeon area is quite large but the terrain is not undulating, and there are mostly plains, which is suitable for large-scale fortress expansion. The second point, the climate is stable, the temperature is moderate, and large-scale natural disasters rarely occur. The third point is the most important point, namely that the content of high-level magic crystals is quite abundant and will greatly meet the resource requirements for building a fortress. But the disadvantage is that the number of Zerg is very large. Apart from the Zerg gathered in the central temple, there are many wild factions scattered throughout the dungeon. And secondly, it is very difficult to gain control of the dungeon. 2 large factions competed for his dungeon. It was almost impossible for the master to occupy it alone. Yiwu replied, "It's okay, there are always more ways than difficulties, as long as the 5-star fit standard remains unchanged, so they will work hard to achieve this goal if it is achieved." Quickly, the underground matrix wave detector was completed. A huge drill stood before Yiwu. Manhwa was amazed to see a device as tall as a building and said that Yiwu had come with something very amazing like that. Master Lai Yelsi realized the device was the probe he had given to detect the mine before, but he realized Yiwu had overhauled it. Would Yiwu use it to investigate the underground part of the temple? Yiwu confirmed Master Lai Yelsi's conjecture. He said the temple was very mysterious, and although there was no way to know the specific internal situation, at least they had to understand all the places that could be explored from the outside. Manhwa laughed with satisfaction when he heard Yiwu's words. He didn't expect that Yiwu, who looked reckless, was so careful. Yiwu responded to Manhwa's words with a chuckle. Yiwu said that he was famous for being careful, but he didn't expect that he didn't have a good impression. The underground matrix wave detector started working. The detection data has been sent back, and a 3D space model is being created based on the data. Currently, the rendering process is loading. When finally 100% of the process is complete, the appearance of the Lost Temple can now be seen by everyone. Now Yiwu could see the underground appearance of the Lost Temple. So it turns out that the Lost Temple was a giant Zerg monster of immeasurable size. Even the size of the Zerg monster was beyond human understanding. But strangely, there was a red substance under the Zerg monster. They were amazed and asked what exactly was the red substance in the middle. It was the red substance that provided the giant Zerg with its resources. Manhwa said, "Does that mean they have to enter the body of that huge Zerg monster to fight the boss?" Manhwa immediately became nauseous and almost vomited when he thought about that. But Jai Wangchuan said it wasn't something to think about now. The most important thing now was that if they couldn't break the connection between the energy core and the body of the Zerg monster, then the monster would probably continue to regenerate indefinitely so that they couldn't break the defense at all. So this is a very troublesome job. Meanwhile, Yiwu thought that the energy core was a big surprise to him. Yiwu guessed that perhaps the main reason the dungeon had 5-star compatibility was because of the existence of the energy core. Jai Wangchuan asked Master Lai Yelsi to find a way to sever the connection between the temple and the energy core. Master Lai Yelsi apologized, because breaking through the temple gate with the existing technology and equipment group was already the limit, and there was no hope of severing the energy core buried in the ground. Jai Wangchuan glanced at Yiwu and asked, was there any other means that the young man had? Since Yiwu was able to explore the secrets under the temple, Jai Wangchuan believed Yiwu had a follow-up plan. Yiwu replied that Jai Wangchuan too underestimated the question mark level temple. Yiwu estimated the temple was at least level 200, so what could Yiwu do? Jai Wangchuan immediately looked away and said apparently he had overestimated his assessment of Yiwu, so he told Yiwu to just forget about his request. Now concentrate on breaking through the gate. But they don't have much time left. If Yiwu can't do it, then the young man must know the seriousness of the consequences. Yiwu just smiled at Jai Wangchuan's threat. According to Yiwu, that threat would not work. If Jai Wangchuan wanted to punish him, then Jai Wangchuan would come personally instead of saying it in public like this, as if he was going through the motions to handle various things. Wise, who had been witnessing Jai Wangchuan's attitude, immediately came out and cursed in annoyance while telling Jai Wangchuan to leave immediately. Wise said that with the master's ability, as long as it takes a lot of resources to make a powerful bomb and send it underground, it can detonate the energy core and cut off the connection with the temple. Yiwu asked Wise to remain calm, and if they detonate the energy core, maybe the entire dungeon will explode. Don't say they can't do it themselves. After all, Yiwu also wants to prevent other people from getting that energy core. Yu Wu said that the energy core was an important energy source for Yu Wu's 5-star fortress, so the energy core is a treasure that must be protected. Yu Wu then said to Master Lai Yelsi that although the temple gate had a regeneration function, according to Yu Wu's observations, it would take time to regenerate, and if they overloaded the output with maximum firepower, it would not regenerate in time. Master Lai Yelsi also said that it was the only way. But is their firepower enough? Yu Wu replied, although it was not enough, Wang Chun's Master Jai had given the death order. No matter what he said, Yu Wu would not let his efforts go to waste, let alone let Master Lai Yelsi lose his title. Master Lai Yelsi thanked Yu Wu, but Master Lai Yelsi said that in his opinion, Yu Wu was more suitable than him to be a technique master. Yu Wu was shocked to hear the master's words and asked Master Lai Yelsi not to make fun of him. But Master Lai Yelsi said that he was not joking. He only realized his shortcomings after seeing Yu Wu's abilities. Even Master Lai Yelsi felt that he was no match for Yu Wu's abilities. Yu Wu said that Master Lai Yelsi spoke too highly of him. Yu Wu even said that although he was a little clever and cunning, he definitely couldn't compare to Master Lai Yelsi in terms of experience. Yu Wu realized he would only become the target of public criticism in this position. So in his opinion, it is better to help Master Lai Yelsi retain the title, and his influence in all aspects will be maximized. Yu Wu realized there was one more thing he had to face. Yu Wu asked them all to speed up the pace of development, whereas he would face hidden dangers behind the scenes. Yu Wu had already spread out his wings and was preparing to leave. But Wan Hao immediately stopped him and asked what Yu Wu would do. He prevented Yu Wu from messing with Su Lu. Wan Hao said that noble lady was not something Yu Wu could handle, because he was stronger than Jai Wangchuan, so Wan Hao asked Yu Wu not to take the initiative to provoke him. Although Wan Hao said some harsh words to Zhu Lu before, it was just a bluff to irritate her. Yu Wu asks Wan Hao not to worry because he has dealt with Zhu Lu before, and he knew that Miss Zhu Lu was indeed someone extraordinary, so Yu Wu would just go to chat with Zhu Lu. Yu Wu quickly flew away toward Miss Zhu Lu sitting on the cliff. Wan Hao was still shouting, worried about his junior's attitude. Meanwhile, Jai Wangchuan thought this was a good thing. Although Yu Wu could kill a level 90 boss, the woman was level 140, and it would be better if Su Lu killed a reckless brat like Yu Wu. After landing in front of her, Yu Wu immediately said that Miss Su Lu was elegant. Yu Wu asked if Miss Su Lu ever felt bored after watching everything for so long without taking any action. Miss Su Lu replied she was bored, and she even wanted to sleep for a while, but when she saw Yu Wu at that place, she suddenly felt refreshed. Yu Wu survived the previous boss monster, and that surprised Miss Su Lu. But what Miss Su Lu was even more curious about now was how Yu Wu would break through the temple gate that even the Mogong team couldn't break through. Yu Wu replied he didn't expect Miss Su Lu to have such high hopes for him. Yu Wu thought that Miss Su Lu probably didn't have the chance to see how Yu Wu broke through the gate, because Miss Su Lu's Huanjiang base was now being attacked by the boss. As the #1 fighting force, is it okay not to come back and help? Miss Su Lu was immediately shocked when she heard Yu Wu's words. Hastily, he opened the communication consequences to find out. He warned Yu Wu of the consequences he would face if he dared to lie to Miss Su Lu. Miss Su Lu thought that if she went to fight alone, she would usually turn off the communication equipment. But how come her base was attacked by the boss? Right in the middle was the Hanmo base. Unexpectedly, Miss Su Lu received a lot of incoming messages from her group members reporting that at that time their base was being attacked by boss monsters. Immediately, Miss Su Lu took out her sword and pointed it straight at Yu Wu's neck. Full of anger, Miss Su Lu asked if all the commotion in her group was Yu Wu's doing. Yu Wu thought, when the sword was only 0.01 centimeters away from his throat, of course he would decide not to pretend, but to deceive him with a seemingly flawless lie that was full of flaws. Yu Wu asked Miss Su Lu not to be too impulsive. With an innocent face, Yu Wu said that he couldn't possibly have the ability to plot against Miss Su Lu. Yu Wu explained that he couldn't defeat the boss monster, so he wanted to take the boss monster back to the base, but he didn't expect the Hanmo base to be destroyed by the boss monster, and the rest of the people finally managed to escape. But after the monster destroyed the Hanmo group's base, it rushed towards the Huanjiang group's base. Hearing Yu Wu's explanation made Miss Su Lu rush to ride her sword, which changed to a large size. Miss Su Lu said that although she didn't believe Yu Wu's words, she would let him go for now. But the young man had to remember that if this was all Yu Wu's doing, then wherever the young man ran, Miss Su Lu would find him and cause him to die horribly. The look in Miss Su Lu's eyes when she said this successfully made Yu Wu shiver with fear. He was so scared because the woman's expression didn't look like a joke. Yu Wu started to worry about the danger of being hit by a level 140 woman. Yu Wu knew he had to immediately take a big step, because if that woman came at that time, big trouble would come his way, and to activate the Shadow King account. But Yu Wu was determined to fight that woman to the end. After Zhu Lu left, Yu Wu went back down near Mogong's team. Wan Hao was the first to greet and praise that the young man was great. He asked what Yu said to Zulu, so the woman left without a word or two. But Manhua also noticed that his junior's face had turned a little pale and ugly. Yu gave the excuse that he was fine. Yu said the most important thing is that now the hidden dangers have been removed and now it's time to make offensive weapons. Jia Wangchuan could only feed in his heart when he saw Yu succeed in doing something again, even though he had hoped that Yu would be killed by Zulu. 2 hours later, the firepower increased weapon was finally completed. Everyone cheered happily that they had succeeded in making a bigger and more powerful weapon. They are sure that they will be able to get rid of all the monsters which are vile bedbugs. This time they will make the Zerg monsters feel slapped by huge fire. Master Lai Yelsi said that although the current level of weapons has improved a lot, can it destroy the gate with the temple's regeneration ability? Yu replied that of course it wasn't enough, so he's going to add one more big gun, namely a powerful weapon of his own making. Suddenly Wise appeared and told Yu that although the siege weapons had been modified, they needed time to reload, and the longer the recharging time of the mechans, the stronger the firepower. Yu commented that it was very good. He immediately reloaded his gun and used it in other ways to find out. Yu raised his right arm and ordered the others to start a counterattack against the monster nest. Well, that's all for today's discussion. As usual, if you are curious about the continuation of the story, let's start with the storyline.